Nyassaland. Threats of war between England and Portugal bring into prominence that portion of Central Africa which is embraced in the title Nyassaland. While ordinarily it might be embraced in the Zambesi system, it is a land quite by itself, especially as to its topography and the position it occupies in the commercial and political world. And is in many respects the most interesting part of East Central Africa. It is a background to Portugal's Mozambique possessions, but at the same time the very heart of the British effort to cut a magnificent waterway inland from the mouths of the Zambesi to the mouths of the Nile. Hence the conflict of interest there, a conflict which must go on by arbitration or by war, till Great Britain secures what she wants, control of the Shire River and Lake Nyassa. The navigation of the lower Zambesi is already open to all nations. The river Shire, which we are now about to ascend, falls into the Zambesi from the left, only some 90 miles from its mouth. 20 years ago its course was unknown, and its banks were wildernesses untrodden by the foot of a white man. Now the stream is one of the best known and most frequented of the highways to the lake regions. The Shire is much narrower than the Zambesi, but of deeper channel, and in the upper and lower portions more easily ascended by steamers. Midway in its course, however, we meet a great impediment to the navigation of the river, and consequently to the civilization and commercial development of the regions beyond. In 35 miles the stream descends 1,200 feet in a series of rapids and cataracts over a rock-encumbered bed and between sheer walls of cliff. Beauty and use are badly adjusted on the Shire. The scenery of the unnavigable portion of the river is full of singular and romantic beauty. In the picturesque diversity of its charms of crag and forest and rushing water it is scarcely equaled by any other part of Africa. Monotony, on the other hand, has set its stamp on the banks of the useful, slow-flowing river beneath and above. Yet the ascent of 150 miles from the Zambesi to the cataracts is not without its attractions. The landscape is intensely and characteristically African. If the river is fringed on either shore by tall and somber reeds, the majestic mountains that bound the Shire Valley are always in sight. A dense tropical vegetation covers these hills to the very tops, except that patches of lighter tint show where the hands of the natives have cleared the ground for the cultivation of crops of cotton, sorghum, or maize. For these healthy uplands, above the reach of the mosquito and the deadly marsh fog, and safe also, in some degree, from the ravages of the kidnapper, are inhabited by an industrious race, the Manganjas, who have made no small progress in agriculture and native iron and metal manufactures. This whole country is favorable for the raising of cotton, which here grows a larger and finer staple, it is said, even than in Egypt. Every Manganja village has its cotton patch, where sufficient is grown for the use right only of the community but of neighboring tribes. The demand certainly is not large, the requirements of Africans in the matter of clothing being modest, or immodest, if you will. There is a tribe, for instance, on the lower Zambesi, whose name, being interpreted, means the go-nakeds. The full costume of a go-naked is a coat of red ochre. Livingstone met one of their men of rank once, and found his court suit represented by a few beads and a pipe 2 feet long. Unfortunately the Manganja, along with their ingenuity and industry as weavers, blacksmiths, and farmers, are inordinately fond of beer and smoking, and are great in the arts of brewing and tobacco manufacturing. With all these disadvantages, however, it is pleasant to find, in one corner at least of Africa, a race with both the skill and the inclination to work. And a native industry ready to spring up into large proportions so soon as it receives a little encouragement. After the Zambesi has been left behind, a great mountain called Marumbula, 4,000 feet in height, bounds for many miles the view on the right as we ascend the Shire. Beyond it we reach one of the marshes or old lake beds which form one of the features of this valley. The bounding lines of hills make each a semicircular curve, and enclose a vast morass, through the center of which the river drains slowly between dripping walls of sedge and mud. No human inhabitant can dwell in these impenetrable swamps. But they are far from empty of life. Great flights of wild geese, ducks, waders, and other waterfowl abound here in prodigious numbers. And rise from the brake at the noise of the passing boat or steamer, for already steamers now ply on the waters of the river below and the Great Lake above. The discovery of the lake was due to Livingstone, who had heard of the Great Water, somewhere to the north of the Zambesi and far amid the mountains of the Shire. His first attempt to reach it was a failure, through reticence of the people respecting it and the natural difficulties he encountered. But his worst enemy was his guide, who misled him until all were completely lost. The party were in a desperate strait. Suspicion of treachery filled every bosom except Livingstone's. One of his faithful Makalolos came up to him, and remarked, in a matter-of-fact way, "That fellow is taking us into mischief. My spear is sharp. There is no one here. Shall I cast him into the long grass?" A gesture of assent, or even silence, and the unlucky guide would have been run through the body. But Livingstone was not the man to permit blood to be spilt, even on an apparently well-grounded suspicion of treachery. After all, it turned out to be merely a blunder, and no treachery. The party were led safely to the margin of the Great Lake of the district, the Elephant Marsh that they had passed some time before while ascending the river. The second trip resulted in a discovery of an inland sea, though not the one they were in search of. Climbing over the shoulder of the high mountains east of the Shire, the party came in sight of Lake Sherwa, lying in an isolated, pear-shaped basin, nearly 2,000 feet above sea level. Magnificent mountain scenery surrounds the lake, the waters of which, contrary to the rule in Central Africa, are salt, or rather brackish. Although the area of Sherwa is large, it is but a mill-pond compared with Nyassa and some of the other African lakes. Yet, girt in though it is with hills, it shows to one standing near its southern end a boundless sea horizon towards the north. Opposite on the eastern shore a lofty range rises to a height of 8,000 feet above sea level, while behind, the table-topped Mount Zomba, only 1,000 feet lower, dominates the Shire Valley. All this mountainous mass seems habitable, and, in fact, is inhabited to its very summits. And its temperate climate, healthful breezes, and freedom from malaria and mosquitoes, have led to its being chosen as the site of the Church of Scotland mission to the Nyassa country, their station, Blantyre, being named after the Scottish village where Livingstone first saw the light. In ascending to the Nyassa, the opposite or western side of the Shire is generally chosen, and travelers prefer to make a wide detour into the healthy Manganja uplands to struggling through the rocky, broken, and wooded country through which the river tears its impetuous way. It is delightful to breathe the bracing air of these high plains after escaping from the humid, stifling atmosphere of the valley. The change of scenery and climate puts a new life into the veins of the traveler. Many novel views of African life come under his notice among the Manganja highlands. The path up the long ascent is toilsome, but the eye is cheered by the glorious views of the deep valley lying below and the blue domes and peaks that rise ahead. The country is open and park-like, full of grand forest trees and flowing streams. In the evening we halt at a Manganja village and receive a hearty, perhaps an uproarious, welcome. The villages are surrounded by thick-set hedges of the poisonous euphorbia. And however busy at work or at feasting the inhabitants are inside, a guard is always kept on vigilant watch at the entrance, to give warning if a foraging band of Mazata heave in sight in the mountains, or the white robes of a party of Arab slave hunters are seen ascending the valley. When it is known that it is friends who are approaching, the villagers are not long in making amends for the shyness of their first greetings. Mats of reeds and bamboo are spread for the wayfarers under the shade of the banyan tree at the bolo, an open space for the public entertainment of strangers at one end of the village, the favorite spot for lounging and smoking, and where on moonlight nights the young people indulge in singing and dancing and their elders in hard drinking bouts. The whole community troop out to see the white visitors, who are regarded with just such a mixture of curiosity and fear as a company of red Indians would be looked upon by English rustics. Presents are exchanged with the chief, and then a brisk trade sets in, the villagers bartering food and articles of native manufacture for beads, looking-glasses, cloth, and other surprising products of Europe. Generally there follow dancing, drinking, and serenading in honor of the visitor, a homage which the latter is often glad to escape from by strolling out for a night hunt for elephant or other game. or to note down by the clear light of the moon his observations for the day. Soon it is time to descend into the valley, where the Shire is found again flowing deep and slow, as below the falls, and opening up into a marshy lakelet, Pamelam, with a strong family resemblance to the swamps of the lower river. It ought to be recorded, in justice to African honesty, that when the Ilala, the first steamer that floated on the Nyassa, was conveyed in pieces from the lower to the upper Shire by a band of some hundreds of porters. Under Captain Young's leadership, it was found, on putting the little craft together, that not a single bolt or screw had been mislaid or stolen, though the temptation to fling away or decamp with their burdens must have sorely tried the carriers. Even when almost within sight of the Nyassa, Livingstone could hear nothing of the goal of which he was in search. The chief of the Great Lake village on the Shire told him that the river stretched on for 2 months' journey, and then emerged from 2 rocks that towered perpendicularly to the skies. "We shall go and see these wonderful rocks," said the doctor. "And when you see them," objected his Makololo companions, "you will just want to see something else." Next day they continued their march, and before noon came in sight of the lake. Like the Tanganyika and Albert Lakes, Nyassa is a long and comparatively narrow body of water lying in a deep depression of the plateau of Central Africa. From the outlet of the Shire one can sail on its waters for more than 300 miles towards the equator, but it is nowhere more than 60 miles in width, and in some places less than half that distance across. It resembles the more northerly lakes, the Albert Nyanza and the Tanganyika, but especially the latter, in its general shape and direction. And it was for many years a favorite theory with closet geographers that the 3 lakes formed one continuous sheet of water. Such an attenuated river sea, 1,500 miles in length and with no breadth to speak of, would have been a new thing in nature, and would, besides, have been an extremely useful factor in opening up Africa. Unfortunately, like other pretty theories, it did not stand the test of actual examination, and we have seen that the 3 lakes formed parts of 3 different though not disconnected systems. The shores of Nyassa seem to be overhung on all sides by tall mountains, although near the southern end there is generally a margin of more level country between the bases of the hills and the lake. As we proceed northwards, the distinctive features of the lake shores become more pronounced and majestic. The strip of plain narrows until it disappears. The range increases in altitude and approaches nearer, the rocky buttresses spring directly from the water, and the torrents that rush down their sides plunge in cascades into the lake. And the extreme northern end is encircled by dark mountains, whose frowning tops are 10,000 feet or more above sea level. But when we ascend from the sweltering western margin of the lake to the cool and breezy heights that look down on it, we find that instead of being on the summit of a range of mountains we are only on the edge of a wide tableland. There is no steep slope corresponding to that which we have ascended so toilsomely, only a gentle incline towards the Zambesi. On his last great expedition to Africa, Dr. Livingstone passed round the southern end of the lake, and, ascending the tableland, traced the watershed between the lake and the streams flowing to the westward, until he descended into the valley of the Shambezi, and began that investigation of the Congo which is hereafter more fully described. The contour of the country reminded him strongly of that of southern India. There was the flat country covered with thick jungle and tiger grass, succeeded by dense forest, gradually thinning away to clumps of evergreens as the higher levels are reached, the scattered masses of boulders, the deeply trenched nullahs, or watercourses, and all the other familiar features of the fine scenery of the Ghats, while the tableland above resembled closely the high plains of the Deccan. But what a contrast in the social and industrial condition of the 2 countries! Instead of seeing at every step, as in India, the traces of a long-founded civilization and a race of industrious tillers of the soil dwelling in peace and security under the strong arm of the law, we meet only with anarchy, misery, and barbarism. The whole of this region is a hunting ground of the Mazitu or Mavitu Zulus, whose only business is war and pillage. The wretched inhabitants of these hills dwell in constant apprehension of their raids. On no night can they sleep even within the shelter of their well-guarded stockades with the assurance that the Mavitu will not be upon them ere morning. Originally weak in numbers, this tribe has gathered strength by amalgamating with themselves the clans they have conquered. The terror which their deeds have inspired has been heightened by their wild and fantastic dress and gestures as they advance to battle, and by their formidable weapons. They carry the long Zulu shield and both the flinging and the stabbing assegai. Their hair is plumed with feathers, and their bodies painted in fiendish devices with red and white clay. So abject is the fear entertained for these redoubtable champions among the surrounding tribes, that the mere mention of their name is enough to make a traveling party take to their heels. Livingstone found this a constant source of annoyance and delay. Twice it was the cause of reports of his death being brought home. On the last occasion, the Johanna men, natives of the Comoro Isles, who formed his escort, were seized with the infectious panic, and, abandoning him in a body, brought down to the coast the story of the explorer having been murdered in the interior. The falsity of their report was only ascertained after Mr. Edward Young had made a special expedition to the Nyassa, and learned on the spot that the intrepid missionary, in spite of the cowardly desertion of his followers, was safe and well, and still pushing forward towards his goal. In one respect, if in no other, the Zulu Rob Roys of these hills have a feeling in common with the travelers and missionaries who have found their way to the Nyassa countries. They are the inveterate enemies of the slave hunters, and will not permit these gentry to practice the arts of kidnapping and murder within reach of their spears. The eastern side of the Nyassa basin, on the other hand, is one of the principal scenes of the slave traders' operations. In conjunction with predatory Negro tribes, such as the Adjoa on the left bank of the Shire, they have made a wilderness of all the country between the Nyassa and the Indian Ocean. Nothing can exceed the waste and havoc they have wrought in this beautiful and fruitful land. The books of the explorers are full of details of almost incredible atrocities committed under their eyes, and which they were powerless to prevent. Whole populations have been swept into the slave gangs and hurried down to the coast, leaving the country behind them a desert, and their path marked by the skeletons of those who have succumbed to exhaustion or the cruelty of their brutal drivers. The miserable remnant of the population roost in trees, or seek shelter in the deepest recesses of the forest, while the jungle overruns the fields of maize, cotton, manioc, and sorghum and the charred ruins of their villages. In Livingstone's journals we come upon such entries as, "Past a slave woman shot or stabbed through the body." A group, looking on, said an Arab had done it that morning in anger at losing the price he had given for her, because she was unable to walk. Found a number of slaves with slave sticks, logs 6 feet long with a cleft at one end in which the head of the unfortunate is fastened, abandoned by their master from want of food. They were too weak to speak or say where they had come from. It was wearisome to see the skulls and bones scattered about everywhere. One would fain not notice them, but they are so striking as one trudges along the sultry path that it cannot be avoided. This evidence is abundantly supported by the statements of other observers. Consul Elton describes passing a caravan of 300 slaves from the Nyassa, while traveling through the clove and gum-copal forests on the Mozambique coast. All, he says, were in wretched condition. One gang of lads and women, chained together with iron neck rings, was in a horrible state, their lower extremities coated with dry mud and torn with thorns, their bodies mere frameworks, and their skeleton limbs slightly stretched over with parchment-like skin. One wretched woman had been flung against a tree for slipping her rope, and came screaming to us for protection, with one eye half out, and her face and bosom streaming with blood. We washed her wounds, and that was the only piece of interference on our part with the caravan, although the temptation was strong to cast all adrift, and give them at any rate a chance of starving to death peaceably in the woods. Can it be wondered at that the pioneers of civilization and Christianity in these regions have sometimes been carried away by their feelings, and at the risk of ruining their whole plans have forcibly interfered between these Arab miscreants and their victims? During the period to which Consul Elton's accounts apply, it was computed that the Lake Nyassa region supplied some 15,000 slaves annually to the markets of Kilwa and other coast towns. Dr. Livingstone is convinced from his own observations, that, so far as regards the Shire country, not a tenth of those who are captured survive the horrors of the land journey. It may be wondered how this waste of human life can go on and the country not to be completely depopulated. In spite, however, of their terrible losses, there is still a large population settled on the Nyassa. They have been chased down from the hills by the Mavitu and the slaver, and are huddled together on the lake margin, where their enemies can swoop down and make them an easy prey. This dense population is, however, only found towards the southern end of Nyassa. Further north, the Mavitu have taken possession of the shore as well as the hills, and practice with equal success the vocation of pirates on the water and of robbers on land. An expedition in this direction was, till lately, certain to be attended with no small excitement and clangor. If the journey were made by land, the travelers were liable to be surprised at some point where the road was more rocky and difficult than usual, by the apparition of a wild-looking crew starting up from behind boulder or tree, and advancing with brandished spears and unearthly yells. White explorers are not accustomed to turn and flee at the first alarm. They stand, quietly awaiting the attack, and the Mavitu, disconcerted at conduct so utterly unlike what they had calculated upon, run away themselves instead. If the excursion is made by water, a crowd of boats, pulled by swift rowers, will perhaps be seen putting out from a secluded bight, or from behind a wooded promontory, and giving chase to the strangers, with loud outcries to stop. The navigators of this inland sea, however, are missionaries, merchants and men of peace. They have no desire to do harm to their savage pursuers, and, secure in the speed of their little steamer and the superior range of their guns, they can afford to laugh at the attempts to capture them. Much more serious is the danger arising from the sudden and furious storms that sweep down upon the lake from the gullies of its encircling hills. Livingstone narrowly escaped shipwreck on its waters, and from his experiences of it proposed to have Nyassa named the Lake of Storms. An old seaman of his party, who had been over the world, and at home had spent many a squally night off the wild coasts of Connaught and Donegal, said he had never encountered such waves as were raised in a few minutes by the tornadoes on the Nyassa. Succeeding voyagers, Young, Elton, Cotterill, Doctors Laws and Stewart, of the Scottish missions, report similar experiences. Mr. Cotterill's little craft, the Harrier, a present from the Harrow boys, was driven ashore on the western coast, June 1877, and he lost his journals, goods, and medical stores, saving only one bottle of quinine, which, remembering the fate of Livingstone and Mackenzie, he threw ashore as he neared the breakers in the darkness. The most dreaded waves on the Nyassa come rolling on in threes, with their crests, says Livingstone, streaming in spray behind them. A short lull follows each charge. And then another white-maned trio come rushing on and threaten to engulf the voyagers and their frail bark. A curious natural phenomenon has been noticed by most observers on the Nyassa. A light blue cloud will be observed floating for many miles over the surface of the lake, like the trailing smoke of some distant fire. When it is reached, we discover that it consists of nothing else but myriads of insects, of a species peculiar to the region, and known as the Congo fly. So dense is the mass that immense quantities of them are caught by the natives and pounded into cakes, resembling in size and shape a tam o'shanter bonnet. They are not particular as to what they eat, these hunger-bitten natives of the Nyassa shores. Neither are they unreasonably extravagant in the matter of dress, some of the tribes absolutely dispensing with clothes. Their notion of making up for their scanty attire by liberally anointing their bodies with rancid fish oil and hippopotamus fat, and smearing themselves with fancy designs in red and white clay, does not recommend them to the European eye and nostril. From our point of view, too, their attempts at decoration by means of tattooing are in nowise improvements, the result being to give their faces and limbs the appearance of being thickly studded with pimples. The most hideous device of all, however, is the palili, or lip ring, an ornament without which no Nyassa belle would dream of appearing in public. This consists of a broad ring of tin or stone, an inch or more in diameter, inserted by slow degrees into the upper lip, causing it to stand out at right angles to its natural direction, and revealing beneath the rows of teeth sharpened to fine points like those of a saw. The native ladies of rank sometimes have a corresponding ring in the under lip, with the result that while the wearers of the single pelele can only lisp, the ladies of fashion are scarcely able to speak at all. Considering that these poor people have not been lavishly endowed with natural charms, the effect of their duck-like mouths may be imagined. Some handsome faces may, however, be seen among the natives of the Nyassa, and many of them, it has been observed, have regular Jewish or Assyrian features. Dar. Livingstone saw one man who bore a striking resemblance to a distinguished London actor in the part of the Moor of Venice, while another was the exact counterpart, in black, of the late Lord Clyde. The magnificent alpine country at the north end of the lake is, as yet, comparatively unknown. The sole spot where there is any level ground is a great elephant marsh. Here Elton and his companions counted no fewer than 300 of these noble animals standing knee-deep in the swamp, the elders lazily swinging their trunks and fanning themselves with their huge ears. While the juniors of the herd disported themselves in their elephantine way, rolling luxuriously in the mud, or tearing down branches of trees in the riotous enjoyment of their enormous strength. Elton's party enjoyed several days of most exciting elephant stalking in the neighboring hills. Sallying out one morning into a part of the forest where the great brutes were known to abound, the herd was at length sighted. 2 or 3 of the elephants dozing under the shade of some trees, others engaged in munching branches, or shaking the boughs and picking up one by one with their trunks the berries that were scattered below. They were soon aroused from this delightful elysium of rest and enjoyment by the hunters, who had crept up to within 10 or 15 yards unseen. Singling out the biggest elephant, a huge tusker, who stood blinking contemplatively under the shadow of a tree, Elton and his companion, Mr. Rhodes, each planted a bullet behind his shoulder. He trumpeted, staggered forward, tripped over into the rocky bed of a nullah, scrambled out on the other side, and there receiving another 2 shots, crashed down lifeless into a second dry watercourse. Chase was then given up a mountain gorge to the next largest elephant which deliberately charged back at Elton, the nearest of her pursuers. Allowing her to approach to within about 3 yards, he gave her a forehead shot, which turned her round. And then Rhodes doubled her over like a rabbit. The retreating herd were pursued to the top of the pass, where the last of the line, a big bull elephant, receiving a shot, stumbled and fell, while Elton, with the pace on, nearly fell on the top of him. And, he says, holding my Henry rifle like a pistol, I shot him again at the root of the tail. The shock was irresistible. Over the edge of the ravine he went, head foremost, the blood gushing out of his trunk, and his fall into space only broken by a stout acacia, in which he hung suspended, his fore and hind legs on either side, dead. Still the hunt was continued, and on a second rocky slope a wounded elephant was found laboring up, supported and helped on by a friend on either side, while a fourth urged him on from behind with his forehead. This last faced round, and stood defiantly at bay, his ears spread-eagled. Elton's last cartridge missed fire, Rhodes shot, a tremendous report followed. The elephant, with a groan, plunged over a cliff, and hung suspended by a thorn tree in mid-air, like his predecessor, while Mr. Rhodes, casting his gun from him, ran down the declivity to the river, his face streaming with blood. And the survivors of the herd, toiling painfully up the mountainside, disappeared over the skyline, uttering loud grumblings of disapprobation and distress. The chamber of the rifle had burst, cutting Mr. Rhodes severely in the face. And his companion endeavored to console him by telling him that many a man at home would have given £1,000 for such a day's sport, and suffered the cut in the forehead into the bargain. Such sport is, however, getting every day more difficult to obtain, for this lordly animal, the true king of beasts, is retreating before the march of civilization, and becoming gradually more scarce even in the African solitudes. This is not to be wondered at, considering the vast numbers, probably from 15,000 to 20,000, that are killed annually for the sake of their ivory. It may be remarked that Elton's escape from the elephant's charge was a remarkably close one. There is only one other instance known of the forehead shot being effectual in stopping the course of an African elephant. This adventure happened in the Abyssinian highlands to Sir Samuel Baker. That mighty hunter was at the time new to African sport, and imagining that planting a bullet in the forehead, the favorite method with hunters of the wild elephant of India and Ceylon, would be equally effectual in the case of his big-eared kinsman of Central Africa, he awaited the charge of an elephant until she was within 5 yards of the muzzle of his rifle. The bullet happened to strike a vulnerable spot in the skull, and dropped the animal dead, but the lookers-on for several moments regarded the hunter as a dead man. In both these cases the elephant shot was a female, which possesses in a less marked degree than the male the solid structure of skull that, along with their immense ears, convex foreheads, and greater size, distinguish the African from the Asiatic variety. When not struck in a vital spot, the elephant is remarkably tenacious of life. And Livingstone tells how he fired 12 bullets into one that had fallen into a hole, and had about 100 native spears sticking in him, and next morning found that the animal had scrambled out and escaped into the forest. Perhaps the most perilous experience that ever befell a white hunter when after elephants occurred to Mr. Oswell, far to the southward, on the banks of the Zuga. Chasing an elephant through a thorny thicket on horseback, he suddenly found the animal had wheeled round and was bearing straight down upon him. Attempting to turn his horse, he was thrown, face downwards, before the elephant. Twisting round, he saw the huge 4-foot about to descend on his legs, parted them, and drew in his breath, expecting the other foot to be planted on his body. But saw the whole of the underside of the huge creature pass over him, and rose unhurt to his feet, saved almost by miracle. But this has carried us far away from the elephant marsh, from the borders of which Messrs. Elton, Cotterill, Rhodes, and Host made their ascent of the mountain barrier of Nyassa. The lowest pass over the Conde, or Livingstone Range, is 8,800 feet above sea level. And the ascent embraces every variety of climate and scenery, from stifling tropical swamp to breezy moorlands of fern and bracken, carpeted with wild thyme, daisies, dandelions, and buttercups, like our hills at home. From the top a magnificent landscape is viewed. Elton says, "The country we have passed through is without exception the finest tract in Africa I have yet seen. Towards the east we were walled in with mountains rising to a height of from 12 to 14,000 feet, enclosing undulating, well-watered valleys, lovely woodland slopes, hedged-in fields, and knolls dotted with native hamlets. There is nothing to equal it either in fertility or in grazing land in Natal, the reputed Garden of South Africa. It is the most exceptionally favorable country for semi-tropical cultivation I have ever seen. A serious obstacle to the development of this beautiful highland region is probably the exceptionally deadly climate of the country through which it must be approached. Already many precious lives have been sacrificed in the attempt to open up the Nyassa. Livingstone got here his death sentence. The German Roscher, who, traveling in the guise of an Arab from the east coast, viewed the lake only 2 months later than the great missionary, was basely murdered at a little village near its shores. Bishop Mackenzie is buried in the Shire swamps, and near him lie nearly the whole staff of the University mission to this region, all stricken down with marsh fever. Thornton, the intrepid companion of Livingstone on his first visit to the Nyassa, after having ascended halfway up the snow-capped mountain Kilimanjaro, far to the northward, returned to this quarter, only to die at the foot of the Murchison Rapids. Mrs. Livingstone, the devoted wife of the missionary, rests under a gigantic baobab tree a little way below the Shire mouth, and near her grave is that of Kirkpatrick, of the Zambesi Survey Expedition of 1826. Another baobab, in Ugogo, shades the resting place of Consul Elton, whom we have just seen full of life and hope, at the head of the pass overhanging the north end of the lake. Only a few marches to the northward of the pass, while toiling across a droughty plain, and weak from hunger and fever, he succumbed to sunstroke, and a most useful and promising career closed at the early age of 37. Still younger was Mr. Keith Johnston, who died from dysentery, while leading an expedition from Zanzibar territory to Nyassa. Dar. Black is buried on Cape Maclear, the rocky promontory cleaving the southern end of the lake, where the Free Church of Scotland mission station of Livingstonia has been planted, and the little cemetery contains many other graves of white persons. The Scottish mission stations on the Shire and Lake Nyassa are not the only outposts which Christianity has planted in the far interior of the Dark Continent. Similar colonies, for the moral improvement and industrial training of the natives of Africa, have been placed on the shores of the Victoria Nyanza and Tanganyika by the London and University Missionary Societies. The example is being followed by similar associations in France and America, and the Zambesi country has been mapped out for a renewal of the long-abandoned work of the Jesuit fathers. Science, commerce, and philanthropy have enlisted by the side of religion in the task of opening up Africa. The chief outlets of the slave trade have at length, it is hoped, been closed, thanks mainly to the efforts of England, and the hearty cooperation of the government of Portugal, Egypt and Zanzibar. African resources. Though the coasts of Africa lie within sight of the most civilized countries, its depths are still mysteries. Though the valley of the Nile was, in the earliest ages of history, the seat of commerce, the arts and sciences, it is only now that we read of a new source for that sacred stream in Lake Edward Nyanza. This wonderful continent, the Negroland of our school books, the marvel of modern times as the light of exploration pierces its forests and reveals its lakes, rivers and peoples, is a vast peninsula, triangular in shape, containing 12,300 square miles. This vast area renders a conception of its geographic details difficult, yet by taking several plain views of it, the whole may be brought out so that one can grasp it with a fair degree of intelligence. One way to look at it is to regard the entire seacoast as the rind of the real Africa. Follow its Mediterranean boundary on the north, its Red Sea and Indian Ocean boundary on the east, its Atlantic Ocean boundary on the south and west, and the lowland rind is always present, in some places quite thin, in others many miles thick. This rind, low, swampy, reedy, channeled by oozy creeks, or many-mouthed rivers, is the prelude to something wholly different within. On the north, northeast and northwest, we know it introduces us to the barren Sahara. In all other parts it introduces us to an upland Africa, which, for height and variety of plateaus, has no equal in the world. These plateaus are variegated with immense mountain chains, like those of the Atlas, the Moon, the Kong, the Gapata, and those just revealed by Stanley extending between the two great lakes Albert Nyanza and Victoria Nyanza, and to a height of 18,000 feet, fully 6,000 of which are clad in perpetual snow, even though lying under the equator. Here too are those vast stretches of water which vie in size and depth with the lake systems of any other continent, and which feed mighty rivers, even though evaporation be constantly lifting their volume into the tropical air. No traveler has ever looked with other than awe upon those superb lakes Albert Nyanza, Edward Nyanza, Victoria Nyanza, Tanganyika, Leopold II, Nyassa, Benguela, and dozens of smaller ones whose presence came upon him like a revelation. And then out of these plateaus, thousands of feet high, run all those mighty rivers which constitute the most unique and mightiest water system in the world, the Zambezi, the Congo, the Niger, the Senegal and the Nile. This would be Africa in a general sense. But in view of the importance of this opening continent, we must get a fuller view of it. The Africa of antiquity and of the Middle Ages extended from the Red Sea to the Atlantic and from the Mediterranean to the land of the Berbers, and other strange, if not mythical peoples. It embraced Egypt, Nubia and Abyssinia on the east. On the north it was skirted by the Barbary states. But its great, appalling feature was the great desert of Sahara, forbidden to Greek or Roman, Persian or Egyptian, till the Arab came on his camel, and with the flaming sword of Muhammad in hand, to pierce its waste places and make traffic possible amid its sandy wastes. South of the Western Sahara is a fairly defined section extending from Timbuktu to the Gulf of Guinea, or in other words nearly to the equator. It is divided by the Kong chain of mountains, and embraces the water systems of the Senegal and Niger rivers. This was the part of Africa which first drew European enterprise after Portugal and Spain became the world sailors, and began to feel their way toward the Cape of Good Hope. 300 years ago it was what Central Africa is today, a wonderland full of venturesome travelers, a source of national jealousy, a factor in European politics. A starting point for 1,000 theories respecting colonization and of as many enterprises having for their object the introduction of commerce, the arts and Christianity among the natives. who were by no means as peaceably inclined as in the present day. As other natives came to find out something of the commercial value of the Senegal and Niger countries, they stepped in to get their share of the honor and profit of possession, and so this part of Africa was partitioned. Till we find on the Atlantic, south of the Niger, the British colony of Sierra Leone, the kingdoms of Ashanti in Dahomey, the Republic of Liberia, the coast towns of the Bight of Benin, and the strong French possessions lying just north of the Congo and extending indefinitely inland. Back of this section, and extending south of the Sahara, to the headwaters of the Nile, is the great central basin whose waters converge in the vast estuary known as Lake Chad. It may be somewhat vaguely termed the Sudan region, which is divided into northern and equatorial Sudan, the former being the seat of the recent uprising of the Mahdi, and the latter the center of the kingdom which Emin Pasha sought to wrest from Mohammedan grasp. Along the Indian Ocean coast, from Cape Guardafui to Mozambique, is a lowland stretch from 200 to 300 miles wide, watered by small, sluggish rivers which find their way into the Indian Sea. Passing down the eastern side of the continent, we come to the immense basin of the Zambezi, second only in extent to that of the Congo, stretching almost to the Atlantic coast, seat of mighty tribes like the Makalolos. Teeming with commercial possibilities, and even now a source of such envy between England and Portugal as to raise a question of war. South of the Zambezi comes the great Kalahari Desert as a balance to the northern Sahara, and then that fringe of civilization embraced in Transvaal, the Orange Free State, Cape Colony. And so around till the Portuguese kingdoms of Benguela and Angola are reached, all of whose waters run by short courses to the sea. These great natural divisions comprise the entire area of the African continent except that vast equatorial basin drained by the Congo. This mighty region, the Central Africa of today, is now largely embraced in the new Congo Free State. To the south of the mouth of the Congo is the state of Angola, and to the north, the state of Congo, claimed by the French. The great river was originally called the Zaire, and by some the Livingstone. Its first, or ocean, section extends from Banana Point to Boma, a distance of 70 miles, and is in fact an arm of the sea. Thence, upward to Vivi, a distance of 40 miles, there is a deep, broad channel, with a moderate current. Vivi is the head of the lower river navigation, being at the foot of the cataracts, which extend for over 200 miles through a system of canyons, with more than 50 falls of various heights. They are known as Livingstone Falls, and have stretches of navigable water between them. After the cataracts are passed, Stanley Pool is reached, where are the towns of Leopoldville, Kinshasa and others, founded recently as trading or missionary stations. The vertical descent of the river from the broad, tranquil expanse of Stanley Pool to the level at Vivi, is about 1,000 feet, and from thence to the sea fully 250 feet more. Stanley Pool, or basin, is about 20 miles long and nearly 10 broad, and is filled with low wooded islands, natural homes for hippopotami, crocodiles, elephants, and all tropical animals. From Leopoldville to Stanley Falls there is uninterrupted navigation, and the distance is 1,068 miles, with a comparatively straight course and a vertical descent of 4 inches to the mile. Stanley Falls 1,511 feet above the sea level. The affluents of the river below Stanley Falls present a navigable surface estimated at 4,000 miles. In the wide and elevated portion of the river above Stanley Falls it is known as the Lualaba. Its course is now nearly north, and it was this fact that deceived Livingstone into the belief that he was on the Nile. This portion, though abounding in vast lake stretches and rich in affluents, is navigable only for shallow craft. It drains a fertile country whose center is Nyangwe, the best-known market town of Central Africa and the capital of Tipu Tib's dominions, the conqueror of the Manyuema, and the craftiest of all the Arab potentates in Central Africa. To the east of the Upper Congo, or Lualaba, is a magnificent stretch of grass country, extending to Lake Tanganyika, whose waters flow into the Congo, making a descent of 1,200 feet in 200 miles. As the western shores of that lake rise fully 2,500 feet, this region becomes a sort or Switzerland in tropical Africa. North and east of Tanganyika are the Nile sources, in Lakes Albert, Edward and Victoria Nyanza, a fertile and populous region, fitted by nature for her thriftiest and best peoples. Thus we have Africa again mapped, and her grandest portion embraced in the Congo state, with its 1,500,000 square miles, its countless population, its abundance of navigable streams, its remarkably fertile soil, its boundless forests. All its requisites for the demands of an advanced civilization. To the naturalist, Africa opens a field for research equaled by no other continent. The whole organic world offers no such number of giant animal and plant forms. It unfolds 5 times as many quadrupeds as Asia, and 3 times as many as the Americas. Its colossal hippopotami, huge giraffes, infinite variety of antelopes, and waterbucks, the curious diving sheep, or goat, called the quichobo, long-armed apes, fierce sokos, and swarms of sprightly monkeys, excel those of Asia in size. That mammoth bird, the ostrich, whose feathers delight our modern slaves of fashion, is exclusively indigenous to Africa. The Arab may have brought the camel from the deserts of Sinai, but Africa has made a home for it. Africa is the habitat of the rhinoceros, elephant, lion, panther, leopard, ounce, jackal, hyena, wolf, fox, dog, cat, bat, rat, hare, rabbit, bear, horse, ass, zebra, sheep, with wool and without, goat, buffalo, gazelle, cattle of all kinds. Some of them the finest specimens in nature, deer of the fallow type, which put to shame the sleek breeds of European parks. The birds are equally numberless as to variety. There are eagles, hawks, flamingos, kingfishers, many varieties of parrots, peacocks, partridges, pheasants, widow and cardinal birds, weavers, cuckoos, doves, pigeons, ducks, geese, and crown birds. The plumage of the last being the most beautiful of the feathered tribe. The reptilia embraces crocodiles, the python, the boa, and hundreds of smaller snakes, some harmless and some highly venomous. The rivers and lakes swarm with fish, though the variety is not so great as in more northern waters. The forests and the earth swarm with termites and ants of great variety, which draw after them a host of anteaters of the armadillo type, and at times spiders, caterpillars, and armies of locusts infest the trees or darken the sun. Insect life knows no limit in Africa, some the most beautiful, some the most horrid. The tsetse fly is no less a torment to cattle than the devil of the road is to the woebegone traveler. And everywhere, especially in tropical Africa, vegetation has a force and vigor peculiar to that continent. Nature seems to rejoice in unfolding her strength through the seeds deposited in the soil. Some 50 and some 100-fold is the law of increase, when the least care is given to planting and cultivation. Maize produces 2 crops a year. Tree life is gigantic, and the variety of wood infinite. Of the picturesque trees, the baobab, or monkey breadfruit tree, whose crown of green sometimes forms a circle of over 100 feet, takes a front rank, followed by the ceiba. With its stem of 60 feet and its rich crown of foliage extending fully 60 feet further. All of torrid Africa revels in plants and fruits of the most nutritious and medicinal quality, suited to the wants and well-being of the people. There is both food and medicine in the fruits of the palm, banana, orange, shaddock, pineapple, tamarind, and the leaves and juice of the baobab. The butter tree gives not only butter, but a fine medicine. The groundnut yields in 6 weeks from the planting. The natives produce for eating, wheat, corn, rice, barley, millet, yams, lotus berries, gum, dates, figs, sugar, and various spices, and for drink, coffee, palm wine, coconut milk and Cape wine. No less than 5 kinds of pepper are known, and the best indigo is produced, along with other valuable dyes. Cotton, hemp and flax are raised for clothing. It has always been a fiction that Africa contained more gold than any other continent. The Gold Coast was a temptation to venturesome pioneers for a long time. Precisely how rich in minerals that dark continent is, remains to be proved. But it is known that iron abounds in many places, that saltpetre and emery exist in paying quantities, that amber is found on the coasts, and that diamonds are plenty in the Kimberley region. That the continent is rich in useful minerals may be taken for granted, but as these things are not perceptible to the naked eye, time must bring the proof. Various estimates have been put upon the population of Africa. Stanley estimated the population of the Congo Basin at 50 million. The Barbary states we know are very populous. Africa has in all probability contributed 25 millions of slaves to other countries within 250 years without apparent diminution of her own population. So she must be not only very populous but very prolific. It would be safe to estimate her people at 200 million, counting the Ethiopic or true African race, and the Caucasian types, which embrace the Nubians, Abyssinians, Copts and Arabs. The Arabs are not aborigines, yet have forced themselves, with their religion, into all of northern and central Africa, and their language is the leading one wherever they have obtained a foothold. The Berber and Shelu tongues are used in the Barbary states. The Mandingo speech is heard from the Senegal to the Joloba. On the southwestern coast there is a mixture of Portuguese. Among the true natives the languages spoken are as numerous as the tribes themselves. In the Sahara alone there are no less than 43 dialects. Mr. Guinness, of London, president of the English Baptist Missionary Society operating in Africa, says there are 600 languages spoken in Africa, belonging principally to the Great Sudanese group. Of the human element in Africa, we present the summary given by Rev. Geo. L. Taylor. He says, "Who and what are the races occupying our new Africa?" The almost universally accepted anthropology of modern science puts Japheth, the Aryans, Shem, the Semites, and Ham, the Hamites, together as the Caucasian race or variety, not species, of mankind. And makes the Ugrians, the Mongols, the Malays and the Negroes, and some authorities make other divisions also, each another separate variety of the one common species and genus Homo, man. Leaving the radical school of anthropology out of the question, it cannot be denied that the vast preponderance of conservative scientific opinion is, at least, to this effect, namely, while the Berbers, including the Tuaregs, Copts and Tibus, are Hamitic, but differentiated toward the Semitic stock, the true Negroes are also probably Hamitic, but profoundly differentiated in the direction of some other undetermined factor. And the Ethiopians or Abyssinians are an intermediate link between the Caucasian Hamite and the non-Caucasian Negro, with also a prehistoric Semite mixture from southern Arabia. Barth, whose work is a mine of learning on the Sudan, conceitedly the best authority extant on the subject, says that while the original population of the Sudan was Negro, as was all the southern edge of the Sahara, nevertheless the Negro has been crowded southward along the whole line by the Moor, a mixed Arab, in the west, by the Berber, including both Tuaregs and Tibus, in the center, and by the Arab in the east. Timbuktu is a city of Berber, not of Negro origin, founded before the Norman conquest of England, since conquered by Moors, and now ruled by the Fulb, or Falata, who are neither Moor, Berber, Arab, nor Negro but a distinct race between the Arab and Berber on the one side and the Negro stock on the other, and whose language and physiognomy, and only semi-woolly hair, are more Mongoloid or Kaffir than Negro. But who are the most intelligent, energetic and rapidly becoming the most powerful people in the Sudan, and whose influence is now felt from Senegambia to Bagirmi, through half a dozen native states. In all the Niger basin only the Mandingo and the Tombo countries about the head of the Joloba, or Niger, are now ruled by pure Negro dynasties, the former being a splendid and capable jet-black people. Probably the finest purely Negro race yet known to Europeans. In the central Sudan the Kanuri of Kanem and Bornu came to Kanem as a conquering Tibu-Berber stock over 500 years ago, and are now Negroid. Farther east Tibu and Arab are the ruling elements. Hausa, Sokoto and Adamawa are now Falata states. The southward pressure of Moor, Tuareg, Tibu and Arab is still going on. And the Fulb, in the midst of the native states, is rapidly penetrating them, subverting the few native Negro dynasties still existing, and creating a new and rising race and power that is, at any rate, not Negro. Thus ancient Nigritia is rapidly ceasing to be Negroland, the races being more and more mixed, and newer and ruling elements of Moor, Berber and Arab constantly flowing in. This is the testimony of a long line of scholars from Barth down to Prof. A. H. Keane, author of the learned article on Sudan, in the Encyclopaedia Britannica. The people commonly considered Negro, in Africa, consist mainly of three great stocks: the Nigritians of the Sudan, the great Bantu stock reaching from the southern bounds of the Sudan to the southern rim of the Zambesi Basin, and the great Zulu stock. All these differ widely from each other in physiology, languages, arts and customs. The Nigritians are declining under Arab and Berber pressure. The Zulus, a powerful and semi-Negro race, are rapidly extending their conquests northward beyond the Zambesi into East-Central Africa. The Bantus are mainly agriculturists. They fill the Congo Basin, and extend eastward to the Indian Ocean, between Uganda, which is Bantu, and Anyanyembe. They have only recently been discovered, and are not yet much studied by Europeans. But not all so-called Negroes are true Negroes. As for the eastern highland regions of the two Niles, and then southward from the Abyssinians and the Shiluks at Khartoum to the Bari of Gondokoro and the Waganda of Uganda, the Nyam of Monbatu, the Manyuema of the Lualaba, and the Makalolo on the Zambesi, the ruling and paramount native tribes are Negroid, but not Negro, unless our ordinary conception of the Negro is a good deal revised. As Livingstone says of the Makalolo, so of all these, they are a coffee and milk color, or we may say all these peoples are from a dark coffee brown to brownish white, like coffee, depending on the amount of milk added. They are mostly tall, straight, leanish, wiry, active, of rather regular features, fair agriculturists and cattle raisers, with much mechanical capacity, born merchants and traders. And almost everywhere hold darker and more truly Negro tribes in slavery to themselves, where any such tribes exist. Where they have none or few domestic animals for meat, they are frequently cannibals. In the middle Congo Basin the tribes are more truly Negro, and here the true Negroes are freemen, independent and capable, though in a somewhat low state of development. But, so far as now known, the true Negro, in an independent condition, holds and rules but a comparatively small part of Africa. As to capability for improvement, these peoples, the Negroid races at least and probably the Negroes, are as apt and civilizable as any Caucasian or Mongolian people have originally been. If we consider how their geographical and climatic isolation has hitherto cut them off from the rest of the world and the world from them, we know that if we leave revelation out of the account, all Caucasian civilization, whether Aryan, Semitic, or Hamitic, can be traced backward till, just on the dawn of history, it narrows down to small clans or families, with whom the light began and from whom it spread. We know the same, also, as to the non-Caucasian Chinese and Nawa civilizations of Asia and America. Had the spread of the germs of these civilizations been prevented by conditions like those in Africa, who shall say that the stage of development might not be about the same today? There seems to be but one uncivilizable race, if, indeed, they are such, in Africa, and that is the dwarfs. The Aka, found by Schweinfurth south of the Welly, called themselves Bechua, the same word as the Bachua on the Kasai. The dwarfs of the upper Zambesi call themselves by a similar word, and so with the Bushmen in South Africa. Many things go to prove that these dwarf nations are all one race, the diminutive remnants of a primeval stock of one of the lowest types of man, who have never risen above the hunter stage of life. They have been scattered, and almost exterminated, by the incoming of the powerful Bantu stock, that is now spread from the Sudan to Zululand. These dwarfs are the best living examples of similar races once scattered over Europe and Asia, whose real existence lies at the bottom of all the lore of fairies, brownies, elves, gnomes, etc. They constitute one of the most pregnant subjects of study in all anthropology. They are seemingly always uncivilizable. In his Africa in a Nutshell, Reverend Geo. Thompson thus sketches the country, especially the Central Belt. The Central Belt of Africa, say from 15 degrees north to 15 degrees south of the equator, about 2,000 miles in width, is, heavily timbered, of the jungle nature. There are numerous large trees, 1 to 6 feet through, and 50 to 150 feet high, with smaller ones, and bushes intermingled, while vines of various kinds intertwine, from bottom to top, making progress through them, except in paths, very difficult. Only experience can give a realizing idea of an African forest, of the tangle, and the density of its shade. While traveling through them, even in the dry season, when the sun shines brightest, one cannot see or feel the warming rays. The leaves drip with the dews of the night, and the traveler becomes chilled, and suffers exceedingly. But the whole country is not now covered with such forests. They are found in places, from 10 to 25 miles in extent, where the population is sparse, but the larger portion of the country has been cleared off and cultivated. And, while much of it is in crops all the time, other large patches are covered with bushes, of from 1 to 3 years' growth, for they clear off a new place every year. The farm of this year is left to grow up to bushes 2 or 3 years, to kill out the grass, and then it is cleared off again. Thus, in thickly settled portions of the country, but little large timber is found, except along rivers, or on mountains. Such is the country north of the Gulf of Guinea, to near the desert. The people are numerous, and the cities larger, the largest cities in Africa. They are from 1 to 6 miles through, and much of the country is under cultivation. And so of the central portion of Africa, in the vicinity of Lake Chad. But in that portion of Africa lying 500 miles south and north of the equator, and from the Atlantic coast, 1,000 miles eastward, the jungle and heavy forests are the most extensive, and towns farther between, and not so large. This is the home of the gorilla, which grows from 5 to 6 feet high, of powerful build, and with arms that can stretch from 7 to 9 feet, a formidable enemy to meet. It is also the home of that wonderfully varied and gigantic animal life, elephants, lions, leopards, zebras, giraffes, rhinoceri, hippopotami, crocodile etc., which distinguishes African zoology from that of every other continent. This central belt of Africa is capable of sustaining a vast population. It can be generally cultivated, and its resources are wonderful. The soil is productive. The seasons are favorable, and crops can be kept growing the year through. Rice, of 3 or 4 kinds and of excellent quality, Indian corn, 3 kinds of sweet potatoes, beans, peanuts, melons, squashes, tomatoes, ginger, pepper, arrowroot, coffee, sugar cane, yams, cocoa, cassada, and other grains and vegetables. Besides all tropical fruits, are cultivated. The coffee is a wild forest tree, growing 75 feet high and 18 inches through. It is also cultivated largely in Liberia. Many of the people have from 100 to 1,000 acres of coffee trees. The Liberian coffee is of such superior quality and productiveness, that millions of plants have been sent to Java and old coffee countries, for seed. Its fame is already worldwide. The wild coffee is as good as any, but the bean is smaller. And new settlements soon become self-supporting by the culture of coffee. Sugar cane is also raised, and much sugar is made in this colony. Many steam sugar mills are in operation on St. Paul's River and at other places. On the Gulf of Guinea the people are quite generally raising cotton and shipping it to England. Hundreds of cotton presses and gins have been bought, and used by them, and Africa will yet be the greatest cotton, coffee and sugar country in the world. All nations can be supplied therefrom. Cotton is cultivated, in small quantities, in widely extended portions of Africa, and manufactured into cloth which is very durable. They also make leather of a superior quality. Gold, copper, coal, the richest iron ore in the world, and other valuable metals are abundant. From them the natives manufacture their tools, ornaments and many things of interest. Ivory, hides, gums, rubber, etc., are abundant. It is said that 50,000 elephants are killed yearly, for their ivory, in Africa. The country only needs development. And the many exploring parties from Europe, who are penetrating every part, seeking trade, will aid in opening its boundless treasures. Gold mining companies are operating on the Gulf of Guinea, with paying results. And the natives secure and sell to the merchants large amounts of gold, in form of rough, large rings. They make fine gold ornaments, and wear vast quantities. This trade with interior Africa, so eagerly sought, will soon lead to railroads, in different directions, from Liberia to the Niger, and across to Zanzibar from South Africa, and in other directions. The work is begun, and will not stop. The French and the English are planning for railroads in different directions. The former are building one from Senegal to Timbuktu. The nations of Europe are, today, in a strife to secure the best locations for trade with this rich country. And soon there will be no more unexplored regions. The coasts on the west and east are generally low and unhealthy. But the interior is higher, and will be more suited to the white man. It is, in the main, an elevated tableland, from 1,000 to 6,000 feet above the sea, variegated with peaks and mountains, from 3,000 to 20,000 feet high, snow-capped, and with valleys and broad plains, hot springs, and salt pans. And innumerable springs, inlets and streams. In some regions, for a distance often to 20 miles, there is a scarcity of water in the dry season. Other places are flat plains, which are overflowed in the rainy season, so they cannot be inhabited or cultivated, except in the dry season. And such localities are unhealthy. But by far the greater part of the country is capable of being inhabited and cultivated, with an abundance of timber of many kinds, suitable for all the purposes of civilization, for boats, houses, wagons, furniture and implements, but all different from anything in America. Some kinds are equal to fine mahogany. This central portion of Africa is blessed with numerous large lakes, 3 large rivers, and many smaller. The Niger rises 200 miles back of Liberia, runs northeasterly, to near Timbuktu, then southward to the Gulf of Guinea. It is already navigated for hundreds of miles by English steamers. In 14 years the exports have increased from $150,000 to $10 million, trading factories from 2 to 57, and steamers from 2 to 20, and other boats. The Benue is a large branch coming in from the eastward. And the Congo, rising nearly 15 degrees south of the equator, runs through various lakes, making a northward course for more than 1,000 miles, to 21/2 degrees north of the equator, then bends westward and southwesterly to the Atlantic. Being from 1 to 16 miles wide, and very deep, filled with inhabited islands and abounding in magnificent scenery. The banks along the rapids rise from 100 to 1,200 feet high. It freshens the ocean for 6 miles from land, and its course can be seen in the ocean for 36 miles. There are 2 series of rapids in it, a great obstacle to navigation, but the desire for trade will overcome these. The first series of rapids commences about 100 miles from the sea, and extends some 200 miles in falls and cascades, with smoother stretches between, to Stanley Pool. There are 32 of these falls. From thence is a broad, magnificent river, with no obstruction for nearly 1,000 miles, to the next series of rapids at Stanley Falls. From this, again, is another long stretch of navigable river. It pours nearly 5 times the amount of water of the Mississippi. Between Lake Bangweila and Stanley Pool, the Congo falls 2,491 feet, between the pool and ocean, 1,147 feet, making 3,638 feet in all. The Nile falls over 1,200 feet between Victoria and Albert Lakes, and 2,200 from Albert to the sea. Most of the rivers which rise in the interior of Africa have heavy fall. Then there are numerous large rivers emptying into the Congo, on each side, which can be ascended far into the interior. Those on the north can be easily connected with the head waters of the Gabun River, and those on the south with the head waters of the Zambesi, emptying into the Indian Ocean, and on the east, with Lake Tanganyika. It will be seen that the Congo River will be of vast importance in the development of Africa. A railroad will soon be built around the falls, to connect with the steamers above. The soil of Upper Congo is very rich, the forests are exceedingly valuable, the climate quite favorable, and the people numerous and kind. A few years ago the trade of the Congo was only a few $1,000s yearly. It is now, so soon, from $10 million to $20 million a year. Trading houses and steamers are multiplying. The Congo Valley contains over 5,000 miles of navigable river and lake. The nations can be supplied from this region with cotton, coffee, sugar, gum, copal, ivory, rubber, valuable dyes, iron, gold, copper, and many other things, when it shall be civilized and a market formed. Many are running to and fro, and knowledge is being rapidly increased in those parts. Then there are the rivers Senegal, Gambia, navigable for 200 miles, Sierra Leone, Calabar, etc. The lakes are numerous, from the size of Lake Michigan, or larger, to those covering only a few square miles. Lake Chad, in the center of the continent, is nearly the size of Lake Michigan, with marshy surroundings, from which as yet no outlet has been discovered, though the Chadi, or River Benue, may be found to be the outlet of this lake. In Central East Africa is a lake system of vast extent. Victoria Nyanza is about 250 miles long, surrounded mostly with hills and mountains, from 300 to 6,000 feet high. It contains many islands, and numerous large rivers empty into it. It is nearly 4,000 feet above the sea, and, with its rivers, constitutes the principal and most southern source of the Nile. The equator crosses its northern end. It is nearly as large as Lake Superior. West of this, about 200 miles, is the Albert Nyanza, 400 miles long, and 2,720 feet above the level of the sea. This receives the outlet of the Victoria. And from this the Nile bursts forth, a large river, and runs its course of nearly 3,000 miles to the Mediterranean Sea. Albert is nearly 3 times as large as Lake Erie. South and west of these two lakes are numerous smaller ones, some of them very beautiful, all emptying into the Victoria Nyanza, or Big Water. South of these, and separated by a mountain ridge, is Lake Tanganyika, 380 miles long and very deep, from 12 to 40 miles wide, surrounded by mountains 2,000 to 5,000 feet high. It is 2,756 feet above the sea. Till about 1875 it was an internal sea, receiving large rivers, but having no outlet, as proven by Stanley, who circumnavigated it on purpose to settle this point. But near Midway, on the west, was a low place, where the bank was only 3 feet above the water. And here, after steadily rising for ages, it broke over, and cut a channel to the Congo, into which it now empties, in a deep, rapid stream. West and south of this is a series of lakes, connected with the Great Congo River. The most southerly, in latitude 13 degrees or 14 degrees, is Banguila, about 175 miles long and 60 wide. Dr. Livingstone, in his last journey, crossed this from the north and died in the marsh on its southern border, May 4, 1873. This empties into Lake Moro, nearly 3,000 feet above the sea. North and west of this are a number of other lakes, all emptying into and swelling the mighty Congo. Northeast of Victoria are other large lakes, as reported by the natives, but not yet accurately delineated. Thomson has lately discovered one 6,000 feet above the sea. Southeast of Tanganyika, about 250 miles, is Nyassa Lake, 300 miles long, first definitely described by Dr. Livingstone. This is 1,800 feet above the sea. There is a small steamer on this lake, as also on Victoria and Tanganyika. And steamers are briskly plying up and down the Congo. Ere many years there will be a railroad from Nyassa to Tanganyika, an easy route, and from Zanzibar to the Great Lakes, a more difficult route. The pressing demands of trade ensure these results. A wagon road is already partly constructed between the two lakes, making a speedier, safer and easier route to the interior via Zambesi and Shire rivers, lakes Nyassa and Tanganyika. With a land carriage of only 75 miles between the rapids on the Shire and Lake Nyassa. That portion of Africa below the tropics, and known in general as South Africa, has resources of animal, forest, soil, climate, water and mineral which have proved inviting to Europeans. Though there is nothing to render them any more acceptable than similar features as found in other subtropical or temperate latitudes, excepting, perhaps, the peculiar mineral deposits in the Kimberley section, which yield diamonds of great value. And a richness of animal life which formerly proved fascinating to the hunter and adventurer. The belt extending clear across the continent from Angola and Benguela, south of the Congo, to the mouth of the Zambesi, and which is a watershed between the Congo basin and rivers running southward. Till the great valley of the Zambesi is reached, has all the peculiarities of soil, climate, forest and people found in the Congo basin. Its tribes, according to Pinto, are of the same general type as those further north. The rivers abound in hippopotami and crocodiles, the forests in antelope and buffaloes, elephants, lions and wild birds. There is the same endless succession of wooded valleys and verdure-clad plains, and the same products under cultivation. The natives are if anything better skilled in the uses of iron, and are more ingenious in turning it to domestic account, as in the manufacture of utensils, traps and other conveniences. They are natural herdsmen, dress better, at least more fantastically, perpetuate all of the native superstitions, and are more confirmed traders, having for a longer time been in remote contact with the Portuguese influence penetrating the Zambesi and extending inland from Luanda and Benguela. We therefore turn to Equatorial, or Central Africa, in quest of those resources which are distinguishing, and which give to the continent its real value in commercial eyes. And in so doing, there is no authority superior to that of Stanley, whose opportunity for observation has been greatest. We can readily detect in his narrative the enthusiasm of a pioneer, but at the same time must feel persuaded that fuller and more exact research, and, especially the supreme trial to which commercial development puts all things natural, will far more than verify his first impressions. This Africa is typed by the Congo basin, which stretches practically across Africa, interweaving with the Zambesi water system on the south and the Nile system on the north. The Congo is the feature of its basin, and the kernel of the greatest commercial problem of the age. To understand it, is to understand more of African resource than any other natural object furnishes. It has its maritime region, which is the African rind before alluded to. This region extends from Banana Point at the mouth of the great river to Boma, 70 miles from the sea, and the river passes through it in the form of a broad deep estuary. At Boma the hilly, mountainous region commences, the groups of undulations rising gradually to a height of 2,000 feet above the sea. The river is still navigable in this region, up to Vivi, 110 miles from the sea, though the channel is reduced to a width of 1,500 yards. From Vivi to Isangela, a distance of 50 miles, is the lower series of Livingstone Falls. From Isangela to Manyanga is a navigable stretch of 88 miles. Then comes the upper series of Livingstone Falls, extending for 85 miles, from Manyanga to Leopoldville, on Stanley Pool. This practically brings the mighty flood through the mountainous region of 240 miles in width, and opens a navigable stretch of 1,068 miles, extending from Stanley Pool to Stanley Falls. From Stanley Falls to Nyangwe, in the fruitful country of the Manyuema, a nation in themselves, and notorious in Central Africa for their valor and cruelty in war, is a course of 385 miles, navigable for light craft. From Nyangwe to Lake Moro the river course is 440 miles. This lake is 67 miles long. Thence is a river stretch of 220 miles to Lake Benguela, which is 161 miles long. It then begins to lose itself in its headwaters in the Chibali Hills, though its main affluent here, the Shambezi, has a length of 360 miles. This gives a total length of main stream equal to 3,034 miles. It divides itself into 5 geographic sections, the maritime section, from the sea to Leopoldville, the upper Congo section, extending from Leopoldville to Stanley Falls. The Lualaba, so called by Livingstone, section from Stanley Falls to the Shambezi, or headwater section, and the Tanganyika section. The first section, which includes the really maritime and the mountainous, is, in its lower part next to the sea, but thinly populated, owing to the slave trade and the effect of internal wars. But the natives are, as a rule, tractable and amenable to improvement in discipline. They are industrious and perfectly willing to hire themselves as porters. In its mountainous part, the country is composed of swells of upland separated by gorges and long, winding watercourses, showing that the land has been gradually stripped for centuries of its rich loam by the tropical rains. On the uplands are groves of palm and patches of tropical forest. In the hollows are rich vegetable products, so thick as to be impenetrable. The round nut, palm nut, rubber, gum copal, orchilla, and various other articles of commerce, are natural products of this section. Through the second section the Congo sweeps in the shape of an oxbow, 1,068 miles, crossing the equator twice. Here is that mighty system of tributaries which more than double the navigable waters of the Great Basin. On the south are the Kwa, navigable up to Lake Leopold II, a distance of 281 miles. The Lukana with its shores lined with shrewd native traders, the Mohindu, navigable for 650 miles, the Ikalemba, seat of the Bakuti tribe, navigable for 125 miles, the Lulungu, reported to be more populous than the Congo, navigable for 800 miles. The Lubaranzi, navigable for 25 miles. On the north side is the Lufini, navigable for 30 miles, the Alima, navigable for 50 miles, the Lakuba, with 50 miles of navigation, the Bunga, 150 miles. The Balui, 350, the Ubanga and Ngala, 450 miles, together, the Itambiri, 250 miles, the Kuku, 60 miles, the Bier 96 miles, the Chofu, 25 miles. This section alone, therefore, gives a direct steam mileage of 5,250 miles, and the rivers drain an area of over 1 million square miles. Stanley says the wealth of equatorial Africa lies in this section. It is cut by the equator, whose rainbelt discharges showers for 10 months in the year. North and south from the equator, the dry periods are longer. The population of the section, Stanley estimates to be 43,500,000. His observations were, of course, confined to the river districts, but other travelers confirm his estimates. Weisman says of the Lubilash country, it is densely peopled and some of the villages are miles in length. They are clean, with commodious houses shaded by oil palms and bananas, and surrounded by carefully divided fields in which, quite contrary to the usual African practice, man is seen to till the fields while women attend to household offices. From the Lubilash to the Lumani there stretches almost uninterruptedly a prairie region of great fertility, the future pasture grounds of the world. The reddish loam, overlying the granite, bears luxuriant grass and clumps of trees, and only the banks are densely wooded. The rain falls during 8 months of the year, from September to April, but they are not excessive. The temperature varies, from 63 degrees to 81 degrees, but occasionally, in the dry season, falls as low as 45 degrees. The southeastern portion of this section is, on the authority of Tipu Tib, who doubtless ranged it more extensively than any other man, dotted with villages, some of which took him 2 hours to pass through. The country is a succession of prairies and parks, of rare fertility and beauty. On the north and northeast of this section is the residence of the Monbuttis, Nyams and Dinkas, all powerful tribes, living in comparative peace, having neat villages surrounded by fruitful plantations, lovers of the chase. Rich in herds of fine cattle, skilled in the manufacture of spears and utensils of iron, experts in pottery making and ornamentation, light of form but wonderfully agile, a copper rather than black color, and very numerous. Says Swinefirth, from the Welly River to the residence of the Monbutta king, Munza, the way leads through a country of marvelous beauty, an almost unbroken line of the primitively simple dwellings extending on either side of the caravan route. The Nyam country alone he estimates at 5,400 square miles in extent, with a population of 2 million, which would give the extraordinary rate of 370 to the square mile. Stanley's own observation on the Mohindu and Itambiri River fully confirmed the story of Myongo respecting the Lulungu, that the further he traveled from the banks of the river the thicker he would find the population. All of this immense section is capable of the richest and most varied vegetable productions. True, until intercourse comes about by steam, or otherwise, but little use can be made of these products, yet there they are in abundance now, and susceptible of infinite additions under the care of intelligent tillage. There is an almost infinite variety of palms, the most useful of which is the oil palm, whose nut supplies the dark red palm oil, which has proved such a source of wealth in the oil river regions of the Niger country and on the west coast in general. The kernel of these nuts makes an oil cake which is excellent for fattening and conditioning cattle. This palm towers in every forest grove and beautifies every island in the rivers. In many places it constitutes the entire forest, to the exclusion of trees of harder wood and sturdier growth. As each tree yields from 500 to 1,000 nuts, some idea of the commercial value of each can be gathered. Another valuable plant in commerce and one which abounds in this section is the India rubber plant. It is of three kinds, all of them prolific, and all as yet untouched. Stanley estimates that enough India rubber could be gathered on the islands of the Congo and in the adjacent forests on the shores, in 1 year, to pay for the construction of a Congo railway. Then there are other gums, useful for varnishes, as the white and red opal. These are gathered and treasured by the natives of the fishing villages, and used as torches while fishing, but they know nothing of their value in the arts. Vegetable oils are extracted from the groundnut, the oilberry, and the castor plant. The groundnut oils are used by the natives for lights, the extract of the oilberry is used for cooking, while the castor oils are used as medicine, just as with civilized people. Whole areas of forest are covered with dense canopies of orchilla, useful as a dye, and every village has a supply of redwood powder. But in nothing are the forests and plains of this immense section so remarkable as in the variety and quality of the vegetation capable of producing commercial fibers. Here are endless supplies of paper material, rope material, material for baskets, mattings, and all kinds of cloths, such as we now make of hemp and jute. The more industrious and ingenious tribes run to specialties in turning luxuriant nature into account. The redwood powder of Lake Mantamba is counted the best. Eboko palm fiber matting ranks as the jute textiles of Scotland. The Iribu are the Japanese sunshade and floor mat makers. The Yalyalima are artists in the manufacture of double bells. The Ubangi are the Toledo sword makers of Africa. How bountiful their supply of iron is remains to be ascertained, but it is presumably a plentiful mineral, and its use among these people, not to say numerous other tribes, is evidence that the Stone Age of Africa was past. Long before the heathen of Europe and America had ceased to strike fire by flints in their chilly caverns, or crush one another's skulls with granite tomahawks. The iron spears and swords of some of these African tribes are models in their way, keen as Damascus blades and bright as if mirrored on Sheffield emery wheels. One of the comforts of civilization, the buffalo robe, is fast becoming a thing of the past. Africa may yet furnish a supply, or at least a valuable skin for tanning purposes, out of the numerous herds of buffalo which are found everywhere in this great central section. The kings and chiefs of the African tribes affect monkey skin drapery as royal dresses. If they knew the favor in which similar dresses were held upon our boulevards, they might take contracts to supply the fashionable outside world for generations, and thereby enrich themselves. Our tanneries, furrier shops and rug makers would go wild with delight over African invoices of goat skins, antelope hides, lion and leopard skins, if annual excursions of traders and hunters could be sent to the upper Congo country, at the cost of a through passage on an express train. And how our milliners would rejoice over the beauty and variety of bonnet decorations if they could reduce to possession even a tithe of the gorgeous plumage which flits incessantly through the forest spaces of tropical Africa. Then where in Africa is there not honey, sweet as that of Hybla or Hymettus, with its inseparable product, beeswax? Not all the perfumes of Arabia nor of the isles of the sea can equal in volume and fragrance the frankincense and myrrh of the Congo region. As to ivory, Stanley estimates the elephant herds of the Congo basin at 15,000 in number, each herd numbering 12 to 15 elephants, a total of 200,000 giants, each one walking about with 50 pounds of ivory in his head, or 10,000. 000 pounds in all, worth in the rough $25 million, or when manufactured, a sum sufficient to enrich a kingdom. Nor does he consider this estimate too large, for he had met travelers who had seen as many as 300 elephants in a single herd, and who had killed so many that their carcasses blocked the stream they were crossing. Major Vetch had killed 20 in one locality, and a missionary, Mr. Ingham, had, more in a self-supporting than in a sporting spirit, shot 25 and turned their tusks into money. For a century, the ivory trade has been an important one on the eastern coast of Africa, yet the field of supply has only been skirted. But civilization must tap and destroy this source of wealth, unless parks could be preserved and elephants reared for the sake of their ivory. Wonderful as are his figures respecting this resource, Stanley regards it as of little moment in comparison with other resources of the Great Basin. It would not equal in commercial value the pastime of the idle warriors of the basin, if each one were to find such in the picking of 1/3 of a pound of rubber a day for a year, or in the melting of 2/3 of a pound of palm oil. For then the aggregate of either would exceed $25 million in value, and nature would be none the poorer for the drain upon her resources. The same could be said if each warrior picked half a pound of gum copal per day, collected half a pound of orchilla, or ground out half a pound of redwood powder. Stanley, and indeed all explorers of Central Africa, are convinced that iron ore abounds. It must be that the iron formations are manifest, for the natives are not given to mining, yet most of the tribes are iron workers, patient and skillful, according to the unanimous testimony of travelers, and as the trophies sent home testify. Near Philippeville are copper mines which supply a large portion of western Africa with copper ingots. Among the Manyanga tribes, copper ingots are a commodity as common as vegetables and fowls. To the southeast of the upper Congo section are copper supplies for the numerous caravans that find ingress and egress by way of the Zambesi. Both Livingstone and Pinto found tribes on the upper Zambesi who were skillful coppersmiths. It is known that black lead exists in the Congo region. It has ever been a dream that Africa possessed rich gold fields. Though this dream was early dispelled as to the Gold Coast, it appertains as to other regions, for the roving Arabs are accustomed to return from their inland visits bearing bottles filled with gold dust, which they say they have filled from the beds of streams which they crossed. Every observer can inform himself as to the agricultural resources of Central Africa. It is an exception on the Upper Congo, and for that matter anywhere in Central Africa, to find a village without its cleared and cultivated plats for maize and sugarcane. And some of these plats have the extent and appearance of well-ordered plantations. Everywhere the banana and plantain flourish and yield a bountiful supply of wholesome, nourishing food. Millet is grown among some tribes for the sake of the flour it yields. But everywhere on the main river the chief dependence for a farinaceous diet is on the manioc plant, which yields the tapioca of commerce. The black bean grows almost without cultivation, and yields prolifically. There is hardly anything in the vegetable line that does not find a home in tropical Africa. The sweet potato grows to immense size, as do cucumbers, melons of all kinds, pumpkins, tomatoes, while cabbages, the Irish potato, the onion and other garden vegetables introduced from the temperate zone thrive in a most unexpected manner. Wherever the Arab traders and settlers have struck this section from the east they have introduced the cultivation of rice and wheat with success, and they have carried along the planting of the mango, lime, orange, lemon, pineapple and guava. All of which take hold, grow vigorously and produce liberally. All of these last have been tried on the Congo with the greatest encouragement. Then there is practically no limit to the spice plants found growing naturally in the Congo section and capable of introduction. Ginger and nutmeg are quite common amid the rich plant growth of the entire section. As the immense prairie stretches of the upper Congo and the lake regions may at no distant day become the grazing ground for the world's cattle supply, or the granary of nations, so the river bottoms, and the uplands as well, may become the cotton-producing areas of the manufacturing world. Cotton is indigenous and grows everywhere. It is especially fond of the cleared spots which mark the site of deserted villages, and asserts itself to the exclusion of other vegetation. It has neither frost nor drought to contend with, and nature has given it a soil in which it may revel, without the requirement of sedulous cultivation. It may well be asked in connection with this section, what is there which civilization demands, or is used to, for its table, its factory, or storehouse, that it does not produce, or cannot be made to produce? If it supports a population almost equal to that of Europe, a population without appliances for farming and manufacturing, a population of comparative idlers. What a surplus it might produce under intelligent management and with a moderate degree of industry. The native energy of Africa, even with the most advanced tribes, is sadly misdirected, or rather, not directed at all. The best muscle of every tribe is diverted to warlike pursuits or to the athleticism of the chase. Whilst it is not a rule that it is undignified for a full-grown male to work, the customs are such as to attract him into other channels of effort, so that the burden of work is thrown upon the women. They are the vegetable gardeners, the raisers of fowls and goats, and in the cattle regions of the upper Congo and Zambesi, they are the milkmaids, the calf raisers, and herd attendants. Therefore, African labor is today like African vegetation. It is labor run wild. It is a keen, excellent labor under the spur of reward, just as the African commercial sense is alive to all the tricks of trade. What it requires is instruction and proper direction, and with these one may find in tropical Africa a resource of far more value, both at home and abroad, than all the untold wealth of forest, soil or mine. We see and hear too little of the human resources of Africa. By this we do not mean that religion does not regard the African as a fit subject for conversion, nor that ethnology does not seek to study him as a curiosity, nor that commerce fails to use him as a convenience. Nor that the lust of the Orient has ceased to discuss him as a source of gratification, but we do mean that with all the writing about African resources and possibilities, the fertility of soil, the luxuriance of forest, the plenitude of minerals, the exuberance of animal life, there is but meager discussion of the place the native himself is to fill, considered also in the light of a natural resource. While we grow infatuated with descriptions of African wealth and possibility, we almost skip the mightiest problem Africa can reveal, the relationship its own people are to bear to its material development. Their status as factors in unfolding the inner continent to the outer world. The eyes of commercial and manufacturing Europe are so set upon the main advantage, to wit, that of grabbing African lands and appropriating at a cheap rate whatever is accessible, as to overlook the future of the native. Our own eyes have been so dimmed by the melancholy sight of the North American Indian fading away before our boasted civilization, or by sight of the sons of Africa forced into degradation at the behest of hard-hearted greed, as that they are actually blind to the human factor in African enterprise. With all our respect for civilization, it must be confessed that it has failed signally to use to advantage what it found God-made and at hand, when it struck new continents and islands. It has destroyed and supplanted, as on the American continents, the Pacific Islands, in southern Africa, in the East Indies. Is that to be the role of civilization in Central Africa? Does not that continent present a higher and more humanitarian problem? Driven to desperation by a baffling climate, yet spurred by an inordinate cupidity, will not the civilization of the white man be compelled to the exercise of a genius which shall embrace the native populations? Classify them as an indispensable resource, lift them to a plane of intelligent energy, look upon them as things of equality, and ultimately regard them as essentials in the art of progress and the race for development. We regard extinction of the African races as fatal to African development. There is no place in the world where the civilized commercial instinct crosses so directly the natural laws of the universe as in Africa. There is no place in the world where the ordinary forces of colonization are so nonplussed as in Africa. If we are to go ahead with our humanitarian and commercial and political problems in Africa, in the old-fashioned, uncompromising, brutal way. If Africa is to be civilized by the rejection of Africans, by their extinction or degradation, then will civilization commit a graver mistake and more heinous crime than when it forced the Indian into the lava bed, the Aztec into the Pacific or the Inca into bondage, and death in the mine. America has its race problem on hand, to be solved more by blacks than whites. Africa presents the same problem to the world. Whatever the white man may make out of African resource by following the usual formula of civilization, reduction, extirpation and so on the unchristian plea that the end justifies the means. That result can be safely increased 1,000 times if only it is not forgotten that the native is the true, the natural, factor in any rational and permanent scheme of development. The next section of Central Africa which comes under observation is that which is watered by the Lualaba, or in other words, the Congo, from Stanley Falls to Lake Benguela. This is an immense section, embracing 246,000 square miles, or a length of 1,260 miles. This section comprehends the several lakes on the Lualaba and the drainage system on both sides of that river, but excluding Tanganyika, and that part of the reservoir system known as the Mudanzige. Lake Benguela covers 10,000 square miles. Lake Moro, 2,700 square miles, and Lake Kasali, 2,200 square miles. From Stanley Falls to Nyangwe is 327 miles, all navigable, except the 6 miles below Nyangwe. On the right side, going up, the Lualaba receives the Leopold River, navigable for 30 miles, the Loa, navigable for an unknown distance, the Ulindi, 400 yards wide, and navigable, the Lira, a deep, clear stream, 300 yards wide. The Luama, 250 miles long, the Luigi, and Lukuga, the latter being the outlet of Lake Tanganyika. On the left side, the Lualaba receives the Black River, the Lamani, and the Kamalondo. Above Nyangwe, the main stream is again navigable to Moro Lake. Altogether there are 1,100 miles of navigable water in this section. It has, for 20 years, been a favorite stamping ground for slave traders, and its population has therefore been greatly decimated, yet Stanley estimates it at 6 million, embraced in 9 principal and many subordinate tribes. On the lower Lualaba are 4 important trading points, long used by the Arabs for their nefarious purposes, and all readily accessible to the eastern coast of Africa, over well-defined routes. These points are Kasongo, Nyangwe, Vibondo, and Kirundu. They are even more accessible from the west coast by way of the Congo, and Stanley regards them as valuable points for the gathering and dissemination of trade, since their populations have had 20 years of experience in traffic with outsiders. With their assistance the fine herds of cattle reared by the tribes of the plains east of the Lualaba might be brought to that river, and distributed along the entire length of the Congo, or even carried to European markets. This section is just as rich in natural products as that of the Upper Congo, and of the same general character. The Shambezi is the main stream pouring into Lake Benguela. Stanley makes it give a name to the section which embraces the headwaters of the Congo. It is a basin, walled in by high mountains whose sides and ravines furnish the springs of the Congo, and whose heights form the watershed between the Congo and Zambezi. The Shambezi is a large, clear, swift stream, with several important affluents. It runs through a country, overgrown with papyrus, rushes, and tall grasses, which are most wearisome to the traveler. The country abounds in food, and the people are civil and reasonable, as Livingstone says. The interminable prairies are broken only by occasional rows of forest, indicative of a stream or ravine. Much of the land is inundated during the rainy season, giving rise to swamps of great extent and of difficult passage. Where this is not the case, the land affords rich pasturage for the herds of the Babisa and other tribes engaged in stock raising. This remote but interesting section is not over 46,000 miles in extent, with a population of 500,000. As Stanley depends on Livingstone for his description of the Shambezi and Upper Lualaba country, and as this region was the object of a special journey by Livingstone, unfortunately for science and humanity. His last journey, it is proper to get an impression of it from the great explorer himself. He started for it from Delagoa Bay, by way of the Rovuma River, which empties into Delagoa Bay, on the east coast nearly halfway between the mouth of the Zambezi and Zanzibar. This river has its source well inland toward Lake Nyassa, and hence its ascent would bring him into the lake region. All this ground has now become historic through the English and Portuguese struggle for its permanent possession. Though the last of Livingstone's journeys it was his most hopeful. Says he, The mere animal pleasure of traveling in a wild, unexplored country is very great. When on lands of a couple of 1,000 feet elevation, brisk exercise imparts elasticity to the muscles, fresh and healthy blood circulates through the brain, the mind works well, the eye is clear, the step is firm. And the day's exertion always makes the evening's repose thoroughly enjoyable. We have usually the stimulus of remote chances of danger from man or beast. Our sympathies are drawn out toward our humble, hardy companions by a community of interests, and it may be of perils, which make us all friends. Nothing but the most pitiable puerility would lead any manly heart to make their inferiority a theme for self-exaltation. However, that is often done, as if with the vague idea that we can, by magnifying their deficiencies, demonstrate our own perfections. The effect of travel on a man whose heart is in the right place is, that the mind is made more self-reliant. It becomes more confident of its own resources, there is greater presence of mind. The body is soon well knit. The muscles of the limbs grow as hard as a board, and seem to have no fat. The countenance is bronzed and there is no dyspepsia. Africa is a most wonderful country for the appetite, and it is only when one gloats over marrow bones or elephant's feet that indigestion is possible. No doubt much toil is involved, and fatigue of which travelers in the more temperate climes can form but a faint conception. But the sweat of one's brow is no longer a curse when one works for God. It proves a tonic to the system and is actually a blessing. No one can truly appreciate the charm of repose unless he has undergone severe exertion. Thus buoyantly he started for the interior, employing a retinue of human carriers and servants, and supplementing them with camels, mules and trained buffaloes. It was, in some respects, the most unique caravan of exploration that ever entered an unknown land. As to camels for carriers, away from the desert and through trackless jungle and forest, it was in the nature of an experiment which soon grew tiresome and ended in failure. As to the mules, they soon fell a prey to the tsetse fly. As to the buffaloes, which, together with the native oxen, had stood him in good stead through all his wanderings in the Kalahari Desert, where they are in daily use as beasts of burden in the saddle by the natives. These too fell a victim to the merciless attack of the tsetse. He was therefore left with his two faithful attendants, Chuma and Susi, and his retinue of native carriers. Passing through the wonderful country which borders the Rovuma, a country of peaceful tribes and plentiful products, with nothing more than the usual adventures of an African traveler, he at last arrived at Lake Nyassa. At this lake, Livingstone was on the west side of what is now known as the Mozambique territory, though it is more familiar as Nyassaland. The lake is part of the northern Zambesi water system, and its outlet into that stream is through the river Shire. On account of the absence of boats, which were all in the hands of suspicious Arab slave merchants, he was forced to pass down the east side of the lake and cross over its outlet, the Shire. It was by the waters of this beautiful river and the Zambesi that Livingstone always hoped to secure an easy access to Central Africa. The only obstacles then were the foolish policy of the Portuguese with regard to custom duties at the mouth of the Zambesi, and the falls on the Shire which obstruct its navigation for 70 miles. Had he lived a few more years he would have seen both of these obstacles in part overcome, and the mission work of Bishop Steer, supplementing that of Bishop Mackenzie, so far forward as to girdle the lake with prosperous mission stations. As Livingstone rounded the southern end of the lake, he could not help recalling the fact that far down the Shire lay in its last sleep the body of the lamented Mackenzie. And that further down on the right bank of the Zambesi slept the remains of her whose death had changed all his future prospects. His prophecy that at no distant day civilization and the gospel would assert itself in this promising land is now meeting with fulfillment in the claims of England to a right-of-way into Central Africa through this very region. At the expense of Portugal, whose older right has been forfeited by non-use. In striking westward from the lake, Livingstone found the people to be a modification of the great Waiau branch, which extends from the lake to Mozambique. He was also impressed with the fact that but one stock inhabited all the country on the Zambesi, Shire, Lake Nyassa and Lake Tanganyika, owing to the slight difference in their dialects. The first tribe he came in contact with were both pastoral and agricultural. Their cattle ranged over grassy, fertile plains, and were characterized by the large hump on the shoulders, which seemed, in some instances, to weigh as much as 100 pounds. They cultivated very fine gardens, and all seemed to work, though the burden of labor fell on the slaves. Wild animals were plenty, and during Livingstone's stay in the village a woman was carried away and wholly devoured by a lion. In passing westward to the next village, his escort consisted of a large party of Wayao, accompanied by 6 women carriers, who bore supplies for their husbands, a part of which consisted of native beer. His course brought him upon that peculiarity of soil which characterizes all the head streams of the Shire County, the Zambesi and the Congo. He designates it as earth sponge. The vegetation about the streams falls down, but is not incorporated with the earth. It forms a rich, black loamy mass, 2 or 3 feet thick, which rests on the sand of the streams. When dry it cracks into gaps of 2 or 3 inches in width, but when wet it is converted into a sponge, which presents all the obstacles of a swamp or bog to the foot of the traveler. On this journey, he witnessed a native method of hunting with dogs and the basket trap. The trap is laid down in the track of some small animal and the dogs are put on the trail. The animal in its flight runs into the open mouth of the trap, and through a set of converging bamboo splits which prevent its return. Mice and rats are caught in similarly constructed traps, which are made of wire instead of wood. A similar method of catching wild animals of larger growth was formerly in vogue in the southern Zambesi section. Long leads of wattle palisading were erected, open at the base and gradually narrowing to an apex, in which a pit was dug covered over with a layer of grass. Hunters scoured the plains in extended circles, beating in all the game within the circles. The frightened beasts, pushed by the gradually closing hunters and demoralized by their antics and noises, rush into the trap prepared for them and fall helplessly into the pit, where they are captured. This method of hunting is called hopo. The village he reached was inhabited by the Manganza, who are extremely clever in the art of manufacture. Their looms turn out a strong serviceable cotton cloth. Their iron weapons show a taste for design not equaled by any of their neighbors, and it is the same with all implements relating to husbandry. Though far better artisans than the more distinctive Wayao, they are deficient in dash and courage. He was now at an elevation of 4,000 feet above the sea, in the midst of a very fine country, where the air was delightfully clear and delicious. The cultivation was so general, and the fields so regularly laid out, that it required but little imagination to picture it as an English scene. The trees were only in clumps, and marked the tops of ridges, the sites of villages or the places of sepulture. The people go well armed with bows and arrows, and fine knives of domestic manufacture, and being great hunters they have pretty well rid their section of game. The women wear their hair long, dress in reasonably full clothing, and have somewhat the appearance of the ancient Egyptians. The westward journey brought him to the Kanthunda people, partly plain dwellers and partly mountaineers. They are very pompous and ceremonious. Food was found in plenty, raised by their own hands, since game was well nigh extinct. The villages were now very frequent, mostly situated in groves composed of large trees. The country was broken into high ranges of hills with broad valley sweeps between. The thermometer frequently sank to 64 degrees at night, but the sun was intolerably hot during the day, necessitating short journeys. All this time Livingstone had been passing westward through the system which drains either into Lake Nyassa or directly into the Zambesi. His objective being the basin which supplies the head streams of the Congo, he turned his journey northward in the direction of the mountains which divide the 2 great river systems. The tribes he now struck were greatly harassed by the Mazuti, who stole their corn annually and made frequent raids for the capture of slaves. Yet they were hospitable and prosperous, being skillful weavers and iron workers. The country was mountainous, for he was on the divide between the waters which drain into Lake Nyassa and those which flow into the Longwa on the west, the latter being an important affluent of the Zambesi. Striking the headwaters of the Lokushwa, a tributary of the Longwa, he followed its course to the main stream, through a country of dwarf forests, and peoples collected in stockades, who were the smiths for a large region. making and selling hoes and other iron utensils. He crossed the Longwa at a point where it is 100 yards wide, and in a country abounding in game. It was here that he indulged in those regretful thoughts respecting the gradual passing away of the magnificent herds of wild animals, zebras, elands, buffaloes, giraffes, gnus, and numerous species of deer and antelope, which once roamed all over Central and South Africa, down to the Cape of Good Hope, which are every year being thinned away, or driven northwards. The lion, the boasted king of animals, makes a poor figure beside the tsetse fly in travelers' records. The general impression about him is that, in spite of his formidable strength, his imposing roaring, and his majestic mane, he is a coward and a skulker. Livingstone had a hearty contempt for the brute, though in his time he had been severely mauled and bitten by him. The lion, however, when sore pressed by hunger, has been known to pluck up sufficient courage to tear off the flimsy roof of a native hut and leap down upon the sleeping inmates. The elephant, a much grander animal in every respect, occasionally performs a similar feat, his motive being curiosity, or perhaps mischief, if one of his periodical fits of ill nature is upon him. A sight may now and again be got of a roaming rhinoceros tramping stolidly with surly gruntings through the depths of the thicket. A glade will be suddenly opened up where a group of shaggy buffaloes are grazing. Or a herd of startled giraffes will break away in a shambling gallop, their long necks swinging ungracefully to and fro, as they crash their way through the forest, like locomotive obelisks. Now and then a shot may be got at a troop of zebras, pallas, wild beast, or other big game animals, and the scanty larder be replenished for a time. But the traveler must often lay his account with being absolutely in want of food, and be fain, like Livingstone, to draw in his belt an inch or two in lieu of dinner. But the most gallant sport in these regions, excelling in danger and excitement even elephant hunting, is the chase of the hippopotamus. On the Longwa Livingstone met an entire tribe, the Makamwi, devoted exclusively to hippopotamus hunting. They reside in temporary huts on the islands, and when game gets scarce in one place they move to another. The flesh of the animals they kill is exchanged for grain brought to the river by the more settled tribes. In hunting, 2 men have charge of a long, shapely canoe. The men, one in the bow and one in the stern, use short, broad paddles, and as they guide the canoe down the river upon the sleeping hippopotamus, not a ripple is seen on the water. The paddlers seem to be holding their breaths and communicate by signs only. As they near their prey, the harpooner in the bow, lays down his paddle, rises slowly up, with his harpoon poised in his hand, and at the right moment plunges it into the animal near the heart. His companion in the stern now backs the canoe. At this stage there is little danger, for the beast remains for a time at the bottom of the river. But soon his surprise is over, the wound begins to smart, he feels the need of air, through exhaustion. The strong rope attached to the harpoon has a float fastened to one end, and this float designates the spot occupied by the beast. It is known that he will soon come to the surface, and the canoe now approaches the float, the harpooner having another harpoon poised in hand ready for a second throw. The situation is full of danger. Perhaps the second lunge is successful, but the beast generally comes up with an angry bellow and is ready to smash the canoe in his enormous jaws. Woe betide the occupants, unless they seek safety in the water. This they are often forced to do, but even then are not safe, unless they swim below the surface. Other canoes now come up and each one sends an harpoon into the body of the prey. Then they all begin to pull on the connecting ropes, dragging the beast hither and thither, till it succumbs through loss of blood. Swarms of crocodiles invariably crowd about the scene, attracted by the scent of the bleeding carcass. The people he met with after passing the Longwa were less civil, yet by no means hostile. The forests were of larger growth and more extensive. Animal life was rich in variety, as much so as on the Zambesi itself, and it was nothing unusual to bring down a gnu, an eland, and other royal animals in the same day. The country was a wide valley stretch, clothed with vegetation and very fertile. It reached to the Lobemba country, whose people are crafty and given to falsehoods. They are fond of hunting and attack the elephant with dogs and spears. The land is beautiful and fruitful, but the tribes have been torn by slave raiders and intestinal wars. The Babisa people, further north, are franker and better off. They trade without urging, and are given to much social gaiety. Livingstone witnessed in their midst the performance of the rain dance by 4 females, who appeared with their faces smeared, with war hatchets in their hands, and singing in imitation of the male voice. These people degenerate as the northern brim of the Longwa Valley is approached, and are dependent for food on wild fruits, roots and leaves. Passing further up among the headstreams of the Longwa, the country becomes a succession of enormous earth waves, sustaining a heavy growth of jungle, without traces of paths. Marks of elephant and buffalo feet are frequent in the oozy soil about the streams, but the animals are shy. Serpents are plenty, and every now and then cobras and puff adders are seen in the trails. The climate is delightful, bordering on cool, for now it must be understood, the elevation is high, the traveler being well up on the watershed between the Congo and Zambesi. At length the mountain ranges are scaled, and the streams begin to run westward into the Shambezi, the main head stream of the Congo. The wet season dawns and all the rivulets are full. The sponge which composes their banks is soggy, so that the feet slip and are constantly wet. All around is forest, deep and luxuriant. The low tribes of the Babisa extend over the mountain tips and partly down the western slopes, carrying along their mean habits and showing the wreck occasioned by the Arab slave merchants. They could furnish only mushrooms and elephants to Livingstone, and these at fancy prices. It was here that Livingstone met with that mishap which contributed to his untimely end. His 2 Wayao guides deserted, taking along his medicine chest. He felt as if he had received his death sentence, like poor Bishop Mackenzie, for the forest was damp and the rain almost incessant. From this time on, Livingstone's constitution was continually sapped by the effect of fever poison, which he was powerless to counteract. Livingstone was now clearly on the Congo watershed and was making his way toward the Shambezi. The people were shrewd traders, but poorly off for food. Camwood and opal trees constituted the forests. There was an abundance of animal life. Pushing his way down the Mavushi affluent, he at length reached the Shambezi, wending its way toward Lake Bangweila, in a westerly direction. It is a full-running stream, abounding in hippopotami, crocodiles and lizards. A crossing was made with difficulty, and the journey lay through extensive flooded flats. The villages were now mostly in the lowlands and surrounded by stockades as a protection against wild beasts. Elephants and buffaloes were plenty. Lions frequently picked off the villagers, and 2 men were thus killed at the village of Malemba the day before Livingstone's arrival. Forests were still deep and dark, but the gardens were large. At Malemba he met King Chitapangwa, who gave him the royal reception described elsewhere in this volume, and presented him with a cow, plenty of maize and calabashes and a supply of hippopotamus flesh. The king was one of the best-natured men Livingstone had met. The huts literally swarmed with a bird, like the water wagtail, which seemed to be sacred, as in the Bechuana country. Here too the boys were of a lively type and fond of sport. They captured smaller game and birds, but were not as skillful as the young people of Zulu and Bechuana land, where the kiri weapon is handled with so much skill. This kiri is made of wood or rhinoceros horn, and varies from a foot to a yard in length, having at one end a knob as large as a hen's egg. It is often used in hand-to-hand conflicts, but is the favorite weapon of the hunter, who hurls it, even at game on the wing, with marvelous precision. Livingstone did not descend into the lowlands on the lower Shambezi and about Lake Bangweila, but kept heading northward on the skirts of the Congo watershed, in the direction of Tanganyika. He found about all the streams the spongy soil which so impeded his steps, the same alternations of hill and plain, forest and jungle. Everywhere were evidences of that gigantic and plentiful animal life which characterizes tropical Africa. To this wonderful exuberance was now added herds of wild hogs, whose leaders were even more formidable looking than the boars of the German forests. In his course toward Tanganyika he passed the people of Moamba who import copper from Katanga and manufacture it into a very fine wire for ornaments and animal traps. The Babemba villages were passed, a tribe living within close stockades, and more warlike than those to the south. The banana now begins to flourish, and herds of cattle denote a pastoral life. Tobacco is grown in quantities sufficient for a home supply. Hunting is carried on by means of the hopo hedges, within whose bounds the wild beasts are frightened by circles of hunters. In the Bulungu country, Livingstone found Lake Liemba, amid a beautiful landscape. The chief, Kasongo, gave him a royal reception. He was gratified here to find men from Tanganyika. The lake is at the bottom of a basin whose sides are nearly perpendicular but tree-covered. Down over the rocks pour beautiful cascades, and buffaloes, elephants and antelopes wander on the more level spots, while lions roar by night. The villages are surrounded by luxuriant palm oil trees, whose bunches of fruit grow so large as to require 2 men to carry them. The Bulungu are an excessively polite people, but chary of information and loath to trade. This is because they have been so much raided by the Arabs and native Mazitu. The waters of this lake appear to drain to the north into Tanganyika, but more probably by some other outlet to the Congo. Livingstone had never seen elephants so plenty as in this section. They came all about his camp and might be seen at any time eating reachable foliage, or grubbing lustily at the roots of small trees in order to prostrate them so as to get at their stems and leaves. At Mombo's village were found cotton fields and men and women skilled in weaving. Elephants abounded and did much damage to the sorghum patches and corn safes. Leopards were destructive to the goat herds. Bird life was even more various than on the Zambesi. Though weakened by fever, Livingstone determined to deflect westward toward Lake Moro, on the line of the Lualaba, and in the heart of the basin which gathers the Congo waters. The route lay through a prairie region, well watered by brisk streams. The Wasongo people have herds of cattle, which they house with care, and a plentiful supply of milk, butter and cheese. But they were frequently disturbed by Arab slave stealers, and their supplies of cattle were often raided by hostile neighbors. It was here that Livingstone came upon the caravan of Tipu Tib, who even at that date seems to have been a marauding genius, greatly feared by the natives for his craftiness and cruelty. The tribe of King Nsama proved to be an interesting one. The people are regular-featured and good-looking, having few of the lineaments of their darker coast brethren. The women wear their hair in tasteful fashion and are of comely form. King Nsama seemed to have been a Napoleon in the land, till about the time of Livingstone's visit when he had received a Waterloo at the hand of the Arabs. Livingstone now came to the Chisara River, a mile wide, and flowing into Lake Moro. The land on both sides of the stream sloped down to the banks in long, fertile stretches over which roamed elephants, buffaloes and zebras. The people were numerous and friendly. They find plenty of food in the large game which inhabits their district. There was the same plenty of zebras, buffalo and hippopotami over the flat stretch which brought him to the Kamasanga River. Crossing this stream he was in the country of the Kurungu, who live in close stockades and are by nature timid. They were cherry traders, though they had abundance of ivory and their granaries were filled with corn. It was all the result of intimidation by the Arab slavers, and, it must be remembered that Livingstone was following in the track of one of their caravans. Bending a little to the southwest the country was well wooded and peopled. Large game was still plenty and the natives captured an abundant supply of food. The Choma River was reached, abounding in hippopotami and crocodiles. The natives fled on the approach of the party and it was with difficulty that a supply of food could be bought. Beyond, and over a long line of hills, the natives became less timid. Here the party met a large herd of buffaloes from which a supply of meat was obtained. Their course now bore them to the Luo, flanked by granite hills which continue all the way to Moro. All the valleys in this part of the Congo basin are beautiful, reminding one of English or American scenery. The soil is very rich. The people live amid plenty, procured from their gardens and the chase. They would be friendly if left alone, but they can hardly be said to lead natural lives owing to the frequency and cruelty of Arab raids. As the lake is neared, the villages become more frequent. The lake is reached at last. It is a large body of water flanked by mountains on the east and west. The immediate banks are sand, skirted by tropical vegetation, in the midst of which the fishermen build their huts. There are many varieties of fish in the waters, and some of them are large and fine. At the north end is the outflow of the lake into the Lualaba River, whose continuation becomes the Congo. The inflow at the south end, Livingstone calls the Luapula, which name, he says, it keeps up to Lake Benguela. Beyond that it is the Shambezi whose headwaters he had already crossed. West of the lake is the Rua country. The people about the lake are Babemba, timid to a fault and hard to trade with. Though reduced by fever, the infatuation of travel was so strong in Livingstone, that he turned southerly along the lake and struck for the unknown regions, about its southern end. He crossed an important tributary, the Kalangosi, whose waters were literally alive with fish, from the lake, seeking places to spawn. South of this stream the people are the Limda, not friendly disposed, yet not hostile. They are of the true Negro type, and are great fishermen and gatherers of salt on the lake. The forests are not of rank growth, and the wood is chiefly bark cloth and gum opal, the latter exuding its gum in large quantities, which enters the ground and is preserved in large cakes for the use of future generations. The streams are now very frequent, and difficult to cross when swollen. After crossing the Limda he was in the Kasembe country, which is very rich and populous, growing the finest of palm oil and groundnuts. The capital village is in the center of a plain, and is more a Mohammedan than a native town. As neither goats, sheep nor cattle thrive, the people depend on fish and vegetables for food. Every hut had a cassava garden about it, and honey and coffee were plenty, as were maize, beans and nuts. The Kasembe take their name from the chief or ruler, who is a pharaoh or general, called the Kasembe, the 9th generation of which was on the throne when Livingstone was there. He gave him a royal reception, differing in many respects from all others which he had received. Kasembe had a dwarf, captured from some of the northern tribes, who figured as clown of the occasion. Then his wife appeared as a conspicuous mistress of ceremonies, preceded by men brandishing battle axes, beating on hollow instruments, and yelling at the crowd to clear the way. She was a comely-looking personage of light color and regular features. In her hand were 2 enormous pipes filled ready for smoking. This procession was followed by the Kasembe, whose smile of welcome would have been captivating but for the fact that he was accompanied by his executioner, bearing a broad Limda sword and a large pair of scissors for cropping the ears of offenders. The queen is a thorough agriculturist, and pays particular attention to her fields of cassava, sweet potatoes, maize, sorghum, millet, ground nuts and cotton. The people as a whole are rough-mannered and positively brutal among themselves. Livingstone spent a month among them, before he could get an escort to take him through the swamps to the southern end of Moro, which he was anxious to explore further. The Kasembe, like many other tribes on the headwaters of the Congo, procure copper ore from Katanga, on the west, and work it into bracelets, anklets and fine wire for baskets and traps. They have been visited time and again by the Portuguese. By and by Livingstone bade Kasembe farewell and pushed for the southern and western shores of the lake. He took views from many points on the Rua Mountains and approached its shores at many points. At every shore approach there was a profusion of moisture and of tropical forests abounding in buffaloes and elephants, while the open spaces gave views of pasturing zebras. The latter had not yet become an object of chase as in the land south of the Zambesi, where they give great sport to both native and foreign hunters and where so much of the larger game has been swept away by inconsiderate sportsmen. Lions and leopards were also plenty, and the camps had to be guarded nightly against them. The population about the lake is everywhere dense, and the fish supply limitless. Livingstone found the lake, at his various points of observation from the Rua Heights, to be from 30 to 60 miles wide, and the natives claimed that it was larger than Tanganyika. They do not pretend to cross the lake in boats, deeming it too long and dangerous a journey, in a country where storms are frequent and the waters are apt to be lashed into fury by the winds. The circuit of Lake Moro, the almost continuous wading of swamps and crossing of swollen streams, the arrival at Kisembe again and the expression of a determination to go still further south into the swampy regions, to discover Lake Bemba. Or Benguela, instead of back to Tanganyika, where rest and medicine could be had, caused the desertion of Livingstone's entire traveling force except his always faithful Chuma and Susie. But having attained the consent of Kisembe to proceed, and having re-equipped himself as best he could, he started for Benguela, keeping parallel with the Luapula, but a day's march away from its swamps. Even then, the crossing of the frequent tributaries made his journey tedious and dangerous. It was through a region of hill and vale, forest and plain, of varied geological formation. At many points he came upon developments of iron ore, which the natives worked, and he had no doubt that this valuable mineral existed in abundance in this region. It ought to be remembered that the Katanga copper region, whence all the eastern coast draws a supply, lies but a few days' journey west of the Luapula, and in this part of the Congo basin. The people were the Banyamwezi, smart traders and given to lying like Greeks. They are populous, but having been raided by the Mazitu, many of their villages were deserted. Passing through their country, the land becomes flat and forest-covered, and so continues all the way to Benguela. The streams are all banked by the juicy sponge, before described, which make traveling so treacherous and tiresome. All the forests are infested with lions and leopards, necessitating the greatest care at night. It was January 18, 1868, when Livingstone first set eyes on Lake Benguela. The country around the lake is all flat and free from trees, except the Masakizi, which is spared for its dense foliage and fatty oil. The people have canoes and are expert fishermen. They are numerous, especially on the large islands of the lake. The variety of fish is numerous, and some are taken which measure 4 feet in length. The bottom of the lake is sandy, and the shores reedy. During windy weather the waters become quite rough and dangerous. The islanders have herds of goats and flocks of fowls, and are industrious and peaceable, not given to curiosity, but sitting unconcernedly in weaving their cotton or knitting their nets, as a stranger passes by. According to Livingstone's estimate, this splendid body of water is some 150 miles long by 80 broad. The Lokinga Mountains, extending from the southeast to the southwest, are visible, and this range joins the Mach 1 range, west of Katanga, which range is the watershed between the Zambezi and Congo basins. The people are still the Banyamwezi. Besides being skilled in weaving cotton and in net-making, they are expert copper workers. In forging they use a cone-shaped hammer, without a handle. They use bellows, made of goat skin and wood. With these they smelt large ingots of copper in a pot, and pour it into molds, which give a rough shape to the article they wish to forge. Livingstone's observations in this section taught him that there was no such thing as a rainy zone, to account for the periodical rise of rivers like the Nile and Congo. From May to October is a comparatively dry season, and from October to May almost every day gave a thunder shower, but there is no such continuous downpour as has been imagined by meteorologists in Europe. He accounts for the humidity of both the Congo and Zambezi watersheds, by the meeting of the easterly and westerly winds in that section, thus precipitating the evaporations of both oceans in mid-Africa. It is certain that the Congo does not get its yellow hue from its headwaters, for all the streams run clear even when swollen. The sponges, or bogs, which are so frequent are accounted for by the fact that some 6 to 8 feet beneath the surface is a formation of sand which cakes at the bottom, thus holding up the saturated soil above and preventing the escape of the water. The same is true of large sections on the Zambezi, and especially in the Kalahari Desert, though the vegetable mold is wanting on the top. In that desert wells must be dug only so deep. If water does not come, they must be dug in another place. To puncture the substratum of caked sand is to make an escape for the water, and create a dearth in an entire drainage system. A peculiarity of the sponge everywhere is that it absorbs so much water as to keep the streams from flooding till long after the shower. Then they assume what would be an unaccountable flow, but for knowledge of the fact that it has taken several hours for the rainfall to penetrate them. When traveling on the Limda, Livingstone had great trouble with his ox teams, which became invariably bogged in the sponges, and when they saw the clear sand in the center of the streams, they usually plunged head foremost for it, leaving nothing in sight but their tails. Livingstone's return from Benguela to Kasembe gave him no opportunity for observation, owing to the fact that the tribes were at war with one another, instigated by the Arabs, who were gathering a rich crop of slaves. Yet this misfortune was compensated in part by a return of his deserters to his service, on his arrival at Kasembe, thereby enabling him to continue his northward journey more comfortably, and to run the gauntlet of the contending tribes with greater safety. His journey to Tanganyika, arrival at Ujiji, sickness there, receipt of welcome stores from the coast, slow recovery, make a sad history, but does not add to our knowledge of the natural features and resources of the Congo region. However, our interest is again awakened in this heroic adventure when we find him once more on his feet and resolved to visit the land of the Manyuema, off to the west and on the Lualaba, in the very heart of the upper Congo Valley, and the stamping ground of the now celebrated Tipu Tib. The Manyuema country was then unknown, and Livingstone went in the trail of the first of those Arab hordes which ever visited it, but whose repeated visits in quest of ivory and slaves have carried murder, fire, theft and destruction to a once undisturbed, if not happy people. The journey lay from Kasenj, on the west coast of Tanganyika, near its middle, in a northwest direction to the great market town of Nyangwe, on the Lualaba, or Upper Congo. He found the route hilly but comparatively open. Villages were frequent and the natives friendly, till the Manyuema themselves were reached. There was an abundance of elephants and buffaloes, which kept them supplied with meat. Where forests grew, the trees were of gigantic proportions, and very dense, affording a complete escape for wild animals when exhausted or crippled in the chase. The native huts were of a superior kind, with sleeping apartments raised from the ground. The soil was fertile, and the cultivation of vegetables was general. On the route they came into the region of the oil palm, which does not flourish eastward of this, but assumes a more gigantic growth as the western coast is approached. A little more than midway between Tanganyika and Nyangwe, is Bambar, a flourishing village, surrounded by gardens, which the men help to cultivate, though all the other duties of farm and house are imposed upon the women, who are actual hewers of wood and drawers of water, for the tribe. They made willing carriers, and are of comely form. Here the soko is believed to be a charm for rain. One was caught for meteorological purposes, with the result that the captor had the ends of 2 fingers and toes bitten off. Livingstone saw the nest of a soko, or gorilla, and pronounced it a poor architectural contrivance. A young soko, however, he regarded as the most wonderful object in nature, so ugly as to excite astonishment, yet so quaint as to stimulate curiosity. Like the kangaroo, it leaves one in doubt whether repulsion or attraction is uppermost in the mind when viewing it. In the vicinity are hot springs, and earthquakes are common, passing from east to west. The tribes of Bambar hold the Manyuema in great fear, regarding them as of man-eating propensity. Leaving Bambar, Livingstone was soon in the extensive country of the famed Manyuema, a tribe, or rather an entire people, hardly surpassed for size and power by even the Zulus, Makalolos, Ugandas or Nyams. A tribe whose name is one of terror far below Stanley Falls and far above Nyangwe, and whose unamiable qualities have of late years been greatly increased by the hold which Tipu Tib, the Arab imperator on Lualaba, has gotten upon them. Livingstone's journey toward their capital was through the most remarkable country he had seen in Central Africa. He had elephant and rhinoceros meat of his own shooting, and plenty to trade to the natives for other dainties. The land is a beautiful succession of hills and dales. The villages are frequent and perched on the slopes so as to secure quick drainage. The streets run east and west in order that the blazing sun may lick up the moisture. The dwellings are in perfect line, with low thatched roofs, and every here and there are larger establishments with grounds, which answer for public assemblages. The walls are of beaten clay, and the insides are cozy and clean. The clay walls are so compact as to stand for ages, and frequently men return, after a site has been deserted for generations, to repair and reoccupy their ancestral abodes. The people practiced the rite of circumcision, after the manner of the Abyssinians or Hebrews. The women are good housekeepers, and preserve their food from the ants, which are in great numbers and of many varieties, by slinging it from the ceiling of their huts in earthen pots or neatly made baskets. Palms crown the heights of all the mountains and hills, and the forests, usually of a width of 5 miles between the groups of villages, are indescribable for their luxuriance and beauty. Climbers fold themselves gracefully over the gigantic trees, wild fruit abounds, and monkeys and brilliant birds skip and flit from bough to bough, with continuous chatter and chirp. The soil is excessively rich and the people cultivate largely, even though they are much separated by feuds and dense forest reaches. Their maize bends its fruit stalk round like a hook. They insert poles in the ground for fences, and these soon sprout, making substantial and impervious hedges. Climbing plants are trained from pole to pole, and to these are suspended the ears of corn to dry. This upright granary forms a wall around the entire village, and the women take down corn at their will and distribute it to the men. The women are very naked. They are thrifty, however, and may be seen on any market day carrying their produce to the villages on their heads, or slung in receptacles over their shoulders. No women could be fonder of beads and ornaments than they, and Livingstone found them easy to trade with, when at all friendly. The receptions Livingstone met with in the various villages, as he neared the Lualaba, were as various as the humors of the people. Some received him gladly, others with suspicion, and still others with rudeness, saying, "If you have food at home, why come you so far and spend your beads to buy it here?" On the Luamo, a tributary of the Lualaba, 200 yards broad and very deep, the chiefs proved so hostile as to refuse to lend their canoes to the party to cross over. The women were particularly outspoken, and claimed that the party were identical with the cruel strangers, Arabs, who had lately robbed them. At length the warriors of the place surrounded the party, with their spears and huge wooden shields, and marched them bodily out of the district. Wherever the wood has been cleared in this section, the soil immediately brings a crop of gigantic grasses. These are burned annually. Livingstone's way now deflected to the north, through kindlier villages, separated by damp forests. The rainy season was on and the streams were all swollen. Evidences of large game were all around him. He passed an elephant trap, which was made of a log of heavy wood 20 feet long, with a hole at one end through which a vine passed to suspend it. At the other end a lance of wood, 4 feet long, is inserted. A latch string runs to the ground, which, when touched by the animal's foot, causes the log to fall, and its great weight drives the lance into the animal's body. The people here were more friendly and very curious as they never had seen a white man before. They have a terrible dread of the Arabs, and strange to say the Arabs feared them as much, for nothing could convince an Arab that the Manyuema are not cannibals. It must be remembered that Livingstone wrote some years ago and before the Arabs acquired supremacy over these natives. It is a peculiarity of African tribes that nothing can exceed the terror inspired by a reputation in another tribe for cannibalism. It was a common thing on the Shire and Zambesi, for Livingstone to hear the natives there speak of tribes far away to the north, like diseases, they are always far away, who eat human bodies. And on every occasion the fact was related with the utmost horror and disgust. Livingstone never took stock in these stories, nor in the wilder ones of the Arabs, and he mentions no authenticated case of cannibalism in all his volumes. It is more than likely that African cannibalism exists only in the imagination of persons who prefer sensation to fact. Livingstone seems to have become bewildered on this northward journey, and crossed his track with the intention of making more directly for the Lualaba. Though he found the people kind and the country indescribably rich in vegetation, the way was difficult owing to the softness of the ground and the swollen streams. He however succeeded, with much hardship, in getting back to the route direct from Bambar to the river. On this route the villages were almost continuous, as many as 9 being passed in a single day. The people were kindly disposed and very curious. They brought food willingly, traded eagerly, preferring bracelets to beads, and in one village he was received by a band, composed of calabashes. Goat and sheep herds were plenty, tended mostly by children, who lived among and loved their charges as if they were human beings. A grass burning resulted in the capture of 4 sokos by the natives, besides other animals. The full-grown soko would do well to stand for a picture of the devil. One of them, it appears, was a young one, which gave Livingstone an opportunity for study. His light yellow face showed off his ugly whiskers and faint apology for a beard. The forehead, villainously low, with high ears, was well in the background of a great dog mouth. The teeth were slightly human, but the canines showed the beast by their large development. The hands, or rather fingers, were like those of the natives. The flesh of the feet was yellow. The eagerness with which the Manyuema devoured it left the impression that eating sokos was a good way to get up a reputation for cannibalism. The soko sometimes kills the leopard by seizing both paws and biting them, but often gets disemboweled in the attempt. Lions kill sokos with a bound, tear them to pieces, but seldom eat them. They live in communities of about 10, each male having a single wife. Interference with a wife is visited by the resentment of all the other males, who catch and cuff the offender till he screams for mercy. Livingstone was now sorely detained by sickness and the desertion of his carriers. The delay gave him opportunity to note the characteristics of the Manyuema country with more particularity. It is not a healthy country, not so much from fever as from debility of the whole system induced by damp, cold and indigestion. This general weakness is ascribed by some to the free use of maize as food, which produces weakness of the bowels and choleric purging. Rheumatism is common and cuts the natives off. The Arabs fear this disease, and when attacked come to a standstill till it is cured. Tapeworm is frequent, and the natives know no remedy for it. The natives have wonderful stores of ivory which the Arabs are eager for. They cultivate the ground with the hoe, but their hoeing is little better than scraping the ground, and cutting through the roots of the grasses. This careless husbandry leaves the roots of maize, ground nuts, sweet potatoes and sorghum to find their way into the rich, soft soil, which they succeed in doing. The ground nuts and cassava hold their own against the grasses for years. Bananas grow vigorously on the cleared spaces. The great want of the Manyuema is national life. Of this they have none. Each head man is independent of each other. Of industry they have no lack, and the villagers are orderly toward each other, but they go no further. If a man of another district ventures among them, he is not regarded with more favor as a Manyuema than one of a herd of buffaloes is by the rest, and on the slightest provocation he is likely to be killed. They buy their wives from one another. A pretty girl brings 10 goats. The new wife is led to the new home by the husband, where 5 days are spent, then she is led back to her home for 5 days, after which she comes to her new home permanently. Many of the women are handsome, having perfect forms and limbs. The conviction of Livingstone, after his experience with these people, was that if a man goes with a good-natured and civil tongue, he may pass through the worst people in Africa unharmed. He also draws a fine line between the unmixed and mixed African races, by a narrative of experience on the Shire River. One of a mixed race stepped into the water to swim off to a boat, and was seized by a crocodile. The poor fellow held up his hands and screamed for help. Not a man went to his help, but allowed him to perish. When at Senna, in the Makalolo country, a woman was seized by a crocodile. Instantly 4 natives rushed unbidden and rescued her, though they knew nothing about her. These incidents are typical of the two races. Those of mixed blood possess the vices of both races and the virtues of neither. The fact that there is no supreme chief among the Manyuema, makes it difficult to punish murder except by war, and the feud is made worse, being transmitted from generation to generation. This state of affairs, when it came to be understood by such a crafty statesman as Tipu Tib, contributed to his victory over the people, and that peculiar sovereignty which he exercises. Livingstone got away from this place of confinement, and crossed the Mamahila, on his journey to Nyangwe. The country was a fine grassy plain watered by numerous rills, and skirted by mountains on either side, on which perched the neat villages of the natives. Then forests intervene of even more luxuriant growth than before, to be again succeeded by plains. The people seem to grow more stately and shapely, the women being singularly perfect in hands, feet and limbs, and of light brown color, but all with the orifices of their noses enlarged by excessive snuff-taking. The humor of the villagers depended on how lately they had been raided by the Arabs. They seemed also to grow more clever in art, for now many forges were seen in active operation where iron was being shaped into spears and utensils. At length the Lualaba is reached at Nyangwe, the capital of the Manyuema country, and the greatest market town in Central Africa. Long before Livingstone reached it he met upon the route hundreds of women wending their way thither with their marketing in baskets on their heads or slung in receptacles on their shoulders. As they trudged cheerfully along full of thought as to what they would receive in exchange or what they would buy, he could not help contrasting their condition with that of the women bent on a like errand in his own country. Where the labor might be the same, but where there was happy exemption from such scenes of bloodshed as he was forced to witness while there. But as these have been already narrated, the reader is here spared their horrible review. The Manyuema prefer to do all their business in open market. If one says, "Come, sell me that fowl, or cloth," the reply is, "Come to the marketplace." The values there are more satisfactory and the transaction is open. The people had a fear of Livingstone, because they could not disassociate him from the Arab half-castes who had brought upon them untold misery. He found the Lualaba at Nyangwe to be 20 feet deep in midstream and subject to annual overflow just like the Nile, a mighty river, he says, 3,000 yards wide, with steep banks and full of islands. The current runs at the rate of 2 miles an hour. His greatest trouble was to get a canoe to take him across the river. The natives thought his request for a large canoe, with which he intended to explore the river, meant war upon them, so they sent only small ones, capable of carrying 2 or 3 men, and which were entirely unfit for his purposes. The Manyuema on the left bank of the Lualaba, opposite Nyangwe, are called Bajinya. There are salt springs in their district, and they manufacture the salt for the Nyangwe market, by boiling the brine. The salutations of the Manyuema are the same as those of the Bechuana people of the Kalahari Desert, and indeed many of their customs reminded Livingstone of what he had seen south of the Zambesi, among the respective tribes. The natives of Nyangwe denied to Livingstone the stories of cannibalism that had been circulated about them. They never eat human flesh, unless it be the bodies of enemies killed in war, and not then through any liking for the flesh, which is salty and unpalatable, but because it makes them dream of the dead man, and, as it were, kill them over in their sleep. This a very comfortable way of getting a second vengeance, and is nearly allied to the reasoning which is at the bottom of cannibalism in the South Sea Islands, to wit, belief that the blood of a brave and fallen enemy transplants his bravery to the veins of him who partakes of it. Cannibalism, for the sheer love of eating human flesh, don't exist in the world. It is a creation of the imagination, a product of the tale-telling spirit, and is not fair to the pagan races. Livingstone seems never to tire of praising the physical proportions of the Manyuema and says, he would back a company of them, for shape of head and physical form, male and female, against the whole anthropological society. He was surprised at the extent of country embraced in the Arab incursions. On questioning the slaves brought to Nyangwe by these marauders, he found them members of tribes far up and down the Lualaba, and westward of it many days' journey. The copper of Katanga reaches the Nyangwe market, and is readily bought up at high figures, in barter. The great market of Nyangwe is held every 3rd day. It is a busy scene, and every trader is in dead earnest. Vendors of fish run about with potsherds full of snails and small fishes, or with smoked fishes strung on twigs, to exchange for cassava, potatoes, grain, bananas, flour, palm oil, fowls, salt, pepper, and various vegetables. Each is bent on exchanging food for relishes, and the assertions of quality are as strong as in a civilized mart. The sweat stands out on their faces, cocks crow briskly from the baskets, and pigs squeal from their enclosures. Iron utensils, traps and cages are exchanged for cloth, which is put away for carriage in their capacious baskets. They deal fairly, and when differences arise, they appeal to each other and settle things readily on a basis of natural justice. With so much food changing hands among a throng which frequently numbers 3,000 souls, much benefit is derived, for some of them come 25 miles afoot. The men flaunt about in a nervous and excited way, but the women are the hardest workers. The potters hold up their wares and beat them with their knuckles to prove their quality by the sound. It is all a scene of fine natural acting, the eagerness with which they assert the value of their wares, and the withering looks of disgust when the buyer sees fit to reject the proffered article. Little girls run about selling cups of water to the thirsty traders, just as lemonade or ice water boys ply their art in London during a procession. They are close buyers and sellers, prone to exaggerate the merits of their articles, yet satisfied when a bargain is clinched. Honesty is a rule, and when anything is stolen among the Manyuema, they know that it is the work of the Arab slaves. The Manyuema children do not creep as white children do, but begin by putting forward one foot and using one knee. The fish of the Lualaba are of the same variety as in Lake Nyassa. Cakes made of ground nuts are a common fare, as on the west coast. All Livingstone's persuasions could not induce the natives to hire him a canoe large enough to navigate the river with. The Arabs had inflamed their imaginations by painting him as an enemy in disguise, but their real purpose was to keep control of all the larger boats themselves to assist in their river forays. Baffled by both natives and Arabs, and after waiting for many weary weeks at Nyangwe, he resolved to return to Ujiji, on Lake Tanganyika. His return journey was a repetition of the sights and scenes already described, varied of course by new opportunities for observing natural features and events. On nearing the Mamahila, he passed through a most populous region, with well-constructed villages, abounding in goats, fowls, dogs, and pigs, with vegetable food of every tropical variety in plenty, while palm toddy, tobacco and bang, Indian hemp, furnished them the dainties. The soil was so fruitful that a mere scraping with a hoe rendered a generous return. The forests afforded elephants, zebras, buffaloes and antelopes, and in the streams were abundance of fish. The antelope species in Africa is rich in variety, stalwart in form, and heavy-horned. Those of the Chobe River are dappled in color and very beautiful. The quichobo is a rare species, and is more of a goat than an antelope. It has amphibious qualities, and when frightened will jump into the water and remain beneath the surface till danger has passed. At this point Livingstone was given a secret which would have been worth a fortune to him had he possessed it in time to have saved the camels, mules and buffaloes with which he started on this journey from the coast. It was to the effect that lion's fat was a cure for the bite of the tsetse fly. As he had never seen a fat lion, he was incredulous, till assured that the Basango lions, in common with all other beasts, actually took on fat. A vial of the precious stuff was handed him, a proof of the fact that such a thing as lion fat did really exist. The cattle-raising tribes of the plains west of Tanganyika know the virtue of this ointment, and use it when they drive their herds toward the markets on the eastern coast. Sickness on the rest of the route to Tanganyika impaired his powers of observation and description. In general he found the country beautiful and fertile, but much disturbed by raiders. On his arrival at Tanganyika he was ferried across to Ujiji. Sick and in despair, his faithful Susie came rushing at the top of his speed one morning and gasped out, "An Englishman." This was Stanley, on his mission of rescue. This meeting, and how the two explorers navigated Tanganyika, together with other things that went to make up one of the most remarkable interviews in history, are described elsewhere in this volume. One would have thought that Livingstone could not fail to accompany Stanley home. But he did not, and, weakened as he was by disease, proclaimed to his rescuer a program which embraced a journey round the south end of Tanganyika, southward across the Shambezi, round the south end of Lake Bangweila, due west to the mythical ancient fountains and thence to the copper mines of Katanga. All this, he says, to certify that no other sources of the Nile can come from the south without being seen by me. What heroism was here, yet in his condition, what infatuation. Poor man, deluded, self-sacrificial traveler, illy-advised adventurer. All this long journey, from the time he struck the Shambezi, months and months before, to Moro, to Tanganyika, to Bamber, to the Lualaba and Nyangwe, had been through the water system of the Upper Congo, and had nothing at all to do with the Nile sources, and now, going back to Banguila and to the Shambezi for the purpose of contributing further to knowledge of the ultimate Nile sources, discovery of which he regarded as worth the sacrifice of his life, he was but stamping through the Congo basin again, and revealing the sources of a river which found an outlet in the Atlantic. But such were the uncertainties which confronted all these early African explorers. Even Stanley was uncertain whither the Lualaba would lead when he embarked on its waters, and although his volume furnished proof that it could not be the Nile, he was still prepared, from its northern course, to accept it as such, till it took its westward turn and straightened out for its Atlantic exit. Writing on African beliefs, he says, "The African's idea seems to be that they are under control of a power superior to themselves, apart from an invisible, good, but frequently evil and dangerous." This may have been the earliest religious feeling of dependence on divine power, without any conscious feeling of its nature. Idols may have come in to give definite ideas of superior power, and the primitive faith or impression obtained by revelation seems to have mingled with their idolatry, without any sense of incongruity. The origin of the primitive faith in Africans and others seems always to have been a divine influence on their dark minds, which has proved persistent in all ages. One portion of primitive belief, the continued existence of departed spirits, seems to have no connection whatever with dreams, or, as we should say, with ghost-seeing, for great agony is felt in prospect of bodily mutilation, or burning of the body after death, as that is believed to render a return to one's native land impossible. They feel as if it would shut them off from all intercourse with relatives after death. They would lose the power of doing good to those once loved, and evil to those who deserved their revenge. Take the case of the slaves in the yoke, singing songs of hate and revenge against those who sold them into slavery. They thought it right so to harbor hatred, though most of the party had been sold for crimes, adultery, stealing etc., which they knew to be sins. In Central Africa one is struck with the fact that children have so few games. Life is a serious business, and amusement is derived from imitating the vocations of their parents, hut building, making little gardens, bows and arrows, shields and spears. In southern Africa boys are very ingenious little fellows and have several games. They shoot birds with bows and arrows, practice with the kiri, and teach linnets to sing. They are expert at making guns and traps for small animals, and in making and using bird lime. They make play guns with a trigger which go off with a spring and have cotton fluff as smoke. They shoot locusts very cleverly with these toy guns. Desperate as Livingstone's last undertaking seemed, he was well equipped for it by the receipt of 57 porters sent up from Zanzibar by Stanley and a supply of cattle and donkeys. He found that much cotton was cultivated on the shores of Tanganyika, that the highlands surrounding the lake are cut into deep ravines, and that game was plenty everywhere: elephants, buffaloes, waterbuck, rhinoceri, hippopotami, zebras. The lake puts off numerous arms or bays into the mountains, some of which are of great width, cutting off travel entirely except at a distance from its shores. Even before he had rounded the southern end of Tanganyika, he was out of heart with the experiment of using donkeys as carriers. He had all along contended that this hardy animal could be taken through regions infested with the deadly tsetse fly, even though horses, mules, dogs and oxen might perish. But he, for a second time, witnessed the death of one donkey after another from the bites of the African pest fly. His cattle fared somewhat better, this time, but even they proved a poor means of keeping up a food supply, being apt to wander, subject to swellings from fly stings, and a constant invitation to raiders. True, he escaped this last calamity, but other travelers in different parts of Africa have been less fortunate, as their accounts show. As he passed down into the section which furnishes the headstreams of Lake Moro, the rains descended in volumes, the streams were swollen, the people were unkind, and travel became dismal and difficult, beyond any former experience. He was troubled with sickness and the desertion of his men. A leopard broke into his camp, at night, and attacked a woman carrier. Her screams frightened his last donkey and it ran away. The slave traders had stirred up the villages, so that trade for the necessaries of life was always difficult. He found the country a succession of hills and plains, forests and high grasses, with every evidence of great fertility. Dura, or the flour of sorghum seed, furnishes the staple food. His narrative of the streams he crossed is bewildering, but it shows the great plenitude of these Congo sources and quite reconciles one to the mighty volume of that magnificent river. With such an abundance of lively sources it must very largely defy active equatorial evaporation and be at all seasons a surely navigable and valuable commercial waterway. The sponges were now all full from the continuous rains, so that a stream 100 feet wide had to be approached through a bog of twice that width. His last cow died, and he was wholly dependent on the natives for food. Pushing on, and bearing gently westward, he came into the immediate region of Benguela. All around was flat, water-covered plain, alive with elephants and other large game. Every camping place was infested with ants. Life was miserable for the entire party, and Livingstone himself was so weak as to be incapable of passing the river and swamps, except by being carried. He entered the lake with canoes, and pushed off to one of its numerous islands, or at least what he supposed to be an island, though it afterwards turned out to be only a rise in the plain which surrounds the true lake, and which was then entirely water-covered. The Basiba people occupy the northern shore of the lake. They proved to be hospitable and supplied plenty of fish and fowls with an occasional sheep. At every village a party of male and female drummers and dancers turned up, who gave music and exhibitions in dancing. Crossing the mouth of the Shambezi in canoes, and entering the Kabinga country, he found a cattle-raising section, though the cattle are wild. Elephants were plenty and very destructive of crops. The entire country about the lake was reedy and flooded. Many of the depressions in the plain were now arms of the lake, extending for 20 or 30 miles and so wide as to be seen across with difficulty. The journey now was mostly by canoes, and the camps were on elevations in the plain, which were now islands. Lions made the night hideous with their roaring. Fish and other food was abundant. The mouth of river after river was passed as it debouched into the lake. Livingstone grows weaker with every day's exertion. It is only by the most Herculean effort that he reaches Chitambo on the south side of the lake. His ability to observe and note has passed away. His power as a traveler and explorer is gone. Death seized him in Chitambo's village, and his faithful Chuma and Susie bore his remains to the coast for transport to England. We know of the Shambezi, of Lake Benguela, of the Luapula, of Lake Moro, of the Lualaba, and of this magnificent section of the upper Congo basin, from Livingstone. True, we know little of it, because the heroic traveler was sick unto death while threading the mazes of forest and plain which give character to the section. But he has given such an inkling of its wonderful resources of soil, animal life and people as to create fresh interest in the region and furnish supplementary evidence to all that has been said or dreamed of the wealth of the Congo basin. The last of the sections into which Stanley divides the Congo basin is that of Tanganyika. This great lake is 391 miles long and 24 broad, with an area of 9,400 square miles. The territory about the lake, belonging to the Congo water system, embraces 93,000 square miles. It is thickly populated, and contains probably 2,500,000 persons. The lake itself is 2,750 feet above the sea, and it is bounded by mountains, north and south, which rise from 1,500 to 2,500 feet above its surface. The slopes of these mountains lead to lofty plateaus, which are fertile, densely peopled, and well covered with cattle herds. The natives are of a superior type, peaceably inclined and much attached to their pastoral occupations, and to the raising of sorghum, millet and maize. At various towns on the lake are large communities of Arab traders, the most noted being at Ujiji, where Stanley met Livingstone on his celebrated journey of rescue. The International Association supports a flourishing mission on the east side of the lake, and others have been recently founded. In general, this section supports the natural products indigenous to the Congo Basin, though the oil palm is not seen east of Ujiji. Around the lake the natives make a larger use of the cereals, than further west, where the banana and manioc grow more luxuriantly. There is hardly any finer market in Africa than that of Ujiji, where may be seen for sale an intermixture of products such as would do credit to a first-class city. Were it not for the fact that human beings often constitute one of the articles of merchandise. On any propitious market day may be seen a full supply of maize, millet, beans, ground nuts, sugar cane, wild fruit, palm oil, bananas, plantains, honey, ivory, goats, sheep, cattle, fowls, fish, tobacco, nets, copper and ironware, cloth, barks, hoes, spears, arrows, swords, etc. etc. On the northwest side of this section, at Uvira, are iron works of no mean proportions, whose products are iron wire and various iron utensils for both household and agricultural purposes. In his recapitulation of resources, Stanley estimates the Congo Basin to contain as follows. Area in square. Length of. Sections. Miles. Population. Navigation. Lower Congo. 33,000. 297,000. 110. Upper Congo. 1,090,000. 43,884,000. 5,250. Lualaba. 246,000. 4,920,000. 1,100. Shambezi. 46,000. 460,000. 400. Tanganyika. 93,000. 2,325. 000. 391. 1,508,000. 51,886,000. 7,251. The ownership of the Great Basin, as determined at the Berlin Conference, is as follows. Countries. Areas. Population. French territory. 62,400. 2,121,600. Portuguese territory. 30,700. 276,300. Unclaimed. 349,700. 6,910,000. Congo Free State. 1,065,200. 42,608,000. Inquiring. Exacting commerce is ever ready with practical questions. When it has listened with attentive ear to Stanley's bewildering estimates, astounding calculations, and captivating statements, it coldly asks what return shall we find for our wares and for the expense and trouble of landing them in these tropical markets. He boldly replies, you cannot shut your eyes to the fact that Western Africa is already contributing her half of a trade with Europe, which already exceeds $150 million a year. This comes almost exclusively from a coastline 2,900 miles long. Enlarge this line, by adding the 6,000 miles of navigable waters which are embraced in the Congo Basin, and this trade by the products which would thereby find an outlet, and you would have a traffic equal to $500 million annually. Improve this inland navigation by a railroad around the cataracts of the Congo, enlist the sympathies and energies of the 43 million of people who inhabit the basin, or even of the 4,483,000 who dwell on navigable banks of the waterways. Give them some idea of the incomputable wealth that is over, around and under them, and which may be had by simply reaching for it, regard them as men and deal with them as such. And then you will soon realize that the Congo banks are worth far more to commerce, mile for mile, than the ocean shores. And well might he say this, for the banks of the Congo are a succession of villages, alive with people imbued with the trading spirit, well acquainted with the value of oils, rubber, dye woods and gums, anxious for cloth, brass rods, beads and trinkets. This cannot be said of all places on the seacoast. Stanley narrates that eager natives have followed him for miles offering ivory and redwood powder for cloth, and that when they failed to effect a trade, they would ask in despair, "Well, what is it you do want? Tell us and we will get it for you." So sanguine was Stanley of the commercial situation on the Congo and in tropical Africa that he ventured to tell the practical merchantmen of Manchester how they could triple the commerce of the entire west coast of Africa by building 2 sections of narrow-gauge railway, each 52 and 95 miles long, connected by steamboat navigation, or a continuous railway of 235 miles long, around Livingstone Falls, and thereby opening the upper Congo to steamboats. Such a step would ensure the active cooperation of more than 1 million of native traders who are waiting to be told what they can furnish out of their inexhaustible treasures, besides those they have already set a value on, as iron, oil, ground nuts, gum, rubber, orchilla, camwood, myrrh, frankincense, furs, skins, feathers, copper, fibers, beeswax, nutmegs, ginger, etc. Stanley showed how a few factories at available points for the conversion of cruder articles into those of smaller bulk, and how the trading posts which were sure to spring up on the site of every important village would gather in sufficient wares to tax the capacity of such a railroad as he contemplated to the uttermost, and realize a handsome income on the investment. He even gave estimates of the cost of the enterprise, which have been borne out by the practical engineers who have since taken the work of building it in hand. He showed further how human and animal carriers had failed to solve the problem of porterage around Livingstone Falls, although the interests beyond, identified with the work of the International Association and with Christian missions, were expending annually a sum equal to 51/2% on the estimated cost of a railway. He eloquently concludes his survey of tropical African resources thus: until the latter half of the 19th century the world was ignorant of what lay beyond the rapids of Isangela, or how slight was the obstacle which lay between civilization and the broad natural highway which cleared the dark virgin regions of Africa into 2 equal halves, and how nature had found 100 other navigable channels by which access could be gained to her latest gift to mankind. As a unit of that mankind for which nature reserved it, I rejoice that so large an area of the earth still lies to be developed by the coming races. I rejoice to find that it is not only high in value, but that it excels all other known lands for the number and rare variety of precious gifts with which nature has endowed it. Let us take North America for instance, and the richest portion of it, viz., the Mississippi Basin, to compare with the Congo Basin, previous to its development by that mixture of races called modern Americans. When De Soto navigated the Father of Waters, and the Indians were undisputed masters of the ample river basin, the spirit of enterprise would have found in the natural production some furs and timber. The Congo Basin is, however, much more promising at the same stage of undevelopment. The forests on the banks of the Congo are filled with precious redwood, lignum vitae, mahogany and fragrant gum trees. At their base may be found inexhaustible quantities of fossil gum, with which the carriages and furnitures of civilized countries are varnished. Their foliage is draped with orchilla, useful for dye. The redwood when cut down, chipped and rasped, produces a deep crimson-colored powder, giving a valuable coloring. The creepers which hang in festoons from the trees are generally those from which India rubber is produced, the best of which is worth 50 cents a pound in a crude state. The nuts of the oil palm give forth a butter which is a staple article of commerce, while the fibers of others will make the best cordage. Among the wild shrubs are frequently found the coffee plant. In its plains, jungles and swamps, luxuriate the elephants, whose teeth furnish ivory worth from $2 to $3 a pound in an unworked condition. Its waters teem with numberless herds of hippopotami, whose tusks are also valuable. Furs of the lion, leopard, monkey, otter, hides of the antelope, buffalo, goat and cattle, may also be obtained. But what is of more value, it possesses over 40 million of moderately industrious and workable people, which the Red Indians never were. And if we speak of prospective advantages and benefits to be derived from this late gift of nature, they are not much inferior in number or value to those of the well-developed Mississippi Valley. The copper of Lake Superior is rivaled by that of the Quilu Valley and of Bembe. Rice, cotton, tobacco, maize, coffee, sugar and wheat thrive equally well on the broad plains of the Congo. This is only known after the superficial examination of a limited line which is not much over 50 miles wide. I have heard of gold and silver, but the fact of their existence requires confirmation, and I am not disposed to touch upon what I do not personally know. For climate, the Mississippi Valley is superior, but a large part of the Congo Basin, at present inaccessible to the immigrant, is blessed with a temperature under which Europeans may thrive and multiply. There is no portion of it where the European trader may not fix his residence for years, and develop commerce to his own profit with as little risk as is incurred in India. It is specially with a view to rouse the spirit of trade that I dilate upon the advantages possessed by the Congo Basin, and not as a field for the pauper immigrant. There are over 40 million of native paupers within the area described, who are poor and degraded already, merely because they are compassed round by hostile forces of nature and man, denying them contact and intercourse with the elements which might have ameliorated the unhappiness of their condition. European pauperism planted amongst them would soon degenerate to the low level of aboriginal degradation. It is a cautious trader who advances, not without the means of retreat. The enterprising mercantile factor who with one hand receives the raw produce from the native, in exchange for the finished product of the manufacturer's loom, the European middleman who has his home in Europe but his heart in Africa, is the man who is wanted. These are they who can direct and teach the black pauper what to gather of the multitude of things around him and in his neighborhood. They are the missionaries of commerce, adapted for nowhere so well as for the Congo Basin, where are so many idle hands, and such abundant opportunities all within a natural ring fence. Those entirely weak-minded, irresolute and servile people who profess skepticism, and project it before them always as a shield to hide their own cowardice from general observation, it is not my purpose to attempt to interest in Africa. Of the 325 million of people in civilized Europe, there must be some surely to whom the gospel of enterprise I preach will present a few items of fact worthy of retention in the memory, and capable of inspiring a certain amount of action. I am encouraged in this belief by the rapid absorption of several ideas which I have promulgated during the last few years respecting the Dark Continent. Pious missionaries have set forth devotedly to instill in the dull mindless tribes the sacred germs of religion. But their material difficulties are so great that the progress they have made bears no proportion to the courage and zeal they have exhibited. I now turn to the worldly wise traders for whose benefit and convenience a railway must be constructed. The white man in Africa. On the bright, accessible side of Africa the pharaohs built their temples, obelisks, pyramids and sphinxes. When history dawned, the seats of Egyptian learning and splendor were already in decay. In her conquest and plunder of 1,000 years, victorious Rome met her most valiant antagonists in Africa, and African warriors carried their standards to the very gates of the capital on the Tiber. In later days the Italian republics which dotted the northern coasts of the Mediterranean found their commercial enterprise and their ascendancy on the sea challenged by the Moorish states which comprised the Barbary coast. Still later, when Spain was intent on conquest in America, and the establishment of colonies which would ensure the spread of the Catholic religion, Portugal, in a kindred spirit, was pushing her way down the western coast of Africa. Acquiring titles by virtue of discovery, establishing empires of unknown extent, founding Catholic missions and churches, striving for commercial exaltation, till her mariners rounded the Cape of Good Hope, turned northward on the eastern shores, and again took up the work of colonizing, from Mozambique to the outlet of the Red Sea. We never tire of reading the old stories of Portuguese discovery and colonization, and our sympathies are aroused for a people who struggled so heroically to open a new world to the civilization of the 15th and 16th centuries. But Portuguese effort came to naught, when measured by any modern standard of success. It was baffled by 1,000 undreamt of forces. Its failure, however, rendered conspicuous the problem, now more pressing than ever: has the white man a natural mission in Africa? Has not God designed it as the natural home of the dark race? Are not all our visions of conquest and permanent redemption, through and by means of the white races, but idle outcrops of the imagination, or worse, but figments born of our desire to subdue and appropriate? Can compensation come, in the form of commercial, moral or spiritual advantage, adequate to the great sacrifice to be entailed on humanity by substitution of white energy for that which is native to African soil and climate? It is not worth while to try to answer these questions in the affirmative by appeals to old historic Egypt, to Greek or Roman occupancy, to Arab and Mohammedan ascendancy, to Portuguese conquest and missionary enterprise, to the weird adventures and sad fates of the school of intrepid explorers which preceded and followed the redoubtable Scotchman, Mungo Park. Nor to the long roll of efforts and enterprises made by the respective nations of Europe to acquire rich slices of African territory, after Portugal began to lose her commercial grip, and after foreign colonization became a European ambition. No, for as yet nothing appears to show that the white man had a mission in Africa, except to gratify his home ambitions, cater to his European pride, satisfy his desire to pilfer, burn and murder. There is no thought yet manifest that the redemption of Africa involved more than the subjugation of her people and the forcible turning to foreign account of her resources. The question has not as yet been asked by the ethnologist, by the grave student of causes and effects, nor even by the calculating adventurer, is there an African destiny which admits the white races as fair and permanent participants? Or one which implies universal good when the seeming laws of God respecting the home of nations are reversed? Nor does an affirmative answer to any of the above questions arise out of England's theft of the Cape of Good Hope, and of that sovereignty she now maintains over the Kimberley diamond diggings and the Vaal River sections. National greed or political finesse may excuse much, as the dark science of diplomacy goes, but they do not make clear how far the natural order of things can be changed with benefit to all concerned. This section of Africa is, however, below the tropics, and perhaps does not involve the problem of races so deeply as the equatorial regions. Let us therefore turn to the real Africa, for further inquiry, that Africa against which Islamism has dashed itself so repeatedly in its efforts to reach the equator, that Africa whose climate has beaten back Christianity for 3 centuries. That Africa amid which science has reveled, but before which legitimate trade has stood appalled, the tropical, the new Africa. In this connection we come upon an order of events, not to say an era, which favors an affirmative answer to the above questions, which plainly point, not to white encroachment, but to white existence and possibilities in the very midst of a continent apparently destined for other purposes. The very fact that new discoveries in Central Africa have revealed vast populations untouched by civilization has opened the eyes of the world to the usual processes of nation-making afresh. Have any people ever risen out of barbarism without external help? What is civilized Europe today but a grand intermingling of Greek, Roman, Vandal, Hun, Goth, Celt, and Saracen? Had even North African influence, in some of its better moods, succeeded in crossing the equator, who knows whether the savagery of the tropics might not have been extinct today, or at least wholly different from what it is? Again, the order of events have brought forth whole masses of data for comparison, for experiment, for substantial knowledge. Who could separate fiction from fact when running over the old, fantastic chronicles? Until within the last 50 years the light of true scientific knowledge and of keener commercial knowledge had not been shed on the Central African situation. It began to dawn when Laird, in 1841, came home to England from the Niger, more of an adventurer than any predecessor, yet with no wild, discrepant tales, but only hard, practical truths, which commerce welcomed and business enterprise could rely on. Legitimate traffic sprang into line, and British trading houses, doing business on honorable terms and for cash values, planted their agents on the Gambia Rochelle, the Gold Coast, the oil rivers, at Gabon and Cabinda, along thousands of miles of coast. German houses sprang up, in honorable rivalry, throughout the same extent, and Hamburg and Bremen steamers fairly outstripped those of Liverpool and Glasgow. France, too, came into competition, took permanent hold of territory, cultivated reciprocity with the natives, studied tribal characteristics, encouraged agential responsibility, and brought quite to the surface the problem of white occupancy and development. Out of all this has grown something which is better than theory respecting the destiny of the respective races in Africa, superior far to all former strifes at mere land grabbing, and empire building, and sovereignty enrichments. European commerce with the west and southern coast of Africa is now carried on by several regular lines of steamers, besides those owned by numerous large trading firms. The British and African Steam Navigation Company is a modern corporation, and employs 22 steamers. Its older rival, the West African Steamship Company, employs 9 steamers. They dispatch at least one ship a week from Liverpool to West African ports. The Warman line of steamers runs regularly from Hamburg, the Portuguese line from Lisbon, and the French line from Havre. Then there are 2 London lines, the Union and Donald Curry. These lines go out heavily freighted with miscellaneous merchandise suitable for the African peoples, among which is, unfortunately, a large percent of gin and other intoxicants, and their return cargoes consist of rubber, gum copal, palm oil, palm kernels, ivory, ground nuts, beeswax, cocoa, coffee, dye woods, mahogany, etc., gathered up at their various stopping points. All these are indigenous African products, but it will be observed that those which spring from a cultivated soil figure as next to nothing in the list. Side by side with these practical seagoing and commercial movements went the unfolding of the interior by those indomitable men who sacrificed personal comfort and risked life that inner Africa might be brought to outer view. This volume is, in part, a record of their adventures and pioneering efforts. Their names, the Bakers, Barths, Schweinfurths, Specks, Grants, Duchalis, Pintos, Livingstones, Stanleys, and others, form a roll which for honor outranks that of the world's greatest generals. They have built for themselves monuments which shall outlast those dedicated to military conquest, because on them the epitaphs will speak of unselfish endeavor in the name of a common humanity. What immense problems they had in hand! How heroically they struggled with them, through tangled jungle, dark forest, dense swamps, over plain and mountain, up, down and across unknown lakes and rivers, amid beasts of prey and hostile peoples, in the face of rain, wind and unkind climates. And all the while that they were toiling and dying, what weird and wonderful revelations came, now from the Nile, with its impenetrable suds, its strange animal life, its teeming populations. Now from the magnificent plateaus of the center with their mighty and enchanting lakes, filled with strange fishes, on whose banks reveled peoples keen for trade or war, happy, if left alone, in smiling gardens and comfortable homes. Now from the swift rolling Zambesi, shaded with mighty forests alive with troops of monkeys, vocal with bird songs, swarming with beasts, whose waters dashed here against curved and rocky banks, and their headlong over rocks higher than Niagara. Bearing everywhere a burden of life in the shape of savage crocodiles, bellowing hippopotami and ponderous rhinoceri. Now from Kalahari, the great desert of the south which balances that of the north, with stunted yet energetic populations, its troops of zebras, ostriches, giraffes, buffaloes, elephants, lions, leopards, making a paradise for hunters. With its salt pans, its strange grasses and incomprehensible geology. Now from the great plain regions between the lakes and the water system of the Western Ocean, where are prairies that vie in extent and fertility with those of the Mississippi Valley, where the numerous Dinkas dwell, brave in chase. Rich in splendid herds of cattle, with cozy homes, surrounded by plantations of maize and sorghum and bananas. Where also the Nyams dwell, equally brave and rich in kind, yet savage when stirred, and formidable with their homemade iron spears and bright battle axes and swords. Where too the Monbuttis dwell, rivals of their northern neighbors in agriculture, architecture and art, rich in corn and cattle, protected from intruders by a standing army of agile dwarfs, who know no fear and who make unerring use of their poisoned arrows in cunning ambuscade and in open fields. And now from the Congo itself, stream of African streams, island variegated in one stretch, cataract angered in another, draped with forest foliage everywhere, bounded by fertile shores backed by endless plains, pouring along through riches of gum, dyes, hardwood such as would enrich kingdoms, supporting a water life as varied and gigantic as any other African lake or river, sustaining a population of incomputable numbers. Opening a waterway into the very heart of the continent for steamers, inviting the civilized world to come and go, partake and enjoy. As all these surprising revelations were given to the outer world, by the pioneers of civilization who were struggling within Africa. We began to get new conceptions of situations whose existence never dawned on those who were skimming the ocean's shores and fighting the battles of commerce. A new world had been brought to light, not only geographically, but as to its soil, water, vegetation, animals, people, climate, and every physical aspect. It was a world to be envied, possessed and reclaimed, because it was one which could be made to contribute to the wealth and happiness of all outside of it. Moreover, it was one to which all could contribute, not only of their better material things, but of their better social and moral things. Commerce decided at once that there was a demand for Africa. Politics cried out for its possession. Humanity and Christianity found a new and solemn duty in Africa. It was not the province of the first traveler and explorer to argue questions which belonged to others and to the future. He could state what he saw and felt, how hot the sun was, what the rainfall, the quantity and nature of the resources. But when he revealed and mapped a new world, and created a desire for its possession and civilization by others, there was no fighting shy of the problems involved in the proposed new destiny. 1,001 things would come up which had never arisen before. Many of these problems are of minor moment, many momentous. Some involve others, some are sweeping. There is one which overshadows all. Some would ask, how shall we go about colonizing and civilizing Africa? This question is the rind of an apple. At the core is another. Can the proposed colonizers and civilizers exist in Africa? After that is determined, we shall know pretty well how to do the rest. Of all African explorers, Stanley has made this vital question the most conspicuous, because he, almost alone, has coupled pioneering effort with state-building in the colonizing and civilizing process. He has been forced to face the climatic situation since it came squarely across his industrial and commercial plans and involved the question of capital, which is far more sensitive and cowardly than even human life. Stanley's personal career in Africa, as well as his extensive experience with others, goes far to establish the fact that the white race cannot transfer itself bodily and permanently to tropical African soil, with the hope of survival. The difficulty is not because it is white, but because its customs and environment are at variance with those which perpetuate life and conduce to labor under the equator. In the North Temperate Zone a man may believe himself capable of persistent effort and heroic work. He may think he has intelligence, valor and strength sufficient to sustain him under the greatest privations. But land him in Africa and he is both witless and nerveless. He has never learned the art of living the life that is required there. He is not the same being he was when he started out so hopefully and valorously. He finds he lacks equipment for his new existence, mental, moral and physical. A sacrifice is demanded. It is the sacrifice of an almost perfect transformation, or else the confession of failure must conclude his career. Stanley's most melancholy chapters are those which narrate the oozing out of ambitions, the confessions of cowardice, and the shirking away of his white companions. On the discovery that their civilized lives had been no school of preparation for healthful, energetic and useful existence in equatorial Africa. It was a painful study to note how in the face of tropical realities, the fervid imaginations and exaggerated anticipations which had led them heroically on took flight, leaving them hapless malingerers, hopeless despondents, and unfit for anything but retreat. He had no fault to find where brave men fell through actual physical weakness, but the general fault, the grave, almost unpardonable mistake, was the terrible one of not knowing what they were at home and what they were to be in Africa. He says, the influence of the wine or beer, which at the first offset from Europe had acted on their impulses like the effect of quinine on weakened nerves, soon evaporated in a wineless land. And with their general ignorance of adaptation to foreign circumstances, and a steady need of the exhilarating influence of customary stimulants, an unconquerable depression usurped the high-blown courage it inspired, which some called nostalgia, homesickness, and some hypochondria. Many had also, as they themselves confessed, come out merely to see the great river. Their imaginations had run riot amid herds of destructive elephants, rapacious lions, charging buffaloes, bellowing hippopotami, and repugnant rhinoceri. while the tall lithe-necked giraffe and the graceful zebra occupied the foreground of those most unreal pictures. Their senses had also been fired by the looks of love and admiration cast on them by their sweethearts, as they declared their intention to go out to the Congo regions. While many a pleasant hour must have been spent together as they examined the strange equipments, the elephant rifles, the penetrative, express, and described in glowing terms their life in the far-off palmy lands watered by the winding Ikalemba or the mighty Congo. Thus they had deluded themselves as well as the International Committee, whose members looked with eyes of commendation as the inspired heroes delivered with bated breath their unalterable resolution to do or die. But death was slow to attack the valorous braves while the doable lay largely extended before them. The latter was always present with its exasperating plainness, its undeniable imperativeness which affronted their susceptibilities, and ignored their titles and rights to distinction. The stern everyday reality, the meager diet and forbidding aspect, humbled their presumption. When they hear that in this land there is neither wine nor beer, as they have known them, nor comfortable cognac to relieve the gnawing, distressful hankering they suffered for their usual beverages, their hearts beat more feebly. They begin to see that those bright African images and beautiful dreams of tropical scenery and excitement are replaced by unknown breadths of woodless regions, exuberant only with tall spear grass and jungly scrub. The hot sun dares them to the trial of forcing a way through such scarcely penetrable growth. Distance and fatigue, seeming to be immense beyond any former conception, masters their resolution, and, alas! And alas! There are no fair maidens with golden hair to admire their noble efforts at doing and dying. Conscience, or the prickings of shame, may whisper to a few not quite lost in despondency, that there is brave work to be performed, and that they may experience the colonists' pleasure of seeing the vegetables. Fruit trees and plants grow instead of that cane grass and jungle now covering the broad acreage. But some answer, bah! I did not come to work, I came to hunt, to play, to eat, and to receive a big salary from the commission. Do you feel fatigued? Try some hot tea or coffee. What, shriek they. Try Congo water. No, thank you. My stomach was made for something better than to become a nest for young crocodiles. In all the foregoing Stanley speaks of the white help that was furnished him for his mission to found the Congo Free State. The help was of a high grade, being composed of men who came recommended to the commission. They were selected for their valor and skill at home and for their professed willingness to brave African climate and all the dangers of exploration and colonization. They were for the most part educated men and well qualified to engineer roads, build comfortable homes, establish trading and military stations, carry on just commerce and exercise wise government over consenting tribes and contiguous territories. They were young, ambitious men, who had their fames and fortunes to make and to whom failure at home would have been a misfortune and disgrace. Indeed, if one had been going to pick out a body of men for the express purpose of testing the question whether it is possible for the white races to exist and thrive in tropical Africa, establish civilized governments, cultivate the soil, carry on manufactures and commerce, redeem the natives, and introduce institutions such as are found at home, these would have been the men. But let us see how they fared. Stanley takes one as a sample. He does not fail to make honorable exceptions of those who behaved differently, and this one perhaps, the loudest professor, at the start, of heroic zeal in his undertaking. He is conducted to the site of a newly established station and endowed with full authority. He is given an army of 40 disciplined blacks, and 2 or 3 of his own color are left with him as companion and assistants. He is made a rich banker for the surrounding tribes by heaps of cloth bales, bags of beads, and bundles of brass rods, the bank notes of the country, with full liberty to circulate them to the best advantage. The river at his feet swarms with fish of edible varieties, which he may catch in plenty, if he chooses to imitate the industry and ingenuity of the natives. The surrounding villages are full of fowls, and eggs are plenty. Sheep and goats can always be had, if the slightest attention is paid to their grazing and to their protection against wild beasts. In the west, goat's milk, and in the center and east, cow's milk, can be had with little trouble. The natives, almost everywhere, raise sweet potatoes in abundance and sell them cheaply. Most villages have their fields of cassava, whose root yields a wholesome food, which can be prepared in a variety of agreeable ways. All of the ordinary garden vegetables, as tomatoes, beans, pumpkins, and onions can be grown with easy tillage. In his commissariat are stores of rice, canned vegetables, wheat flour, fish, meats, and soups from Europe, together with tea, coffee, butter, jam, condensed milk, and in fact everything to tempt a palled palate or a weak stomach. The question of food is therefore settled in such a manner as to require very little exertion or sacrifice to make the supply permanent, varied and wholesome. What else is required? A strong block house is built, and this is surrounded by a comfortable dwelling, erected after the manner of the neatly thatched huts of the natives, or even after the more approved architecture of civilization. If time permits and the proper materials are at hand. A palaver is called and whites and natives put themselves on political and also commercial equality, with as much of social relationship as suits the tastes of either party. The solemn treaty is approved and promulgated, and the commandant of the station, governor of a province, official of a great state, arbiter of the destiny of tribes, custodian of the welfare of peoples, minister, judge, doctor, commercial agent. The man to whom civilization is looking as founder, teacher and exemplar. This wonderful man, so full of pride and responsibility, so exalted with a sense of duty, so endowed with grand opportunity, is ready for his instructions and commission. His domain is pointed out and the fact is impressed on him that it has been acquired with the sanction of the civilized world and that of the only parties on African soil capable of giving consent. He is left as master and sole arbiter of all questions that may arise, and only asked by the power that institutes him to be just in his dealings with the peoples he is to govern, to extend kindness to those for whom he has been made a protector. To prove that the authority imposed has not been misplaced. He is furnished with a written draft of instructions which is to be his code of laws, his state constitution, his plan for founding and developing his little empire. Could anything be more flattering to one's ambitions? What greater inducement could one want to exercise every latent energy, to found deeply, build well and rule wisely? Visions of a future state, crowded with obedient, industrious subjects, crowned with wealth and prosperity, shedding luster on its ruler, proclaiming to the world the success of a first and glorious experiment, ought to stimulate even the most indifferent to sublime endeavor. But a few months passes, during which the embryo potentate is left to himself. Then along comes Stanley, from an upriver journey, on a tour of inspection. Where he expects to see his blockhouse and cottages expanded into a substantial village, he witnesses only roofless structures, exposed goods, and every evidence of decay. Rank weeds grow where a site had been cleared for a vegetable garden, and the forest is asserting itself on the ground prepared for a banana orchard. Perhaps the natives have been angered, for they hold the capital in a state of siege, the stores are empty and grim famine stalks where plenty should have reigned. Or else, not being bloody-minded, they withhold their help and presence, and leave a trading mart to perish through sheer disinclination to traffic. He who was to have been a ruler is worse off than a subject. Where ambition should have stimulated, indifference prevails. Industry has been lost in idleness. Glory has ended in shame. One word of comment, one look of reproach, brings a resignation and an abandonment, and the once proud adventurer who went out to see and conquer strange worlds beats a hasty retreat to his comfortable European home to curse his folly and denounce the spirit that sought to sacrifice him. Failure is written between every line of the long story with which he regales his friends as he drops back into his old haunts and resumes the thread of civilized life, once so willingly broken by dreams of glory, wealth and humanitarian good. It may seem a surprise to the reader that Africa could so disillusion enthusiasts of the character above described. But he has only to follow Stanley along the line of the Congo, from one station to the other, and witness his disappointment on his return journey, to ascertain how frequent the failures were to improve opportunity or make even the slightest show of progress in building and cultivating. Nay more, since nothing could stand still, the signs of retrogression were still more frequent, and ruin marked the spots which he had dedicated to enterprise and prosperity. Why were these men so radically transformed? This is a mighty question. Was it the fault of Africa or of Europe? Stanley reasons thus: the conditions of a healthy enjoyment of life in Africa are very little understood by men of this class. It is a difficult thing to impart to them the rudiments of the lesson of life. It is a most thankless task, and the effort to do so is so ungraciously received that I have often been repelled by the visible signs of non-appreciation. Rarely have I been encouraged to proceed by those to whom counsel was addressed. They do not seem to take any interest in what concerns their own health. They duly acknowledge that it is a duty they owe to themselves to be as careful as possible. They are civil with replies and ready with promises of amendment. But they do not practice what they promise, and that active zeal and watchful prudence which would seem to govern one who loves his own life and welfare I rarely see exhibited. The performance appears to be too irksome, and neither their intelligence nor their conscience is provoked to assist them. I remember Frank Pocock, who must, almost as the sound of my voice died away, have been meditating on that step by which he lost his life, and which caused me, for months, a pang of sorrow, each time I thought of his sad end. I have observed also that not only in matters of self-preservation is this apathy evident, but that it is present in the everyday duty of the expedition, which they are pledged to perform and for which they receive compensation. Any single order they will perform well and creditably, but if I accompany it with the expression of a hope that they will consider it a daily duty, the order becomes at once inoperative and is never observed. I have observed that such an order is too general to be followed, but a particular order will be mechanically obeyed. A promise of promotion, or higher pay, or a display of tender solicitude, creates no impression. And as yet I know of no motive powerful enough to excite a European or West African aborigine to distinguish himself by an assiduous interest in general work. The only people on whom my words created a prolonged impression were the foreign-colored employees. Now to what may I attribute this absence of intelligent interest in their work which is characteristic of the European and the West Coast native? Is it to the climate? Then why did it not affect all alike? Why did it not affect myself? But of all the rabid absurdities I have encountered in the tropics, the preaching of a young fool on the merits of intoxicants, who has heard it from an old fool that there is nothing like whiskey, astonishes me most. Mr. Puffy Face, while in a semi-maudlin state, has been heard declaring, in the hearing of a youthful enthusiast, that, after 14 years' experience with the African fever, despite all that may be said against it, there is nothing like whiskey for curing it. For the benefit of aftercomers let me prick this bloated bubble. Show me one of those old bloaters on the west coast of Africa and I will show you a sham and delusion. A few hours' hard work in the interior would lay the lazy lion as low as a dead donkey. Gin and whiskey topers have lived long elsewhere than on the Niger and Congo, but if you meet him on the African coast a glance at his shirt will tell you the whole truth. If it is free from stains of bodily exudation, then he has simply been "sodgering," and it will be difficult to say how long a time must elapse before the liver shows a deadly abscess or becomes indurated. But if you want to do humanity a kindness, trot him out on a 10-mile march through the African wilderness, and note the result. On the Congo, where men must work and bodily movement is compulsory, the very atmosphere seems to be fatally hostile to men who pin their faith on whiskey, gin and brandy. They invariably succumb and are a constant source of anxiety and expense. Even if they are not finally buried out of sight and memory, they are so utterly helpless, diseases germinate in them with such frightful rapidity, symptoms of insanity are so frequent, mind vacancy and semi-paralysis are so common, that they are hurried homeward, lest they draw down a few more curses on Africa which apply only to themselves. The evils of brandy and soda in India need only be remembered to prove how pernicious is the suicidal habit of indulgence in alcoholic liquors in hot climates. The west coast of Africa is also too much indebted to the ruin effected by intemperance. But it is my belief that the other extreme is unwise. To abstain entirely from drinking wine because intemperance is madness, is not what I inculcate, nor do I even recommend drinking in what is called moderation. I do not advocate liquoring up at any time, provided the drinker keeps within the limits of sobriety. I advise no one, in the tropics, to touch liquor during the hours of daylight, unless prescribed by a medical man. Wine, good red or white wine, should be taken only after sunset at dinner. Then it should be watered and taken in moderate quantities, that it may soothe the nerves and conduce to early sleep. After a full night's rest, one will rise with a clear head and clean tongue, and can as easily do a full day's work in the tropics as in the temperate latitudes. Stanley then goes on to correct misapprehensions about African climate and lay down rules of conduct which, if followed, would go far to ensure a healthful condition. He takes a young European adventurer to the Congo, full of health and of the spirit of adventure. As soon as the anchor drops at Banana Point, the young man feels the perspiration exuding till his flannels, comfortable at sea, become almost unendurable. On stepping ashore the warmth increases and the flannels absorb perspiration till they cling to the body and oppress him with their weight. The underclothing is saturated, and he resembles a water jug covered with woolen cloth. The youth makes an escape from this melting heat of 100 degrees to 115 degrees by going to the veranda of some friendly quarters. Here he does not observe that the temperature is 25 degrees cooler, but mops his brow, fans himself, lolls in his easy chair, and sighs at the oppressiveness. Presently someone recommends the reviving quality of wine. Anything to lift him out of the condition he is in. One drink gives him freshness and courage. Another reconciles him to the strange situation. A third produces conviviality, and then, in the midst of storytelling companions, who spin rare old yarns of coast fevers, elephant adventures, crocodile attacks, hippo escapades, nigger sensations, evening draws on. There is dinner and more wine. Then comes the veranda again. It is now cool, delicious, inviting. He has forgotten his damp clothing. Bedtime comes. He retires to toss till morning, or to sleep in the midst of horrid dreams. When he rises, he is unwell. His tongue is furred and a strange lassitude pervades his body. Nausea sets in. In a few hours his face is flushed, his eyes water, his pulse runs high. The doctor is called, and he pronounces it a case of African fever. He is given a kind native nurse. The battle of sickness is fought to an end. Death may ensue, but the chances are always in favor of recovery, though convalescence is slow. Of a score who have witnessed this sight, each will have a theory. One will say, what a pity he left his mother. Another, it must have been some organic weakness. Another, it was hereditary. Another will cry out, one more African victim. The last one, and he as if in doubt and in an undertone, may venture to surmise that too much Portuguese wine may have been at the bottom of it, which is as bad as brandy. The truth of the matter is, ignorance was at the bottom of it all. The young man may not have thought he was sitting in a cool night air, according to his European notions of temperature, but an evening in Africa, or a draught of air, presents as dangerous a contrast with midday heat. Or as insidious a cause for congestion, as in any other country. Stanley suffered with 120 attacks of fever, great and slight, and endured fully 100 of them before he began to suspect that other causes existed for them besides malaria and miasma, or that he had within himself a better preventive than quinine. His observations, directed toward the last to this one point, utterly astounded him with the fact that the most sickness might have been witnessed at those stations which were not surrounded by putrefying vegetation, but had been selected so as to secure the highest degree of health. Old Vivi is one of these spots, situated on a rocky platform, with steep drainage, and with the majestic river dashing off between the slopes of high mountains for a distance of 40 miles. Yet Old Vivi is, with the exception of Manyanga, the sickliest spot in all the Congo Free State, according to his observations. If all preconceived notions of health had been correct, Old Vivi should be the healthiest spot on the Congo, certainly far more so than scores of the upper Congo stations. Situated within 10 feet of the water's edge and surrounded by hundreds of square miles of flat, black loam covered with dense, damp forests. Yet to dispatch the fever-stricken and emaciated sojourners of Old Vivi, Manyanga or Leopoldville to some one of these upper, isolated and shaded stations, proved to be like sending them to a sanitarium in the pine woods or by the sea-shore. The change is simply astounding. The patient takes on flesh, grows ruddy, healthful, pliant and hopeful. Stanley had much anxiety about the station at Kinshasa, because it was so low-lying, though in every other way convenient. But, strange to say, one of his commandants who was always feverish at Vivi, Manyanga and Leopoldville, escaped without an attack of fever, or any other indisposition, for 18 months, when stationed at Kinshasa. He was equally anxious about Equator Station, situated as it was directly under the equator. But the commandants all praised the climate as capital, with plenty of native products at hand, and no need of anything foreign except a little tea and coffee. Of the 29 Europeans in the service of the Congo Free State above Leopoldville, all served their 3-year term of service except 2 who were drowned, 1 who died of sickness and 1 who resigned on account of severe illness. The inference from these facts is that the nearer the coast the stations are and the more accessible they are by steamers, the better the facilities are for stores of whiskey, brandy and wines, whose free use is an invitation to African sickness. Also, that the further inland one goes the more experience he acquires as to the means of preserving health. Every day's march inland is a species of acclimatization and a removal from temptation. It is a putting off of ignorance and a putting on of knowledge. Again, the farther up the Congo one goes the more he is freed from the draughts which haunt the canyons of the lower streams. While Vivi is an ideal spot so far as every visible hygienic consideration goes, it is at the top of an immense funnel with its wide end toward the sea, and the sea breezes sweep up the channel with cumulative vigor, producing a difference of temperature between day and night, or shade and sunshine, which is fatal to the overheated trawler. And the same may be said of Manyanga and Leopoldville. But the wide, lacustrine stretches of Stanley Pool dissipate this deadly draught and equalize the day and night and sunshine and shade temperatures. Thus inner Central Africa becomes even healthier than the coast rind, as it were by natural laws. From which arises the strange anomaly that at the equator it is not African heat a foreigner need dread so much as African cold. Yet no precaution against the oppressive heat must be neglected. And this precaution must become a law of life. It must not be spasmodic and remitting, but must be daily and hourly, in fact must be persisted until the whole habit conforms to the environment, just as at home amid civilization. Captain Benton, after his visit to the Congo, proclaimed beef and beer as the true fortifying agents against the climate. Stanley says nay. Beef, he admits to be all right, in the sense of good, nourishing food. But, not beef alone, so much as that wholesome variety found in well-cooked beef, mutton, game, fish and fowl, intermixed with potatoes, turnips, cabbages, beets, carrots, bread, butter, tea and coffee. Beers of civilization are too bilious for Africa, and the distilled spirits are fatally stimulating, leading up to a false courage which may tempt one to too much effort or to dangerous exposure to the sun's rays. The Duke of Wellington's health receipt for India is equally good in Africa. I know of but one receipt for good health in this country, and that is to live moderately, drink little or no wine, use exercise, keep the mind employed. Keep in a good humor with the world. The last is the most difficult, for I have often observed, there is scarcely a good-tempered man in India. Moderation is the key to health in Central Africa. It must be moderation in action, food and drink. Yet there must be engagement of body and mind, great good humor, contentment with surroundings. A lesson in these respects might be learned from the natives. It is often and truthfully said, that they are the happiest and freest from care of any people on the face of the globe. Take no thought of the morrow, for ye know not what a day may bring forth, is the gospel of health among Africans. Prodigal nature helps them to a philosophy, which we may call shiftless ease, happy-go-lucky effort, or go-as-you-please contentment, but it, nevertheless, is only a crude modification of our more deliberately framed and higher-sounding hygienic codes for the preservation of health when we are in their land and subject to their climate and conditions of living and working. Stanley exemplifies the effect of African cold in another way. In ascending the Congo in his steamers, the entire party enjoyed excellent health, notwithstanding the confinement to the stream and the almost continuous passage through reedy islands and along low, swampy shores. But on the descent, the swifter passage of the boats in the face of the prevailing west winds, and river drafts, produced a chill, during moments of inaction, which prostrated many of the crew, and resulted in serious cases of sickness. Anywhere under shelter, the body continued to perspire insensibly, but the moment it was struck by the wind, there resulted a condition which invariably ended in low fever. For the ill health due to African cold, especially where the situation is like that at Vivi, the rainy season is a corrective, because then the cold winds cease and the temperature is uniform. But at the same time, the rainy season is the prelude to sickness in the lower and better protected situations. The Livingstone Congo mission at Mantika is in a snug nest between high hills, entirely cut off from winds, and surrounded by beautiful gardens of bananas and papaws. Ordinarily it is a healthful spot, and ought to be so always, if freedom from exposure is a law of health. But after the rainy season it is unhealthy. A peculiarly clear atmosphere and a correspondingly hot sun follow the African rains. These cause rapid earth exhalations which rise up around the body like a cloud, and soon deluge the person with perspiration. These exhalations bear the odors of decaying vegetation and become as pernicious as the effluvia from a dung heap, unless resort is had to the heat of stoves or fireplaces to counteract their deadly effects. Due care in this respect is all that is required to ensure immunity from sickness caused by these evaporations. Even the plateaus are not exempt from fevers. But they for the most part are covered with long grass. Vegetation so luxuriant, falling and decaying, constantly fermenting and fertilizing, would be a source of sickness anywhere. When once they are cleared and planted to corn, wheat or vegetables, this source of sickness will disappear. A well-ventilated home, in the midst of a cleared and cultivated plateau, is as healthful in Africa as in any other part of the world. The lessons of health taught daily by the natives ought to be a constant study for foreigners. They fight entirely shy of the cannons of the Congo, whereas at Stanley Pool there is an army of ivory traders. Then the immediate banks of the river are comparatively deserted, except where the spaces are open. The gorges, and deep valleys of tributaries, are by no means favorite dwelling places, though they are too often the sites of mission houses and trading posts. The fetishes of the natives could not prevail against disease in the hollows and shaded nooks of their land, nor can the drugs of the white races. The native seeks a cleared space, open to sunshine, elevated so as to ensure circulation of air, and for the most part, he looks down on the less favorable abodes of the foreigner. Stanley summarizes the causes of ill health in Africa, and arranges them in the order of effectiveness. He gives as the most serious, 1. Cold drafts. 2. Malarious hollows. 3. Intemperate living. 4. Lack of nourishing food. 5. Physical weakness, indolence of mind and body, general foolhardiness. One source of encouragement became manifest as years rolled by, and that was the constant diminution of illness among the officials of the Congo Free State. This was in some degree due to the doctrine of survival of the fittest, looked upon from a constitutional standpoint, but in the main to the willingness of the survivors to learn. And their learning consisted in putting away the habits they had formed abroad and the assumption of those which fitted their new estate. Owing to the formation of the African continent, with its fringe of low land and its miles of slope up to the central plateau, the prevailing winds sweep inland from the ocean, over the pestilential lowlands, bearing the seeds of disease. This meteorological law must be met by the inland dwellers, in order to secure immunity from disease. And it can be met very readily, as experience proves, by the planting of tree barriers on the ocean side of residences and plantations. Stanley's observations thus far relate to the climatology of Central Africa as affecting the health of the white resident. He next discusses the question of tropical heat as it affects the effort of the white races. The intensity of the Congo heat is by no means such as the casual reader would suspect. An average of the highest temperatures in the year gives a mean of only 90 degrees, while that of the lowest gives a mean of 67 degrees. Clad in suitable clothes, a European or American can do as much work in a day in Africa as at home, provided he works under an awning or roof. In the sun, the temperature is, of a clear day, as much as 115 degrees, which would be fatal to one standing still. The ill effects of such a heat are seldom apparent on a march, though for the comfort of all concerned Stanley usually limited his marching hours to from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. thus giving ample time to prepare evening camps and to rest, feed and recuperate. In tropical Africa there is manifest coolness for 3 months of the year. During the other 9 months there is so much cloud and such an abundance of tempering breezes, as to prevent that intense heat which one would expect under the equator or within the tropics. The nights are seldom oppressive, and though in temperate latitudes one might not feel the need of a blanket, such an article becomes an indispensable luxury in Africa. At any point where facilities offer, as at a factory, trading station or mission, there is no need of exposure to the sun during work hours. Awnings are, or should be, a part of the equipment of every white African sojourner, but if these are wanting the trees are plenty, and their gracious shade will answer as a substitute. Few craftsmen in any country are compelled to work without cover, and it requires but an extension of the rule to make labor safe in Africa. Exercise of any kind in Africa induces copious perspiration, and it should never be forgotten that between a state of action in the sun, or even under cover, and a state of rest in the shade, means a difference in temperature equal to 25 degrees. This is a sure cause of congestion and other bodily derangements. It is the one invariable climatic law in Africa, and is wholly different from that at Para, where the variations are only 9 degrees, thus ensuring immunity from all diseases which have a cause in sudden or radical changes of temperature. Climatic inequality is deadlier in equatorial Africa than its malaria. Yet it can be guarded against, and that too by the simplest precautions. The early explorers, pioneers and commercial agents in Africa, especially on the west coast, were ignorant of the foregoing facts. Hence so many of them lost their lives needlessly. Hence the terrible stories borne home of the deadly effect of African heat and climate. They had never studied the law of adaptation, and instead of helping to solve the problem of white occupancy they only contributed to its defeat. In the wiser experience of Stanley a secret has been brought forth which, in its bearing upon the future of the country, is not even surpassed in importance by the opening of the Congo itself. Tropical food is of as much moment to a foreigner as climate. It is clear that alcoholic stimulants are dangerous. Tea has a depressing tendency and the same may be said of coffee, though both are grateful, for a time at least. Cocoa tends to biliousness. Milk is hard to obtain on the west coast, though it may be had in the cattle-producing sections of the center and east. Soup implies fresh meat, and is therefore limited to the broth of the goat, sheep or chicken, unless it come in canned shape. Palm wine, except when fresh, injures the kidneys and stomach. All taste is soon lost for the canned goods of civilization. Flour, rice and the native fruits and vegetables are wholesome standards. Stanley's code of health for the white sojourner in Africa would be as follows. Never build a house, factory or mission in a ravine or valley which may serve as a wind channel. Air must diffuse itself generally and gently. Points near the sea, plateaus and open plains are the safest localities for homes. All lower stories should be clear of the ground. In grassy sections the first floor should be elevated to the height of a second story. Avoid all unnecessary exposure to the sun. Guard against fogs, dews, exhalations, and night chills, by kindling fires. Preserve a generous diet, avoiding oily and fatty foods. Meats should not be eaten in large quantities at breakfast. Take an early dinner, say at 11 o'clock, and let it be of meats, fish and vegetables. Cease work till 1 p.m. Quit work at 6 p.m., and eat a second dinner, boiled fish, roast fowl or mutton, with plenty of vegetables. A glass of watered wine will not hurt then. Seek amusement in social conversation, reading or games, till 9 p.m., and then retire. Sleep on blankets, and cover with a blanket. If marching, rise at 5 a.m., march at 6, and halt for the day at 11 a.m. When halted, seek shelter and put on a heavier coat. Observe the strictest temperance. Don't indulge in tonics or nostrums. A little quinine is the safest tonic. If thirsty, drop an acid powder in your drinking water, or take a sip of cold tea. Use an umbrella when in the sun. The best head dress is a cork helmet, or Congo cap. If in a perspiration when wetted by rain or at a river crossing, change your dress immediately. Go on a march in very light clothing, and let it be of flannel, with light russet shoes for the feet. When permanently stationed, wear light clothing in order to avoid excessive perspiration when called on for sudden duty. Don't fail to exercise freely. Have certain hours for it, morning and evening, if your work is indoors. Do not bathe in cold water, especially after you are in the country for a time. Water below 85 degrees in temperature is dangerous. Tropical fruits should be eaten only at breakfast. Medicine specially prepared for tropical diseases can always be had of European druggists, and a supply should be on hand. The diseases of Central Africa are simple, consisting of dysentery and 3 kinds of fever, ague, remittent, and bilious. Common ague is never fatal. It may be prevented, if one observes the symptoms. The remittent fever is simply aggravated ague, it may last for several days. The bilious fever is often pernicious. Its severity depends on the habits of the patient, the amount of exposure which produced it, and the strength of the constitution. It is preventable, but not by brandy or excessive smoking, as many foolish people think. Dr. Martin, in his work on the influences of tropical climates, also lays down a code which is both interesting and valuable. 1. Care in diet, clothing and exercise are more essential for the preservation of health than medical treatment. 2. The real way to escape disease is by observing strict temperance, and to moderate the heat by all possible means. 3. After heat has morbifically predisposed the body, the sudden influence of cold has the most baneful effect on the human frame. 4. The great physiological rule for preserving health in hot climates is to keep the body cool. Common sense points out the propriety of avoiding heating drinks. 5. The cold bath is death in the collapse which follows any great fatigue of body or mind. 6. Licentious indulgence is far more dangerous and destructive than in Europe. 7. A large amount of animal food, instead of giving strength, heats the blood, renders the system feverish, and consequently weakens the whole body. 8. Bread is one of the best articles of diet. Rice and split vetches are wholesome and nutritious. Vegetables are essential to good health, as carrots, turnips, onions, native greens, etc. 9. Fruit, when sound and ripe, is beneficial rather than hurtful. 10. The same amount of stimulant undiluted, is much more injurious than when mixed with water. 11. With ordinary precaution and attention to the common laws of hygiene, Europeans may live as long in the tropics as anywhere else. Stanley's final observation on the existence of the white race in Africa does not smack of the confidence he has thus far striven to inspire. Yet it does not suggest an impossibility, nor anything difficult to carry out, since the continent is so contiguous to Europe. He recommends a change of scene to the African denizen for at least 3 months in a year, because the constant high temperature assisted by the monotony and poverty of diet, is enervating and depressing. The physical system becomes debilitated by the heat, necessitating after a few years such recuperation as can be found only in temperate latitudes. Even with persons who retain health, this enervating feeling begins to dawn at the end of 18 months. Hence traders, missionaries, planters and agriculturists, who hope to keep up buoyancy of spirit and such a condition of body as will resist the climate through a lifetime, should seek the periodical relaxation to be found in trips to higher latitudes. While this may not be giving his whole case away, or indeed suggesting nothing more than such change of scene as our own physicians recommend to overtaxed business men, it, nevertheless, brings up the ultimate question of natural and permanent fitness. Suppose that all fear of African climate is eliminated from the mind of the white man. Suppose it is settled that he can survive there to a good old age, by using the precautions herein laid down. Will any traveler, climatologist or ethnologist arise and tell us that the white man can escape physical degeneracy in the tropics? As his African offspring come and go for a few generations, will there not be a gradual loss of the hardihood which temperate climates encourage, and a gradual growth of that languor and effeminacy which equatorial climates engender? The presence of the white races in Africa can neither reverse the laws of their existence and growth, nor the laws which God has given to a tropical realm. Living nature, including man, is simply obedience to an environment. We agree to this in the vegetable world. The oak of our forest is the puny lichen of the Arctic regions. The palm of the tropics withers before northern frost. Reverse the order, and the lichen dries up beneath a tropical sun. The oak finds nothing congenial in African soil. As to the lower animals, it is the same. Stanley found both mule and donkey power ineffective on the Congo. Livingstone's mules were bitten by the tsetse fly on Nyassa and died a miserable death from ulcers. The horse dwindles away within the tropics. The camel fared no better than the mule with Livingstone, though the Arab may be said to have conquered the Great Sahara with it, and Colonel Baker used it to overcome Nile distances which defied his boats. Even the native and trained buffalo was a failure with Livingstone when he attempted to make it a beast of burden through Nyassaland and into the upper Congo section, notwithstanding the fact that it had been invaluable to him below the tropics. And in the form of the native ox is in daily use as a beast of burden and travel in the Kalahari regions. So take the elephant, lion, leopard, hippopotamus, alligator, soko, monkey, the birds, the fishes, and transport them north, how quickly they cease to propagate and in the end perish. Thus far living nature seems to obey the immutable law of environment. It is equally so with the higher animal life which we find in man. The Negroes, who were torn from their native soil by the cruel hand of slavery, could not be transplanted with success in latitudes remote from the tropics. It cannot yet be proved that the white races will deteriorate and grow effeminate in tropical Africa. But as to other tropical countries it is established that white energy is gradually lost in effeminacy wherever it persists in the unnatural attempt to face the eternal blaze of the equatorial sun. It is well to study these things amid the glowing imagery of African vegetation, soil and resource, the unseemly scamper of the nations for African possessions, the enthusiasm over Christian conquest and heathen redemption. The real transforming power of the continent may not be at all in white occupancy. It cannot be, if such occupancy means white degeneracy, or such a sacrifice as the situation does not warrant. But it may lie, more wholly than any one living suspects, in the natives themselves, assisted and encouraged by the leaven of civilization, gradually introduced. They are there naturally and for a purpose. God will not alter his laws, and man cannot, brave as the latter may be, fond as he may be of possession and power, lustful as he may be of wealth, boastful as he may be of his civilization, proud as he may be of his humanitarianism, desirous as he may be to convert and Christianize. Africa means 200 million of people, backed by a peculiar climate, fortified by an environment which is as old as the beginning of things. Let the civilization which is foreign to it all beware how it strikes it, lest, in the end, the effort prove a sad confession of failure. The good which is to come out of African elevation should be reciprocal. It is not good if it presupposes white occupancy followed by white degeneracy. Centuries ago the brave, enthusiastic Saracen, propagandist of a faith, warrior for the sake of Muhammad, left his Arabian home and went forth into pagan Africa on a mission of conquest and conversion. Granting that Egypt, the Barbary states and the oases of the Sahara are better off today than they were when they first caught sight of the victorious banners of the Crescent, which is admitting all the truth will allow. How much superior to the chivalrous Saracen is the bigoted Mahdi, his depraved Sudan follower, or the Arab slave stealer, who is ubiquitous in East Central Africa today. There is a wonderful, a sad, descent from the Saracen conqueror to a benighted Mahdiist. The contrast between a chief of Arabian troopers and such a chief as Tipu Tib is enough to show degeneracy of the most ultra type. The brave, fiery Saracen, sweeping along the coasts and through the deserts, was a being infinitely superior to anything he came in contact with. His progeny, after centuries of acclimatization and intercourse with the native populations, is a lazy, inferior being, a curse to his surroundings, not half such a man as the native whom he plunders and carries off as human booty. He has failed to lift Africa to the height of a Mohammedan civilization, and has descended to a level even lower than the paganism with which he came in contact. Do not forget that in many respects he had adaptation superior to that any European or American can claim. He was contiguous to Africa. He had been reared under a burning sun. His color was dark. His heath was sandy like the sands of Egypt and Sahara. His ship was the camel which became the courser of the African wastes and by means of which he could connect the Nile bends more swiftly than we can do today with steamers. He had all the enthusiasm and persistency of a Christian missionary, all the ardor of an English merchant, all the vigor of a civilized pioneer, all the desire for possession of a monarchical potentate. Yet he degenerated into a thief of men and a murderer of innocents. The least respected, the crudest and most useless man on the face of the globe today is an Arab slave catcher. The chivalry of his fathers has no place in his bosom. The industry and the sense of beauty and refinement which the Moor carried northward into Spain were utterly lost in the swing toward the tropics. The Allah and Quran of Mecca are profane mummery in the Sudan, at Zanzibar, and on the banks of Tanganyika. It is not necessary to inquire what inherent causes help to contribute to this deplorable result. We know that vital defects existed in the Mohammedan system, and that these defects were in part to blame. The only inquiry we make is, how much of that result was due to the African climate, the impact with tropical peoples and customs, the equatorial environment. For some cause, or better still, for all causes combined, the last end of the Arab in Africa is worse than the first. If we study the impact on Africa of the Christian civilization of Portugal and even that of England, in its earlier stages, the result is not encouraging. The ruins of both trading and mission posts are sad witnesses of a misunderstanding of the true situation, or else monuments of a surrender to climatic difficulties which had not been anticipated. Our civilization was called off from a mad chase after the impossible, and it required years, even centuries, of consideration, before it dared a second attempt. In the meantime it learned much and in various ways. Inert, supine Portugal taught valuable lessons by her very incapacity. Patient Holland gave a valuable object lesson by peaceable conquests and her amalgamation with the South African peoples. All-conquering, commercial and Christian England afterwards came along to gather the harvests which others had sowed, yet to prove that something valuable in the shape of permanent colonization could be effected south of the tropics. And with mutual advantage. The pioneering spirit broke out as it had never done before, and out of it came lesson after lesson, of which certainly none were more valuable than those furnished by Stanley's brave experiences. Whatever may be the future of the white race in Africa, it is certain that, just now, no consideration of climate, distance or inaccessibility. Ways to cool the enthusiasm of Christianity as it marches to a conquest of heathenism in equatorial wilds. It is face to face with all the problems above stated and may be the means of solving many of them favorably. It deserves a better fate than any that has hitherto befallen it. But the fate of all former outbursts and experiments should prove a standing warning. Missionaries are only men. The cause of God, as well as that of commerce, agriculture, science and art, may be best subserved by using God's natural forces and observing his immutable laws. In a political sense, the mission of the white races in Africa has ever been a failure, and there is little transpiring at this hour, except the small beginnings of order and independence in the Congo Free State. But what is ominous of confusion and defeat? Greed for African possessions, jealousy of one another's territorial thefts, threatened wars on account of undefined boundaries, petty usurpations of authority, these render unseemly the scramble for African acres. And bode no good to native Africans, whose allegiance is thereby rendered doubtful, whose fears are constantly at fever heat, who become as ready to train their spears and rush forth in battle array against one side or the other, as they are when their villages and gardens are invaded by neighboring tribes or marauding Arabs. They make colonization a farce, and reduce white dominancy to the level of cruel interference. The cold-blooded effrontery of this deliberate theft and partition of a continent, in a political sense, has nothing in morals to recommend it at any rate. There is nothing at the bottom of it except the aggrandizement of the powers who commit the theft. Selfishness is the motive, however it may be glossed by the plea of a superior civilization. It regards no native rights, consults no native good, but in obedience to a spirit of tyranny and greed walks incontinently into the lands of a weak and helpless race, and appropriates them in true freebooting style, hoists its flag, and says to all comers, "Avaunt, this is mine." The almost hopeless entanglement of foreign powers in Africa today may be seen from a glance at the following political sections, on the west, or Atlantic coast. Spain. Claims. Morocco. France. Morocco. Spain. Opposite the Canaries. France. French Senegambia. Britain. British Senegambia. Portugal. Portuguese Senegambia. Britain. Sierra Leone. Liberia. A republic. France. The Gold Coast. England. The Gold Coast. France. Dahomey. England. Niger. Germany. Cameroons. France. French Congo. Portugal. Portuguese Congo. International Commission. Portuguese the Congo Free State. Portugal. Angola. Portugal. Benguela. Germany. Ingria Pequeña. England. Walvish Bay. Germany. Orange River. England. Cape of Good Hope. Some of these claims are old, some new, some are confirmed, some vapid. Some are direct political claims, some indirect, as where a protectorate only exists, and the real power is vested in a trading company, as in the British West African Company, with powers to occupy and develop the Niger country. Passing to the east coast of Africa we find the entanglement still worse. There are pretty well-defined ownerships beyond the Transvaal. Then comes Portugal's general claim of the Zambesi, Mozambique and Delagoa Bay, interfered with and overlapped by England and Germany. North of this, the Sultan of Zanzibar, who claimed sovereignty indefinitely north, south and west, has been cramped into a few island spaces along the coast and graciously permitted to retain the island of Zanzibar, because no person can live on it except Arabs and natives. Germany extends a protectorate and the country back of Zanzibar, and inland indefinitely, though England is by her side with a similar claim, and taking care that such protectorate shall be as nominal as possible and shall not interfere with her claims upon the lake sections. Italy claims all between the German possessions and Abyssinia and has even invaded that state. These claims are made under the veneering of trading companies, whose acquired rights, vague as they may be, the parent country is bound to back up. Not one of them have well-defined metes and bounds for operations. All are confused and confusing, and liable to provoke misunderstanding and bloodshed at any moment, and the consequent disgrace of our boasted civilization, in the eyes of all simple-minded Africans at least. As a sample of the latest methods of land acquisition in Africa, and the consequences, one has but to study the recent bout between England and Portugal. The latter country claims the Delagoa Bay section, Mozambique and the Zambesi, indefinitely inland, and this though her rule has been limited to 2 or 3 isolated spots. On the Zambesi she established 2 or 3 trading missionary stations which were used for a long time, but gradually fell into disuse. There is no dispute about her claims to the Zambesi section, though the Zulus south of the river do not recognize allegiance to her. The Zambesi, to a point 5 miles above the mouth of the Shire, was declared a free river by the Berlin Conference, so that there can be no dispute about that. So, there is no disposition to interfere with her claims to Mozambique or Delagoa, except as to their western boundary. To permit her to extend her claim to these territories westward till they met the boundaries of the Congo Free State, would be to give her possession of the Shire River, Lake Sherwa and Lake Nyassa. Now starting at the Rua affluent of the Shire, England claims the entire Nyassa section, both by right of discovery, Livingstone discovered the lake, and occupation. Its non-native people are British subjects. She may not have taken the precaution to acquire rights of the natives by treaties, but neither has Portugal. Portugal never expanded, so to speak, beyond the coast on the line of the Zambesi, never did anything for the natives, and is charged with conniving with the slave trade. On the contrary, the established Church of Scotland has many missionaries, teachers and agents in the Shire Highlands. The Free Church of Scotland has several missionaries, teachers and artisans on Lake Nyassa. The university's mission has a steamer on the lake and several missionary agents. The African Lakes Company, chartered in England, has steamers on the Shire River and Lake Nyassa, with 12 trading stations, manned by 25 agents. British capital invested in Nyassaland will equal $1 million. In his Title Deeds to Nyassaland, Rev. Horace Waller says, dotted here and there, from the mangrove swamps of the Kongwan mouth of the Zambesi to the farthest extremity of Lake Nyassa, we passed the graves of naval officers, of brave ladies, of a missionary bishop, of clergymen, of foreign representatives, doctors, scientific men, engineers and mechanics. All these were our countrymen. They lie in glorious graves. Their careers have been foundation stones, and already the edifice rises. British mission stations are working at high pressure on the Shire Highlands and upon the shores of Nyassa. Numbers of native Christians owe their knowledge of the common faith to their efforts. Scores of future chiefs are being instructed in schools spread over hundreds of miles. Commerce is developing by sure and steady steps. A vigorous company is showing to the tribes and nations that there are more valuable commodities in their country than their sons and daughters. In view of all these things, and perhaps spurred to activity by them, Portugal, following the fashion of England, organized a South African company with the intention of consolidating her African possessions, by operating from the east coast. With a base at Delagoa Bay, Mozambique and the mouth of the Zambesi. The announcement, lately made, that Mapunda, chief of the natives in the Shire River district, the Shire River flows into the Zambesi from the north, and is the outlet of Lake Nyassa, had accepted Portuguese sovereignty. Was a distinctive victory for the Portuguese in their contest with the British for the control of that section of the Dark Continent. In July, 1889, Mr. H. Johnston, an experienced African traveler and naturalist, and British consul at Mozambique, took passage with several British naval officers on a gunboat, which went up the Chinda mouth of the Zambesi and entered the Shire River. At a point 100 miles north of its mouth, where the Rua enters the Shire, Consul Johnston on the 12th of August, performed the significant act of hoisting the British flag at the Rua station, henceforth marking the limit of Portuguese authority. This was intended to close Portugal out of Lake Nyassa, the extreme southern point of which is 150 miles north of Rua. By securing Mapunda, however, Portugal took actual possession of the territory immediately to the south of Lake Nyassa. The English expedition in going up the river passed Major Serpa Pinto, the Portuguese leader, with a force of about 700 Zulus under his command. Serpa Pinto was on his way to take possession of Nyassaland. Consul Johnston protested, and assured him that, if he persisted in his purpose, he would bring about a rupture between Portugal and England. Serpa Pinto finally promised to turn back, but as soon as Consul Johnston had moved forward the Portuguese commander resumed his march to Lake Nyassa, and when he reached Mapunda, which commands the southern entrance to the lake, threw up fortifications there and began preparations for a battle with the neighboring Makalolo, in which the latter were routed with great slaughter. This battle appears to have been decisive, and to have led the native chiefs to transfer their nominal allegiance from the British to the Portuguese with alarming rapidity. By securing Mapunda as an ally, the Portuguese cut off England's communications with Lake Nyassa via the Zambesi and Shire rivers. and precipitated the crisis which was threatened by the recent Portuguese proclamation which assumed to annex the whole Zambesi region. This controversy which has already ended in the defeat of Portuguese designs, and which could have ended in no other way, because England is the stronger and more rapacious power, brings into play all the old arguments respecting colonial ambitions and enterprises. It will be remembered that for nearly 200 years after the discovery of America, the European powers were a unit over the doctrine that first discovery gave a title to the discoverer. But when Great Britain awoke to the fact that this doctrine, if rigidly applied, would virtually dispossess her of American soil, notwithstanding the additional fact that she was proving to be the best permanent colonizer in Europe, she originated the new doctrine that actual possession of and settlement in a newly discovered country created a higher title than that of first discovery. This was a safe doctrine to adopt respecting America, for even then the English grip was now so strong as to be unshakable, and it was equally safe as to any other British claim, for the ocean supremacy of France, Spain and Portugal, her real rivals, was on the wane and hers was on the increase. So now, notwithstanding the claim of Portugal to her territory on both the African coasts, by right of discovery, England does not hesitate to enter the Nyassa and Shire region, hoist her flag and claim the rights of sovereignty, on the ground that she is the first permanent occupant. The fact that she has tangible interests to protect, invested property, missions etc., serves to strengthen her attitude with other European powers. But aside from this, she does not intend to let Portugal establish a permanent possession clear across Africa from the Atlantic, at Angola and Benguela, to the mouth of the Zambesi. Such a possession would simply cut the continent in two, and erect a barrier on the east coast to that union of the British African possessions which her foreign diplomacy designs. Moreover, it is fully settled in the mind of Great Britain that the Nile waterway and its extensions through Lakes Albert and Edward Nyanza, Tanganyika, Nyassa, and the Shire and Zambesi rivers, are hers, even if force has to be applied to make them actually hers. But it must be said on behalf of Portugal, that she is not resting her rights on the ancient fiction of discovery alone. Her occupancy of the Zambesi region has, of late, become quite distinct and her vested rights have assumed impressive proportions. The management of her affairs are in the hands of Major Alberto de Rocha Serpa Pinto, whose exertions have greatly strengthened the Portuguese claims. His achievements in the way of African exploration give him high rank as a traveler, explorer, scientist and organizer. He was born in 1845 and educated for the Portuguese military service. In 1869 he first went to Africa, where he took part in the campaign against the rebellious chief Bonga, in the region of the Zambesi. He acquitted himself with distinction on the field of battle, and acquired wide repute as an explorer, by ascending the river as far as the Victoria Falls, making many important discoveries on the way, and crossing the African continent from one side to the other. Upon his return to Portugal, Serpa Pinto was received personally by the king, who was first to greet him when entering the harbour. Lisbon and Oporto were brilliantly illuminated in his honour, and he received many honours and marks of distinction from the sovereign and public bodies. In November, 1877, Serpa Pinto was again sent to Africa by the Portuguese government and the Lisbon Geographical Society in conjunction. He organized a force of 14 soldiers and 57 carriers, and, starting from Benguela, he penetrated to the interior, traversing the districts of Dam, Gilanges, and Kakonda, reaching Biha in March of the following year. He was finally laid low with fever and carried by his faithful followers to the coast. Two of his subordinates, Brito Capello and Ivans, who have since become eminent as explorers, left the expedition in the interior, journeying to the northward to explore the river Kwanza, while Serpa Pinto went to the eastward. On his return to Lisbon he was received with evidences of great esteem by the king, and was the object of popular adulation in all quarters. He described the sources of 4 great rivers heretofore unknown. His discovery of the river Coando, navigable for 600 miles and flowing into the Zambesi, alone placed Major Pinto in the rank of the great African explorers. After remaining in Portugal a few years, Serpa Pinto again returned to Africa, where he has since remained. In 1884, he made another extended journey of exploration, the results of which fully entitled him to the title of the Portuguese Stanley. Following his discoveries, the Portuguese have built a short railroad inland from Delagoa, and have established a system of steam navigation on the Zambesi and Shire rivers, and opened a large and prosperous trading establishment. The activity recently displayed by the British in Southeast Africa has led them to push forward their advantages and seize everything they can lay their hands on while the opportunity offers. Commenting on this situation, the London Times calls it Major Serpa Pinto's gross outrage on humanity and intolerable affront to England. To which an American paper very appropriately replies, "Nothing would suit the English better than to have some excuse for wrenching away from little Portugal her possessions on the dark continent. England has played the cuckoo so many times with impunity that now it is believed a quickened public conscience will call a halt. The merits of this particular case will hardly exert much influence in determining the fate of Portugal in Africa. Left to themselves, England would dispossess Portugal in the twinkling of an eye, for if Turkey is the sick man of Eastern Europe, Portugal is the national personification of senility in the West. 400 or 500 years ago it was the foremost nation of Europe in point of commercial enterprise. The ships of Portugal were the most adventuresome of any that ploughed the ocean. As long ago as 1419 a bold Portuguese tar, Zarco, skirted along western Africa, far below the equator, and later, Vasco da Gama doubled the Cape of Good Hope. Like Columbus, he sought the most direct route to India, and what the Genoese missed he found. The country which England is now impatiently eager to steal from Portugal is a part of the reward of that enterprise which revolutionized Oriental trade, and was second in importance to the world only to the discovery of America. It was as if both sought a silver mine, and the one who failed to find what they were after came upon a gold mine. Portugal may not have made very much use of her discovery for herself and her people, but mankind has been immeasurably benefited, and England incalculably enriched. For the latter to now turn around and rob Portugal of her African possessions, in whole or in part, would be poetic injustice. It would be the old fable over again of the farmer who warmed a snake in his bosom only to be bitten by it. Missionary work in Africa. It is not alone as a commercial, scientific and political field that Africa attracts attention. No country presents stronger claims on the attention of Christian philanthropists. The Arabs entered Africa as propagandists of Islamism. The Portuguese advent was signalized by the founding of Catholic missions. When they arrived off the mouth of the Congo, in 1490, the native king, seated on a chair of ivory, raised on a platform, dressed in glossy, highly colored skins and feathers, with a fine headdress made of palm fiber, gave permission to the strangers to settle in his dominions, to build a church, and to propagate the Christian religion. The king himself and all his chiefs were forthwith baptized, and the fullest scope was allowed to the Roman Catholic missionaries who accompanied the expedition to prosecute their appointed work. Thus runs an old chronicle. It is valuable as showing the antiquity of Christian interest in Africa, as well as showing the fine opportunity then presented for introducing the gospel into benighted lands. We say fine opportunity, because Portugal was then a power, able and willing to second every effort of the Church, and the Church itself was well equipped for missionary work. Its zeal was untiring. Its formula was calculated to impress the African mind. The regalia of its priesthood was captivating. Its music was pleasing and inspiring. But the sequel proved that something was wrong. The priesthood labored arduously, establishing missions, baptizing the natives by the thousand, adapting their ceremonies and processions to heathen rites and superstitions. The process was not that of lifting pagan souls to a high Christian level, so much as a lowering of Christian principles to a heathen level. Then the Church was too dependent on, too intimate with, the state. Even Portuguese historians admit that physical force was frequently employed to bring the natives more completely under the will of the priests. The accounts given of some of the floggings which took place, both of males and female, would be alternately shocking and ludicrous, but for the fact that they were associated with the propagation of religion. Also, both church and state countenanced the crime of slavery, and fattened on the infernal traffic. The ultimate result of such a system might have been easily foreseen. After a long career of so-called missionary success, during which hundreds of mission stations were founded on the entire western and on a great part of the eastern coast of Africa, and many even far inland, the priests fell under the jealousy of the chiefs, clashed with them respecting polygamy and various other customs, and were finally forced back with the receding wave of European influence, when the power of Portugal began to wane. Within 100 years of the above-described arrival of the Portuguese missionaries off the mouth of the Congo, no trace of the labors of Catholic missionaries could be found and no tradition among the natives that they had ever been there. The finest mission stations elsewhere had fallen into ruins, and only those remained which were near ports of entry and fortified commercial points. It may be truthfully said that missionary work in Africa lay as if dead till the spirit of African discovery was revived in England by the formation of the British African Association, in the latter part of the 18th century. Even its first pioneers were not missionaries, but rather explorers in a commercial and scientific sense. They were, however, philanthropic Christian men, and the problem of evangelizing Africa was ever present in their minds. Among them were Leard, Major Houghton, Mungo Park who met his death on the Upper Niger, Frederick Horman, Mr. Nichols, Professor Rentgen, Mr. James Riley, Captain Tuckey who manned the first Congo expedition in 1816, Captain Gray and Major Lang, Ritchie and Lyon, Denham and Clapperton who pierced Bornu and visited Lake Chad. Lang and Cayley whose glowing descriptions of Timbuktu were read with delight. These were followed at a later period by Richard and John Lander who really solved the problem of the Niger, and by Laird and Oldfield and Colthurst and Davidson. Now came a time, 1841, when broader sympathies were enlisted. An expedition was organized under the direction and at the expense of the British government which was not merely to explore the interior of the vast continent, promote the interests of art and science, but check the slave trade, introduce legitimate commerce, advance civilization and social improvement, and thus prepare the way for the introduction of Christianity. For this purpose, treaties were to be formed with native princes, agriculture was to be encouraged, and Christian missions were to be established. 2 missionaries went along, Reverend Messrs. Muller and Shawn. The expedition began the ascent of the river Niger, but was soon forced to return. Failure was written over the enterprise, and the cause was the deadly climate, which had been too little studied in advance. African enterprise in the north again fell back on pioneering exploits, and we have the splendid researches of Barth, Krapf and Rebman in 1849, and in 1857 those still more brilliant efforts of Burton and Speke, who entered the continent from Zanzibar, on the east, and brought to light the mystery of Victoria Nyanza and Tanganyika. Following these came Baker, and then the immortal Livingstone, who united the pioneer and the missionary. Livingstone entered Africa in 1840, under the auspices of the London Missionary Society, and founded a missionary station at Kolobeng, South Africa, 200 miles north of the Moffat station at Kuruman. He married Rev. Robert Moffat's daughter, and was thus doubly fortified for missionary work. He labored earnestly and faithfully in his field till driven by the hostility of the Boers to provide himself another mission further north and beyond the great Kalahari Desert. After suffering untold hardships in his trip across the desert, he discovered Lake Ngami, decided that it would be a good base for further missionary work, and then returned for his wife. A third time he crossed the desert, which had been regarded as impassable, and this time with his family. It was the year 1851. He reached the river Chobe after a hard struggle, his animals having perished under the bites of the poisonous tsetse fly. Here he entered the kingdom of Sibituane, the renowned warrior, whose favor he had previously secured. But that chieftain had died, and his successor detained Livingstone for a time. When a permit was obtained to go where he pleased, he pushed on 130 miles to Sashik, and thence to the Zambesi, in the center of the continent, in the country of the famed Makalolos. But finding the country too unhealthy for a permanent mission, he returned to Cape Town, whence he planned and carried to success a journey back to the Zambezi, and westward, through the Makalolos and other tribes, to Luanda in Angola. Quite across the continent. This was in 1852. This journey came about because, when at Cape Town, he learned of the total destruction of his parent mission station at Colobang by the Boers. This left him without a pastoral charge, but it proved a turning point in his life. Henceforth the field of adventure and exploration was his, and he easily became the most noted of African travelers, till Stanley established for himself a greater fame. What the church lost a whole world gained. His further travels, how he lost and buried his faithful wife on the banks of the Shire, his own sad death in the swamps of Lake Bangweila, the return of his dead body to Zanzibar, borne by his faithful servants Chuma and Susie, have all been described elsewhere in this volume. The recent advance of the Portuguese toward the headwaters of the Zambesi, and their reduction of the Makalolo territory to a Portuguese possession, together with the complications with other ambitious nations of Europe, likely to grow out of it, bring that strange Central African people again into prominence. The region was made known, in olden times, by the Portuguese traveller, Silva Porto, who described it as fertile, and the people as of divided tribes. But Livingstone describes the section as the empire of the Makalolos, and gives many glowing descriptions of the people, their rulers, products and possessions. He was well received by them, like their country, and left a profound impression among them, for Major Serpa Pinto, in his visit many years afterwards, found Livingstone's name mentioned everywhere among the then detached and demoralized tribes with respect. According to Livingstone, the powerful Basuto tribe, south of the Zambesi, crossed to the north side under the lead of their chief, Chibitano, and reduced the numerous tribes who inhabited the vast stretches of country as far as the river Kwando. Chibitano gave to his army, formed of different elements, and to his conquered peoples, made up of a variety of origins, the name of Kalolos, hence the word Makalolos, so well known throughout Africa. This powerful warrior and legislator held his conquered tribes as brethren in one common interest till his death, when they began to set up independent empires. In this disintegration the Luinas, under King Lobasi, came to the front, and are yet the most powerful of the Makalolos. Pinto says that the Makalolo Empire is now composed of a mongrel crew, Calabars, Luinas, Gangelas, and Makalakas, all given to drunkenness and moral brutishness. They are polygamous and deep in the slave traffic. Their country, 200 miles long and over 50 wide, is full of villages and fine plantations. The Luina herds cover the plains of the upper Zambesi, and no finer cattle are to be found in Africa. Lakes abound, and while they contribute to malarial diseases, they give a rich variety of fish. The men do not take readily to farming, but the women are wonderful milkmaids and vegetable raisers. As a people, they are skillful iron workers and wood carvers, and expert at pottery work. They cultivate tobacco for snuff, but smoke only bang. They dress fuller and better than most Central African people, and some of their garbs are quite fantastic. Prof. Henry Drummond, of Glasgow, in a lecture on The Heart of Africa, gives a vivid description of the perils which beset missionary life in the Zambesi regions. As his boat swept along the beautiful Lake Nyassa, he noticed in the distance a few white objects on the shore. On closer inspection, they were found to be wattle and daub houses, built in English style and whitewashed. Heading his boat for the shore, he landed and began to examine what seemed to be the home of a little English colony. The first house he entered gave evidence of recent occupancy, everything being in excellent order, but no human form was to be seen or human voice to be heard. The stillness of death reigned. He entered the schoolhouse. The benches and desks were there, as if school had been but recently dismissed, but neither teachers nor scholars were to be seen. In the blacksmith shop the anvil and hammer stood ready for service, and it seemed as if the fire had just gone out upon the hearth, but no blacksmith could be found. Pushing his investigations a little further, he came upon 4 or 5 graves. These little mounds told the whole story and explained the desolation he had seen. Within them reposed the precious dust of some of the missionaries of Livingstonia, who one by one had fallen at their post, victims of the terrible African fever. Livingstonia was Scotland's answer in part to the challenge which Henry M. Stanley gave to the Christian world to send missionaries to eastern equatorial Africa. When that intrepid explorer, after untold hardship, had found David Livingstone, and during months of close companionship had felt the power of that consecrated life, he blew the trumpet with no uncertain sound to rouse the Church to her privilege and responsibility in Central Africa. But it was not till the death of the great missionary explorer, that the land which gave him birth resolved to send a little army of occupation to the region which he had opened to the Christian world. On the 18th of January, 1875, at a public meeting held in the city of Glasgow, the Free, the Reformed, and the United Presbyterian Churches of Scotland founded a mission, to be called Livingstonia, and which was to be located in the region of Lake Nyassa, the most southern of the three great lakes of Central Africa, with a coast of 800 miles. Although founded by the churches just named, it was understood that it was to be regarded as a free church mission, the others cooperating with men and means as opportunity offered or necessity required. The choice of location was most appropriate, not only because Dr. Livingstone had discovered that beautiful sheet of water, but because he had requested the Free Church to plant a mission on its shores. The first company of missionaries, which included also representatives of the established church, who were to found a separate mission in the lake region, after immense toil and severe hardship, reached the lake, via the Zambesi and Shire rivers. October 12, 1875. They selected a site near Cape Maclear as their first settlement, and as soon as possible put into operation the various parts of the mission work they had been commissioned to prosecute: industrial, educational, medical, and evangelistic. From the first the mission met with encouraging success, becoming not only a center of gospel light to that benighted region, but also a city of refuge to which the wretched natives fled to escape the inhuman cruelties of the slave traders. As the years rolled on, however, it was found necessary to remove the main work of the mission to a more healthful region on the lake, hence the desolation seen by Prof. Drummond, the work at Cape Maclear being now mainly evangelistic and carried on by native converts. The mission still lives and comprises 4 stations, one of which is situated on the Stevenson Road, a road constructed at a cost of $20,000 by an English philanthropist, and intended to promote communication between Lakes Nyassa and Tanganyika. After this diversion, forced upon the reader by reason of Livingstone's dual missionary and pioneering work, we turn again to the north of Africa, and to historic Egypt. Comparatively little has been done in this land by Christendom for the evangelization of its degraded population. Wesleyan missionaries were stationed at Alexandria in the early part of the century, but the field proved unpropitious and they were removed to a more promising sphere of labor. Even the Church of England, now most in favor there, has not achieved much in the way of Christianizing the people. Perhaps the American United Presbyterians have been most successful in this uninviting field. They have several missionaries there, numerous lay agents, over a score of stations and schools, and quite a following of converts and pupils. The Khedive has granted them toleration and valuable concessions. The Church of Scotland sustains one mission and several prosperous schools at Cairo, in Egypt. In Nubia, the Mohammedan religion is so firmly fixed, that missionary effort has been almost entirely discouraged. The Abyssinians boast of their relationship to King Solomon, resulting from the visit of the Queen of Sheba to Jerusalem. They also claim to have received their Christianity from its fountainhead in Judea, on the return of the Ethiopian eunuch to the court of Queen Candace, after his conversion to the faith of the gospel by Philip, the evangelist. Whatever truth there may be in these traditions, it is a fact that the religion of the country is a species of Christianity, combined with certain Judaic observances, as circumcision, abstinence from meat, keeping of Saturday as the Sabbath. And also with many Catholic forms, as reverence for the Virgin, the calendar of saints, etc. As a missionary field the Catholics were the first to enter Abyssinia in 1620, and they succeeded in persuading the king to declare Catholicism to be the religion of the state. This bold step, however, occasioned civil wars which ended in their expulsion from the country. Jesuit missionaries from France came later, but they were also banished. The Church of England Missionary Society in 1829 sent out 2 missionaries. Others followed, but little was accomplished. The well-known German missionary, Herr Flad, has accomplished quite a work in recent times. The defeat and murder of the Abyssinian king was one of the sad events of 1888. It followed successful invasions of the country and the slaughter and enslavement of large numbers of Abyssinians in 1885 and 1886 by the Mahdaists, and their defeat by King John in 1887. Herflad transmitted a letter to the British and Foreign Anti-Slavery Society from Christian Abyssinians, which is a most earnest and pathetic appeal for help from their fellow Christians and such help as will prevent their enslavement and the entire desolation of their country. Very pertinently, these people, whose liberties and lives are in such imminent danger, inquire of Christians in other lands, after depicting the desolation of their own, the selling of thousands of people into slavery, and the cruel butchery of other thousands, why should fanatic and brutal Moslems be allowed to turn a Christian land like Abyssinia into a desert, and to extirpate Christianity from Ethiopia? They close with this earnest plea: for Christ's sake make known our sad lot to our brethren and sisters in Christian lands, who fear God and love the brethren. While Abyssinian Christianity may not be without spot, Abyssinians are God's men and women. Later missionary letters to the London Anti-Slavery Society say that the Mahdaists have made western Abyssinia a desert. Whole flocks and herds have been destroyed, thousands of Christians have been thrown into slavery, thousands of others have been butchered, and hundreds of the noblest inhabitants have been taken to Mecca as slaves in violation of treaties. The English gunboat Osprey recently captured 3 cargoes of slaves off the island of Perim, which guards the Aden entrance to the Red Sea. When brought to the Admiralty Court at Aden, they proved to be about 217 in number, chiefly Abyssinian boys and girls from 10 to 20 years of age, captured by the fierce Mohammedan Gallas, and run across to Mocha to be sold to the Mohammedans. The Foreign Missionary Committee in Scotland appeal for a special rescued slaves fund for the support and Bible education of these captives. In Barca, Tripoli, Fezzan, Tunis, Algiers, and Morocco, known as the Barbary States, owing to the exclusive character of the Muslim faith, all missionary effort for the evangelization of the general population has been precluded until recently. A note from Edward H. Slenny, Secretary of the North Africa Mission, says January 26, 1889, I have just returned from visiting most of the missionaries connected within the North Africa Mission in Morocco, Algeria and Tunis. The prospect among the Mohammedans is encouraging, and we are hoping to send out more laborers. There are now 41 on our staff, and 2 more leave us in a week. We are now proposing to take up work among the Europeans as well as the Mohammedans, and also establish a station in Tripoli, which is quite without the gospel. Algeria was occupied in some measure in 1881, Morocco in 1884, Tunis in 1885 and in 1889. Mr. Michel, who has been working in Tunis, accompanied by Mr. Harding, who left England February 1, landed in Tripoli the 27th. Thus far they are getting on well. They find the people more bigoted than in Tunis. Besides the work they may be able to do in the city and neighborhood, they will be able to send some scriptures by the caravans leaving for the Sudan which, with the blessing of God, will spread the light around Lake Chad. A correspondent of the Christian, London, writing from Gibraltar, says, we have had very cheering news from Morocco. A wonderful work has sprung up among the Spanish and Jewish people of Tangier. Meetings, commenced 2 or 3 months ago, have been held in Spanish, addressed through an interpreter by some brethren of the North African Mission, and there has been an intense eagerness to hear the truth. The Holy Spirit has carried home the gospel message with conviction to many hearts, and a few days ago the brethren informed me that 17 Jewish and Spanish converts were baptized, and others were waiting for baptism. The meetings have been crowded night after night, so much so that the friends in Tangier contemplate hiring a music hall, at present used for midnight revelry and sin. This revival has aroused the enmity of both rabbi and priest, consequently bitter persecution has followed. Several Jewish inquirers have been beaten in the synagogue, converts have been dismissed from their employment, and the priests have offered bribes and made threats to the Spanish converts to induce them to cease attending the meetings. But so far the converts are holding firm. E. F. Baldwin is meeting with great success in Morocco. He writes from Tangier. We have had great encouragement in the work here. For some 2 months we have had nightly meetings for inquirers and young converts, attended by from 10 to 20. Many have received Christ as their personal Savior and have been at once baptized. For some weeks most of my time was occupied from morning until night talking with interested ones who visited me, and daily there would be natives in my room much of the time. At times conversions occurred daily. All of them are brought out of Mohammedan darkness. They all renounce that false religion formally at their baptism. Almost all are young men, some of good position, but most of them from among the poor. There is not one who has not prayed and spoken in our meetings from the day of his conversion. 2 of the earliest converts are in the mountains traveling on foot without purse, scrip or pay, preaching in both Arabic and Shilla. They have been away now several weeks. Others, whose faces we have never seen, have been converted in distant places through one from here, and write us of many others believing through their word. We have reason to believe the gospel has taken root in several places in southern Morocco within these few weeks. 2 others of our number are arranging to start at once to preach in another direction. Mr. Martin and I are also leaving as soon as we can get away, and will travel also as Christ commanded, on foot and without purse or scrip. Later he writes from Mogador, for upwards of a year new accessions have been constant, and every one baptized has renounced Mohammedanism. For a time the work was seemingly much hindered by severe persecution, imprisonment, beating, disowning, banishment. These are all too familiar to the converts here in southern Morocco. But when it was impossible to work longer here in Mogador we traveled and preached, going literally on the methods laid down in Matthew X, which we hold with, we find, increasing numbers of God's children, to be of perpetual obligation. We have found them to contain the deep and matchless wisdom of God for missionary effort. Several others besides myself, including recently converted natives, are so traveling. The natives knowing no other methods, have gone gladly forth, without purse or scrip, on foot, taking nothing, and marvelous blessing in the way of conversion has followed the step of their simple faith. They go with no thought of pay or salary. The Father makes their simple needs his care. My own position as an unattached missionary, dependent only on God for temporal supplies, which, blessed be his name, he ceaselessly supplies, enables one to consistently instruct these native Christians in the principles and methods of Matthew X. And encourage them to go forth upon them. It is to this return to these first principles of mission work I attribute the constant flow of blessing we are having, and which is so exceptional in Mohammedan fields. I earnestly recommend them to others who may have the faith and are so circumstanced as to practice them. I say this without any reflection upon the more ordinary and accepted lines of mission endeavor. The field is vast and the need great, and by all and every means let the gospel be preached. Just now the vigilance of our persecutors and adversaries has somewhat relaxed, and our frequent meetings, 16 in Arabic and 8 in English per week, are well attended and we are cheered by more conversions. Several are just presenting themselves for baptism. Last night one of the most intelligent and best educated Moors I have ever met publicly confessed Christ for the first time, both speaking and praying, as all the native Christians do from the hour of their conversion, in our meeting before many witnesses. He is one of the few honorable ones who have been won. We trust he may become a veritable Paul. He was some months since arrested and thrown into prison on the suspicion of being a Christian, which at that time he was not. His feet, like Joseph's, they hurt with fetters, the scars of which he will never cease to carry. Poor fellow! He was then without the comfort that comes to a child of God in affliction, and yet enduring reproach for Christ. But God blessed his dreary sojourn in prison to his soul, and it contributed to his conversion. Some from among the few resident Europeans and from among the Jews also have turned to the Lord and confessed him in baptism. Tidings from different places in the interior, where the word of life has been carried from here, tell us of many turning from Muhammad's cold, hard, false faith, to the love and light the gospel brings them. May not all this encourage the zeal and faith of scattered workers toiling in these hard Moslem fields? Some new workers, all committed to Matthew X lives, have just joined us. There are now 6 of us here, all men of course, with our lives given up to toil for Christ under his primitive instructions. A band is forming in Ayrshire, Scotland, of others who will come to us soon, we trust. Others in different places are greatly interested. We hope to have many natives together here in the summer months for training in the word, that they may afterwards go forth 2 by 2, without purse or scrip. Alfred S. Lamb writes as follows. Within 4 days' journey of Britain one may land on African soil and find a large field, almost untouched, for Christian labor among the natives of Algeria, the Kabyles. Visiting recently among these people, and making known to them, for the first time, the glad tidings of salvation, I was much struck with the attention given to the message. Doubtless the novelty of an Englishman speaking to them in their own unwritten language, and delivering such a message as a free salvation without works, was sufficient of itself to call forth such attention. Seated one evening in a Kabyle house, I was greatly delighted with the readiness to listen to the gospel. The wonderful story of the resurrection of Lazarus was being read, when my host announced that supper was ready, and when I liked I could have it brought up. Having expressed a desire to finish the narrative, the little company of Mohammedans continued to give the utmost attention to the words read and spoken. Supper ended, the conversation was renewed. One of our company, an honorable Marabout or religious Mohammedan, who, because of having made a pilgrimage to Mecca, was called El-Hajj, entertained us while he read from an Arabian tract. The man showed us, with evident pride, a book in Arabic, I presume a portion of scripture, given him 2 years ago in Algiers by a Christian English lady who was distributing tracts among the people. Frequently during that evening's conversation, my statements were met by the words, "You are right, truly." That night I had 2 sharing the sleeping apartment with me. Having seen me bow the knee in prayer, one of them asked me afterward if I had been praying. Replying that I had, he added, "May God answer your prayer." The north of Africa, so long neglected by the missionaries, seems now to share in the interest that has been awakened in the whole continent. We come now to the west coast. Western Africa is divided into numerous petty states, in all of which the most degrading superstition and idolatry, with their usual concomitants of lawlessness and cruelty, are the outstanding features. The entire population was no doubt pagan at no very remote period, but in modern times the religion of Muhammad has extensively prevailed, having been jealously propagated with fire and sword by northern tribes of Arab descent. But there is not so much difference between the Mohammedanism and paganism of the Negroes as many suppose. The distinction is rather nominal than real, so far as the moral conduct of the people is concerned. All profess to believe in the existence of God, if a confused notion of a higher power may be so designated, but all are entirely ignorant of the character and claims of the divine being, and exceedingly superstitious. The African Mussulman repeats the prayers, and observes the feasts and ceremonies prescribed in the Quran, but he has quite as much, if not more faith, in his charms and amulets, or gree-grees. Paganism in West Africa is known by the name of fetishism. It assumes different forms in the various tribes. It is to a large extent a system of devil worship, in connection with which the belief in witchcraft plays an important part. Not only are the deities themselves called fetishes, but the religious performances of acts of worship, and the offerings presented are also spoken of as fetish or sacred, because they are performed and offered in honor of those deities. In the daily household worship, in every domestic and public emergency, in seasons of public calamity, when preparing for and engaged in war, in the taking of oaths, at births and deaths and funerals, and indeed in connection with every event in life, the fetish superstition holds the people in the most slavish, degrading, and cruel bondage. When a death occurs, a solemn assembly is held in a palaver house to inquire into its cause, and as witchcraft is the one often assigned, it results in death to some unfortunate individual suspected of the crime. To be suspected of witchcraft is the worst thing that can overtake a man or woman in Africa, and at every death it is the priest's business to make out who has been the cause of the death. On such occasions a brother, sister, father, nay, in many cases even a mother, may be accused of the unnatural crime of having occasioned the death of their dearest. Against such a charge there exists no defense. Free room has been left to the priesthood for the execution of its malicious plottings and selfish designs, as they mostly are. It is hard to say which men dread the most, the effects of witchcraft or being themselves accused of practicing it. People avoid with the utmost carefulness and solicitude every look, every word, every act, which is in the slightest measure open to misinterpretation. If anyone is seriously ill, care is taken not to be too cheerful, lest it should appear as if one was rejoicing over the expected decease. But, again, one does not dare to seem too solicitous, lest it should be surmised that he is concealing his guilt under a mantle of hypocrisy. And yet, with all these precautions, one is never secure. If such a suspicion has once been uttered against any one, neither age, nor rank, nor even known nobility of character defends him from the necessity of submitting to the ordeal of poison, the issue of which is held infallible. The people through belief in this doctrine, are the victims of the priests and priestesses, the fetish men and women, who constitute a large class. The most incredible atrocities resulting from this belief form one of the darkest chapters in the history of this dark land. Some of the superstitious rites and ceremonies of the Negro race partake more of the nature of open idolatry than any of those which have yet been mentioned. For instance, they pay homage to certain lakes, rivers, and mountains, which they regard as sacred, believing them to be the special dwelling places of the gods. They also adore various animals and reptiles, which they believe to be animated by the spirits of their departed ancestors. In some places large serpents are kept and fed, in houses set apart for the purpose, by the fetish priests. To these ugly creatures sacrifices are presented and divine homage is paid by the people at stated periods, a liberal present being always brought for the officiating priest on all such occasions. The ruling people of the Niger Delta, at Bras, New Calabar, Bonny and Apobo, are the Ijos. Every community of them had formerly its totem, or sacred animal, in whose species the ancestral spirit of the tribe was supposed to dwell. So profound was this belief that the English traders in the Oil River region, the oil rivers embrace the tributaries of the Niger, and are so called in general because the commerce in palm oil is large upon them, were forbidden to kill the sacred lizard of Bonny, and the more sacred python of Bras. One agent of a large trading firm at Bras found a python in his house and inconsiderately killed it. On learning of it, the Bras natives destroyed the firm's factory and store, dragged the agent to the beach and inflicted indignities on him. The British consul considered the case, but such was the sentiment against the sacrilegious conduct of the agent, that the consul, as a matter of trade polity, was forced to decide that redress was impossible, inasmuch as he had brought the punishment on himself. This totem worship made the monster lizard at Bonny a nuisance. They grew in number and impudence, till it was nothing unusual to see their 6 feet of slimy length stretched across paths and upon doorways, and to feel the lash of their serrated tails on your legs as you passed along. If one were wounded or killed, there was no end of trouble, for the irate natives were sure to carry the case to the consul on board ship, where they secured the judgment of a fine, or else taking the law into their own hands, they insulted or assaulted the slayer till their anger was appeased. In other parts of the delta, a shark became the tribe totem, or a crocodile, or waterbird, but in no part was zoolatry, animal worship, carried to a greater extent than at Bonny and Bras, where the lizard and python were favorites. In 1884, the Church Missionary Society took the matter in hand, and finally succeeded in doing what consuls and the warships had failed to accomplish. The society screwed the courage of the native converts up to the sticking point and finally proclaimed the destruction of the lizards in Bonny on one Easter Sunday morning. Men and boys, armed with hatchets and sticks, went about killing the ugly beasts, and so complete was their work that the day ended with their extermination. But the sickening smell which pervaded the air for days, came near producing a pestilence. It was a hard blow to native superstitions, but the riddance soon came to be acquiesced in. A change equally abrupt put an end to the python worship at Bras, and so there has been of late years, a gradual giving up of this totem observance among the Niger tribes, thanks to missionary rather than commercial enterprise. Here, surely, if anywhere on the face of the earth, the gospel, with its enlightening, purifying, and ennobling influence, was needed. What then has been done to carry it to these degraded people, and what have been the results of missionary labor among them? Take a glance first at Sierra Leone, as it was the earliest visited by the missionaries. It is situated in the southern part of Senegambia. It has an area of 319 square miles, and a population of over 80,000, nearly all blacks. Formerly it was one of the chief emporiums of the slave trade. In 1797 the British African Company purchased land from the native princes with the view of forming a settlement for the emancipated Negroes who had served in British ships during the American Revolution, and who on the conclusion of peace were found in London in a most miserable condition. In 1808 this land was transferred to the British Crown, additional tracts of country being subsequently acquired. The colony has since served as an asylum for the wretched victims rescued from the holds of slave ships. The history of missionary enterprise, in this land of sickness and death, is a checkered one. Colonial chaplains were appointed at different times, from the beginning, to minister to the government functionaries and others. But owing to frequent deaths and absences from illness, the office was often vacant. The first effort of a purely missionary character for the benefit of West Africa was made by the Baptist Missionary Society in 1795. Efforts of other societies followed in rapid succession. But it was not until after the commencement of the present century, when the Church and Wesleyan missionary societies undertook the work of evangelization in Western Africa, that the cause took a permanent and progressive form. The Church Missionary Society in 1804 sent out to Sierra Leone Mr. Renner, a German, and Mr. Hartwig, a Prussian, to instruct the people in a knowledge of divine things. In 1806 Messrs. Nylander, Butcher, and Prass, all of whom had been trained at the Berlin Missionary Seminary, and ordained according to the rites of the Lutheran Church, embarked at Liverpool to strengthen the mission. In 1816 William A. B. Johnson went out as a schoolmaster to this colony. He was a plain German laborer, having but a very limited common school education and no marked intellectual qualifications, but he was trained in the school of Christ and was a good man, full of faith and of the Holy Spirit. It became obvious that he was called of God to preach the gospel, and he was ordained in Africa. His period of service was brief, but marvelous in interest and power, and he raised up a native church of great value. Into the midst of these indolent, vicious, violent savages he went. He found them devil worshippers, and at first was very much disheartened. But though William Johnson distrusted himself, he had faith in Christ and his gospel. Like Paul, he resolved to preach the simple gospel, holding up the cross, show them plainly what the Bible says of the guilt of sin, the need of holiness, and the awful account of the judgment day. He simply preached the gospel and left results with God, confident that his word would not return to him void. For nearly a year he pursued this course. And he observed that over that apparently hopeless community a rapid and radical change was coming. Old and young began to show deep anxiety for their spiritual state and yearning for newness of life. If he went for a walk in the woods, he stumbled over little groups of awakened men and women and children, who had sought there a place to pour out their hearts to God in prayer. If he went abroad on moonlight evenings, he found the hills round about the settlement echoing with the praises of those who found salvation in Christ, and were singing hymns of deliverance. His record of the simple experiences of these converts has preserved their own crude, broken, but pathetically expressive story of the Lord's dealings with them, and the very words in which they told of the work of grace within them. No reader could but be impressed with their deep sense of sin, their appreciation of grace, their distrust of themselves and their faith in God, their humble resolves, their tenderness of conscience, their love for the unsaved about them, and their insight into the vital truth of redemption. The improvement in the appearance and habits and social condition of the people that followed was nothing short of a transformation. Their chapel was 5 times enlarged to accommodate the ever-increasing numbers who attended. 70 years ago, if you had gone to what was afterward known as the Regent's Town, you would have found people, taken at different times from the holds of slave ships, in the extreme of poverty and misery, destitution and degradation. They were as naked and as wild as beasts. They represented 22 hostile nations or tribes, strangers to each other's language, and having no medium of communication, save a little broken English. They had no conception of a pure home, they were crowded together in the rudest and filthiest huts, and, in place of marriage, lived in a promiscuous intercourse that was worse than concubinage. Lazy, bestial, strangers to God, they had not only defaced his image, but well nigh effaced even the image of humanity, and combined all the worst conditions of the most brutal, savage life, plundering and destroying one another. Here it pleased God to make a test of his grace in its uplifting and redeeming power. When Johnson was under the necessity of leaving for England, hundreds of both sexes accompanied him a distance of 5 miles to the ship and wept bitter tears at the thought of being separated from their best earthly friend. "Massa, suppose no water live here, we go with you all the way, till no feet more move." Similar success attended the work at other stations, so that we find Sir Charles Marthe, the governor, reporting in 1821 as follows in regard to the villages of these recaptured Negroes: "They had all the appearance and regularity of the neatest village in England, with a church, a school, and a commodious residence for the missionaries and teachers." Though in 1817 they had not been more than thought of. In 1842 a committee of the House of Commons thus testified to the state of the colony. To the invaluable exertions of the Church Missionary Society more especially, as also, to a considerable, as in all our African settlement, to the Wesleyan body, the highest praise is due. By their efforts nearly 1/5 of the whole population, a most unusually high proportion in any country, are at school, and the effects are visible in considerable intellectual, moral and religious improvement. The bishopric of Sierra Leone was founded in 1851, and some idea may be formed of the trying nature of the climate from the fact that no fewer than 3 bishops died within 3 years of their consecration. In 1862 the native church, having been organized on an independent basis, undertook the support of its own pastors, churches, and schools, aided by a small grant from the society. In a work entitled, "The English Church in Other Lands," it is stated that, in the first 20 years of the existence of the mission, 53 missionaries, men and women, died at their post. But these losses seem to draw out new zeal, and neither then, nor at any subsequent period, has there been much difficulty in filling up the ranks of the Sierra Leone mission, or of the others established on the same coast. The first 3 bishops, Vidal, Weeks and Bowen, died within 8 years of the creation of the sea, and yet there has been no difficulty in keeping up the succession. The present results are a sufficient reward for all the self-sacrificing devotion. There is now at Sierra Leone a self-sustaining and self-extending African church. The only white clergyman in the colony is Bishop Ingram, the whole of the pastoral work being in the hands of native clergymen. Many native missionaries, both clerical and lay, have been furnished for the Niger and Yoruba missions. An outline of the proceedings of the Wesleyan Missionary Society in this part of the wide field may be compressed into a few sentences. Among the Negroes who were conveyed from Nova Scotia to Sierra Leone in 1791, there were several who had become partially enlightened and otherwise benefited by attending services of the Methodist ministers in America. Some of these having made repeated applications to Dr. Coke for preachers of their own denomination to be sent from England, in the year 1811 the Society responded to their request by the appointment of the Reverend G. Warren as their first missionary to Western Africa. He was accompanied by 3 English schoolmasters. They found about 100 of the Nova Scotia settlers who called themselves Methodists. These simple-minded people had built a rude chapel in which they were in the habit of meeting together to worship God from Sabbath to Sabbath. A few of the most intelligent among them conducting the services and instructing the rest according to the best of their ability. They received the missionary from England with the liveliest demonstrations of gratitude and joy. And to them, as well as to the poor afflicted liberated Africans, who were from time to time rescued from bondage by British cruisers and brought to Sierra Leone, his earnest ministrations were greatly blessed. But the missionary career of Mr. Warren was of short duration. He was smitten with fever and finished his course about 8 months after his arrival, being the first of a large number of Wesleyan missionaries who have fallen a sacrifice to the climate of Western Africa since the commencement of the work. Other devoted missionaries followed who counted not their lives dear unto them if they could only be made instrumental in winning souls for Christ. No sooner did the intelligence arrive in England that missionaries and their wives had fallen in the holy strife, than others nobly volunteered their services, and went forth in the spirit of self-sacrifice, in many instances to share the same fate. This has been going on for 3/4 of a century, and although the mortality among the agents of the society is appalling to contemplate, the social, moral, and spiritual results of the mission are grand beyond description. Congregations have been gathered, places of worship erected, native churches organized, and Christian schools established, not only in Freetown, but in most of the villages and towns in the colony. High schools have, moreover, been established for the training of native teachers and preachers, and to give a superior education to both males and females. The advancement of the people, most of whom have been rescued from slavery, in religious knowledge, general intelligence, moral conduct, and, indeed, in everything which goes to constitute genuine Christian civilization, is literally astonishing. In addition to the Church and Wesleyan missionary societies, who took the lead in the work of religious instruction in Sierra Leone, other agencies have been advantageously employed. The census of 1881 showed 39,000 evangelical Christians, about equally divided between the Wesleyans and the Church of England. Some reports give the nominal Christian population as high as 80,000. In the Gambia district the inhabitants on both sides of the river are chiefly Mandingos and Jalofs, most of whom are Mohammedans, with a few pagans here and there. A large number of liberated Africans, as they are technically called, have, however, been brought to the Gambia from time to time, and located on St. Mary's and McCarthy's Islands and in the neighboring districts, as thousands before had been taken to Sierra Leone. These are poor Negro slaves of different nations and tribes who have been rescued from bondage, and landed from slave ships taken by British cruisers while in the act of pursuing their unlawful trade. No provision had been made for the moral and religious instruction of the colonists, British, or the native tribes of this part of Africa, when the Wesleyan Missionary Society commenced its labors in 1821. The first missionary sent out was the Reverend John Morgan. He was soon afterwards joined by the Reverend John Baker from Sierra Leone, when these two devoted servants of God began to look about for the most eligible site for a mission station. Their object being chiefly to benefit the surrounding native tribes, they were anxious if possible to establish themselves on the mainland. Accordingly they went to visit the chief of Combo, on the southern bank of the Gambia. Having offered their presents, they were graciously received by His Sable Majesty, who signified his consent for the strangers to settle in any part of the country which they might select as most suitable for their object. They fixed upon a place called Missionary, about 8 miles from St. Mary's. Although considerably elevated it was far from healthy, and when the rainy season set in both were prostrated with fever, and were obliged to move to St. Mary's where they could have medical aid. Before the end of the year, however, Mr. Baker proceeded to the West Indies by direction of the Missionary Committee, his health having become so impaired by his long residence in West Africa, as to render a change absolutely necessary. Mr. Morgan had recovered from his attack of fever and was pursuing his work alone, when he had the pleasure of receiving as his colleague the Reverend William Bell, who had been sent from England by the committee to reinforce the mission. This devoted young missionary appeared well adapted for the enterprise upon which he had entered, but he was soon called away to the better country. He died of fever at St. Mary's 46 days after his arrival. For a time his place was taken by the Reverend Geo Lane, from Sierra Leone, but his health also failing he was obliged to return, and he shortly afterwards finished his course. On the 14th of April, 1824, Mr. Morgan was relieved by the arrival from England of the Reverend Robert and Mrs. Hawkins, who entered upon their work at once. By this time it had become evident that the proper place for the principal station was St. Mary's Island, and arrangements were forthwith made for the erection of a mission house and place of worship in Bathurst, the principal town. A number of native converts were soon after united in church fellowship as the result of the faithful preaching of the gospel. Schools were organized for boys and girls, and the machinery of a promising mission station was fairly put in motion. Mr. and Mrs. Hawkins suffered much from sickness during their period of service, but they labored well and successfully, and were spared to return home in 1827, the Reverend Samuel and Mrs. Dawson being appointed to take their place. Mrs. Dawson was smitten with fever and died at Sierra Leone, on her way to the Gambia, and her sorrowful and bereaved husband proceeded to his station alone. On the 18th of November, 1828, Reverend Richard and Mrs. Marshall arrived at the Gambia from England to relieve Mr. Dawson, and the school being once more favored with the supervision of a Christian lady, and the station with an energetic missionary, the work prospered in a very pleasing manner. Mr. Marshall had labored with acceptance and success for nearly 2 years, when he fell a sacrifice to the climate, and finished his course with joy at Bathurst on the 19th of August, 1830. 2 days after the funeral of her lamented husband, Mrs. Marshall embarked with her infant son for England. They arrived at Bristol on the 1st of October. And worn out with mental and bodily suffering, the lonely widow sank into the arms of death about 48 hours after she landed on the shores of her native country. Gambia Station was thus left without a missionary or teacher, but 6 months later, on the 10th of March, Reverend W. Moyster and wife arrived at St. Mary's and set to work at once to recommence the mission schools and public services. Their labors were crowned with success, and native preachers having been trained to take a part in the work, they felt that the time had come when some effort should be made to carry the gospel to the regions beyond. With this object in view, Mr. Moyster made 3 successive journeys into the interior, and with much toil and exposure succeeded in establishing a new station at McCarthy's Island, nearly 300 miles up the Gambia, a station which from that day to this, a period of over half a century, has been a center of light and influence to all around, and the spiritual birthplace of many souls. Mr. Moyster was relieved in 1833 by the arrival from England of a noble band of laborers. The Reverend William and Mrs. Fox took charge of St. Mary's, and Reverend Thomas and Mrs. Dove were appointed to take charge of the new station at McCarthy's Island. They labored long and successfully in this trying portion of the mission field, and some of them fell a sacrifice to the deadly climate. They were succeeded by others in subsequent years, many of whom shared the same fate. But whilst God buried his workmen, he carried on his work. A rich harvest has been already reaped, and the work is still going on. A commodious new chapel and schoolrooms have been built at Bathurst, and a high school established for the training of native teachers and others, whilst large congregations, attentive and devout, meet together for worship. The Gold Coast is the significant name given to a maritime country of Guinea, in Western Africa, in consequence of the quantity of gold dust brought down from the interior by the natives for barter with the European merchants. The Wesleyan Missionary Society commenced its labors on the Gold Coast in 1834. Their first station was at Cape Coast Town, and though the missionaries died in rapid succession, the station was never without a missionary for any considerable time. As the work advanced, native laborers were raised up, and in succeeding years stations were established, places of worship built, congregations gathered, and Christian churches and schools organized, not only in Cape Coast Town, but also at Elmina, Comenda, Dix Cove, Apollonia, Anamabu, Domanasi, Accra, Winnebab, and other places along the coast and in the far distant interior. In 1889 they had 21,000 Christians. The Ball and North German missionary societies have also several important stations on the Gold Coast, at Accra, Christiansburg, Akrapong, and other places. During the last century the attention of Count Zinzendorf was drawn toward the propagation of the gospel on the Gold Coast. 3 times, 1736, 1768 and 1769, missionaries were sent to Christiansburg and Ningo. But all died after a short stay, without seeing any fruit of their work. They are buried, 11 in number, at Christiansburg and Ningo. Upwards of half a century elapsed ere this white man's grave was taken possession of again. At length in 1827, the Ball German Evangelical Mission sent out 4 missionaries, J. P. Heinke, C. F. Salbach, J. G. Schmid, and G. Halsworth. They arrived on the 18th of December, 1828, at Christiansburg, then and until 1851 a possession of the Danish crown. From Governor Lind they received a cordial welcome. Within 9 months after their arrival 3 of them succumbed to the climate, 2 of them dying on the same day. 2 years later the 4th, Haenke, was removed. 3 new laborers arrived in March, 1832, but in the course of 4 months 2 of them had died. The third, A. Russ, having been raised up from the very gates of death, labored for several years, and afterwards removed to Aquapong, the capital of Aquapim, a more healthful region in the interior. The Aquapims and their king proved very friendly. The reports from this new region had the effect of infusing fresh life into the society, and 2 missionaries, along with Miss Walter, who became the wife of Russ and was the first missionary lady on the Gold Coast, were forthwith sent to his aid. 2 years thereafter, Russ and his wife were left alone, the remorseless climate having again done its deadly work. The mission had now been in existence for 10 years, and within that period no fewer than 8 missionaries had died. Russ returned in broken health to Ball in 1840. The directors of the society were greatly perplexed, as well they might be. The prevailing feeling was in favor of the abandonment of the mission, but a new inspector, the Reverend W. Hoffman, came into office. Fired with missionary zeal he proceeded in 1843 to Jamaica in order to enlist Christian emigrants for the work in Africa. 24 members of the Moravian congregation there responded. They arrived in Christiansburg in April of that year. Henceforth Aquapong became as a city set on a hill. Russ returned to Africa but was compelled to retire altogether from the field in 1845, his health having again completely broken down. But reinforcements were sent out by the society from time to time. The mission now assumed a more encouraging aspect. Between 1838 and 1848 only 1 missionary had died, and by the close of the latter year 40 natives had been gathered into the church. 10 years later the society was able to report that no fewer than 18 missionaries, with 9 married and 3 unmarried ladies, besides 26 catechists and teachers, had been settled at the stations already named and at various other places. The church members at the close of 1858 were 385. The next decade showed still more gratifying results, the numbers being 31 missionaries, 19 ladies, 25 native catechists, 15 native male, and 12 native female teachers, and 1581 church members. Outstations were largely multiplied. During this last period the work was developed in other directions. The Mission Trade Society had begun operations, its object being to prepare the way by means of trade based on Christian principles. Elders had been appointed to assist the missionaries in their work, and to settle minor cases of jurisdiction. Besides the day schools, boarding schools for boys and girls, a teacher's training school, and a theological school had been established. Industrial departments too had been added at Christiansburg. These are now self-supporting and are proving an important means of promoting the moral and social well-being of the natives. In these industrial schools may now be seen native shoemakers, tailors, carpenters, and other craftsmen, busy at work plying their respective avocations, and preparing themselves for useful positions in life. Some of the missionaries have, moreover, rendered good service to literature, and to those who may succeed them in the field, by the useful dictionaries, grammars, and vocabularies which they have compiled of native languages, and the translations which they have made of Scripture into the dialects of the people among whom they labor. The entire Bible has been translated into 2 of the various languages, viz., in the Ga or Accra, by the late Reverend J. Zimmerman, and in the Chui by the Rev. Christaller, the latter language being spoken by at least 1 million of Negroes on the Gold Coast and far into the interior. During the Ashanti War in 1874 Captain Glover bore the following emphatic testimony to the piety and general good conduct of the native converts who joined the British Army from some of the stations mentioned above, 2 companies of Christians, one of Aquapong, and the other of Christiansburg, numbering about 100 each, under 2 captains, accompanied by Bible readers of the Ball Mission, attended a morning and evening service daily, a bell ringing them regularly to prayers. In action with the enemy at Adayam, on Christmas Day, they were in the advance, and behaved admirably, since which they have garrisoned Blapa. Their conduct has been orderly and soldier-like, and they have proved themselves the only reliable men of the large native force lately assembled on the Volta. In 1875 they sent out for the Ashanti mission a staff of 6 men for 2 new stations, Mr. and Mrs. Ramsier among them. One of these stations, Bigoro, is not in the Ashanti territory, but is a frontier town, and a connecting link between their former Gold Coast mission and Ashanti proper. It is the healthiest of all the African stations of the Society. The other station, Abetifi, is the capital of Akwayo, a former province of Ashanti, which gained its independence after the victory of the British Army over the Ashantis. The chief of the capital, Abetifi, told the missionaries to settle wherever they liked. Early in 1881 2 of the missionaries, accompanied by several native preachers and the necessary bearers, undertook a journey to Kumasi, the capital, in order to ascertain the disposition of the people and the prospect of establishing a mission among them. During their stay they preached regularly morning and evening, with the king's permission, to large audiences. But the king did not desire a mission established there, and they deferred attempting to commence missionary operations in Kumasi. One beneficial result of the war with Ashanti has been the abolition of domestic slavery in the Gold Coast colony. The work of the Society, BAL, generally on the west coast of Africa has been very gratifying. In 1882 under the care of the 34 European missionaries and upwards of 100 other agents, there were some 4,000 natives, from whose minds the darkness of night has been dispelled, besides about 1,500 pupils under instruction who may be expected to do good work in the future. Many of the churches on the Gold Coast have attained to a position of self-support. One single fact may be mentioned, as indicating the influence of the mission here. The king of Cape Coast in early life was the means of getting it established. He forsook the fetish of his country. In consequence he was cut off from the succession to the chieftainship, and publicly flogged. But after 30 years' profession of Christianity, he was elected chief or king, and, on the occasion of the anniversary in 1864, he publicly acknowledged his obligations to the mission. Lagos, a considerable island in the Bight of Benin, was in former times one of the most notorious slave depots on the western coast of Africa. It is situated at the mouth of a river, or rather, a large lagoon, which runs parallel with the sea for several miles, and affords water communication with the interior in the direction of Badagry, Dahomey, Abeokuta, and other parts of the Yoruba country. It is now a British settlement, with its resident lieutenant governor and staff of officers. The population of Lagos and the neighboring native towns, both in the Yoruba and Popo countries, is of a similar character to that which is found on other parts of the coast. Perhaps it became somewhat more mixed several years ago, by the emigration from Sierra Leone of a large number of liberated Africans, who ventured thus to return to the countries from which they had been dragged as poor slaves, when they heard that the slave trade was abolished. Some of these emigrants had the happiness to find parents, brothers, sisters or other relatives and friends still living, who received them as alive from the dead, whilst others sought in vain for anyone who could recognize them. There were many touching and affecting meetings, and great was the surprise of the natives of Lagos, Abeokuta, and other places in Yoruba and Popo countries, to see the change which had passed upon their friends and relatives by the residence of a few years in a free British colony. They all appeared decently clothed in European apparel, many of them had learned to read and write in the mission schools, and a few of them had become the happy partakers of the great salvation, which they had heard proclaimed in all its simplicity and power in the land of their exile. It was the extensive emigration of civilized, liberated Africans, from Sierra Leone to Lagos and the neighboring towns in the Yoruba country, that led to the vigorous efforts of the Church and Wesleyan missionary societies to evangelize the natives of this part of Africa. The Christian emigrants who had been connected with these organizations in Sierra Leone, on reaching their destination reported to their respective ministers the state in which they found the country and earnestly requested that their friends and countrymen might be favored with the proclamation of the gospel which had made them so happy. These appeals were cheerfully responded to by the parties concerned, and a work was commenced which for prosperity and blessing has had few parallels in the history of missions. The Church Missionary Society was happy in the selection of the Rev. Samuel Crowther, an educated and ordained native minister, as the leader of the enterprise. The history of Mr. Crowther is equal in interest to any romance that was ever written. Torn away from his native land and sold as a slave when a mere boy in 1821, he was rescued from a Portuguese slaver by a British cruiser and brought to Sierra Leone, where he was educated in the mission school. And being specially bright was sent to England. He completed his education in Islington Training Institution and was ordained by the Bishop of London. He returned to Sierra Leone and was afterwards in 1846 appointed as a missionary to Abeokuta, to labor among the Sierra Leone emigrants and others. It was here, to his inexpressible delight, he met his mother, 25 years after he had been snatched from her by the slave dealers. And in 1848 he had the further unspeakable joy of seeing her admitted, along with 4 others, into the membership of the Christian Church. They were the first fruits of the mission. In 1864 he was consecrated at Canterbury Cathedral, Bishop of the Niger Territory and Superintendent of all the stations in the Yoruba and adjoining countries. Making the island of Lagos his headquarters, Bishop Crowther, assisted by a noble band of native missionaries, has succeeded in establishing stations, erecting churches and organizing Christian schools, not only in Lagos and Abeokuta, where the work was first commenced, but also in various towns and villages in Yoruba and Popo countries, and in several centers of population on the banks of the Niger. The principal stations on the Niger are Bonny and Bros at the mouth of the river, and Onitsha, Lokoja, New Calabar, and Egan, higher up. The last named is 350 miles from the mouth of the river. In 1877 a steamer named the Henry Venn was supplied to the mission, thus doing away with the hard labor and slow navigation by means of the old-fashioned canoe in vogue on the river. An exploratory voyage made up the Benue in 1879 revealed the existence of numerous tribes ready to receive teachers. At Bros and Bonny there has lately been a remarkable movement in the direction of Christianity, hundreds of people throwing away their idols and attending the church services, which are thronged every Sabbath. The famous Juju temple, studded with human skulls, is going to ruin. A village opposite Bonny has been named the Land of Israel because there is not an idol to be found in it. At an important market town 30 miles in the interior, the chiefs and people, influenced by what they had seen at Bonny, and without ever having been visited by a Christian teacher, spontaneously built a church with a galvanized iron roof and benches to seat 300 worshippers, got a schoolboy from Bros to read the church services on Sundays, and then sent to ask the bishop to give them a missionary. Reverend W. Allen writing from Bonny in 1889 says, "The worship of the iguana is overthrown, the priest is a regular attendant at the house of God, and the iguana itself converted into an article of food." The Juju temple, which a few years ago was decorated with 20,000 skulls of murdered victims, I found rotting away in ruin and decay. I passed through the grove which was formerly the receptacle of so many murdered infants, and I found it had become the regular highway from the town to the church, and that the priest was now a baptized Christian. At 11 o'clock I went ashore and addressed 885 worshippers, including the king, the 3 former heathen priests, chiefs, and a multitude of slaves, and was thankful to ascertain that the work of conversion was still going on. For, in addition to 648 persons already baptized, of whom 265 are communicants, there are over 700 at Bonny alone who are now under instruction. Bishop Crowther has now about 10,000 Christians under his care. He lately opened at Bonny a new church built of iron, with sittings for 1,000. The agents of the Wesleyan Missionary Society have been as zealous and successful, in a somewhat more limited sphere, as those of the Church of England, with whom they have generally lived and labored in harmony and love. Among the emigrants from Sierra Leone there were many Wesleyans who preferred their own ministers, whilst the domain of heathendom, on every hand, was sufficiently extensive to occupy the agents of both societies. At an early period a commodious Wesleyan mission house and chapel were erected at Lagos, where the work has progressed in a very satisfactory manner from the beginning. Many have been converted from time to time and united in church fellowship, some of whom have gone out to make known the good news to their fellow countrymen. To provide for the training of native preachers and teachers, as well as to give a better education to those who are in a position to need it, a Wesleyan high school has been erected and opened at Lagos, which promises to be a most useful institution. Common day schools are also taught in connection with all the outstations of the Lagos circuit, and the gospel is preached to the people in 2 or 3 different languages. They have about 6,000 adherents. The drink traffic is one of the great hindrances to missionary work in this section. Says Reverend W. Allen, in Africa we have to contend against the devil's missionary agency. The liquor traffic is increasing, and it is a gigantic evil, greater, even, than the slave trade, debasing the people and ruining legitimate commerce. In West Africa it has deepened the degradation of the Negro instead of civilizing him. Over 180 million gallons of spirits had been imported last year in the district of Sierra Leone, and in Lagos it was far larger, while all the land was strewn with demijohns. The Niger Company imported 220,000 gallons during the last 2 years, and 500 cases of gin and 500,000 gallons of rum were landed by the Caliban, in which I sailed from Liverpool. The selling price of rum is less than a penny a gallon, and the gin sold at 3 pence a bottle. The liquor so sold was of the most execrable character. A lurid picture of the western part of this region has lately been presented by the English District Commissioner. He says, the population, which has been recruited for many years past by a constant influx of refugees from the surrounding tribes, falls roughly into 3 divisions. These are, the Popos, chiefly engaged in fishing, forestry, and farming, but averse to steady work of any sort, and much addicted to theft, the Yamba, the most enterprising people in the district. And the Hussas, who are farmers and palm nut gatherers. The Mohammedans among them are more enterprising and industrious than the fetish worshippers, while the Christians, though few in number, form a fairly thriving community. But all are alike in intense and obtuse conservatism, so long as they are left to their own devices, and in a keen spirit of petty trading. The sole article of their moral code is, to do to your neighbor as you hope to avoid being done to by him. It is useless to appeal to any higher motive, and it is certain that without European influence to urge them on commerce must decline. Fishing is carried on wholly in the lagoons, the people never having had the enterprise to build surf boats, which would enable them to engage in sea fishing. Some progress has been made in agriculture, owing to the efforts of the Roman Catholic mission at Badagry, the administrative center. In the Fra Kingdom, also, the local British officer has succeeded in inducing the people to plant a considerable area of fertile land with corn. So that villages which were almost starving 2 years ago on smoked fish are now supplying large quantities of grain to the local markets. But this increased prosperity has only increased the drunken habits of the people, who exchange for vile imported spirits the products of their labor. Katamu, the Fra capital, is rapidly falling into a ruinous state of disrepair. Every 4th or 5th house is a rum shop, and the so-called palm wine sheds are filled every night with drunken men and women. The evils of the drink traffic are so apparent to the people themselves that they have petitioned the governor to put an end to the sale of liquor altogether. If this were done, the fertile flood lands of Fra might become a source of food supply for the whole colony. In spite of the valuable resources of the forests, nothing is done to develop them save the collection and treatment of the palm nuts. Trading is the African's special delight, but until quite recently the markets of Lagos were not in a prosperous condition. Now that a British firm has established a branch at Badagry, and made the place a market town, it is estimated that 5,000 persons with every variety of native produce assemble there every market day. And in 8 months the monthly export has increased from £30 to £1,878. Coconut planting, road making, corn growing, and the cessation of the drink traffic appear to be the official methods for civilizing the West African Negro. An extensive district on the western coast of Africa, between Sierra Leone and Cape Coast Castle, received the name of Liberia, from the circumstance of its being colonized by liberated slaves and free persons of color from America. On the 22d of November, 1888, the secretary of the Manchester Geographical Society read an interesting paper contributed by the Honourable G. B. Gudgeon, Consul General for Liberia in London. The following is an extract. It was stated that the famous Negro Republic of Liberia was founded by the American Colonization Society in 1822. The work of civilizing and Christianizing the inhabitants of that almost unknown country was entirely carried on for more than 20 years by this society. The missions established along the coast and at various points inland had developed into Liberia's prosperous towns and settlements. It became an independent state in 1847. Nearly 2 million souls were subject to the rule of the Liberian Republic, consisting of about 40,000 freed slaves and their descendants, the remainder belonging to numerous aboriginal tribes. While the state possessed a seaboard of 500 miles and an interior extending over 200 miles, she had acquired no territory except by treaty, purchase, exchange, or barter. Bishop Taylor had described the country as healthy and its climate salubrious and enjoyable, without a plague of flies and with few mosquitoes. Many travelers had confirmed the bishop's testimony. The Republic of Liberia stood before the world as the realization of the dreams of the founders of the American Colonization Society, and in many respects more than the realization. Far beyond the recognized limits of the country, and hundreds of miles away from the coast, the effects of American civilization were to be witnessed. Men of color entirely governed the Republic, and if any proof were wanting of the capacity of freedmen to govern, Liberia was an interesting illustration. The ability, learning, and skill of many of Liberia's citizens were found in their code of laws, which for humanity, justice, and morality no other country could excel. The English tongue is spoken throughout the Republic except among the native tribes not yet civilized, but among these two it is making good progress. Reverend S. L. Johnson, who recently visited Liberia, says, "The scenery along the coast of Liberia, from Cape Mount to the Gulf of Guinea, a distance of about 600 miles, is exceedingly grand. A few miles from the coast the country rises to hills, with gigantic trees, presenting a panorama that can only be described by a skillful artist. Monrovia is the capital of the Republic. It rests on a beautiful hill overlooking the sea, surrounded by trees. There are many fine buildings in the city, which are creditable to the Monrovian people. The President's house is built of brick, as are also many of the buildings. Others are built of stone. The wharves face the sea, where there are colored firms doing business with England, Germany, and America. Mr. Sherman does a large business with England and America. After my return to England I wrote to Mr. Sherman for information regarding the Articles of Trade. This is the answer: the Articles of Trade are palm oil, palm kernels, coffee, ivory, camwood, ginger, and rubber. Many of our merchants do a business of $100,000 to $150,000 a year. A vessel left here for New York on the 7th inst, with a cargo of $50,000 worth, collected within 2 months. In this cargo were 118,000 pounds of coffee. The soil of Liberia is extremely fertile, and produces all kinds of tropical fruits, sugar cane, indigo, Indian corn, rice, cotton, cocoa, peanuts, and coffee, the latter the finest in the world. Vegetables are cultivated with great success. There are to be found the finest dye woods, ebony, gum plant, and the gigantic palm trees, which produce the palm oil. On my way to England from Africa 1,500 casks were shipped on the same steamer to Liverpool, a good share of it being from the coast of Liberia. Goats, swine, sheep, cattle, and fowls, all thrive in Liberia. This republic has a glorious work to accomplish in the future. It will undoubtedly be in time, the most prosperous state on the west coast of Africa. With the civil, social, and religious advantages she enjoys, she must succeed. The annexation of the Kingdom of Medina, with 500,000 inhabitants, and her wide and fertile domain, extending over 200 miles into the interior, will no doubt inspire renewed energy in giving fuller opportunities for the advancement of the gospel, as well as an open door for civilization and commerce. Much zeal and perseverance have been displayed throughout the Republic. Fine churches, school buildings, and a college are to be seen in Monrovia. At Nifu, on the coast of Liberia, I counted 49 canoes, with 2 or 3 men in each, going out fishing. At 25 minutes to 10 we stopped at Grand Cess, Liberia. Here 15 canoes came out, with from 3 to 20 men in each. These belong to the Kru tribe, the aborigines of a part of Liberia. They are a fine-looking people, and very industrious. But for this class of people I do not know what the European traders of the African steamship companies would do. All the steamers reaching Sierra Leone and the coast of Liberia take on board a gang of crewmen to do the work of the ship. 130 men were taken on board our steamer to go down the coast to work. Many of them speak broken English well. As might be expected, this territory, extending upwards of 300 miles along the coast to Cape Palmas, has been occupied by the American churches, viz. the Baptist, Methodist Episcopal, Protestant Episcopal, and Presbyterian Church, North. Much zeal and perseverance have been displayed in connection with all these agencies, and the result is seen in the parsonages, and places of worship. Colleges and school buildings which have been erected in most of the towns and villages in the settlements, and in the improved morals of the people. For some years past the Missionary Society of the Methodist Episcopal Church has been gradually reducing the appropriations for the carrying on of the missions from $37,000 to $2,500, a procedure that has been regarded by the conference in Liberia as inconsistent with the general spirit of the Church and the growing interest felt of late years in the evangelization of Africa, and which for a time threatened to result in a severance of the ecclesiastical relations subsisting between the conference and the society. The action of the latter has been dictated solely by an earnest desire to secure in the native churches the development of a spirit of self-reliance and independence, elements indispensable to a self-perpetuating church in any land. The General Conference of 1888 changed the name and boundaries of the Liberian Conference to the African Annual Conference, embracing the entire continent of Africa. In the other missions in Liberia there seems also a disposition to rely on foreign aid. Fernando Po is one of the most important islands on the western coast of Africa, and enjoys many advantages from its peculiar position. It is situated in the Gulf of Guinea, about 70 miles from the coast of Benin. It is 30 miles long and 20 broad. And in its general aspect it is rugged and mountainous in the extreme, though there are some fertile valleys between the mountains, and several promising tracts of land along the shore. Among the settlers and aborigines of Fernando Po some really useful missionary work has been done at different times, which deserves a passing notice. The first in the field were the agents of the Baptist Missionary Society. They labored for several years among the settlers of all classes with very good results, whilst the English had possession of the island. But when it was given over to the Spaniards, Roman Catholicism was proclaimed to be the established religion of the settlement. And the harshness and persecution with which the Baptist missionaries were treated by the government authorities ended in their removal to the continent. In 1870, some improvement having taken place in the Spanish government, the primitive Methodists were induced to commence a mission in Fernando Po, the Reverend Messrs. Burnett and Rowe being the first missionaries sent out. They and their successors labored for several years very successfully. In 1879, in consequence of some misunderstanding, the missionaries were again banished from the island. An appeal was at once made to the home authorities, and in the course of a few months they were allowed to return. This question of conflict between Protestant and Catholic mission work in Africa has, at certain times and in certain places, been serious, and is greatly to be regretted, for it destroys the efficacy of both churches, and proves a stumbling block to the natives. Pinto speaks of it with amazement, in his trip across the continent. He found places where the natives had been utterly demoralized by the spirit of contention indulged by the two churches, and where their final answer to his advice to live at peace and deal justly with one another was that white people might talk that way, but their actions proved that they did not mean what they said. In former times, notably in the Spanish, French and Portuguese provinces of Africa, the Catholic mission was a part of the political establishment, and it was expected to use its influence to extend and perpetuate the power which protected it. This was equivalent to warning off all competitors as intruders. Happily, this condition is undergoing rapid modification. Similarly, the Protestant mission of other countries was treated as part of the commercial establishment, under the protection of the consul, and of the trading company, to whom the territory was allotted. Its business was therefore, in part, to cultivate the trading spirit and make its success contribute to the wealth of the parent country. This notion, too, is undergoing modification. All of which is directly in the line of that Christian enterprise so much needed for the conversion of the African heathen. On the mainland opposite Fernando Pa, and on into the interior, good work has been done. We will speak first of the Old Calabar mission. Old Calabar, on an affluent of the Cross River, is a recognized center of the trade of the Oil River sections. It has a population of 15,000 natives and 150 white. An insight into the characteristics of the natives beyond Old Calabar can best be gotten from the journey of Mr. Johnson up the Cross River in 1888. His object in making an ascent of the river was to treat with the natives and at the same time settle an old quarrel between the Union people and the tribes about Calabar. Stopping, merely to observe that the Crowboys, of whom Mr. Johnson speaks, are the Kroomen, of the Liberian coast, among whom Bishop Taylor has, in his 4 years of African labors, established more than 20 missions. We let the adventurer tell his own story. He says, having decided to ascend the Cross River and having no steam launch at my disposal, I was obliged to make the journey in native canoes, of which I hired 3, and fitted the largest with a small house in the center for my lodging. I took with me about 30 Crowboys. These invaluable native workers come from the Liberian coast. Without their aid, European enterprise on the west coast of Africa would be at a standstill. For, invariably, the Negroes who are indigenous will not undertake any persistent work. The Crowboy is a strong, good-tempered, faithful creature. Able to row, paddle, carry, dig, wash clothes, or turn his hand to anything. In fact, he is a great deal sharper and more industrious than the average English navvy. My first object in going up the Cross River was to settle an outstanding quarrel between the people of a district called Union and the natives of Old Calabar. Union is at a distance of about 100 miles from the sea. The people speak a language quite distinct from the Calabar language. They were, till lately, terribly priest-ridden. Their life was a burden to them, with its load of cruel superstitious practices. The last few years, however, since they have come into contact with the missionaries, the state of affairs has greatly improved. As I appeared in the light of a mediator, I was most warmly welcomed. An imposing fleet of 80 large Calabar canoes reached Yuman soon after I arrived, and formed a really pretty sight, as they were all painted in brilliant, but tasteful combinations of color. Their little houses hung with bright carpets or leopard skins, each canoe being decorated with gaudy banners. The crews were most fantastically dressed in gorgeous clothes. The beating of drums, blowing of horns, and the firing of guns made a clamor most disturbing to my comfort, which I promptly stopped. I need hardly say that I had the Calabar people all under my control, for there was not only a personal attachment between us, but they knew that I was working in their interest. And the Yuman people were much impressed by the way in which my shabby little dispatch canoe, with 2 of my Crowboys in it, could marshal the imposing Calabar fleet. As both sides were longing to have their quarrel at an end, and were fully prepared to accept my decision, the conference was a brief one. I decided that it was 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. I made the Calabar people surrender the Yuman captives, and the Yuman surrender their Calabar prisoners. Peace was re-established, trade was resumed, and I was free to continue my journey. We next visited the important Ekunakuna country, very populous, and inhabited by friendly, industrious people, whose chiefs very promptly and willingly concluded a treaty with the British government. And loaded me with such an abundance of provisions, bullocks, goats, sheep, fowls, ducks, yams, and Indian corn, that our progress was seriously impeded, our canoes nearly capsized, and my crewmen suffered severely from indigestion. Some distance up the river we had rather a ticklish task to perform. Another quarrel, and that a bitter one, had to be settled between the people of Ekunekuna and the inhabitants of Ikomorit. Here I was awkwardly situated. Had I been enabled to travel in a steam launch, I could have gone safely up the river, or in any direction where there was sufficient water. But traveling simply in native canoes, the inhabitants of these wild countries in the interior, who look on every stranger as an enemy, had no idea that a white man was visiting them, and often proceeded to attack us before I could make myself seen. As soon as we came in sight of the stockade villages of Ikomorit, many excited chocolate-colored natives could be seen hurrying along the banks of the stream and posting themselves in ambush behind the trees. Then first one gun, then 2, 3, 4 guns went off, then there was a regular hail of slugs and stones, whipping up the surface of the water, and, in 1 or 2 cases, whizzing over our canoes. In the face of this warm reception, it would have been impossible to proceed, for, at any moment, a shot might strike our canoes and send them to the bottom. As to returning the fire of these poor, stupid savages, nothing was further from my thoughts. It was always open to me to retreat, and, unless I could proceed peacefully and with a friendly reputation preceding me, it was futile to continue my ascent of the Cross River. So I had the canoes steered to an unoccupied sandbank in the center of the stream, and as soon as the natives saw that we stopped, they ceased firing. Then I got into my small dispatch canoe, with 2 interpreters, hoisted my white umbrella, and assuming my smile, quietly landed on the crowded beach, to the silent amazement of the natives, who were armed to the teeth. I was conducted to the chief, who, for a long time, could not be prevailed on to see me, on account of my presumed powers to bewitch him. But a little friendly conversation through the red screen of his apartment, and the hint that I had brought a pretty present, reassured him, and we soon made excellent friends. To make a long story short, the result of my stay at Ikomorit was equally satisfactory to that of Yuman. I made peace between Ekunekuna and Ikomorit, and the chiefs of the latter place concluded a treaty with me. Then on, beyond Ikomorit, day after day, we paddled up the beautiful stream, sometimes received by the natives in a gush of friendliness, sometimes sullenly avoided, sometimes boisterously attacked. At length, in the heart of the cannibal country, on the outskirts of Adam, where the Cross River attains its furthest reach to the north, our journey came forcibly to an end. I had several times been captured and released, several times fired at and then hugged by those who had attacked me, but the strain was becoming too great for the nerves of my crowboys. As we approached one village, a shot, better directed than usual, went through the roof of my little ark, and though no doubt our ultimate reception at the village would have been the same as at the preceding ones, first sullen hostility, then timid inquiry, and lastly a cordial hand-shaking and hugging, and the giving of presents, still, before this happy consummation should come about, some of us might have been accidentally killed. Or our canoes, our only means of regaining civilization, sunk or disabled. Consequently I decided to turn back. Then ensued an awful afternoon, when for miles and miles we had to run the gauntlet past populous villages of cannibals, whom we had much difficulty in avoiding on our ascent of the river. And who, taking our retreat for a flight, seemed bent on capturing us or plundering our canoes and eating the wretched crowboys, who turned blue with fright at the prospect of being eaten. As they desperately paddled down the river past shrieking natives, who waded out into the shallows, or pursued us in canoes. Every now and again we would stick on a sand bank, and the shouts of the natives would come nearer and nearer, then we would get off again, and paddle for our lives, then stick again, and so on, till at last we were out of this savage district. I hesitate to say hostile, for, wherever I landed, or was captured, I was always well treated as soon as they found out what I was like and what my objects were in visiting their country. At length we arrived in the delightful district of Apiapam, where we put up for a week at the clean and comfortable town of Ofurek, whose chief and people were some of the nicest, kindliest, most friendly folk I have ever seen in Africa. Though they were in their practical way cannibals, like their neighbors, that is to say, they were given to eating the flesh of all whom they might catch in war. I did not here observe that other kind of cannibalism which I have occasionally met on the upper Cross River, which is of a sentimental character, namely, where the old people of that tribe, when they become toothless and useless, Are knocked on the head, smoke-dried, pounded into paste, and reabsorbed into the bosom of the family. The Old Calabar mission originated with the Jamaica Presbytery of what is now the United Presbyterian Church of Scotland. The first band of missionaries, led by Mr. Hope Waddell, a member of the Jamaica Presbytery, reached their field of labor on the Old Calabar River on April 10, 1846. They were cordially welcomed by King Iamba and the chiefs of Duke Town, as also by King Io of Creek Town and his chiefs. Suitable sites for mission stations were readily granted. Mr. Waddell held a service with Iamba and his chiefs the first Sunday after his arrival, and presented the former with a Bible. Mission houses and schools were in due time erected at both stations, a printing press being also usefully employed in scattering the seeds of divine truth. At Creek Town the first sermon was preached in the courtyard of King Io's palace, the king himself acting as interpreter. The mission was reinforced in July, 1847, by the arrival of additional missionaries from Jamaica. In May previous King Iamba died. It was the occasion of one of those scenes of cruelty, too common in heathen lands. Notwithstanding the efforts of the missionaries, no fewer than 100 victims were sacrificed, among whom were 30 of the king's wives. Here is the account given of the burial. The people dug a large hole in one of King Iamba's yards, and having decked him in his gayest apparel, with the crown on his head, placed him between two sofas, and laid him in the grave. They killed his personal attendants, umbrella carrier, snuff-box bearer, etc. These the king was supposed to need in the world of spirits, by cutting off their heads, and with their insignia of office threw them in above the body. And after depositing a quantity of chop and of coppers, they cover all carefully up, that no trace of a grave could be seen. Over this spot a quantity of food is daily placed. In February, 1850, an Egbo law was passed abolishing the inhuman practice of sacrificing human beings when a king or chief died. It is spoken of as a good day for Calabar, one memorable in the annals of the land. About the same time the marriage ceremony was introduced, King Io having witnessed the first regular marriage. On the suggestion of Mr. Waddell, their domestic idol, which consisted of a stick surmounted by a human skull and adorned with feathers, was expelled from every house. The death of King Io in December, 1858, put the Egbo law to the test. Much excitement prevailed. Fears were entertained that the old superstition would triumph. Happily no such dreaded result followed. Other heathen practices were one by one abandoned through the influence of the mission. The mission extended its sphere of operations from time to time. Equinatu, situated on the Great Cross River, about 20 miles above Creek Town, being occupied in 1856, and Ikarofiang, also on the Cross River, about 20 miles above Equinatu. In 1858, the Presbytery of Old Calabar was established September 1, 1858, under the designation of the Presbytery of Biafra. In 1878 Mr. Thomas Campbell, the European evangelist at Old Town, accompanied by a number of natives, explored in two directions, first in Oban, up the Kwa River, and then beyond Nyango, on the Calabar River. Everywhere he was well received by the chiefs and people. On September 6, 1880, there was an agreement entered into between D. Hopkins, Esq. British consul, and the kings and chiefs of Calabar, in accordance with which a number of superstitious and cruel customs are held as criminal and punishable by law. These include the murder of twin children, human sacrifices, the killing of people accused of witchcraft, the giving of the Ezra or poison bean, the stripping of helpless women in the public streets, etc., etc. In the Missionary Record, June, 1881, appears the following intelligence: the mission which seemed so long fruitless, is now one of the most fruitful in the whole earth. The increasing number and activity of the communicants, the increasing number of students in training as teachers and evangelists, and the manifestations of a Christian liberality not yet reached at home, tell of the changes which the gospel has wrought. We plowed in hope, we sowed in tears, and now already we reap in joy. The most recent tidings are the most heart-stirring. A new tribe, which had long resisted our approach, has been visited. They had never seen among them a white man till they looked on the face of the devoted Samuel Edgerly. They invite teachers to settle among them. They offer us suitable sites. The country is far beyond the swamps, it is high and healthy. This favorable entrance was greatly aided by the wise and good King Io, who sent a prince to accompany Mr. Edgerly beyond Yuman to a Kuna. When the expedition returned and the king heard the result, he gave utterance to one of the noblest of sentiments. God, said he, when Mr. Edgerly had told his tale, has unlatched the door, and wishes us to push it open. Such results as have been achieved at the old Calabar mission are worth all the money and toil and sacrifice of health and even of life which they have cost. The mission to the Cameroons was established in 1845 by the Baptist Missionary Society. When the missionaries of that society were expelled from the neighboring island of Fernandope, where they had been laboring since 1841, they settled among the Isabis at Bimbia, where a mission had previously been projected. The mission was afterwards extended to King Bell's town in an easterly direction, the people inhabiting that region being the Doualas. The entire New Testament has been translated into the languages of both tribes. The Gabon mission was called into existence by the American Board in 1842. Baraka was the first station occupied. It was transferred in 1870 to the Mission Board of the American Presbyterian Church, North. The Mpongwis on the coast, and the Shikanis, Bakalais, and Pangwes in the interior, are the tribes embraced in the field of operation. Not much progress has been made owing to the opposition of the Roman Catholics. In all the French possessions on the west coast of Africa the Roman Catholics predominate and very little has been accomplished. Recently the Paris Evangelical Missionary Society has been doing a good work at Senegal and other settlements. We come now to Angola. Angola was discovered by European mariners long before Christopher Columbus had given to the world another continent. Yet many years passed before the value of the discovery was recognized and the country taken possession of and occupied by the Portuguese. At that period when Portugal was made remarkable by the commercial enterprise and maritime prowess of its people, more than 300 years ago. For several years before the occupation of Angola, the King of Congo had been doing a large and lucrative trade with the Portuguese in slaves. The sources from which were drawn victims to keep alive this nefarious barter were never failing. The superstitions of the people, their customs and habits, a season of drought, a failure of crops, in fact anything, even the least trivial happenings, were all factors giving Congo's king excuse for the selling of his subjects to securing wealth. Wealth represented by many wives, granaries filled to bursting with manioc, and wooded hills and fertile valleys stocked to overrunning with flocks of sheep and droves of lowing kine. Wealth which enabled Congo to dominate and overawe all contemporary tribes, and which naturally incited the jealousy of other kings and chiefs who ruled over the natives of other districts in this country of Congoland. Among the savage rulers who were envious of the power of their rival, was Mbi, king of Angola, autocrat of a large and densely populated country. Holding at his disposal millions of helpless and superstitious subjects, Mbi soon recognized that by copying the practices of his powerful neighbor he, with but little difficulty, would also become chief and powerful. So, moved by this desire, he opened a correspondence with the Portuguese. He sent one of the rich men of his tribe, with presents of slaves, ivory, and strangely wrought curios, as ambassadors to the Portuguese court at Lisbon, with instructions to endeavor to have the Portuguese establish trading relations between the two kingdoms. At this time the attention of the Portuguese queen and the people generally was attracted towards Brazil. Enterprising colonists, venturesome explorers and wealth seekers of all classes saw in this South American district a new Cathay. Thousands from among the patrician, as well as other thousands from more humble circles, rushed into that new land, necessarily causing large sums of money to follow in their wake. The enthusiasm with which this American opportunity was cultivated and the resultant drain from the royal treasury and from the coffers of the people caused Queen Catherine to receive with indifference all stories of African wealth. Thus obstacles were formed which prevented Mbi from carrying out his plans until several years had passed, when the growing demands for slaves, needed to supply labor in Brazilian mines and on East Indian coffee farms. had become a matter of great importance. Then the request of Angola's king was considered, and a party of Portuguese were landed at a place in his kingdom which they called St. Paul Delaware Loanda. In the selection of this place these adventurers were most fortunate, for it was not long before trade, in ever-increasing volume, flowed towards the sea coast at this point. The growth of the city was rapid and, despite wars with native tribes and trouble with marauding Dutch, it grew wealthy and powerful. Large and beautiful cathedrals were built, imposing palaces were erected as were many important public buildings, and dotted here and there about the suburbs, were fruitful farms and valuable plantations. So with the moving years the city waxed strong and mighty, thriving on its traffic in human flesh. But a time came when this trade was shaken to its base and the prosperity of its citizens brought to a temporary end. The inhabitants of the civilized world began to look with disfavor upon the slave traffic, and were induced to attempt its suppression. This, for Loanda, was the writing on the wall, for it meant the placing of an embargo upon the trade which was the only source from which the city derived revenue for its support. Philanthropy succeeded, and as a consequence Loanda's glory faded. The palaces passed away, the stately cathedrals crumbled into ruins and the large and costly slave barracoons became useless except as fuel for the poor. Then for years death-like quiet reigned in the city, and all signs of commerce ceased. But this stagnation was not to last forever. England and other commercial nations of Europe, in their efforts to find markets for the sale of the products of their mills and workshops, had established depots for trade at almost every important place in the world. The eyes of European merchants were turned towards the prolific field of Southwest Africa. Stories which told how great wealth was to be gained in African trade began to be chronicled in the exchanges of all the great commercial centers, and a wave of commercial endeavor was put in motion, which carried with it many richly freighted barks to again fill the harbor of the African city of St. Paul de Loanda. Since then Loanda has improved beyond all expectation, and now the vessels of 4 lines of steamers as well as many sailing craft are constantly in the harbor loading and discharging their cargoes. Many large public buildings have been built. Acres of flat and swampy shore have been reclaimed and are now utilized for docks and wharfs. Ruins of churches and monasteries have been cleared away and walks and squares have been laid out and planted. There are many shops supplied with all kinds of European goods. Pipes have been laid, through which flows into the city sweet water from the river Bengo, 9 miles away, and when the railway, now in course of construction, is in operation to bring the products of the farms, plantations and rich forests of the interior to the city, Loanda will have become a fair specimen of a thriving tropical town. The city is situated on the shore of a large and beautiful bay and is divided into a lower and an upper town. The Cidade Bixa, or lower town, which is built on the flat shore which fringes the water of the bay, nestles at the base of a hill and straggles up its rising sides until it joins the Cidade Alto. The upper town stretches along the brow of the elevation and sweeps outward towards the ocean until it ends at a bold and rocky precipice where Fort St. Miguel's, a frowning sentinel, watches over the safety of the port. The harbor is a bay where 1,000 ships might at one time ride at anchor and find secure protection from the severest storm. A long, low and narrow neck of land, called Isle of Palms, leaves the mainland about 12 miles to the south and runs north until it reaches a point opposite the city, where it flattens out its surface of sunlit sands to give protection to the harbor of which it forms the southern boundary. This spit of land is partly covered with groves of cocoa palms, among which the residents of the city have erected many small houses where they visit daily to enjoy surf bathing. On other parts of this sandy breakwater are numerous villages occupied by native fishermen, who make an easy living. Loanda contains a population of nearly 20,000 people, about 1/3 of whom are white. The houses, as a rule, are built of stone and roofed with tile, and are large and commodious. The houses all have spacious yards attached, in which are situated the stores, kitchens, wells and habitations of the slaves and servants. Arranged in this manner, and with wide and spacious streets, the city is very open and comparatively healthy. It covers a large expanse of ground. The principal business street contains a number of fine structures. On it are situated the buildings of the Banco de Ultramarenjo, the barracks of the military police, the custom house and the offices of the foreign consuls. There are also 3 hotels, many stores and warerooms, several billiard rooms and cafes. In the middle of the street rows of banyan trees have been planted, making a shady walk, where the natives gather to buy and sell. These open-air sales, called in Bunda talk Quitanda market, are well patronized. For uprights, a few loandas, mats for a shed, a stone-bowled pipe and a wooden pillow, are all the furnishings needed to make comfortable the colored women merchants. On the ground and all around the booths are laid out pieces of cotton, cheap calico, brilliantly colored handkerchiefs, native-made baskets containing balls and reels of cotton, beads, needles, pins, etc. Cheap crockery and cutlery, empty bottles and balls of different colored clay. Suspended from the uprights and resting against the trees are stacks of native tobacco, plaited into rolls or wound about sticks and sold by inches. The vendors at these open sales are always women, and as a rule are clean and comely. They are shrewd sellers and close buyers, and in a few years become, from a native's point of view, quite wealthy. When conducting the business of the day, they squat or lie down upon the sand and indulge in quip and joke, and gossip with one another and their customers. Covering a whole square in the center of the lower town is the general market. It is a large, square, uncovered enclosure made of terracotta and brick, built in excellent taste. All the public buildings of Luanda are under the direct control of the military police and are well conducted. At break of day one hears the loud sound of many horns, trumpets and beating drums. Down through the flower-scented streets, in soldierly order moving, with burnished guns and glistening bayonets, 100 blacks, all dressed in spotless white, come marching until they reach the market gates. Here good Father Anselmo, of the Ursulines, pours out a benediction upon the market and the awaiting people. When the gates are opened the police take their stations and the market is ready to receive the buyers and sellers of the day. Through the open portals into the market flows a stream of laughing, singing men and women. One carries upon her head a large basket, from whose open top protrudes the heads of cackling geese and scolding hens. Another has a pot of nyquinias, water oil. Some bring meat and others vegetables. Millions of fleas and jiggers are always present, and in and out among the wares run countless naked and dirty children. The buyers and sellers shout aloud in boisterous tone. Besides this market there is another given up entirely to the sale of fish. In the haze of early morning, far out upon the ocean, hundreds of black spots are seen bobbing up and down upon the water. They are the canoes of the fishermen who are hastening towards the land with the fruit of their night's labor. In a little time they reach the shore and their scaly cargoes are tumbled out upon the sands. The women and children at once proceed to clean the fish. In one spot they arrange the fish for drying, while others salt and pack them in barrels for shipment. Others, again, fry, boil and roast the fish, and all are eating raw or half-cooked fish, interspersing everything with shouting, singing, dancing and grunts of satisfaction. During the period when the city's prosperity was interrupted, its streets were left uncared for and their beautiful pavements became covered with a bed of loose red sand, which was washed by the rain down from the surrounding hills. This drifting still continues, rendering walking so very difficult that it is indulged in only by the convicts and natives. The better classes have recourse to the maxilla. The maxilla is a flat frame of canework with 1 or 2 arms at the side and a low back provided with a cushion. This frame is hung by cords to a hook on a palm pole, about 18 feet long, and is carried upon the shoulders of 2 blacks, who travel with it easily at the rate of 3 or 4 miles an hour. It is covered with an awning of oiled cloth and has silk curtains hung all around it. Luanda is a convict settlement, but, contrary to what might be expected, its people are remarkably law-abiding. This may arise from the fact that discovered lawbreakers are punished most severely, often dying under the lash. The convicts, as a rule, are storekeepers and farmers. They are prosperous, and soon become contented with their lot and rarely return to Europe. Ignorant and unrefined, they assimilate readily with the native classes, and take part in all their pleasures. The batuco, country dance, is the popular form of amusement. A batuco is danced in the following fashion: a large ring is formed of men and women. On the outside several fires are kept burning, near which are assembled the musicians with horns, drums, and the twanging marimba. Others clap their hands and sing a kind of chorus. Two dancers, a man and a woman, jump with a yell into the ring, shuffle their feet with great rapidity, passing backwards and forwards. Then facing one another, suddenly advance and bring their breasts together with a whack. These dances are not in great favor with the better class of free blacks, but this does not prevent them from occurring every night. Although the abolition of slavery is supposed to have taken place in 1878, almost all servants are slaves. They are well treated, however, as public opinion condemns harshness, and quite a rivalry exists in having household slaves well dressed and happy looking. The city has no places of public amusement except a theater, but this for some time has not been used on account of a social war between the married women and those who do not consider the marriage ceremony essential to their welfare. There is a fair military band, however, which plays twice a week in the park in the upper town, and there is hardly a night that there is not something going on at some of the private homes. A dance at the governor's palace is certain to be given once a month. The Aborigines of Luanda owe much to the Catholic Church. Its priests have taught the natives many trades and industries. There are 4 newspapers published in the city, but they deal mainly in unpleasant personalities. Even more important than Angola, in a commercial and political sense, is the Portuguese province to the south, known as Benguela, with Benguela as the capital. The town is an old one and has not shared the decay incident to the early Portuguese settlements on the western coast. The harbor is excellent, and is the entrepot to the celebrated Biha section, through a series of tribes which Pinto visited and which he describes as of superior physique and intelligence. Benguela was once the seat of an active slave trade, and Montero says, in his volume published in 1875, that he has seen caravans of 3,000 blacks coming into Benguela from Biha, fully 1,000 of which were slaves. The white settlers cleared many fine plantations about Benguela, which they stocked with slaves and upon which large crops of cotton were formerly raised. The contiguous tribe is the Mundum, wild and roving, dirty and selfish, little clothed and living in low round-roofed huts. Cattle are their principal riches, yet they seldom partake of their flesh, except upon feast days, when the whole tribe assembles, and as many as 300 head of fine cattle are dispatched in a single day. It is only within the last few years that this region has been entered by the Protestant missionaries. In 1880 the American board sent out 3 missionaries to Benguela, the port of the Biha country. They were Reverend Walter W. Bagster, grandson of Samuel Bagster, publisher of the Polyglot Bible, and the leader of the expedition, the Reverend William H. Sanders, son of a missionary in Ceylon, and Mr. Samuel T. Miller, both of whose parents were slaves. The kings of Bailunda and Biha showed themselves friendly, and the missionaries, since reinforced, entered hopefully upon their work. On February 22, 1882, Mr. Bagster died from malarial fever. Bishop Taylor has opened up a number of stations in Angola, of which mention will be made when we come to speak of his work in establishing self-supporting missions in Africa. A wonderful field has been opened up along the mighty Congo for missionary effort. 10 years ago the King of Belgium entered upon the development of the Congo region and the establishment of a new African state. An official report of the progress attained has just been rendered, giving these facts. The lower Congo has been opened up to navigation by large vessels as far as Boma, soundings having been made and the course marked out by buoys. A cadastral survey of the lower Congo has been made as a step towards the preparation of a general map of the entire region. Justice is regularly administered in the lower Congo, and a trustworthy and cheap postal service has been established. At Banana, Boma, and Leopoldville medical establishments, under the direction of Belgian doctors, have been founded, and a considerable armed force of blacks, officered by Europeans, has been called into existence. The caravan route between Matadi and Leopoldville is as free from danger as a European road, and a complete service of porterage by natives has been established. A railway has been projected and the route almost entirely surveyed. The state has established herds of cattle at various stations, and in the very heart of Africa, on the waters of the Upper Congo there is a fleet of steamers every year increasing in number. A loan of 150 million francs has been authorized and the first issue subscribed. Many of the more intelligent natives from the country drained by the Upper Congo have taken service with the state, and numerous trading factories have been established as far up the river as Bangala and Luebo. In addition, several private companies have been formed for developing the country, and finally geographical discoveries of the greatest importance have been made. Either by the officers of the state or by travelers who received great assistance in their work from the state. Speaking of the Congo mission, Dr. Pearson in the Missionary Review says, "A grand open door is that which God has set before our Baptist brethren in the Congo Basin. 1,000,000 square miles in the heart of equatorial Africa, made accessible by the Great Congo and its tributaries. The Great Lakes, Nyassa, Victoria, Tanganyika, are comparatively isolated. But the Congo and its branches present from 4,000 to 6,000 miles of river roadway, needing only steamers or canoes to give access to these teeming millions. One starts at the mouth of this imperial stream and ascends 125 miles of navigable river, then for 185 miles encounters rapids and cataracts. But beyond that for over 1,000 miles, from Stanley Pool to Stanley Falls, is one grand stretch of navigable river, with branches running each way navigable from 100 to 800 miles, and leading into the heart of this rich and populous territory. The people from the river mouth up to Stanley Pool and the equator line are being civilized by contact with white traders, and their pagan customs largely modified. They speak one language, musical, of large capacity of expression and easy of acquisition, and along this line the 7 Congo stations are already planted. Beyond the point where the Congo crosses the equator, lies another vast population, more degraded, less civilized, and needing at once the full array of Christian institutions, but yet entirely destitute. Their moral and spiritual state is hardly conceivable without contact with them. With no idea of God or immortality, they worship fetish charms. Sickness is not brought about by natural causes, but is the result of enchantment. Hence the medicine man must trace disease and death to some unhappy human victim or victims, who must suffer the witch's penalty. One death therefore means another, it may be a dozen. Here runaway slaves are crucified, robbers buried alive, young men cruelly decapitated, and human beings are even devoured for meat. And yet this people, after centuries of virtual seclusion, are now both literally and morally accessible. They welcome missionaries, come to the chapels, and prove teachable. Even now cruel customs and superstitious notions are giving way before patient, humble, scriptural instruction. The walls are down, and the hosts of God have but to march straight on and take what Dr. Sims calls the last stronghold of paganism. Wonderfully indeed has God linked Protestant, Greek, Roman Catholic, and even Moslem nations in the administration of the Congo Free State. Never was such a highway open for the gospel since our Lord ascended. The Arabs from Zanzibar and the coast are moving toward Stanley Falls and the North Country, establishing themselves in large villages to capture slaves and carry on nefarious traffic, while the Protestant forces slowly move upward from the west. The question is, who is to occupy the Congo Basin? And the question is to be settled at once. This great highway of rivers means traffic and travel. This rich and splendid tropical country invites trade and settlement. Into whose hands shall such a heritage be surrendered? The Christian Church must give prompt answer by action, her reply must be a taking possession, and the old law is the new one, every place that the sole of your feet shall tread upon shall be yours. The resolutions of enthusiastic missionary conventions, the prayers of all Christendom, the planting of the banner of the cross at a few commanding points, all this will not do. We must send out enough Christian laborers to measure off that soil with their own feet. But it is unhealthy. So are all tropical and especially equatorial climes to those who are not accustomed to the intense and steady heat, and do not use common sense in adapting their clothing, eating and drinking, and habits of life, to these peculiar surroundings. One must not go from temperate to torrid zone, and wear the garments, eat the heating food, use the stimulating drinks, risk the exhausting labors, or even live in the same unventilated houses which are permissible in cooler latitudes. A trip to New Orleans or Florida has proved fatal to many a fool who would not take advice. Even the heroism of the gospel does not demand needless exposure or careless venture. Here is a grand opportunity. It may be doubted whether there has been anything like it since the clarion voice of our great captain trumpeted forth the last commission. Ethiopia is stretching forth her hands unto God. On those hands are the marks of manacles which England and America helped to rivet there. There is but one atonement we can make for Africa's wrongs, it is to lay down our lives, if need be, to redeem her sable sons from the captivity of sin. We ought to turn this Congo into a river of life, crowd its waters with a flotilla of Henry Reeds, line its banks with 1,000 chapel spires, plant its villages with Christian schools. Let the Congo Free State mark its very territory with the sign of Christian institutions, so that to cross its border will be to pass from darkness into light. Where is our Christian enterprise, that such a work, with such a field and such promise, should wait for workmen and for money? What do our converted young men want, as a chance to crowd life with heroic service, that the Congo Basin does not attract them? Here what a century ago would have taken 50 years to accomplish, may be done in 5. The unexplored interior is open, that dark continent waits to be illuminated. Nature has cast up her highway of waters, and there is no need to gather out the stones. Give us only the two-wheeled chariot, with steam as the steed to draw it, and the men and women to go in it bearing the gospel, and from end to end of this highway we can scatter the leaves of that tree which are for the healing of the nations. Where are the successors of Moffat and Livingstone? What a hero was he who dared 40 attacks of fever and then died on his knees beside Lake Bangweolo, that he might open up the dark recesses of Africa to the missionary. Let us pour men and money at the feet of our Lord. We have not yet paid our debt to Simon the Cyrenian and the eunuch of Ethiopia. The Baptist Church has for years carried on energetic mission work in Africa. The English Baptist Missionary Society, working in cooperation with American Baptists, has pushed its way, by means of flourishing stations far up the Congo and into the interior. In 1885, it presented a steamer, on the Upper Congo, to the American missionaries, and then proceeded to build another for its own use. Dr. Guinness, the president of this large and prosperous society, on a visit to the United States in 1889, spoke thus of the missionary field in Africa. Stanley was 3 years in discovering the source of the Congo. And though he met hundreds of strange tribes in that journey of 1,000 miles, he never saw a mission station. He found difficulty in coming down this region, but our missionaries sent out to evangelize this country found their difficulty in going up. We found it comparatively easy to found a station near the mouth, and as far as 100 miles up. After years of labor we reached Stanley Pool, which is the key to the interior, but not without the loss of hundreds of lives. The mission in Africa is in its infancy. Africa is a world in itself. The languages spoken would take more than 10 hours to enumerate, as there are over 600. They are principally the great Sudanese groups. I gave a year to making the first grammar of the Congo language that was ever prepared. More than 1,000 natives have been converted. In this work there is the stage of pure indifference, succeeded by one of inquiry, then hostility, and finally acquiescence. The natives themselves become in many cases messengers of the gospel. I don't know under heaven, unless it be in China, a more hopeful mission than that Congo field, and here it is for you. You have now waterway to the whole of it. It is healthy, notwithstanding all statements to the contrary. The interior is healthy, because it is high land, well watered, richly wooded, moderate in its climate, and rich in population. The trouble with missionaries has been that they stick to the coastline, which is malarious. Instead of keeping up in the ordinary way in red tape style a particular station with a few missionaries, you want to make an advance into this great interior parish. It is no use for your people in this country to say, "This is the colored men's work, let them do it." They are not suited to be the explorers and controllers of such movements. White men must be the leaders and lay the foundation, when the colored men will be the helpers. Mr. Guinness is maturing plans for a grand advance of 3 columns of missionaries to go simultaneously up the 3 branches of the Congo, northern, central and southern. The central one may be considered as started a fortnight since, by the departure of 8 missionaries from London, to work as an English auxiliary to the American Baptist Missionary Union. Mr. Richards, of the American Baptist Missionary Union, reports that the work at Banza-Mantique, the place where so many converts have been baptized, is still prospering. The young church has been greatly tried by persecution as well as by sickness and death. Not less than 20 of those baptized have died, and the fatality has been a great stumbling block to the heathen, who have asserted that the sickness was sent by their gods because they have been neglected. This has prevented many from accepting the Christian faith. The heathen are bitterly opposed, and would take the lives of the Christians if they could. Recently 17 were baptized, and others are asking for the ordinance, and the knowledge of the truth is spreading far and wide. Those who become intimately acquainted with the Negro race as found in various parts of Africa bear testimony to its good qualities. The coast Negro who has learned some of the vices of civilization is undoubtedly a sorry specimen of humanity. But where native tribes can be found uncontaminated by contact with foreigners, they exhibit sterling qualities. Reverend George Grenfell, who has visited all the tribes along the Congo, says that the Negro would stand his ground before the white man. There is a vitality of race and power about him that is going to make him take his place someday among the nations of earth. In support of this opinion, he gives several incidents showing the vigor and fidelity of the natives, and especially mentioned an incident which he witnessed at Banza-Mantique, the station at which the American Baptists have recently received so many converts. 3 years ago their place was a stronghold of grossest superstitions, and there seemed no hope of a spiritual harvest, but as Mr. Grenfell was coming down the river, on his way to England, he met a band of native evangelists going forth on an evangelistic tour. They had set out of their own accord, without even the knowledge of the missionary, evidently taking upon themselves the Lord's command to go and preach the gospel. They had not only forsaken their own superstitions, but were vigorously seeking to propagate their new faith. We have thus given in brief outline a sketch of the work done on the west coast of Africa and some of the countries in Central Africa which are reached through the west coast. In no part of the world has the gospel achieved more signal triumphs than here, among this barbarous people. When the present century opened, the slave trade, with its untold horrors, held everywhere undisputed sway. Human sacrifices and other cruelties were fearfully prevalent. Revelings and abominable idolatries, with the other works of the flesh described in the 5th chapter of Galatians, were indulged in to a frightful extent and without the slightest restraint. There was then not one ray of light to relieve the dense darkness that universally prevailed. It is otherwise now. Though little has been done compared with what remains to be done, still the slave trade and many other cruel practices have received their death blow. The standard of the cross has been planted all along the western shores, and even far into the interior of that great continent. In all West Africa, called the white man's grave, from Senegambia on the north, where the Paris Society is laboring, to Benguela on the south, where the American Board has begun to work. There are more than 100 stations and over 200 English, German, French and native missionaries, belonging to 16 societies, with 120,000 converts. And were it not for the evils of civilization, which are so much easier for the poor barbarians to learn than the virtues, there would be nothing to prevent the universal spread of the gospel in Western Africa. For the people there are willing to receive the simple proclamation of divine truth, and the Christian Church is awaking to the glorious privilege of making it known unto them. Little mention has been made of the work of Bishop Taylor in this sketch of the missions of Western Africa. His work is of such recent date, and of so unique a character that we deemed it of sufficient importance to warrant a fuller treatment than could be given in connection with the other missions. By this method also we can give a much clearer idea of what he has done. As his mission stations are confined to Western Africa, and regions entered by way of the West Coast, this is the proper place to speak of his enterprise. Perhaps the most notable missionary movement of the age is that started by Bishop William Taylor of the Methodist Episcopal Church, on the continent of Africa. Bishop Taylor is of Scotch-Irish parentage, his grandparents having immigrated from County Armagh, Ireland, to Virginia about 130 years ago. They were revolutionary patriots and so hostile to slavery that they set all slaves free, belonging to the family. His father, Stuart Taylor, married Martha A. Hickman, and they settled in Rockbridge County in 1819. They were Presbyterians, but eventually became converts to Methodism. The son, William, was born May 21, 1821. In 1843 he was attached to the Baltimore Conference. He came into notice as a Methodist street preacher, of extraordinary power, in San Francisco, in 1849. He established a church there and continued to preach till 1856. Being a natural pioneer in the mission field, full of pluck and original ideas, he visited other parts of the United States and went into Canada and England. Then he went to the West Indies and into British Guiana, preaching and founding churches. Next, he visited Australia, where he met with a success which may well be called phenomenal. The same success attended his trip to Tasmania and New Zealand. With a foot that never tired, he went to South Africa and then to the island of Ceylon, awakening the people by his eloquence and earnestness. He returned through India, arousing the sleeping nations, and leaving as a permanent monument to his fame the fully organized South India Methodist Conference. He was now in the midst of his powers, and with well-defined aims as to the plan and scope of mission establishments. As to himself, personal work was what was required. As to the missions, a sense of independence which would conduce to their growth and perpetuity. No mission was to be an asylum for lazy, superannuated men and women, drawing on a home fund for support, but each was to be self-supporting as far as possible, after its period of juvenility was over. Full of this impression he entered the Brazilian country, or for that matter, South America at large, and began a work of founding missions which astounded his church and the world by its success. Schools and churches sprang up as if by magic, right in the midst of populations wedded to the old Catholic creeds and forms, and the effect of his evangelism is as far-reaching as time. After this he turned his attention to Africa, as a field calling most loudly for civilization and Christianity, and more, as the field best suited to his evangelizing methods. He was elected Bishop of Africa by the General Conference of the Methodist Church, in May, 1884, and sailed for his new and limitless parish in December, 1884. After 4 years of heroic struggle, with successes which in every way justified his labors and plans, he returned to the United States in April, 1888, and sailed again for Africa in December of the same year, having equipped and sent in advance. November 13, 1888, 20 new missionaries. His transit and building fund bore the expense, and it was well supplied for the emergency by voluntary contributions from the United States and Canada. 15 homes in Africa became a requisite for these Christian workers, together with at least a year's sustenance. Still the fund failed not, but had to spare for the bishop's personal comfort. Thus at one end of the Christian line work inured to the supply of necessities which should lead up to self-support in the missionary field. And at the other end it shaped for the development of those indigenous resources which should establish independence. The characteristics of his work, aside from his individual energy, wonderful ingenuity, and magnetic power, are 1. Self-supporting missions. Missionaries are provided with a suitable outfit, have their passage paid, are provided with a home and seeds for planting. They are expected to do the best with the first year's equipment, and to take such steps as will put them on an independent footing by the second year. This is not more a test of their own industry and efficiency, than an example to the natives to live in peace and adopt civilized means of obtaining a livelihood. It is an invitation to heroic spirits to enter the mission field, and is an earnest of tact and endurance which must prove of infinite value to those with whom they are in contact. It is the nearest approach any church has ever made to the thought, that a spiritual avenue to the heathen, and especially the shrewd African heathen, is most direct when it leads up through his business and workaday instincts to his heart. 2. Native cooperation. This is best assured by appearing to be on an equality with them. The missionary who is backed by a home exchequer and who is not compelled to resort to ordinary means of subsistence, is apt to grow exclusive and become a source of envy and suspicion. He is far more potential when he is as much one of his people as circumstances will allow, and like them dependent on the ordinary laws of industry for subsistence. There is but little risk in this to the man of energy, skill and health, where climate and soil are favorable for production, and all nature conspires to reward industry. It attracts the natives, secures their confidence and cooperation, and adapts them for the almost unconscious receipt of enlightenment in Christianity. Nothing so disarms them of suspicion, or serves better to silence controversy, than this quiet show of permanent settlement in their midst and the atmosphere of thrifty contentment which surrounds a newly made mission home and vegetable garden. 3. Elements of a pure civilization. The school goes with the mission, the garden and field with the school. Sermons there are, but not to the neglect of school work. School hours there are, but not to the neglect of soil cultivation. Practical education is paramount. The seeds, the trees, the plants, which are fitted for the climate, are planted and tended, and the natives are asked to come and work by the side of the missionary and to learn the art of turning the earth to account. Thus a primitive industrial school is started in every mission, and the laws of thrift and self-dependence go hand in hand with those of morality and spirituality. As things have gone, it is surely a novel, and perhaps a hard, life for a missionary, but in that it is an effective means of conversion and enlightenment, the sacrifice does not seem too great. After all, does it not entirely meet the objections of those who so vehemently urge that the only way to make missionary work successful among African natives is to wait until commerce has reconciled them to contact with the outer world? 4. Not confined to the ordinary ministry. It opens the field of missionary endeavor to earnest, moral men of every occupation. Teachers, artisans, laborers in every branch of industry, become invaluable servants of the Lord, under this system. Children as well as parents may share the honors of introducing Christ in this practical way, the key to which is example. What so inspiring as the confidence of equality and co-labor? To be like a teacher in what appertains to material welfare, is father to a wish to be like him or her in what appertains to spiritual welfare. 5. Coastline missions. These are practicable and necessary at first. But they are only evangelical bases for the more numerous and grander structures soon to be erected within the continent. In support of his system the bishop brings to bear an experience wider than that of any living missionary, to which must be added a special study of the African natives and the entire African situation. He says that the untutored heathen of Africa have no vain philosophy by which to explain away their perception of God as a great personal being. They have their grigris, charms, and amulets, but they never pray to them, they cry to God in the day of trouble. In the extreme south God's name is Dala, Tixo, and Nkosi. In south-central Africa his name is Nzambi. The Zambesi River is called after God. On the west coast his name is Niswa. All these words express clear perceptions of one great God of heaven and earth. He further relates that one day he was preaching to King Damasi of the Ama Pondo nation, about the resurrection. One of the king's counselors expressed dissent from the bishop's doctrine. The king, a giant in physique, frowned at him and said, "Hold your tongue, you scoundrel. You know well our fathers believed in the resurrection of the dead, and so do we. When a Kaffirman dies they dig a grave about 2 feet wide and 5 deep and let the corpse down in a squatting position. But before it is lowered they seat him beside the grave, to allow anyone who wishes to talk with it. This is consequence of their belief that though the spirit has left the body it still lingers near for a last communication with friend or foe. If any present has an unadjusted quarrel with the hovering spirit, he approaches and makes his peace, and then begs that the shade will not return to bewitch his children or cattle. Others come and send messages of peace to their fathers by means of the departing spirit, and still others send word very much as if the departure of a spirit were a sure means of communication between this and the final home of good people. When analyzed, their belief is supreme that the body returns to dust at death, but that the spirit is immortal, that the spirit retains all its faculties and forces, and has independent senses corresponding with the bodily senses. That good spirits dwell with God in happiness and that those who follow will commune with them. These things they have never learned from books, nor teachers. They are intuitions. In February, 1888, Bishop Taylor visited a dead chief, near Tataka on the Kavala River. He had been a prominent man, a giant in size, and had given leave to found a mission in his tribe. But he knew no language but his own and had never heard the gospel preached. He was found sleeping tranquilly in death, and inquiry revealed the fact that he had talked all through the night of his death with Niswa, God, and had called on him repeatedly, Niswa, I am your man. Niswa, I trust you. Niswa, I accept you. Belief, even unto salvation, could not have been seemingly stronger. To translate the Christian Bible into the languages spoken by those among whom missionary effort is put forth, has always been regarded as a necessary step to successful apostolic work. It would be an Herculean, if not impossible task in a country where languages are so numerous and dialects so diverse as in Africa. Even if not so, the task requires scholarship of a high order, patience such as few mortals possess, time which might count for much if otherwise employed, and an exchequer which can be drawn upon indefinitely. Bishop Taylor has reversed the old procedure in his missionary contact with the African natives. Still recognizing the necessity for learning their languages in order to facilitate communication, he, however, insists that they shall learn ours, as a means of fuller expression of ideas. And especially of those ideas which represent newly acquired knowledge and quickened spiritual emotions. But how should he overcome the formidable obstacle our language presents, in its complicated grammar and orthography, to all foreigners? Especially, how should the African boy and girl, in the mission school, be taught what our own more favored boys and girls find so appallingly difficult? The bishop's way out of it was to introduce the phonetic, or natural sound, element into his mission schools. It proved, in common parlance, a hit from the start. Here is a sample of his English, as phonetically adapted for his African pupils. Bishop Taylor finds our English mod ov spelling 1 ov the greatest drawbacks in teaching the natives. And also 1 ov the greatest obstacles in reducing the native languages to writing. Missionaries every war have compland ov des difficultés. Bishop Taylor has cut the Gordian knot. Or at least has so far swung los from common usage az to adopt Pitman z phonetic still ov reading, writing and teaching. Just rid a foo page, spelling az we do her, and then, just for the fun of it, writ a few letters to friends in the Sam still. By the time you have done so, you will be enamored with its ez, and son will pronounce it bootiful azwelazezi. Take it to some children and see how quickly they will master it. Probably no better description can be given of what has already been accomplished, than that found in his report to the Missionary Committee, which we give in full, and in extracts from his recent letters. Bishop Taylor's report to the Missionary Committee. Dear brethren and fellow laborers in the work of the Lord, I respectfully submit the following report of our new missions in Africa. The report of the African Conference I sent, as usual, to the missionary secretaries immediately after its adjournment last February. I might repeat the same here, but did not retain a copy, and leaving Liberia in April, and ever since moving on, I have not received a copy of the printed minutes. I will, in this report, note the stations in the order in which I visited them this year, and not in the order of time in which they were founded. West Coast Stations. Most of these stations commenced, with mission houses erected on them, 2 years ago, when a portion of them were supplied with missionaries, a portion not till March of this year, and 2 or 3 remain to be supplied. Miss Dingman and Miss Bates have gone out since I left Liberia, and I have not heard where Brother Kephart has stationed them. It was understood from the beginning that we could not take boarding scholars, nor open our schoolwork regularly till we could produce from the soil plenty of native food for their sustenance, and build schoolhouses. I arranged for building 14 houses in our missions on the west coast this year for chapel and school purposes. I have received no general report since I left in April, hence, I cannot say how many of these houses have been completed. They were to be good frame and weather-boarded and shingle-roofed houses, 18 by 25 feet, and will, I doubt not, be all finished before the end of this year. Kavala River District. B. F. Kephart, P.E. 1. Wissahickon Station, about 40 miles up from the mouth of the river. Its king, chiefs and people received a missionary, built him a good native house and supported him for several months, when he was removed to supply a larger station vacated by one who withdrew from our work, so Wissahickon remains to be supplied. Probable value of our land and improvements on Wissahickon Station, $500. 2. Yubliki, ascending the stream, also on the west bank of Kavala River. Missionary, J. R. Ellery. A good basis of self-sustentation already laid. Probable value, $1,000. 3. Yorkie. Andrew Ortlip, missionary. Regular preaching in both of these stations, and some progress in teaching. Probable value, $1,000. 4. Tataka, on the east bank of the river, Miss Rose Bowers and Miss Annie Whitfield, missionaries. These are very earnest missionaries, and have done an immense amount of hard work, teaching, talking of God and salvation to the people in their own houses and growing most of their own food. Probable value of land improvements, $1,000. 5. Bebo. H. Garwood, missionary. Brother Garwood was appointed to Bebo last March, and will, I trust, make a success, which was but limited under the administration of his predecessor, who is a good man but not a self-supporting success, and has hence returned home. Bebo is on the west bank of the river, and has adequate resources of self-support, and of opportunities for usefulness. Probable value, $900. 6. Bararobo, on the east bank. Chas Owens and E. O. Harris, missionaries. This station, with 2 energetic young men to develop its capabilities, will, I hope, in the near future prove a success. Probable value, $900. 7. Jaribo, West Bank. A mission house built 2 years ago, but the station remains to be supplied. Probable value, $800. 8. Wallaki is the big town of the Jaribo tribe, 12 miles west of Jaribo town, on west bank of the river. Our missionary at Wallaki is William Schneidmiller, a zealous young man from Baltimore. Having been brought up in a city, he has much to learn to become an effective backwoods pioneer, but he has faith, love, push, and patience and is succeeding. Probable value, $900. We have traveled nearly 100 miles up the river, almost equal to the Hudson, and then west 12 miles to Wallaki. Now we go south by a narrow path over rugged mountain, hills and dales, a distance of about 40 miles to 9. Plebo. Wm. Yancey and wife, missionaries. A hopeful young station of good possibilities. Probable value, $900. 9 miles walking westerly we reach 10. Baraki. William Warner and wife, missionaries. They are hard workers, and are bound to make self-support. Brother Warner is mastering the native language, and when ready to preach in it, will have open to him a circuit of 11 towns belonging to the Baraki tribe. Probable value, $900. On 8 of the 10 stations just named, we have frame, weather-boarded, shingle-roofed houses, the floors elevated about 6 feet above ground, the whole set on pillars of native logs from the forest. In all these places, also, schoolhouses, as before intimated, are being built. Each station is in a tribe entirely distinct and separate from every other tribe, and each river town represents a larger population far back in the interior of the wild country. Cape Palmas District. B. F. Kephart, P.E. Brother Kephart is presiding elder of Emtiscott and Tubman Town Circuit. Sister Kephart is a grand helper. They are teaching the people the blessedness of giving adequately to support their pastors. These people are confronted by two formidable difficulties: their old established habits of being helped, and their poverty and lack of ability to help themselves. But they are being blessed in giving like the widow of Sarepta, and will, I hope, work their way out. Clarence Gunnison, our missionary carpenter, and Professor E. H. Greeley, B.A. to be principal of our academy and missionary training school in Cape Palmas, as soon as we shall get the seminary repaired, have their headquarters at Cape Palmas, but are engaged in building schoolhouses, and will then, D.V. repair the seminary buildings, both in Cape Palmas and in Monrovia. We had unexpected detention in getting suitable lumber for repairs, but can now get the best Norway pine delivered on the ground at a cheap rate. 11. Plucky, across Hoffman River, from Cape Palmas, is the beginning of our Crew Coast line of stations. Miss Lizzie McNeil is the missionary. Though 2 years in the station, we have not yet built a mission house in Plucky. Miss McNeil teaches school in a native house in the midst of the town, and preaches on Sabbath days under the shade of a breadfruit tree. Her schoolhouse is crowded, and she has 6 of her boys and 3 girls converted to God, who testify for Jesus in her meetings, and help her in her soul-saving work. Probable value, $800, in land. Miss Barbara Miller assists her temporarily, but her specialties are kindergarten and music, awaiting the opening of the academy. 12. Garaway, 20 miles northwest of Cape Palmas. Miss Agnes McAllister is in charge of the station, and Miss Clara Binkley has special charge of our educational department, both working successfully as missionaries. Aunt Rachel, a Liberian widow woman, runs the farm, and produces indigenous food enough to feed 2 or 3 stations. This is a station of great promise. Probable value, $1,200. We have a precious deposit in a little cemetery on the plain, in sight of the mission house, of the consecrated blood and bones of dear Brother Gardner and dear Sister Meeker. 13. Piccaninny SES. Miss Anna Bainan is in special charge of the household department. Miss Georgiana Dean has charge of the schoolwork, and Victor Hugo, a young German missionary, has charge of the school farm. Mrs. Nelson, a Liberian widow, is chief cook. They are succeeding hopefully for beginners. This station is about 30 miles northwest of Cape Palmas. Probable value, $1,100. 14. Grand SES. Jazz, Beat Robertson, assisted by Mr. Hansa, a Congo young man, who was saved at a series of meetings I conducted in Cape Palmas, in 1885. They are just getting started in their work, but already see signs of awakening among the people. Probable value, $1,100. 15. SAS Town. Missionaries, K. Valentine Ekman, R. C. Griffith. I spent a month in SAS Town last spring, and we have there a church organization of probationers, numbering 25 crewmen. Probable value, $1,400. 16. Nifu. To be supplied. Probable value, $1,000. 17. Nana Crew. Henry Wright appointed last April, not heard from since. Probable value, $1,000. 18. Setra Crew. B. J. Turner and wife. A fair promise of success in farming, teaching and preaching. Probable value, $1,100. On each of these crew stations named, except Plucky, we have a mission house of frame, elevated on pillars, 6 feet above ground, floors of boards from the sawpits of Liberia, siding and roofing of galvanized iron. Each house measuring in length 36 feet, breadth 22 feet, beside veranda, providing space for a central hall, 12 by 22 feet, and 2 rooms at each end, 11 by 12 feet. There is not a Liberian or foreigner of any sort in any of the stations named on Kavala River or Crew Coast, except our missionaries, all heathens, as nude as any on the Congo, except a few men of them who follow the sea, hence, our houses. which would not be admired in New York City, are considered to be houses of big America for true. 19. Ebenezer, west side of Sinu River, nearly 20 miles from Sinu. New house just completed. Z. Roberts in charge. A school of over 20 scholars opened. The king of the tribe has proclaimed Sunday as God's, and ordered his people not to work on God's day, but go to his house and hear his word. This mission supersedes Jacktown, on the east bank of Sinu River, where we proposed last spring to found a mission, but did not. Ebenezer is worth to us $800 at least. 20. Benson River. Missionary, Dr. Dan Williams. This is in Grand Bassa country, difficult of access, hence, in my hasty voyages along the coast I have not yet been able to visit the doctor, and cannot report definitely. He is holding on, and will, I hope, hold out and make a success in all his departments of work. The station ought to be worth $800. The Benson River Station is in the bounds of Grand Bassa District. We arranged for building on 2 other stations in Grand Bassa country at the same time that I provided for Benson River, namely, King Key Peter's Big Town, and Joe Benson's town. But at last account the houses were not built, so for the time we dropped them off our list. They are on a great caravan trail to the populous interior. We will take them up or better ones by and by. From the west coast we proceed by steamer to the great Congo country. 2 days above Congo mouth we land at Mayumba, and proceed in boat 17 miles up an inland lake to Mambi, where Miss Martha E. Ka is stationed, and where our brother A. I. Sortor sleeps in Christ. When we settled there it was in the bounds of the Free State of Congo, but later the published decrees of the Berlin Conference put it under the wing of the French government. The French authorities have recognized and registered our native title to 100 acres of good land, and are not unfriendly to us by any means, but, by law, forbid us to teach any language but French. Good has been done at Mambi, and is being done. Owing to this disability we have proposed to abandon it, but Martha Ka is entirely unwilling to leave, and as it is our only footing in French territory, and as they hold a vast region, peopled by numerous nations of African heathen, we have thought it best thus far to hold on to Mambi. Probable value, $1,000. 21. Cabinda, near the Congo mouth. I never have had time to make the acquaintance of any person at Cabinda. Having full confidence in J.L. Judson as a man of superior ability and integrity, I gave him letters to the Portuguese governor of Cabinda, requesting the consent and cooperation of His Excellency, to enable Judson to found a mission there. His Excellency received him most cordially, gave him a public dinner, the merchants of the place being guests. For a year he reported extraordinary success in every department of his work. He went in by a dash, and went out like a flash, by sudden death. I called at Cabinda last May, and learned from a merchant there that King Frank, of whom Judson bought our mission premises, held the property for non-payment, which Judson had reported all settled, conveyed, and deed recorded. King Frank, at the time of my call, was absent away up the coast, so that I could not reach the exact facts. I have written to the merchant whom I met, requesting him to find out the facts, but have as yet received no reply. So things at Cabinda are in a tangle at present. I have not yet found time to go and unravel it. To recover it or lose it will neither make nor break us, but we shall regret to lose it. Passing the mouth of the Congo River, we proceed by steamer over 300 miles to the beautiful landlocked harbor of St. Paul, Delaware, Luanda. This Portuguese town has many massive buildings, including churches in ruins, dating back over 300 years. It has an estimated population of 5,000, a few hundred of whom are Portuguese, one English house of business, the rest being Negroes. From the beginning we have had adequate self-supporting resources in Luanda from the Portuguese patronage of our schools, and have now, but at present we lack the teaching corps requisite. William P. Dodson, who succeeded C.M. McLean, who returned home last May on account of sickness, is our minister at Luanda. He is a holy young man, a good linguist in Portuguese and Kimbundu, and is doing a good work. He has one fine young native man saved, whom I baptized during my recent visit. I learned since that he is leading a new life, and becoming a valuable helper in our work. Our mission property in Luanda is worth at least $10,000. It is quite unnecessary for Luanda or for any other station we have in Africa to add, and no debts, for we have none. We are trying to find just the right man and wife for our school in Luanda, but would rather wait for years than to get unsuitable persons. From Luanda we proceed by steamer 60 miles south by sea, and cross the bar into the mouth of Congo River, as large as the Hudson, and ascend 180 miles to Dondo, at the head of steamboat navigation. Dondo is a noted trading center, and has a population of about 5,000, mostly Negroes. We had good property in Dondo, worth about $5,000. A great deal of hard work, successful preparatory work, has been done in Dondo. Its schoolwork and machine shop were self-supporting when manned, but is now in the same position as Luanda, awaiting good workers to man it. Our presiding elder, E.A. Withy, of Angola district, and his daughter Stella, a rare linguist in Portuguese and Kimbundu, and of great missionary promise, were holding the fort at Dondo when I recently visited that region. Their home was at Pungo Andongo, 89 miles distant. Stella and I walked a mile or more to visit the graves of Sister Cooper, and of our grandest Dondo worker, Mrs. Mary Myers Davenport, M.D. in the cemetery, which is enclosed by a high stone wall. Her last words are inscribed on her tombstone. They were addressed to him who was nearest and dearest to her in that lone hour, to Jesus, I die for thee, here in Africa. She would have died for Jesus anywhere, but had consecrated her all to him for Africa. In about a month from that time our dear Stella, so ripe for heaven, but so greatly needed in Africa, was laid by her side. So that 3 of our missionary heroines sleep in Jesus at Dondo. Their ashes are among the guarantees of our ultimate success in giving life to millions in Africa, who are dead in trespasses and sins. From Dondo, we take it afoot 51 miles over hills, mountains and valleys, by the old caravan trail of the ages to Nhengapipo mission station. Our property there is worth about $6,000. It was designed to be a receiving station, in which our newcomers might be acclimatized, taught native languages and prepared for advance work. Under the superintendency of Brother Withy a great preparatory work has been done at this station. It has, however, become specially a training school for native agency, under the leadership of one young man of our first party from America, Carl Rudolph. We already have an organized Methodist Episcopal Church at this station, composed of 13 converted native men and boys, who are giving good proof of the genuineness of the change wrought in them by the Holy Spirit. From 5 to 6 o'clock every morning they have a meeting for worship, scripture reading and exposition by Carl, singing, prayers and testimony for Jesus by all in English, Portuguese and Kimbundu. Intermingled with hallelujah shouts of praise to Nzambi the God of their fathers and of our fathers. The forenoon is devoted to manual labor by all hands, then school and religious exercises in the afternoon. The work of each day is distributed. 2 of our boys, called pastors, have the care of about 100 head of cattle belonging to the mission. Several boys are taught to yoke and work oxen in sled or plow, several boys have learned to be stone masons, and when I was there last were engaged in building a stone wall round the cattle corral. One boy is trained to business in the little store belonging to the mission. One very trusty fellow is the man of all work about the house and the cook. All these varieties of work are done by our own converted people, and not by heathen hirelings. This station yields ample sustentation for all these workers. The brethren are making improvements continually, and paying for them out of their net profits. In building a chapel next summer they may need a little help, but probably not. Dear Nellie Mead, one of our children of 1885, natural musician and lovely Christian, died at the age of about 16 at this station. A tomb of rude masonry marks the sacred spot, near the caravan trail, where Nellie and baby Willie Hicks will wait till Jesus comes. A march of 38 miles easterly along the same old path brings us to Pungo Andongo, a great place for trade, a town of probably 1,200 or 1,500 population. It is wedged in between stupendous mountains, in solid blocks of conglomerate of small stones of basalt and flint, perpendicular for 1,000 feet on all sides. We have a large adobe house, including chapel and storeroom, and nearly an acre of ground with fruit-bearing trees in the town, and a good farm of about 300 acres a mile out, worth probably altogether about $4,000. That is the residence of A.E. Withy and Mrs. Withy. Their son Bertie, in his 17th year, tall and commanding, speaks fluently the languages of the country and has in him the making of a grand missionary. His two little sisters, Lottie and Flossie, are among the Lord's chosen ones. The developed standby of this station is Charles A. Gordon. He is a young man of marvelous ability, adapted to every variety of our work. In preaching power in all the languages of that region he is second to none. Withy and Gordon are our principal merchants, and while doing a good business, in the meantime, by truth, honesty and holy living and faithful testimony for Jesus in different languages are bringing the gospel into contact with a large class of traders from the far interior, who could not be reached by ordinary methods. Pungo Ndongo Station has crossed the lines of sustentation and of absolute self-support, and is making money to open new stations in the regions beyond. We have 2 missionary graves at Pungo Ndongo, one of Henry Kelly, a noble missionary apprentice from the Vai tribe of Liberia, and the other of dear Sister Dodson, formerly Miss Brannan, from Boston. They both sleep in Jesus, and will rise quickly to his call in the morning. An onward march of 62 miles brings us to Melange, a town of probably 2,000 population, and noted for its merchandise. Our people there are Samuel J. Meade, P.E. His wife Ardella, refined, well-educated and a fine musician, at the head of our schoolwork. Willie Meade is head of the mechanical department, his wife is especially engaged in teaching missionaries. They are all noble specimens of vigorous minds, holy hearts, healthy bodies and superior linguists and workers. Robert Shields, a young missionary from Ireland, who was brought up at home for a merchant, runs a small mission store at Melange, preaches in the Kimbundu, and has a growing circuit extending among the villages of the surrounding country. Our Kimbundu teacher in the school was Bertha Meade, niece of Samuel J. Meade. She was one of our children in 1855. She was wholly devoted to God and his work. On the first Sabbath of my visit to Melange, last June, she was united in marriage to Robert Shields. Immediately after her marriage she put my sermon for the occasion into Kimbundu, without hesitation, in distinct utterances, full of unction, which stirred a crowded audience, a number of whom were from the Kingdom of Lunda, about 600 miles further east. In Sunday school of the afternoon of that memorable day I heard Bertha put 41 questions from the number 1 catechism of our church, and the school together answered the whole of them promptly, first in English and then in Kimbundu. The native people of that country are known by the name of the Umbunda people. Kimbundu is the name of their language. An interesting episode occurred while the 41 questions were being asked and answered. The old king, who lived 19 miles distant from Melange, was present, and manifested great interest in the proceedings, and interjected a question, of course, in his own language. Which was, why did not the first man and his wife go right to God, and confess their sins, and get forgiveness? Bertha answered him, of course, in his own language, to this effect: they were not guilty simply of a private offense against their father, but a crime against the government of the great King of all worlds. The penalty involved was death and eternal banishment to a dreadful place prepared for the devil and all his followers, called Inferno. God had to break his own word, dishonor his government, and destroy the legal safeguards he had established to protect the rights of his true and loyal subjects, or execute the penalty of law on that guilty man and his wife. Moreover, the devil nature had struck clear through that man and his wife. They had become so full of lies and deceit that they had no desire to repent, so that all the judge could righteously do was to pass sentence on them and turn them over to the executioners of justice. The heathen king leaned over and listened with great attention, and his countenance was like that of a man awaiting his sentence to be hung. Bertha went on and pictured the guilty pair standing at the bar of justice, each holding the saswood cup of death in hand, awaiting the order to drink it and die. Then the Son of God was very sorry for the man and his woman, and talked with his Father about them, and made a covenant with his Father to redeem them. He would at a day agreed on unite himself with a son descended from the guilty woman, and drink their cup of death, and provide for them his cup of salvation, and would protect God's truth, righteousness and government, and provide deliverance. Purity and everlasting happiness for the guilty man and his wife, and for all their family, the whole race of mankind. As Bertha went on to describe how Jesus did, according to his covenant, come into the world and teach all people the right way for them to walk in. And did die for man the most awful of all deaths, even the death of the cross, and did arise from the dead and is now our lawgiver in God's court, and our doctor to heal and purify us, and invites all to come to him, and he will give them rest. The old chief seemed to take it all in through open eyes, ears and mouth till he could no longer restrain his feelings, and broke out and cried and laughed immoderately, and yelled at the top of his voice, and clapped his hands for joy. He had never heard the good news before. I, meantime, quietly wept and prayed, and then thanked God. I remember how Bertha and our other dear missionary children used to ramble with me over the hills of Luanda. I was the only big playmate they had, and they used to wait anxiously for the shades of evening in which to have a stroll with their big brother. And now to see my tall, modest Bertha with perfect ease breaking the bread of life to the heathen fathers, I have no remembrance of ever before quietly weeping so much in one day as I did that day. Brother Samuel Meade has adopted 8 native boys and girls, and is bringing them up in the way they should go. His hour for morning family worship is from 4 to 5 o'clock. The alarm clock rouses them all at 4 a.m. In 15 minutes they are all washed and dressed. The services vary and are full of life and interest, scripture reading and explanation, singing of a number of different hymns in 3 different languages. None are called on to pray, but voluntarily they all lead in turn, some in English, some in Portuguese and some in Kimbundu. I kept account one morning and found that 16 different ones led in prayer at that meeting. From 11 a.m. to 12 m. Sam Meade joins Willie's family in a similar service. No family worship in the evenings, as many of them are taken up by public meetings in the chapel. Our church, organized at Melange at the time of my visit, contained 21 natives, all probationers, of course, but baptized and saved. The tide is rising. Our property at Melange is worth probably $6,000. Samuel J. Meade has charge of a big farm and is making it pay. Brother Willie trained 4 native men to run 2 pit saws, and in the last year has turned out $1,500 worth of lumber, which sells for cash at the sawpits. These men are also preachers, and preach several times each week in the Portuguese language. In labor, money and building material they have recently completed a new 2-story mission house and other mission improvements, amounting to an aggregate cost of $1,200, without any help from home. Men who are making money and attending to all their duties as missionaries have a legal right, under the Decalogue and discipline, to a fair compensation from their net earnings. But all the missionaries we have still abiding in our Angola missions, go in with the self-sacrificing, suffering Jesus under the new commandment. They invest their lives with all they possess, including all the money they have or can make in his soul-saving work in Africa, and have no separate purse which they call their own. If on this line of life they should suffer lack, or bring the Lord in debt to them, it would indeed be a new thing under the sun. We have graves at Melange also. Mrs. Dr. Smith, an estimable Christian lady, sleeps there. Dear Edna Meade, one of our children of 1885, a lovely Christian, perhaps of 12 years, sleeps in our own cemetery on our mission farm. While I was there last June, we buried a libelo young man, brought up and saved in our mission, in our cemetery. And 6 weeks after her marriage, our dear Bertha, our grand missionary Bertha, was smitten down and laid there to rest. A great many good people in the church on earth do not believe in my missions, but God means that the church above all shall think well of us, hence, he has not taken from us a single dwarfish, shabby specimen. But from the beginning has selected from the front ranks of the very best we had, so that we are not ashamed of our representative missionaries in heaven. Nearly all of our present force in Angola have made a marvelous achievement in the mastery of the Portuguese and Kimbunda languages. Professor H. Chatelain has printed them in the form of a grammar, beside a primer and the Gospel by John in the Kimbundu. The rest of our people there, the same as himself, learned the vernacular by direct and daily contact with the natives, but Brother Chatelain's books are of great value to them, both in advanced study and in teaching. Our Angola missions were commenced a little over 4 years ago. They have furnished many useful lessons from the school of experience, and demonstrated the possibilities of success in the 3 great departments of our work: educational, industrial and evangelical, and of early self-sustentation later. Absolute self-support and then self-propagation, founding new missions without help from home. Our work has to be run mainly along the lines of human impossibilities, combining rare human adaptabilities with divine power and special providences under the immediate administration of the Holy Spirit. Hence, our greatest difficulty is to find young men and women possessing these rare adaptabilities. We have them now in Angola, and also on the Congo and West Coast, but the sifting at the front required to get them is too big a contract for me. I can only do the best I can, and commit and entrust all the issues to God. He works out His will patiently and kindly. The people He sends home are good Christians, but on account of personal disabilities, or family relationship and responsibilities, find themselves disqualified for this peculiar style of work and not able to make self-support. And hence quietly leave for home. Many of such would gladly stay if we would pay them a salary, which we cannot do, though we don't question their natural rights. Thus we lose numbers and gain unity and strength. From Melange, a tramp of 1,000 miles northeast will bring us to Lolioburg, in the Bashalange country, discovered by Dr. Pog and Lieutenant Wisman, in 1883. The Governor-General of the independent state of Congo, at my request, gave to Dr. Summers, one of our men from Melange, permission to found a station for our mission at Lolioburg, which he did, and built 2 houses on it, and was making good progress when he became worn out by disease and died. I hope soon to send a successor to dear Dr. Summers. I have arranged at the land office in Boma for the completion of their conveyance of title by deed to our mission property at Lolioburg, on my return to Boma in April next, D.V. Those vast countries of the Upper Kasai and Sankuru rivers are immensely populous. By the will of God we shall hold our footing, and a few years hence shall, D.V., plant a conference in that county. From Lolioburg, a week of foot traveling northwest will bring us to Lueba, at the junction of the Lolua and Kasai rivers. Thence, in a little steamer descending the Kasai River about 800 miles, we sweep through Kwa mouth, into the Congo, descending which 70 miles we will tie up at Kimpoko, near the northeast angle of Stanley Pool. We opened this station in 1886, designed as a way station for our transportation to the countries of the Upper Kasai. The Lord is by delay preparing us the better to go up and possess the land in His set time. He meantime approves of our good intentions. We have now stationed at Kimpoko, Bradley L. Burr, Dr. Harrison, Hiram Elkins and his wife Roxy. At Kimpoko, we made an irrigating ditch a mile long, drawing from a bold mountain creek an abundant supply of water to ensure good crops at all seasons. We have there about 10 acres under cultivation, and grow in profusion all the indigenous food that we can use. To provide good beef in abundance and ready money, Brother Burr goes out for a few hours and kills a hippopotamus or 2. They are in demand among the traders and the natives for food. Brother Burr recently sold 3 in Kimpoko for $80. Brother Burr, who is our presiding elder at Kimpoko, writes that the station has been nearly self-sustaining from the beginning, but entirely so since the beginning of this year. They are building a new mission house this dry season, about 15 by 80 feet. In this work they may require a little help, a few bales of cloth from home. At a low estimate, our property in Kimpoko is worth at least $1,000. From Kimpoko we go by oars or steamer 20 miles to the lower end of Stanley Pool, Leopoldville. Thence by foot 100 miles to South Manyanga, which is called the North Bank route. By the south route we walk from Leopoldville 231 miles to Matadi or Lower Congo. From Manyanga we go by a launch of 3 or 4 tons capacity, propelled by oars and sails and currents, 88 miles to Isangala. We have had a station at Isangala for over 2 years, on which we have built good native houses, but had not bought the site of the government till my last visit to the land office at Boma. The site, containing 7½ acres, cost us nearly $80. A good garden spot. Our brethren dug a yam from their garden in Isangala when I was there, a few weeks ago, which weighed 22 pounds, more wholesome and delicious, if possible, than Irish potatoes. Our paying industry there will be in the transport line of business. As our Vivi station is at the highest point of small steamer navigation, so Isangala is the lowest point of the middle passage of the Congo from Isangala, 88 miles to Manyanga. Our site at Isangala, with improvements, is worth $300. We would refuse the offer of 5 times that amount on account of prospective value. Our missionaries at Isangala are William O. White and William Rasmussen. Both have made good progress in the mastery of the Fiat or Congo language. But Rasmussen is a prodigy in language. He interpreted for me with great fluency and force and is preaching in many contiguous villages. He has been out 2½ years, and, D.V. will soon be an able evangelist to go forth among the native nations and receive from them a support. A journey over the mountains and valleys of 55 miles will bring us to Vivi Mission Station. We bought this site, the seat of government before it was settled at Boma, over 2 years ago, for $768. We have there but 12 acres of land, but can procure more if needed. It is a high plateau and seems so dry that I did not think we could farm to advantage. We needed the place for a receiving and transport station, but to my agreeable surprise on my recent visit, I find that J.C. Teeter, our preacher in charge and transport agent, has near the end of the dry season 1.5 acres of green growing manioc, an orchard of young palm and mango trees, and plantains and yams growing in a profusion of life and fruitfulness. In the way of livestock he has 25 goats, 8 sheep, 2 head of young cattle, half a dozen muscovy ducks and 100 chickens, and when short of meat he takes his gun and goes out and kills a deer or a buffalo. While I was with him, a few weeks ago, he killed 2 cocoa bucks. The cocoa is a species of deer, but as big as a donkey. So in every place we settle, we find that God has resources of self-support of some kind waiting to be developed. Vivi will be self-supporting in the near future, and the most beautiful station on the Congo. At any rate, J.C. Teeter and Mary Lindsay, his wife, can make it such if the Lord shall continue to them life and health. Probable value, $2,000. 100 miles by steamer down the Congo to Banana brings us within an hour and a half by oars of our mission station at Matumba. Miss Mary Kildare, a superior teacher, linguist and missionary, is our sole occupant of the station at Matumba. I bought of the government nearly 10 acres of good ground there for nearly $120, having previously bought the native title. We have a comfortable little house of galvanized iron, 22 by 24 feet, set on pillars 6 feet above ground. The house is divided into 2 rooms, 12 by 12 feet, and a veranda, 12 by 124 feet, enclosed by a balustrading and a gate, and is used for a schoolroom. She has now a school of 20 scholars. She does her preaching mostly in the village. The house is in an enclosure of nearly an acre, surrounded by a high fence, with strong gate, which is locked up at 9 p.m. daily. So Mary, the dear lady, is perfectly contented, and is doing good work for God. She is an Irish lady, and paid her own passage to go to Africa to work for nothing. I took her recently a box of Liberian coffee seed, which she has in a nursery growing beautifully, and she has a fruit orchard coming on. Our property at Matumba is worth $1,000. 2 years ago, we started 3 stations between Vivi and Isangala, Vumtumbi Vivi, Sudi Kabanza and Matamba. We built pretty good houses at a total cost of $30, not counting our labor. One of the noblest young missionaries we had, John A. Nuth, of London, sleeps all alone in his station at Suddy Cabanza. Dear Brother Nuth, I was with him much and under a great variety of circumstances, and highly prized his lovable character and great versatility of practical talent. He loved his field of labor and would have made a success if the Master had not called him from labor to reward. This was in 1888, but belongs to this chapter of unreported history. The people I appointed to work Vumtumbi Vivi and Matumba stations became dissatisfied with their work and huddled together at Vivi with others of kindred spirit and worked against us. Then they went out from us, but were not of us. For if they had been of us they would no doubt have continued with us. This is the same old breed of which we read. I do not think they become extinct but expose them to the weather, give them time and tether, and they leave us altogether, and peace abides. Since that, Brother Reed and wife and Brother Bullockist, very good people, sent out by Dr. Simpson, of New York, have opened a station nearly midway between Vumtumbi Vivi and Suddy Cabanza, so when we get ready to go out to found new stations we shall prefer, instead of resuming work at those vacated, to go into the more populous regions of the interior. The Congo state has a strip of country densely populated, 100 miles from the north bank of the Congo and extending from Banana 250 miles to Manyanga, all unoccupied and open to us, except a few new stations near the Congo. So God is opening a vast field for us on the lower Congo, as well as on the upper Congo and Kasai. I did not set out to found any new stations this year, and have not, except to consent to the birth of Ebenezer Station on Sinai River. Our business this year was to find out or to put in the guarantees of self-support for each station. We have found out that most of those founded in the short period of the work are self-supporting in the main. In our new Liberian stations, beside abundance of fruit and vegetables for food, our principal or most reliable resource in marketable value is coffee. So I provided, before leaving Liberia last April, that every station having men who can utilize oxen and plow should be furnished with a plow and a yoke of cattle, and that every occupied station should be supplied with as many coffee scions as they can plant and cultivate up to 1,000 plants for each station, and provided each station with a bushel of coffee seed to be planted in nursery, from which to enlarge each coffee orchard as fast as the ground can be cleared, and the coffee scions set out up to 5,000 or 6,000 trees. Coffee means money, and it is only a question of industry, patience and time. It requires about 5 years to make a coffee orchard productive, but with a little attention it will yield a plentiful annual crop, 2 crops in Liberia, for 50 years without resetting. We ought to give all the stations a good start in cattle, say, a dozen head for each one. God is manifestly with us along the lines of our work, and success is certain, and the glory will be wholly His. Africa's lights and shadows. Arnott in Central Africa. My idea of Africa had been that of a land very much desert, or else marshy and almost uninhabitable. But here was a region rich, fertile and beautiful, well watered, and, better still, with many people living all along the banks of the rivers. Of course, we had varied kinds of receptions. At one place, among the Bakudi, it was very remarkable how the people seemed to open their ears and hearts and gave their time. I spent 10 days among them. The first 5 I went among their villages, having large meetings. As I could speak a dialect which many of them understood, I could explain myself quite freely to them. They became very much interested in what they heard me say, and they said among themselves, "We are only tiring the white man out by coming day after day to our villages, we will go to him." So, for the last 5 days they gathered together, and we had all-day meetings, a most extraordinary time, I might say, for Africa. They kept up the discussions among themselves, and before I left at least 2 of the men stood up in the midst of their tribe and declared for Jesus before all their friends, in their own simple language. We had to leave these people, and went on traveling from day to day. At one point we had rather a different reception. We had pitched our camp in the midst of long grass. Toward evening, as we were getting things in order, we found the grass round our camp was on fire. As soon as the men succeeded in extinguishing the flames, 8 of them were missing. Then we understood an enemy had surrounded us, set the grass on fire, and carried off all the stragglers. There was nothing to do but to find their trail and follow them up. After a 10 miles journey we reached a little village in the forest where they were resting. They thought we had come to fight with them, and they rushed out with their guns, bows and arrows, and spears, to receive us. My men, 30 or 40 in number, being only Africans, got into fighting order and began to load their guns for action. I was a little way behind, and did not take in the situation at once. Seeing how things were going, I ran forward, seized a little stool, and held it up in the air as a signal of peace. This arrested the enemy, and at last 2 of them came forward to hear what I had to say. After a little talk it turned out that the whole thing was a mistake. They thought we had come to their country to rob and plunder them, and quite naturally, in self-defense, they wished to have the first hit at us. Next day we spent the time in receiving presents and telling them of the things we had been speaking to the people all along the road. At another point on the journey there was a chief who had heard about the things of God. He was intensely interested in the reports, and he came himself, to see me. Before we had time to settle down to speak, he said, "All the huntsmen have been called in, the women are in from the fields. We are all here, and we want you at once to begin your conversation with us about the Great Spirit and those things you have been talking of along the road." After talking with them for some hours, the chief asked me to go with him to their village. He said there were some old people there who could not come down to hear me with the others. He wanted me very much to go and see them. I went up to the village and conversed with these poor old broken-down people, one after another, and it was most touching. They shook hands with me and looked me in the face with such a look. Some of them were too old to understand the things I had been telling to the younger people. They could only look wistfully at me and shake me by the hand. It reminded me of an old man I had spoken with on the Upper Zambesi. After leaving my hut he came back to the door and said, "It is so strange for me to hear these things for the first time, and I so old. Truly, it must strike them strangely. There are many physical difficulties connected with travel in Africa, and I would be the last to urge any particular individual to go out there. But there are no difficulties in the preaching of the word. As soon as you learn a little of the language you can have all the attention of the people and all their time. I may say, in going among them, it is important to get some standing at their native courts. I have always taken the place of an ambassador from another country, and have demanded from them a hearing. This is the surest way of getting the attention, not only of the chief, but of all the people." Killed by an elephant. A sad termination of an heroic defender of a righteous cause, was the death of Mr. Dean, the recent chief of Stanley Falls Station, Congo State. Captain Coquelhat, one of Mr. Stanley's faithful coadjutors in founding the state of Congo, gives, in his official report, the following statement: "In August last, 1887, a female slave escaped from the Arab camp at Stanley Falls, and sought refuge in the Congo State Station there. Her surrender was demanded and refused. The Arabs were very angry, and made threats of war, which Mr. Dean disregarded. The slave hunters had about 2,000 troops, while the garrison of the station numbered about 50. The steamer Stanley then arrived, and the Arabs kept quiet till she left. But, the day after her departure, they attacked the station without warning, and, in course of 3 days, made 4 attacks, which were repulsed, the garrison losing 2 men and the Arabs 60. At the end of the 3rd day, the Hausa soldiers and the Bangalas refused to fight longer, as their rifle ammunition was spent. The Hausas are native soldiers hired by the Congo State. They come from near Accra, on the Gulf of Guinea. The Bangalas belong to a desperate and warlike tribe, that fought Stanley on his first trip down the Congo. So these native soldiers took to their canoes at nightfall on the 26th of August, and went down the river. Mr. Dean and Mr. Du Bois, the only white men in the garrison, remained behind with 8 men to fire the buildings and destroy the stores. This they did, blowing up the 2 cannon and the remaining gunpowder, and then escaped themselves from the island, on which the station was located, to the north bank of the Congo, and made their way along its bank on foot, in the dark. On their way, the banks being very steep, Du Bois fell into the river. Mr. Dean jumped in after him, and succeeded in getting him onto a rock, but poor Du Bois was drowned in attempting to get from the rock to the mainland. Dean sought refuge among the natives, and found them most friendly. They showed him great devotion, taking him from one place of shelter to another, hiding him from the Arabs, supplying him with food, and keeping him till he was rescued. The Hausas and Bangalas arrived in their canoes at Bangala Station, where Captain Coquelhat was stationed as Commander-in-Chief of that department, on September 7. The captain at once went up in the steamer Henry Reed, then in the service of the Congo government, and, finding the Stanley Falls station in ruins and in the hands of the Arabs, he went in search of Mr. Dean, and after 3 days of diligent inquiry, found him, and rescued him from the fury of the Arabs. It is sad to relate, as I learned from Bradley L. Burr, our chief missionary at Kimpoko, Stanley Pool, that recently Mr. Dean, in an elephant hunt, was charged and killed by an Upper Congo elephant. Those who brave the perils of Africa ought always to be prepared to die. The destruction of the Arab slave trade, and the redemption of Africa, will cost the lives of more than 1,000 missionary heroes and heroines. People who want to run home from Africa before they see the elephant had better go to Barnum's show and stay at home. William Taylor. The African Puff Adder. It is essentially a forest animal, its true habitat being among the fallen leaves in the deep shade of the trees by the banks of streams. Now, in such a position, at the distance of a foot or two, its appearance so exactly resembling the forest bed as to be almost indistinguishable from it. I was once just throwing myself under a tree to rest, when stooping to clear the spot, I noticed a peculiar pattern among the leaves. I started back in horror to find a puff adder of the largest size, its thick back only visible and its fangs only a few inches from my face as I stooped. It was lying concealed among fallen leaves so like itself that but for the exceptional caution which in African travel becomes a habit, I should certainly have sat down on it, and to sit down on a puff adder is to sit down for the last time. I think this semi-somnolent attitude is not always the mere attitude of repose. This reptile lay lengthwise concealed, all but a few inches, among the withered leaves. Now, the peculiarity of the puff adder is that he strikes backward. Lying on the ground, therefore, it commands as it were, its whole rear, and the moment any part is touched the head doubles backward with inconceivable swiftness, and the poison fangs close on their victim. The puff adder in this way forms a sort of horrid trap set in the woods, which may be altogether unperceived till it shuts with a sudden spring on its prey. Henry Drummond. The Kasai region. I have been here a month, and I am far from regretting my new residence. Lulyoburg resembles none of the other state stations. This is the country of plantations, of cattle, of large undulated hills covered with short grass. We lead here rather the life of the Boers, farmers, than that of the Congo. We break bulls to ride, and they are as valuable as horses. They are sometimes vicious enough, but one becomes accustomed to that. Nevertheless, a horse could never do what a bull does, swim the rivers, climb the most rugged hills, and descend the steepest slopes with an admirable surety of foot and peerless vigor. I have broken for my service a huge chestnut bull. He travels very well, and you would be astonished to see me on that beast overleap obstacle at a gallop, as easily as the best horse of the course. We have already 30 animals at the station. Every day we have butter and cheese. Mr. Puissant has charge of the dairy, and he performs his work well. As to the natives of the region, they are much the best Negroes I know. In short, I am greatly pleased here, and am never sick. Mr. Legat, who sends this news, is the veteran of the Congo state agents. He was of the party of 1881, and has not left the country since that epoch. A little Congo hero. On the Congo, near the equator, live the Bengala, with whom the explorer, Stanley, had his hardest battle when he floated down the great river. They are the most powerful and intelligent of the Upper Congo natives, and since Captain Coquelhat, 4 years ago, established a station in their country they have become good friends of the whites. A while ago an exciting event occurred in one of their many villages, and Esalaka, the chief, went to Captain Coquelhat to tell him about it. "You know the big island near my town," he said. "Well, yesterday, soon after the sun came up, one of my women and our little boy started for the island in a canoe. The boy is some dozen of moons old. Captain Coquelhat says about 12 years old. He said that while his mother was paddling she saw something in the water, and leaned over to look at it. Then he saw a crocodile seize his mother and drag her out of the canoe. Then the crocodile and the woman sank out of sight. The paddle was lying in the canoe. The boy picked it up to paddle back to the village. Then he thought, oh, if I could only scare the crocodile and get mother back. He could tell by the moving water where the crocodile was. He was swimming under the surface toward the island. Then the boy followed the crocodile just as fast as he could paddle. Very soon the crocodile reached the island and went out on land. He laid the woman's body on the ground. Then he went back into the river and swam away. You know why he did this? He wanted his mate and started out to find her. Then the little boy paddled fast to where his mother was lying. He jumped out of the boat and ran to her. There was a big wound in her breast. Her eyes were shut. He felt sure she was dead. He is strong, but he could not lift her. He dragged her to the canoe. He knew the crocodile might come back at any moment and kill him, too. He used all his strength. Little by little he got his mother's body into the canoe. Then he pushed away from the shore and started home. We had not seen the boy and his mother at all. Suddenly we heard shouting on the river, and we saw the boy paddling as hard as he could. Every 2 or 3 strokes he would look behind. Then we saw a crocodile swimming fast toward the canoe. If he reached it, you know what he would do. He would upset it with a blow, and both the boy and his mother would be lost. 8 or 9 of us jumped into canoes and started for the boy. The crocodile had nearly overtaken the canoe, but we reached it in time. We scared the crocodile away, and brought the canoe to the shore. The boy stepped out on the ground and fell down. He was so frightened and tired. We carried him into one of my huts, and took his mother's body in there, too. We thought she was dead. But after a little while she opened her eyes. She could whisper only 2 or 3 words. She asked for the boy. We laid him beside her on her arm. She stroked him 2 or 3 times with her hand. But she was hurt so badly. Then she shut her eyes and did not open them or speak again. Oh! How the little boy cried! But he had saved his mother's body from the crocodile. As Esalaka told this story, the tears coursed down his cheek. I have seen in this savage tribe, writes Captain Coquelhat, men and their wives who really love each other, and veritable honeymoons among young couples. The child feels for his father the fear and respect which his authority inspires, but he truly loves his mother and has a tender interest in her even after he becomes a man. Former obstacles removed. Missionaries who go to Africa now, may think they have a hard time, but they can know but little of the obstacles in the way of the pioneers. And it will be profitable to notice a few of the things which hindered the marked success of missionaries 50 years ago, that are now largely removed. 1. The terrible slave trade prevailed all along the western coast, from the Gambia to Luanda. These foreign traders hated the missionary and did all they could to keep him out, well knowing that the two could not dwell together. They said to the kings where I labored, respecting my predecessor who began the mission in a nest of slave traders, if you do not drive that man from the country, we will have to leave. They prejudiced the natives against the missionary. By lies and misrepresentation. They demoralized them by the rum, guns and powder, which they paid for slaves. They induced and encouraged internal wars for the purpose of securing prisoners to be sold as slaves. By these means, large districts of the country were devastated, as I have seen, a disregard of human rights and life fostered, and a prevailing desire for rum and self-indulgence generally created. Thus, when the missionaries came they did not appreciate them, or their work. They only cared for what slave traders brought them. And as they held the coasts, the missionaries could not reach the interior. They must begin on the low, sickly coasts, amid such unfavorable surroundings, or do nothing. My predecessor desired and planned to locate in the interior, but the way was thus blockaded. And so all along the coast. But now that obstacle is removed, the country is open, and missionaries can go where they chose a field, and find a people ready to receive them. 2. The ignorance of the people was a bar to progress. They did not understand the objects of the missionary, nor the difference between missionaries and traders. So, when missionaries went to Ujiji, the people began to bring them slaves to sell, knowing of no other motive they could have in coming to their country. And, in other places, they have welcomed a mission because it brought trade to their country. And, looking upon missionaries as traders, they once had to pay rent for the privilege of living in the country as traders. Thus my predecessor had to agree to pay $100 a year, in gold, that he might have a place to preach and teach their children. And he had to feed, clothe and provide everything for the children. And this I did for 6 years after him. We were willing to do this till they learned the value of education and the gospel, and that we might prepare native teachers. And, besides, we had to make many presents, because we had their children. So it was 40 years ago, but not now. They have learned that the missionaries bring only blessings to their country, and they are anxious to have their children learn books, and be taught white man's way. They also wish to learn about God and how to be saved. And to obtain these blessings they are willing to give something, willing to give land for missionaries to build schoolhouses, and help the missionary build his house, and pay tuition for the children, and help the preacher. In very many places they are begging for a missionary. At a point on the Niger, where the steamers landed, the people ran to the wharf to meet every boat, saying, "Has the teacher come?" No one had promised a teacher. "If the teacher will come, and teach us white man's book, we will give him plenty to eat and take good care of him." Another king said, "I do not wish to die till I can see a schoolhouse built, where my children can be taught. And a church, where my people may learn about God." Another king came from the country to Liberia to obtain a missionary for his people. I have had chiefs come from the interior to beg for a mission, and after giving them one, I have seen them become followers of Jesus. Thus from many places they cry, "Come over and help us." Very different from 50 years ago. 3. The lack of written languages and books was a great obstacle. While the nations had regular languages, nearly 700 in Africa, they were all unwritten, and, of course, they had no books and no knowledge of the world or the way of salvation through Christ. This universal ignorance was the mother of gross superstition and horrible cruelties. To learn the language and prepare school books, and translate the Bible, was a slow process. Today, over 50 of these languages are reduced to writing. The Bible is printed in 10 of them, and portions of it in over 30 more. And many of them have school books, papers, and some literature. Here is a great advance, the benefit of which modern laborers can take advantage. And this same work is widely and continually going on. Light is spreading and desire increasing. Along the western coast, English is extensively taught, as also the French, German and Portuguese, where these nations have colonies and trading posts. 4. Lack of native help, at first, made progress slow. The white man was alone amid millions. His ways were all strange and inimitable. He was dressed, while they were naked. He read books, while they had none. He worshipped God, while they trusted in idols and charms. He seemed far above them and the idea of reaching his plane, hopeless. But, with great patience and unwearied perseverance, the pioneers toiled on, teaching, preaching, learning languages, writing elementary books, instructing children and youth, to prepare native helpers. Today, there are about 8,000 ordained and unordained native preachers. And thousands of teachers and hundreds of thousands of pupils who are being prepared for future helpers, an army of native workers, and many are running to and fro and knowledge is being increased. Modern missionaries can now obtain interpreters for almost all parts of Africa, and this is a great help, which calls for heartfelt thanksgiving and praise to God who has wrought these favorable changes. I will mention but one more obstacle, 5, the sickly climate. During the first 50 years of missionary life in West and East Africa, the mortality was fearful. Probably 500 missionaries have died in the missions on the West Coast. Nearly 20 died in the Mendi mission where I labored. The Church Missionary Society lost 53 in the first 20 years. 3 English bishops died within 8 years. In the Ball Mission, on the Gold Coast, in 58 years, 91 missionaries died. And so it has been in Liberia, in Lagos, Gabon, and in many other places. All societies have lost many, so that a book written by an Englishman was entitled The White Man's Grave. The last 3 years I was in Africa I buried 4 white missionaries. But, thank God, it is different now. They have better houses and more comforts and have learned better how to take care of their health, so that the mortality in these same places is not half so much as it used to be. And missionaries can now reach the healthy high lands where they can live as well as here. So we will, thank God, and take courage. In the same line more might be mentioned, but enough has been noted to show that there is no good cause for discouragement in the glorious work of saving Africa, to whom we owe such an unspeakable debt. With so many obstacles removed, and so many helps now prepared to our hand, while vast fields are opening and loud calls are wafted to us on every breeze, we may well be encouraged to put forth more vigorous efforts to give the gospel to that people in this generation. Reverend G.O. Thompson. Stanley on the Gom. On his way to Ujiji to rescue Livingstone, Stanley passed through the lands of the Meniera, which are plains stretching for a distance of 135 miles, well cultivated, thickly strewn with villages, and abounding in game, which finds a haunt amid the tall grasses. He had never seen such a hunter's paradise as that on the river Gom, which waters the country. Buffaloes, zebras, giraffes and antelope, roamed through the magnificent parks of the section, affording excellent sport for the natives, and inviting the traveler to halt for a time in order to enjoy the thrill of a hunt. The antelope of this section is large and powerful. It goes by name of springbok, because it takes tremendous leaps of 10 to 12 feet when running. When pursued, it is pleasing and curious to see the whole herd leaping over each other's heads, and looking back while they are in the air. They are exceedingly swift, and cannot be overtaken by a horse. They migrate annually from the interior toward the coast, and after remaining in the lowlands for 2 to 3 months, begin a gradual journey toward the interior. During these inward journeys their gregarious instincts are in full sway, and herds of hundreds may be seen on the grassy plains. When traveling thus in large herds, they are the victims of beasts of prey, as lions, leopards, and hyenas, which attack them at every favorable opportunity and seldom fail to secure rich feasts. Their flesh is excellent eating, and the springbok, together with other varieties of the antelope species, furnishes the venison of the African continent. As he continued his way along the course of the Gom, feasting his vision upon the beautiful scenes before him, he came suddenly upon a scene which he says delighted the innermost recesses of his soul. Just before him were 10 zebras switching their beautiful striped bodies, and biting one another. Of these he succeeded in killing one, and then, content with the result of the hunt, he retired to camp. Before doing so, however, he thought he would take a bath in the placid waters of the river. He says, "I sought out the most shady spot under a wide-spreading mimosa, from which the ground sloped, smooth as a lawn, to the still, clear water. I ventured to undress, and had already stepped to my ankles in the water and had brought my hands together for a glorious dive, when my attention was attracted by an enormously long body which shot into view, occupying the spot beneath the surface which I was about to explore by a header. Great heavens! It was a crocodile. I sprang back instinctively, and this proved my salvation, for the monster turned away with a disappointed look, and I was left to congratulate myself upon my narrow escape from his jaws, and to register a vow never to be tempted again by the treacherous calm of an African river. Christian heroes in Africa. My subject is not so much Africa, its people, its customs and its misfortunes, as the Christian pioneers and their work. The United Moravian Brethren at Herrnhut in Germany, more than a century and a half ago, were stirred up to send out a missionary to the poor Hottentots, who were treated as dogs by the Dutch colonists. George Schmidt at once offered himself to go out, and suffered hardship with a persecuted race, and, having been blessed by the conversion of a few, was forbidden to baptize them. And summarily sent back to Europe by men who called themselves Protestants, and who were jealous of their own liberty. 50 years later, 1792, the United Brethren sent out 3 more missionaries, who founded the illustrious mission of Genadendel, or Vale of Grace, on the very walls of the ruined house of George Schmidt. 7 years after the great patriarch of African missions had been called to his reward, dying, like Livingstone and Krapf, on his knees. The London and Wesleyan Societies, the Established Church of England, the Free Church of Scotland, and the American Board of Foreign Missions, took up a share in the blessed work amidst other races of South Africa. And out of their ranks by faith Moffat undertook to translate the Bible into the language of the Bechuana, Wilder into the language of the Zulu, and Boyce, Appleyard, and others, into the language of the Amakosa. Or Kaffir, languages deemed at the time to be incapable of expressing simple ideas, but which, deftly handled, proved to be apt exponents of every variety of human thought, with an unlimited vocabulary, and an unsurpassed symmetry of structure. Moffat's son-in-law, Livingstone, abandoned his home, his chapel, and his school, and started off on his great missionary progress, which was destined to illuminate all Africa south of the equator. By faith he bore up under the perils, the fatigues, the opposition and the bereavement of his dear wife, who sleeps on the shore of the Zambesi. He worked his way to Benguela, on the west coast, Kilimani on the east, and Nyangwe on the river Congo to the north, discovering new rivers, new lakes, new tribes, and new languages. From the drops of sweat which fell from his limbs in those great travels have sprung up, like flowers, Christian missions, founded by men of different denominations and different views of church government, but united in the fear of God, love of Africa, and veneration for Livingstone. To the impulse, given by this great apostle, must be attributed the missions of the Established Church of Scotland at Blantyre, the Free Church of Scotland at Livingstonia, the London Society on Lake Tanganyika, and the University's mission at Zanzibar. But to this servant of God it was not conceded to see one single fruit of his labors. He saw no mission spring up, like Moses, he only beheld the promised land from Pisgah. He died without knowing of the secret of the source of the Nile and the Congo. Krapf and Redmond sat year after year at the watchtower of Mombasa, waiting till the day should dawn, calling to each other, "Watchman, what of the night?" Writing home descriptions of vast lakes and snow-capped mountains on the equator, causing themselves to be derided, both as missionaries and geographers. Yet they lived to be honored in both capacities. They lived to see the day dawn at last, to hear of Freetown being established as a station for released slaves at Mombasa, to hear of those internal seas being navigated, and that snow-capped mountain being visited. In his old age Krapf in tearful gratitude read Henry Stanley's challenge, which rang with trumpet sound from the capital of Uganda, and was gallantly answered by the Church Missionary Society, and he lived to hear of the great Apostles' Street, which by faith he had suggested, being carried out from Zanzibar to the Great Lakes, to be extended westward down the Congo, until hands are shaken with the Baptist missionaries working up that river from the west. The Good Baptist Society established themselves in the island of Fernando Po, and, driven thence by the intolerance of the Spaniards, they crossed over to the mainland, and found what seemed once, but, alas, is no longer, a more enduring inheritance in the Cameron Mountains. By faith here Saker lived, labored and died, translating the Holy Scriptures into the language of the Duala, but leaving his work to be revised by his young daughter, opening out a new field for the talent and zeal of women. Hence in fullness of time by faith Comer started to conquer new kingdoms of the Congo, making, alas, the heavy sacrifice of the life of his wife at San Salvador, before he reached Stanley Pool, with the great heart of Africa open to his assault. For in their hands the Baptist missionaries had carried gentle peace, and their vessel with that name still carries them onward on their blessed and peaceful enterprise. Our good brethren in North America were among the first to send out their agents to West and South Africa, to pay back the debt which they owed, and to atone for the wrong which their forefathers had inflicted. The sun was thus taken back to the east, to lighten those sitting in darkness. Each and every one of their churches have vied in the desire to found strong missions, translate the Holy Scriptures, and to press forward the work of freedom, education, civilization and evangelization. The holy and humble-hearted Protestant churches on the continent of Europe, less amply endowed in material resources, but more richly in intellect, industry and self-consecration, have sent forth a golden stream of missionaries from the centers of Bâle and Canton de Vaud in Switzerland, of Barmen, Bremen, Berlin, Herrnhut and Hermannsburg in Germany, from Norway, Sweden, Finland and France, to hold the fort in the most exposed situations, to suffer imprisonment, to achieve great literary works, to found living churches, and attract to themselves the affections of the African. Samuel Crowther was rescued from the captivity into which he, like Joseph, had been sold by his brethren, was restored to his country, to be no longer a slave, but a teacher, a leader, a benefactor, and an example. He was set apart to give the lie to the enemies of the African, to stultify the idle taunt, that a Negro is incapable, by his nature, of culture, piety, honesty, and social virtues. He was raised up to mark an epoch in the sad chronicle of his persecuted race, and to be the first fruit of the coming harvest of African pastors and evangelists. His son Dandison, Henry Johnson and James Johnson were blessed with the great grace of being allowed to tread in his footsteps. If any of my readers desire to know the real worth of the African missionary, let them read the lives of Mrs. Hinderer at Ibadan, and Mrs. Wakefield at Ribe, and of many other noble men and women, of whom this self-seeking world was not worthy, who left comforts at home to labor among the Africans. Who, in spite of overpowering maladies, have been, like Hannington, unwilling to leave the country of their choice, and determined to return in spite of the warning voice of their doctor, or who, like him, have died as good confessors. Time would fail me to tell of Schlenker, and Reichardt, and Shawn, of Goldie and Edgerly, of Casals, Mabille and Coillard, of James Stewart, of Lovedale, and his namesake on the Nyassa, of Grant and Wilson, of Ramsier and Christaller, of Mackenzie, the bishop who died on the River Shire, and of Steer the bishop who sealed up the translation of the last chapter of Isaiah ready for the printer, and then fell asleep at Zanzibar. Of Parker, the bishop, wise and gentle, holy and self-restrained, who was called to his rest on the southern shores of Victoria Nyanza, of Wakefield and New, of Stern, Mayer and Flad, of Southen, the medical missionary, who died at Urambo. Of Dear Mullins, who could not hold himself back from the fight, and who sleeps in Usagara, of many a gentle lady's grave, for women have never been found wanting to share the honor and the danger of the cross. Robert N. Cust, LL.D. The Boiling Pot Ordeal. Mr. Arnott says of the Zambesi Valley, a small company gathered in front of my hut, and began an animated discussion, which grew hotter and hotter, and shortly a large fire was kindled, and a pot of water set on it. I was told that this was a trial for witchcraft, and that the two persons charged had to wash their hands in the water, and if after 24 hours the skin came off, the victims were to be burnt alive. First one, then the other, dipped his hands into the fiercely boiling water, lifting some up and pouring it over the wrist. 24 hours told its tale, and I saw the poor fellows marched off to be burned before a howling, cursing crowd. Such scenes, I afterward found, were almost of daily occurrence. I proposed to the king to require both the accuser and the accused to put their hands into the boiling water. The king is strongly in favor of this proposal, and would try any means to stop this fearful system of murder, which is thinning out many of his best men, but the nation is so strongly in favor of the practice that he can do nothing. An old friend of mine, Wizini, who took quite a fatherly care and interest in me, was charged with witchcraft. He pleaded earnestly to be spared the terrible trial, and was reprieved because of his years, but he was banished from his people and country for life, for no other reason than that a neighbor had an ill feeling against him. Had he been first to the king with his complaint, he might have seen his neighbor burned or banished instead of himself. I much missed this old man. When manners and customs are referred to, the particular district must be borne in mind. Africa is an immense continent, and there is as much variety in the customs of the different tribes as in their languages. Certain tribes take delight in cruelty and bloodshed. Others have a religious fear of shedding human blood, and treat aged people with every kindness to secure their goodwill after death. By other tribes the aged would be cast out as mere food for wild animals. The Adventures of a Slave. A lad who was recently baptized at the Baptist mission on the Congo, relates a strange story of his adventures. His name is Kayembe. When he was 10 years old an Arab caravan passed through the district in which he lived with his parents. His people lived in terror for nearly 2 months, part of the time in the jungle. One morning, the slavers came with drums and singing. Kayembe's father, after throwing a spear at an assailant, was shot dead, and his hand cut off as a trophy. Kayembe fled to the jungle, but was caught by some Nyangwe men, who took him with them and went from town to town killing men and little children and catching the women. Children who tried to follow their mothers were beaten back. Finally Kayembe was taken to Stanley Falls, where he was sold to a state soldier, a Zanzibari. This man, when he was taken sick, sold him to a Hausa soldier, who, when his time was up, took him to Leopoldville, at Stanley Pool, and the lad fell into the hands of the mission as the personal boy of Mr. Biggs. After Mr. Biggs died, Kayembe manifested great grief and came under Mr. Bentley's care, and a year ago professed to have given his heart to the Saviour. He was not more than 13 years old then, and his baptism was delayed, but both by his words and his life he has shown himself to be a Christian, and in March last he was baptized. His capture and the death of his father are a terrible memory to him, though he is full of thankfulness that he has come to learn of the Saviour. He has chosen a small town, about an hour from Wathen, which he regards as his field for Christian work. Thither he often goes to find an audience of 15 or 20. Arab cruelties in Africa. Letters to the Secretary of the Free Church Missionary Society, from East Central Africa show that the power of the Arabs in the region is rather decreasing, but they still continue formidable. Many of the native supporters of the Arabs are deserting to the missionaries. These latter and the agents of the African Lakes Company, with the assistance of friendly Negroes, have been successful in keeping the Arabs somewhat in check, but the Arabs still destroy a number of the Negroes. Many instances are recorded of the Arabs lying in ambush and shooting down natives as they make their way to and from their gardens. About 3 months ago the slavers, assisted by the chief Marir, made a raid and destroyed a number of native villages at Yukyun, killing, burning and plundering wherever they went. Many of the inhabitants escaped to the hills. Some 30 young women were taken captive, and afterwards sold, the children crying for their murdered parents. Some of them were clubbed and others thrown into the flames from the burning huts. Much anxiety is felt regarding the fate of the white men on the shores of Lake Tanganyika. A lion hunt. Colonel Baker thus describes a lion hunt in the Shuli country. The grass had been set on fire by the natives, but as the wind was light the game advanced at an easy pace. Presently I saw a splendid buck antelope advancing toward me. Just as I was going to fire, a long yellow tail suddenly rose, and an instant later a fine lion flashed into view, disturbed by the approaching flames. The lion and antelope crossed paths. Both seemed startled, but soon the antelope bounded away, leaving the lion with his head toward my position. Not wishing a closer acquaintance, I aimed directly at his chest and fired. The lion rolled completely over, roared tremendously, and turned 3 successive somersaults, but to my astonishment appeared to recover. I immediately fired my left-hand barrel. Quick as a flash he bounded toward me, and charged on my 2 native companions. I quickly snatched one of their guns and stepped out from behind the ant-hill which I had used for a cover. The beast appeared to be diverted from his charge by the suddenness of my movement, and turned as if to retreat. I let him have a full charge of backshot in his hindquarters, and he continued his retreat into the high grass. Groans now issued from the grass, and the natives proposed to attack the beast with spears if I would back them up with my rifle. We approached the spot and soon found the beast within the grass. I would not let the natives approach near enough to use their spears, but fired the right barrel of my rifle, at a distance of 20 yards. The immediate reply was a determined charge, and the infuriated beast came bounding toward us with mouth agape and roaring furiously. The natives threw their spears, but missed. I fired my left-hand barrel, but nothing was equal to the task of stopping that deadly charge. We all had to run for our lives, back to the protection of the ant-hill, where our reserve firearms were. Snatching up a rifle, I fired directly into his heart, just as he had one of the natives fairly within reach. This sent him reeling backwards, and he beat a retreat to his original cover. I now quickly reloaded, and, ordering everyone to keep out of the way, I walked cautiously toward his cover. There I saw him sitting on his haunches, and glaring savagely in a direction opposite to the one in which I was approaching. I aimed directly for his neck, at a distance of 12 yards, and must have broken it, for the beast fell over stone dead. It was a fine specimen, and had certainly afforded enough excitement for one day's hunt. On cutting the beast open we discovered in its stomach the freshly eaten remains of an antelope calf, simply torn into lumps of 2 or 3 pounds each. The natives regarded this as too dainty a morsel to let escape, and so divided it among themselves for supper. Mohammedan influence. Lieutenant Wisman's contribution to the Proceedings of the Royal Geographical Society throws light on the question of Mohammedanism and missions in West Central Africa. The writer's experience of Mohammedan influences upon the native populations is in direct contrast with the assertion that the creed of Islam is that best suited to their needs. He gives a graphic account of 2 visits to Banya Pasihi, and certain villages of the Bene Ki, a division of the Basanj, in Central Africa, before and after the arrival of a gang of Arab traders on the scene. On the first occasion, he was welcomed by a prosperous and contented tribe, whose condition and occupations bore ample evidence to the existence of its villages for decades in peace and security. Free from the disturbing elements of war and slave hunts, pestilence and superstition. The huts of the natives were roomy and clean, fitted with shady porches, and surrounded by carefully kept fields and gardens, in which were grown all manner of useful plants and fruits including hemp, sugar, tobacco, sweet potatoes, maize, manioc and millet. A thicket of bananas and plantains occupied the back of each homestead, and shady palm groves supplied their owners with nuts, oils, fibers and wine. Goats, sheep and fowls abounded, and no one seemed afraid of thieves. The people all had a well-fed air, and were anxious to trade, their supplies being plentiful and extremely cheap. A fowl could be purchased for a large cowrie shell, and a goat for a yard of calico. Everywhere the visitors found a cheerful, courteous and contented population, uncontaminated by the vices of civilization, and yet not wholly ignorant of its arts. 4 years later Lieutenant Wisman chanced to be in the same district, and after the privations of a toilsome march through dense, inhospitable forests, rejoiced as he drew near to the palm groves of the Banya Pasihi. A dense growth of grass covered the formerly well-trimmed paths. As we approach the skirt of the groves we are struck by the dead silence which reigns. No laughter is to be heard, no sign of a welcome from our old friends. The silence of death breathes over the lofty crowns of the palms, slowly waving in the wind. We enter, and it is in vain we look to the right and left for the happy homesteads and the happy old scenes. Tall grass covers everything, and a charred pole here and there, and a few banana trees are the only evidences that a man once dwelt here. Bleached skulls by the roadside, and the skeletons of human hands attached to poles tell the story of what has happened here since our last visit. It appeared that the notorious Tipu Tip had been there to trade, and in the course of that process had killed all who offered resistance, carried off the women, and devastated the fields, gardens and banana groves. Bands of destroyers from the same gang had returned again and again, and those who escaped the sword perished by the smallpox and famine, which the marauders left in their train. The whole tribe of the Bene Ki ceased to exist, and only a few remnants found refuge in a neighboring state. Such must be counted amongst the results of Arab trading in Africa, and if it is at such cost that the blessings of Mohammedan civilization are purchased by the native races, it is no wonder that they are not considered a desirable acquisition. Even if it be true that Christianity is sometimes tardy of operation in its beneficent effects upon the blacks, Christian missionaries and Christian traders can at least boast that they have not wittingly acted otherwise than beneficently towards them. A victim of superstition. The following incident is related by Bishop Crowther. A slave who lived at Alenso was decoyed to a neighboring village under the pretense that he was appointed to offer a goat as a sacrifice to a dead man. On arrival at the house where the corpse was laid out, the goat was taken from the slave, and he was at once pounced on by two stalwart men and bound fast in chains. The poor man saw at once that he himself, not the goat, was to be the victim. He calmly addressed the people around, saying he was quite willing to die and need not be put in chains. A pipe was brought to him, which he smoked, a new cloth replaced his rags, and while he was having his last smoke the daughter of the deceased chief stood before him and began to eulogize her dead father, telling of his former greatness and achievements. The address was directed to the victim, that he might repeat the same to the inhabitants of the spirit world when he arrived there. The news of the intended sacrifice was soon circulated. It reached the ears of the missionary, Reverend J. Buck, who, with some Sierra Leone friends, hastened to the spot. A large hole had been already dug, the poor man was led into it, and ordered to lie on his back with his arms spread out. The missionary and his friends used all possible arguments, entreaties, and pleadings for his release, but in vain. They offered to give bullocks for sacrifice instead of the man, but these were flatly refused. And while they stood entreating, the corpse was brought and placed on the poor slave. He was then ordered to embrace it, and obeyed. The missionary and his friends turned away from the horrible sight as the grave was being filled, burying the living as a sacrifice with the dead. Heroic women. While great praise has been bestowed on certain heroic missionaries and explorers who have braved the dangers of Africa, little has been said concerning the women who have endured equal hardships amid the same hostile tribes and inhospitable climates. Mrs. Livingstone laid down her life while accompanying her husband on his second great tour in Africa. Mrs. Hoare made her home for several years on an island in Lake Tanganyika. Mrs. Hullab was with her husband when he was attacked by the natives and robbed of everything, and endured with him the hunger and fatigue of which they both well-nigh perished. Mrs. Pringle traveled in a canoe several hundred miles up the Zambesi and Shire rivers to Lake Nyassa. Lady Baker was traveling companion to her husband when he discovered Albert Nyanza. And now we are told that 3 ladies will accompany Mr. Arnott and his wife as missionaries to Garangans, and to accomplish the journey they will have to be carried in hammocks for hundreds of miles. Women who accompanied Bishop Taylor have shown a degree of courage in venturing into the perils of Africa which promise well for their heroic enterprise. White women have certainly had their full share of the hardships and sufferings of pioneer work in Africa. Mary Moffat's faith. In the life of Robert Moffat, first edited by their son, we are reminded that for 10 years the early mission in Bechuanaland was carried on without one ray of encouragement for the faithful workers. No convert was made. The directors at home, to the great grief of the devoted missionaries, began to question the wisdom of continuing the mission. A year or 2 longer the darkness reigned. A friend from England sent word to Mrs. Moffat, asking what gift she should send out to her, and the brave woman wrote back, "Send a communion service, it will be sure to be needed." At last the breath of the Lord moved on the hearts of the Bechuanas. A little group of 6 were united into the first Christian church, and that communion service from England, singularly delayed, reached Kuruman just the day before the appointed time for the administration of the Lord's Supper. Tataka, Liberia. A word from Tataka Mission, this beautiful June day, June 6, 1889, may be interesting. A shower of rain has just fallen and everything looks refreshed, and as I sit on our veranda and look around I wish I could have some of my friends look at the fair picture. All nature is beautiful, but these darkened minds, as dark as their skins, can see no beauty in it. They never gather flowers, for their beauty, at times they bring in a few leaves and roots for medicine. At my right hand is a woman cutting wood. This is part of the women's work, and they have learned the art of using their cutlasses so well, that, in a short time, they cut and carry on their heads more than I can raise from the ground. At this season the sounds of drum and dancing can be heard most every night in merrymaking. After crops have been gathered, these poor creatures, to whom enough to eat is their all, spend their strength in dancing out their joy. The people recognize there is a God, but only in severe illness do they call on him. Then their pitiful wail of "Oh, Niswa! Oh, Niswa!" is touching. The devil is really their god, and to him they pay rites and ceremonies, and of him they are terribly afraid. We talk to them of God and heaven, of wrong and right, and they say, "Yes, it be good, but that be white man's fash, we be devil men." They haven't a desire beside their pot of rice and palm butter and mat to sleep on. Our little farm looks nicely now, 500 coffee trees just set out, a new lot of edos and sweet potatoes and yams coming on, with plenty of rice in the house. Meat we seldom see, fish occasionally can be bought from the natives, but they catch but few and want them for their own chop. The laws and customs of this land are very loose. A man has just done another a foul wrong. He found he was to be called to account, and ran to another town to beg some of the big men to go to his town and beg him off. As they say in English, "Please, I beg you, do your heart good, I beg you let it pass." And they are so persistent with their "Mbatas, I beg you," that you are glad to let them go. Thus evil goes unpunished. Another custom, that of buying women, is the most dreadful to us. A girl is chosen for a boy when he is still a growing lad. When he is a man and she about 15 to 17, he wants to take her to his house as his woman. He has to pay the whole price settled on, usually 2 bullocks, 2 goats, with some cloth, pots, etc. Then if he does not have the means to pay, he goes to any man in his family, that is a head man, and demands pay for his woman. Just this week one of our big men had to sell his little 5-year-old daughter to get money to give his nephew to pay for his wife. Sometimes this is very hard for the parents to do, but their country fash demands it. Someone had to do the same for them. A second or third woman is bought by their own earnings or comes to them by the death of their brothers. When a man dies, his women are divided among the nearest relatives, and are their women thereafter. The first one is head woman, and occupies the big house, each of the others has a small house. Every day's experience shows us how difficult it is to do any real good among this taboo people. They will shake you by the hand and smile in your face, but behind your back do all they can to overthrow the mission. The green-eyed monster jealousy lives here. A man cannot come out and say, "I will do this or that," if he did, he would soon die. They will tell you with a good deal of pride, "We be devil men." Rose of Bower. A native war dance. When Baker arrived in the Abo country, he found the people in a great state of excitement owing to the presence of a marauding band of Arabs who had announced a raid on the neighboring Mahdi people. While it was plain that the proposed raid was wholly for booty in slaves and ivory, the Abo people were easily influenced, and found in it an opportunity to revenge themselves for some old or imaginary grievance. They are a fine, athletic people, and somewhat fantastic, as things go in Central Africa. As nothing is ever done among them without a grand palaver, the chief called the tribe into consultation, which turned out to be a very formal affair. The warriors all appeared fully armed with spear and shield, and their bodies painted in various patterns with red ochre and white pipe clay. Their heads were ornamented with really tasteful arrangements of cowrie shells and ostrich feathers, the latter often hanging down their backs in graceful folds. The consultation proceeded for some time with due regard to forms and with an apparent desire to get at a majority sentiment, when of a sudden it ended with an outburst from the warriors, and then filing away into sets or lines. Each line indulging in pantomimic charges upon an imaginary enemy, and going through all the maneuvers of a fierce contest. Their activity was simply wonderful, and if they could have brought that show of vigorous athleticism and that terrible determination of countenance to bear upon their matty enemies, they must have carried consternation into their ranks. The exhilarating and ostentatious ceremony proved to be the national war dance of the tribe, which takes place as a ratification of the results of a tribal palaver, when the sentiment has been unanimous for war. It was a pity to see these fine fellows so imposed upon by the wily Arabs, but they seemed to be wholly under their influence, for no sooner had the war dance ended, which it did more through the exhaustion of the participants than through a desire to stop, than the chief arose and delivered a most voluble and vehement address, urging upon his warriors to assist the Arabs in their proposed raid and to beat the Mahdi people at all hazards. Several other speakers talked in a similar strain, with the effect of arousing the greatest enthusiasm. The result was that the Arab leader started on his raid with 120 of his own armed followers, surrounded and supported by the entire warlike force of the Abos. African Game Laws. Eastward of Lake Albert Nyanza is the Shuli country. In the midst of this tribe Colonel Baker established Fort Fatiko. While awaiting reinforcements, he cultivated the friendship of the natives and soon found himself on excellent terms with them. The grass was fit to burn and the hunting season had fairly commenced. All the natives devote themselves to this important pursuit, for the chase supplies the Shuli with clothing. Though the women are naked, every man wears an antelope skin slung across his shoulders, so arranged as to be tolerably decent. All the waste tracts of the Shuli and Unyoro country are claimed by individual proprietors who possess the right to hunt game therein by inheritance. Thus in Africa the principle of the English game preserve exists, though without definite metes and bounds. Yet a breach of their primitive game laws would be regarded by the public as a disgrace to the guilty individual, precisely as poaching is a disgrace in England. The rights of game are among the first rudiments of property. Man in a primitive state is a hunter, depending for his clothing upon the skins of wild animals, and upon their flesh for his subsistence, therefore the beast that he kills upon the desert must be his property. And in a public hunt, should he be the first to wound a wild animal, he will have gained an increased interest or share in the flesh by having reduced the chance of its escape. Thus public opinion, which we must regard as the foundation of equity, rewards him with a distinct and special right, which becomes law. It is impossible to trace the origin of game laws in Central Africa, but it is nevertheless interesting to find that such rights are generally acknowledged, and that large tracts of uninhabited country are possessed by individuals which are simply manorial. These rights are inherited, descending from father to the eldest son. When the grass is sufficiently dry to burn, the whole thoughts of the community are centered upon sport. Baker, being a great hunter, associated with them. Their favorite method of hunting is with nets, each man being provided with a net, some 30 feet long and 11 feet deep. A council was called and it was decided that the hunt should take place on the manors of certain individuals whose property was contiguous. At length the day of the hunt arrived, when several thousand people collected at a certain rendezvous, about 9 miles distant from Fatiko, the best neighborhood for game. At a little before 5 a.m. Says Baker, I started on my solitary but powerful horse, Jamuz. Descending the rocky terrace from the station at Fatiko, we were at once in the lovely, park-like glades, diversified by bold granite rocks, among which were scattered the graceful drooping acacias in clumps of dense foliage. Crossing the clear, rippling stream, we clambered up the steep bank on the opposite side, and, after a ride of about 1.5 miles, we gained the watershed, and commenced a gradual descent towards the west. We were now joined by numerous people, both men, women, and children, all of whom were bent upon the hunt. The men carried their nets and spears. The boys were also armed with lighter weapons, and the very little fellows carried tiny lances, all of which had been carefully sharpened for the expected game. The women were in great numbers, and upon that day the villages were quite deserted. Babies accompanied their mothers, strapped upon their backs with leathern bands, and protected from the weather by the usual tortoise-like coverings of gourd shells. Thus it may be imagined that the Shuli tribe were born hunters, as they had accompanied the public hunts from their earliest infancy. As we proceeded, the number of natives increased, but there was no noise or loud talking. Everyone appeared thoroughly to understand his duties. Having crossed the beautiful Nyassaland River, we entered the game country. A line of about 1.5 miles was quickly protected by netting, and the natives were already in position. Each man had lashed his net to that of his neighbor and supported it with bamboos, which were secured with ropes fastened to twisted grass. Thus the entire net resembled a fence, that would be invisible to the game in the high grass, until, when driven, they should burst suddenly upon it. The grass was as dry as straw, and several thousand acres were to be fired up to windward, which would compel the animals to run before the flames, until they reached the netting placed a few paces in front, where the high grass had been purposely cleared to resist the advance of the fire. Before each section of net, a man was concealed both within and without, behind a screen, simply formed of the long grass tied together at the top. The rule of sport decided that the proprietor of each section of netting of 12 yards length would be entitled to all game that should be killed within these limits, but that the owners of the manors which formed the hunt upon that day should receive a hind leg from every animal captured. This was fair play. But in such hunts a breach of the peace was of common occurrence, as a large animal might charge the net and receive a spear from the owner of the section, after which he might break back, and eventually be killed in the net of another hunter, which would cause a hot dispute. The nets had been arranged with perfect stillness, and the men having concealed themselves, we were placed in positions on the extreme flanks with the rifles. Everything was ready, and men had already been stationed at regular intervals about 2 miles to windward, where they waited with their fire stick for the appointed signal. A shrill whistle disturbed the silence. This signal was repeated at intervals to windward. In a few minutes after the signal, a long line of separate thin pillars of smoke ascended into the blue sky, forming a band extending over about 2 miles of the horizon. The thin pillars rapidly thickened, and became dense volumes, until at length they united, and formed a long black cloud of smoke that drifted before the wind over the bright yellow surface of the high grass. The natives were so thoroughly concealed, that no one would have supposed that a human being besides ourselves was in the neighborhood. The wind was brisk, and the fire traveled at about 4 miles an hour. We could soon hear the distant roar, as the great volume of flame shot high through the center of the smoke. Presently I saw a slate-colored mass trotting along the face of the opposite slope, about 250 yards distant. I quickly made out a rhinoceros, and I was in hopes that he was coming towards me. Suddenly he turned to my right, and continued along the face of the inclination. Some of the beautiful locutus antelope, here known as gemsbok, being of a small variety, now appeared and centered towards me, but halted when they approached the stream, and listened. The game understood the hunting as well as the natives. In the same manner that the young children went out to hunt with their parents, so had the wild animals been hunted together with their parents ever since their birth. The locutus now charged across the stream. At the same time a herd of hartebeest dashed past. I knocked over one, and with the left-hand barrel I wounded a locutus. At this moment a lion and lioness, that had been disturbed by the fire in our rear, came bounding along. I was just going to take a shot, when, as my finger was on the trigger, I saw the head of a native rise out of the grass exactly in the line of fire. Then another head popped up from a native who had been concealed, and rather than risk an accident I allowed the lions to pass. In one magnificent bound they cleared the stream, and disappeared in the high grass. The fire was advancing rapidly, and the game was coming up fast. A small herd of locutus crossed the brook, and I killed another, but the smoke had become so thick that I was nearly blinded. It was at length impossible to see. The roar of the fire and the heat were terrific, as the blast swept before the advancing flames, and filled the air and eyes with fine black ashes. I literally had to turn and run hard into fresher atmosphere to get a gasp of cool air, and to wipe my streaming eyes. Just as I emerged from the smoke, a locutus came past, and received both the right and left bullets in a good place, before it fell. The fire reached the stream and at once expired. The wind swept the smoke on before, and left in view the velvety black surface, that had been completely denuded by the flames. The natives had killed many antelopes, but the rhinoceros had gone through their nets like a cobweb. Several buffaloes had been seen, but they had broken out in a different direction. I had placed 5 antelopes to my credit in this day's sport. Vivi, on the Congo. Vivi could be made a beautiful place, if we only had water, but this is a big if, and yet I think not impossible. Last Sabbath I went to the villages and preached to one king and some of his people. He seemed interested and said I must come again. Then we went to another village, where they were having a palaver over a sick man. There were many men, women, boys, and even babies present. Their ngongo, or doctor, was seated in the midst, with the sick man nearby. The doctor had a cloth spread out in front of him on the ground, that contained nearly everything: vegetable, mineral, animal, birds' claws, chickens' feet, goats' feet and hides, teeth and claws of wild animals. There were also roots, nuts, dirt and many other things. There were some leaves lying on top of this collection, with something on them that reminded me of a cow's cud, half chewed, which he fixed up as a dose. He divided the cud in 3 parts, placing one part in a wooden dish with some leaves. Then he cut off bits of roots or something, and put in each of these 3 piles, taking at the same time a little of each in his mouth. After chewing it quite thoroughly, he spit several times on each pile. After water had been poured on it, the dish was surrounded by the women. Then he squeezed the juice out of the little heaps in the dish. At 2 different times the sick man took a swallow of the juice. Then the doctor took a sharp knife and cut his own tongue, till it bled freely. The blood ran down on a staff and a green leaf that lay in front of him. Then he took up the leaf and staff and rubbed the blood on different parts of his body. This, with much more nonsense, was carried on, when I tried to get a hearing, but nothing of this kind could be done till the palaver was over, and the sick man was finished. I like Vivi, and as we must have a receiving and transport station here, I am doing what I can to make it a success. In addition to repairing the buildings already here, I am going to put up some stone buildings. They will not be expensive, as stone is abundant, and much more durable than wood for building, being fire and ant-proof. I am also trying to do something in the way of self-support by getting around me some cattle, sheep, goats, ducks, chickens, pigeons, etc., and growing such native fruits and produce as do well here at Vivi. This will be convenient in the event of war, smallpox or famine, I mean such famine as might occur from not being able to get supplies from home or here, at the time we need them. Mr. McKittrick, a gentleman of the A.B.M.U. Mission, called a few days ago, saying they could not buy a goat or chicken on the south side of the river. In the past few days the Baptists and traders have been over here buying chickens. Soon, unless someone turns his attention to raising these things, there will be none to buy. They bring now 1 piece and a half, 30 to 50 cents, for 1 fowl. The chief wanted to buy 100 fowls from me a few days ago. With a ready sale for all the sheep, goats, ducks, chickens, etc., can you not see self-support in the future for Vivi? Nearly every steamer brings many Europeans, state men, and missionaries, and they are paid salaries, and expect to buy their living instead of producing it. They cannot depend on the natives for supplies. They must be raised by someone else or be imported. Now these are my reasons why I think self-support should not be lost sight of. All our livestock is doing well, though this is the hard pull for them, if there is any. For we have had no rain for about 4 months, and will have none for about 3 months more. Sheep and goats do well here. This is no experiment. The calves, I may soon say cattle, are doing finely. If 2 will do well here, 20 or 30 will do the same, as there is an immense range for them to graze over. My father keeps a herd of nice wild cattle about a half-day's walk from here. He has already given me 2 whole bullocks since I came to Vivi, and also 2 large deer as big as mules, and a good deal better. I really think shipping meat from America or England will soon be a thing of the past. The buffalo and deer here are likely to last a good while, for though they are frequently shot at, few are killed. A buffalo I killed a few days ago had in it 2 slugs, shot by the natives, I suppose. They are a sturdy animal, willing to defend themselves and their young to the death, and desperate when at bay. This country will produce in abundance, but white men must show the natives how to do it. It is here now as it used to be in California. The last 10 years of my life were spent on the Pacific coast, when thousands of people returned from there, abusing the people and the country. I have met train after train of returning emigrants, who said, "Go back. Go back. Go back to God's country. People are starving, all are lies about California and Oregon being good countries. On all the Pacific coast there are no places for poor people." But all this did not stop the emigration west, and the Pacific slope has proved a rich country. Persons come to Africa, and return giving bad reports. Still they come, and will come, for this country has great advantages. Reverend J. C. Teeter. Rum on the Congo. Bishop Newman has presented to Congress a memorial from the world's W.C.T.U. praying that immediate and decisive steps be taken to suppress the liquor traffic in the Congo Free State and the basin of the Niger. The memorial shows that during 1885 more than 10 million gallons of the cheapest and vilest spirits ever manufactured were sent from the United States, Germany, Holland, England, France, and Portugal to the natives of Africa. The quantities contributed by the different nations were: United States, 737,650 gallons, Germany, 7,823,000 gallons, the Netherlands, 1,099,146 gallons, France, pure alcohol, 406,000 gallons, England, 311,400 gallons, Portugal, 91,524 gallons. The memorial, continuing, says that abundant evidence proves that this deadly rum has developed in the natives an alcoholic passion almost without parallel, and has sunk them into a state of degradation lower than they occupied before they had contact with our commerce and civilization. The march of commerce will soon place the rum traders in communication with over 50 million of savages, and unless the traffic is totally suppressed, the result will be most disastrous to the cause of humanity. A reproach to the Christian nations who supply it, and an outrage second only to the slave trade itself. The purposes of the memorial and of the arguments made by Bishop Newman and Mr. Hornady are to bring about such a revision of the General Act of the Berlin Conference as shall completely suppress the liquor traffic in the territory in question. To obtain a law from Congress prohibiting the exportation of liquor from this country to any part of Africa, and to persuade the United States government to use its influence to induce other governments to cooperate. Palavering. The council, consultation, or palaver, is one of Africa's fixed institutions. We have unfortunately, and unfairly, adopted the word palaver to express our notion of what the natives regard with all seriousness, and what is, in their polity, as necessary as an American deliberative body or a treaty-making power are to us. A palaver is an idle talk. An African palaver may appear to be very idle to us, and considering its length, sometimes days and even weeks, it is a terrible bore to white people who have to wait till it ends. The palaver is universal in Africa. Every village has its council place, its assembly hut or its palaver tree. Palaver proceedings are always formal and deliberate. There must be a palaver in order to declare war and make peace. When one tribe, or chief, asks anything of another, it must be granted or refused, through a palaver. Visits of white people to a tribe, the right to remain, to trade, to build, to preach, and to go away again, are all subjects requiring a palaver. Bishop Taylor has found it to be a capital way of making a Christian impression on the minds of his African auditors, to call them together in sacred palaver, and he secures their assent to such doctrines as they accept, as results of a palaver rather than as individual professions. When parties of native travelers meet in desert, plain or forest, there is always a consultation, or palaver. Notes are compared in this way, intentions are expressed, views are made known. The palaver, or council, is thus the parliament and newspaper of Africa. It runs all through the country, just as do the traveling paths, which extend from ocean to ocean. You meet it in Bechuanaland, on the Zambesi, at Biha, on Nyassa, Tanganyika, Victoria Nyanza, the Nile, Congo, Niger, Gambia. Sakomo of Kalahari, squats with his council on burning sands. Mtesa of Uganda, holds a council as lordly as the Shah of Persia. Iboko of the Congo, palavers for 9 days over the landing of a little steamer. Irksome as the palaver must prove to white people, it ought not to be forgotten that natives enjoy it, and its sessions are valves for the escape of passions which otherwise might result in great harm. Emin Pasha at Zanzibar. For weeks after the arrival of Stanley and his rescuing party at Zanzibar, the life of Emin Pasha, on account of his severe accident, was despaired of. Indeed, not until a very late period has he been able to communicate with anyone. Meanwhile, rumors of difference between him and Stanley became current, and the opinion was entertained that Emin would not go to Europe at all, but only awaited an opportunity to return again to his abandoned provinces. One of his first visitors, after his illness, was an American journalist, who secured the following points. The American people would very much like you to say, in plain language, Pasha, so that all may fully understand why you left your post and came out with Mr. Stanley. Well, you see, replied Emin, Mr. Stanley brought orders from the Khedive of Egypt for me to return with him. I am an Egyptian officer, and have no option but to obey the Khedive's orders. I did not wish to leave, and if the Khedive should order me back again tomorrow, and would provide me with men and means to maintain my position, I would return with the greatest pleasure. Do you wish the American public to understand, then, Pasha, that you could have maintained your position and were under no necessity of coming away with Mr. Stanley, had you not received orders from the Khedive to do so? I think if Mr. Stanley would have consented to wait, much could have been done. Things had got to be very bad, however, and Mr. Stanley would not wait. He seemed only anxious that I and my people, the Egyptians, should go as quickly as we could with him to the coast. Were you and your people in great need of assistance when Mr. Stanley reached you, Pasha? We were very glad to have Mr. Stanley come to our relief, of course, and we all feel very grateful to the people of England for the great interest they have taken in us, but we were in no great need of anything but ammunition. Food was very plenty with us. The soldiers had gardens, cows, wives, and plenty of everything to eat. They were much better off than they ever had been in Egypt or the Sudan. They had come to regard the province as their home and had no wish to ever return to Egypt. They considered that they were fighting for their homes, and so fought well and bravely so long as there was a chance of success and the hope of assistance from our friends without. It was only when there was no longer anything to hope for, and when we read to them the message that they must leave with Mr. Stanley or never expect any more assistance from the Egyptian government, that they began to waver in their allegiance to me. Poor fellows, what could they do? They didn't wish to leave. The Khalifa's forces were advancing up the Nile, they now had everything to gain and nothing to lose by turning against me. I do not blame them, they are but Africans, and nothing else was to be expected of them. Mr. Stanley was in such haste to go, he would not wait. If Mr. Stanley had consented to wait, we might have pushed forward stations to the northeast corner of the Victoria Nyanza, and there we could have met the English company's caravans. I do not know Mr. Stanley's reasons for being in such a hurry to leave. Perhaps he himself will tell you this. Mr. Stanley had already said that after getting Emin and as many of his people who wanted to go, together, at Cavalli's, his great concern was to get them safely to the coast. As for attempting to open new roads with a crowd of helpless women and children in his charge, he couldn't think of such a thing, etc. It was rumored that you had vast stores of ivory in hand, Pasha, what of that? Ivory. I had collected for the government more than 6,000 fine large tusks since our communication had been cut off. I had ivory enough, if I could have got it to market, to have paid off all the back salaries of my people, and have had a handsome surplus besides. 6,000 fine large tusks would weigh in the neighborhood of 200 American tons, worth in Zanzibar about $6,000 per ton. The value in Emin stations would, of course, in no wise approach this great sum of value, $1,200,000. Emin told the writer that he valued his stores of ivory, as they lay in his stations, at about £70,000. We couldn't bring it with us, the Pasha continued, so I threw most of it into the Nile to prevent the enemy from getting it. Some, however, in outlying stations I entrusted to the care of friendly native chiefs, not knowing what chances and what opportunities time might bring. The SAS Town Tribe of West Africa. The officers of this tribe are as follows. The town master is really emperor, as in him is vested the power of life and death. If the tribe wishes to disobey a town master's commands, they must kill him first. This is done in so many instances that few town masters die a natural death. The ground king is their weather prophet, and he is supposed to manufacture the weather. He may be king for only a month or two, seldom long, as the weather he makes may not suit. Their soldier king answers to our general in the army. They have 3 butchers, who do all the killing for the feasts. Their town lawyer answers to our attorney general. The duty of their peacemaker is what his name indicates. They have 30 old men or chiefs, whose duties are to watch the town and people, and to act as the king's cabinet. The laws of the tribe are made by the king and his cabinet. Some of them are curious, and sometimes severe. For instance, one law forbids the town master and the butchers from ever leaving the town, on pain of death. Another is that when a person is accused of witchery, he or she must drink the deadly sasswood, or have their brains knocked out. This tea is a potion from the sasswood tree, which grows all over this country and is a deadly poison. To make sure of its full effect, the suspected person is made to drink a copious draught. As this is likely to produce emesis, the large quantity is often their salvation. These people are so superstitious that they will not leave a hole in their house open at night for fear of being witched. Here polygamy has all the evils of that life. If a wife is dissatisfied with her husband, she can run away to any man she chooses, and he must receive her, and pay to her former husband the price he paid for her. This may put the second man to quite a disadvantage, often giving him more wives than he can pay for. The lot of a wife is very hard. She must make the farm, grow all the rice, carry all the wood, 7 or 8 miles, on her head, and do all the cooking. Besides this she must stand all the ill temper of her jealous husband, and this, perhaps, with a baby strapped on her back. When a man thinks one of his wives is unchaste, he gets a pan of palm oil, and heating it as hot as he can, he makes the wife put her hand in and pick up a stone from the bottom of the pan. His theory being, that, if his charge be true, the oil will catch fire and burn her hand. If this does not satisfy him, the poisonous draught of the sasswood is resorted to. These people eat nearly everything that grows, animal or vegetable. I have seen them eat elephant lungs, green ants, chicken heads and intestines. When they kill a bullock, they eat all of him, even cooking the hide with the hair on. As I said, everything goes for food, even rotten bananas. But with all of their rotten chop, they are healthy, strong and vigorous men, women and children. Their only garment is about 4 feet of cloth, for all those above 16 years of age, those younger go entirely naked. They all sleep on the bare ground with a stick for a pillow, and of course, skin diseases are quite prevalent. They are a kind people to one another. I have stood at the spring, when the women were coming after water, which they carry in 4-gallon pots on the top of their head, and one always helps the other to lift her load up, and so it is in everything. If a party of natives are together, and you give them a banana, it is divided between every one of them. I very seldom hear a baby cry. And I must say that here babies have a chance to live, as they are not weaned for 2 years, and are humored in every way. The SAS town tribes work hard for the white man, for very little pay. I have seen a woman carry a box, weighing 120 pounds, 2.5 miles for 2 leaves of tobacco, worth 1 1/8 cents. These people are ignorant, but willing and quick to learn. They have some natural orators among them, as I have seen at their palavers. C. E. Gunnison. An Interrupted Journey. When Livingstone was marching down the valley of the Zambezi, and had crossed its great northern affluent, the Longwe, he found himself and party of carriers in the midst of a dense forest. All of his riding oxen had been killed by the tsetse fly, except one, and this had been so reduced in strength as to be unable to carry the traveler more than half the time. Therefore such a thing as forced journeys were out of the question. There was nothing to do but to proceed leisurely, and this the party were doing, pushing now through thick clumps of forest, and now through tangled bush, as best they might. While thus threading their way through a forest clump, there was a rush and a roar off to the left, and almost instantly 3 huge buffaloes made their appearance, running as if they'd been badly frightened in the direction whence they came. As the bush was thick and high, they evidently did not see that their course was directly athwart that of the traveling party, and so they rushed right into the midst of the carriers, before they had time to clear the way. Livingstone's ox, frightened at the unexpected dash, made a plunge forward, nearly throwing its rider off, but thereby escaping the fury of the charging buffaloes. When he turned, he saw one of his carriers flying through the air at a height of 20 feet, having been tossed by the foremost of the animals, whose fright seems to have been turned into rage at sight of human beings. The buffaloes rushed by and Livingstone hastened to his carrier, expecting to find him dead or badly gored. But strange to say he was only bruised and frightened, and was quickly able to resume his load. On inquiry, Livingstone found that the carrier had drawn his misfortune on himself. Instead of doing as the others had done, making for a friendly tree, he had thrown down his load, and as the leading buffalo was dashing by, he had given it a vicious stab in the side. Whereupon the beast had savagely turned upon him and sent him high into the air. In Monrovia. The heathen that leap out of the vices and degradation and superstition and the deep darkness of their former lives, into active, working, intelligent Christians, are, I am inclined to think, the product of a facile pen from an overhopeful brain. It is not easy to shake off lifetime habits, customs hoary, and to them venerable, because their ancestors as far back as can be traced, have practiced them, and at once ascend into the region of a sublime faith. And from visible objects and ceremonies whereby wrath of the great demon power is averted, and his favor propitiated, turn to the King, invisible, immortal. The cerements of old superstition enwrap them. Neither can we loose him and let him go, the moment the new desires are born in him. His efforts are something like a child that is just learning to walk. He takes a step or two, wavers and drops back into some past habit, but like a child he is helped up and put on his feet again. I went down to Crewtown last week to school. I heard tom-toms and saw the people on one street out for a gala day, all dressed up. The women were painted with different kinds of clay, and had a great quantity of leopard teeth around their wrists and neck, plenty of brass anklets and armlets. And a towel or breakfast shawl thrown loosely and gracefully over one shoulder. Quite a number had on a cloth extending nearly to their feet, but all their bodies were bare to the hips. A great many held silk umbrellas over their heads, and all had a self-conscious air of being well dressed. I went on and opened school. One of my Bible scholars was absent, a man of 40 or 45, who had learned to read, and showed such a meek and quiet spirit. I named him Fletcher. I asked where Fletcher was. Him got a new wife, you know, see that big play. Well, that be him friends making for him. Next day he was in his place as usual. I asked why he took another wife. Mammy, the woman done run away from him husband and come to me, and I no fit to send him back, I take him. That was all there was, no feeling of having done wrong. Polygamy is the greatest obstacle one meets in this part of Africa. The women are ashamed to belong, yes, belong, for the man buys her, to a man who is so poor he cannot buy more than 1 or 2 wives. It is not the patriarchal system some think, for the women are every now and then running away to some other man. Some never say a word, but let the man have his wife, others demand the amount the husband paid for her, others again make a big palaver. A court is called and after several hearings, which sometimes last 2 and 3 weeks, the wife is restored or returned to her husband, and both seem satisfied. It is almost impossible to do any teaching or evangelistic work when one man's wife runs away to another man. The latter's friends make merry by beating tom-toms, singing, dancing and drinking rum. These are some of the things that a missionary has to meet, and which greatly retard the work. Then time has no value to them. Plenty of chop, and not a desire and not an emotion beyond that. Like the prostrate figure in Peele's Court of Death, the head and feet touch the waters of oblivion. So with the heathen here, the past and the future are alike impenetrable, incomprehensible. Mary Sharp. A Sample Sermon. The following is a sample sermon in Kru English which has been found well adapted for the comprehension of the Kavala River natives. Niswa make many worlds. Most of the stars are worlds much larger than this world, and I believe Niswa has plenty good people in all of them. The devils once had their habitation in one of those great worlds. They were good spirits then, and very strong, but they live for make bad and fight against Niswa, and were driven away from their home, and fell like lightning from heaven, and they hide away in the dark caves of our world. They be fit to live in this world till it finish. Then all the devils that come down from their great world, and all the bad people of this world will be condemned at Niswa's judgment seat and be sent down to hell, the place prepared for the devil, and all his followers. There they will all be locked in forever. This world is one of the little worlds that Niswa made, and for people for this world he made one man and one woman, and joined them together as man and wife. The man and his wife were clean and pure like Niswa. One fine day the chief devil of all the army of them came and make palaver with the woman, and she make palaver with her husband, and the man and woman got bad, and joined the devil in his rebellion against Niswa. As soon as they turned against Niswa and joined the devil's army to fight against him, the devil nature struck right through them. Then they were called to answer at the bar of justice before the great king, and were found guilty and condemned to die. Their bodies be fit to rot in the ground, and their spirits to be turned with all the devils into hell forever. The Saswood cup of death and hell was put into the hands of the man and woman to drink. Niswa has one son just like himself. Not a son born of a mother. Niswa no be born of a woman. He be Niswa without beginning of days or end of life. So his beloved son, just like him, be without beginning of days or end of life. Niswa and his son look at the man and woman and their cup of death and feel very sorry for them. Then the son pray, O Father, let me ransom this man and woman and all their seed. Then Niswa and his beloved son have palaver, and make agreement about the man and woman. The father agree to give his son a ransom for them. The son agree at a set time to join himself to a son born from the seed of the woman, and live with her children, and show them the mind, the light, the love of Niswa. And teach them all Niswa's good ways, and then drink their Saswood cup of death, to die for them, and the third day after to rise again from the dead, to be forever their living Redeemer, their lawyer in Niswa's court, and their doctor to heal them. The scramble for Africa. The extent of European territorial annexation of Africa, provisional, protective or positive, is quite surprising even to those who have kept pretty close watch of it. Of the 11 millions of square miles in Africa, 6.5 millions are attached to some European power, and of the 4.5 unattached parts, half lie within the desert of Sahara. That, therefore, is to say that all the continent of Africa that is habitable, except about 2 million square miles, is under European domination. Europe has annexed Africa. The British East African Company is practically another European state in Africa, for it is granted full powers to levy taxes and customs and to maintain an armed force. Whether another generation will look upon all this as civilized brigandage, or whether it is any better than freebooting of any other type, does not materially affect the facts in the case. The British government, through its colonial or foreign office, nevertheless has authorized this company, new state, to carry on high piracy of much of the finest land in Central Africa filled with an industrious population, said to number about Lake Nyanza alone 12 millions of people. We are told that the company is composed of philanthropic gentlemen in London. And we have no doubt but that the ultimate result will be good, the earth will help the woman, but it is nevertheless difficult to detect any underlying moral principle above. He may take who has the power and he may keep who can. And while the lion and the lamb in this millennial reign lie down together in peace, it is because the lamb is inside of the lion. But Great Britain is not alone in this missionary zeal that out of the eater shall come forth meat and out of the strong shall come forth sweetness, though her sphere of influence is 1,000,000 square miles of the dark continent. France exercises the sweet charities of modern politics over 700,000 square miles, and Germany seeks to convert, en bloc, if not to Christianity, at least to modern German trade gain, 200,000 square miles, about which she now disputes. To add to the 740,000 she has without debate already. Meanwhile the King of Portugal takes military occupation of a tract of land north of Luanda and creates an attachment for it to the King of Portugal. And the British government annexes that part of the Gold Coast between Cape Coast Castle and the delta of the Niger. And what with treaties, military operations, and protectorates, Africa becomes rapidly a sort of country store run by European merchants. Barring the radical ethical question in the case, perhaps we may rejoice in the bare hope that all this is casting up the highway for the progress of Christianity. But if what with rum and gunpowder these races are to be civilized off the face of the earth, as we have done with our Native American races, it would seem that there must nevertheless be a great reckoning day with the Christian powers. That they could find no better way of developing Africa than by fertilizing her soil with the carcasses of her sons. Lions and a giraffe. The lions of Africa are night prowlers. Very few have ever seen them seize their prey in the daytime. Captain Anderson once witnessed such a scene. Late one evening he badly wounded a lion, and on the following morning set out with his attendants to track the game and complete the capture. Presently, he writes, we came upon traces of a troop of lions and a giraffe. The tracks were thick and confusing, and while we were trying to pick out those of the wounded lion, I observed my native attendants suddenly rush forward, and the next instant the jungle resounded with their shouts of triumph. Thinking they had discovered the object of our search, I hurried forward. But imagine my surprise when, emerging into an opening in the jungle, I saw, not the dead lion, as I had expected, but 5 living lions, 2 males and 3 females, 2 of whom were engaged in pulling down a splendid giraffe. The other 3 watching close at hand, and with devouring look, the deadly strife. The scene was of so unusual and exciting a nature that for the moment I quite forgot I carried a gun. The natives, however, in expectation of a glorious feast, dashed madly forward with the most piercing shrieks, and their yells compelled the lions to beat a hasty retreat. When I reached the giraffe, now stretched at full length on the ground, it made a few ineffectual attempts to raise its head, fell over, heaving and quivering throughout its entire body, and at length straightened itself out in death. An examination showed several deep gashes about the breast and flanks, made by the claws of the fierce assailants. The strong and tough muscles of the elongated neck were also bitten through in many places. All thought of further pursuit of the wounded lion was now out of the question. The natives now gathered about the dead giraffe, and did not desist from feasting upon it till its entire carcass had been devoured. A day or 2 afterwards, however, I came upon the bloody tracks of my royal antagonist, and had the pleasure of finishing him with a well-directed bullet from my rifle. Kilimanjaro. In passing southward from Lake Albert Nyanza, Stanley and the rescued Emin, together with their large party, skirted a lofty range of mountains, whose highest peak is Kilimanjaro, which has lately been ascended for the distance of 16,500 feet. To the snow line, by 2 German scientists and explorers, thus giving it a distinct place in geography, and setting it forth as one of the most interesting of natural objects. The region is south of the great Uganda and Unyoro tribes, and had, up to Stanley's trip through it, never been visited by a traveler of note except Thomas Stevens and Dr. Abbott, who thus narrate what they saw. First we determined to pay a visit to the chief of Macaw in order to make purchases of food, and besides, we anticipated much pleasure in visiting a chief who had never yet set eyes on a white man. Our way led through a very charming plain country, very African in its appearance. The gently undulating plains were dotted with small cones of 100 feet, or thereabout, in height, so small, symmetrical and uniform in shape as to suggest bubbles floating on the green waves of the plain. Rhinoceri, giraffes, antelopes, buffalo and zebra abounded in great numbers, roaming over the free, broad plains like herds of cattle. Whenever we knocked over any of these, it was very refreshing and soothing to the spirits to see the very men who but yesterday had declared the nyama was not food fling down their loads and quarrel violently over big chunks of that very article. As we neared the approaches to Maka, we came upon a party of Maasai women and donkeys, wending their way toward Sigarari with loads of vegetable food, which they had purchased at the former place or at Kibanoto. These were the first real Maasai women we had seen. They were not such as to give us a very favorable idea of their sex in Sigarari. All were old and atrociously ugly, it being customary, for obvious reasons, to send the ancient dames of the clan on these food-purchasing expeditions, rather than the possessors of youth and beauty. Even though the Maasai and their agricultural neighbors may be at war, and the men of either side would, if caught, be brutally speared, it is the custom to let the women pass back and forth unmolested to trade. Africans, even the Maasai, who are supposed to be chiefly devoted to war and raiding for cattle, are above all else commercial in their instincts. It appears that, with all their savagery, choice scraps of wisdom are to be picked up among these people here and there. Who could imagine the armies of two European countries proceeding against each other while the trade across the frontier flourished unimpaired in the care of their women? We camped near a swamp, in which we found abundant signs of elephants, but saw none of them, and in the morning proceeded to Maka. Maka is the largest and most populous of the Kilimanjaro states, and, with its neighbor, Kibanoto, occupies the western extremity of the cultivatable plateau that distinguishes the mountain on its southern slopes. Though the largest, it is the least known to Europeans, and so we looked forward to a novel and interesting visit to its sultan and people. The approaches to Maka consist of the usual narrow, tortuous paths, leading through dense thickets of scrubby and thorny vegetation, and instead of gates the defenses by this route are deep, narrow ravines, which have been trimmed down and deepened into big trenches. A pole thrown across one of these ditches forms a bridge, which the natives, sure of foot as monkeys, cross over and, in times of war, remove. Crossing these obstacles with no little difficulty, we at once found ourselves in the proximity of banana groves, and objects of more than usual interest to swarms of bronze-skinned warriors who had in a remarkably short time collected on the adjacent ridges. We wondered where they had all come from so quickly. They were by no means certain of our intentions, and for some time held aloof, watching us with the keenest interest. At length we managed to make them understand that our intentions were commercial only, and a few of the more venturesome individuals came and pointed out a place for us to camp. After much talkie-talkie with an ancient and exceedingly peaceful-looking savage in a greasy goatskin toga and anklets of the same material, we sent off a present to the Sultan and stated our intention of paying him a visit next day. Our delegation was hospitably entertained by the chief, with a goat and big jars of pum, but the men were kept in the royal boma until our appearance next day. This as a guarantee, so we afterwards understood, that we would keep our promise and come to see him. He was most anxious to receive us, and particularly requested that the entire caravan might be brought to his residence. We had no idea how far it was nor how difficult might be the way. It turned out to be uphill and down dale for many trying miles, through banana plantations of astonishing area and across clear, cold mountain streams that nearly swept us off our feet. The country was lovely, a chaotic jumble of narrow hills and dales and the whole sloping gently up towards Kibo and clothed with luxuriant vegetation of every shade of green. Everywhere could be heard the music of mountain streams coursing over rocky beds at the bottom of the canyons or leaping and tumbling over cataracts or down rapids. Between the banana plantations stood little patches of primeval forest, and about them, so characteristic of Chaga, were the charming little parks we have noted in Marangu. The groves are believed to be peopled with the shades of their ancestors, and native offerings are placed before the trees. Troops of big reddish baboons also make the groves and the little parks their homes. Irrigating ditches were everywhere, and narrow lanes of dracaena hedges divided the plantations. At length we came to a halt on a strip of sward, at the brink of a formidable cannon several hundred feet deep, down which coursed one of the largest streams we had yet encountered. Our guides wanted to conduct us across this, but we had grown tired of the interminable slippery paths and the ascending and descending steep ravines, and so decided to form camp on this extremely interesting spot. No more charming situation could be imagined. 500 feet below us a torrent, clear as crystal, cold and fresh from the glaciers of Kibo, tumbled and foamed over the rocks or raced along with gurgling tones. Immediately beyond the chasm a broad tableland of parks and groves and banana plantations stretched away with a slope of 1 in 20. The variegated shades of green in the irregular patchwork of forest, park and field, made a most delightful study in colors. Nor was this all nature had to show our wondering eyes in Makal. Hundreds of warriors, with spear and shield, their naked forms the only dark objects in the landscape, showed out in bold contrast and picturesque relief against the green groundwork of their surroundings as they stood and squatted in dense groups or stretched in long, irregular lines along the opposite brink of the cannon. Beyond all this was a dense mass of cloud that rested on the farther reaches of the green tableland and hid almost the whole of Kilimanjaro. But not all, for the higher strata of the clouds sometimes broke and revealed the eternal wreath of snow on Kibo, at whose very base we now seem to be standing. Some day an artist will come and paint this picture I have feebly attempted to describe and make himself famous. Our first impression of the Sultan, or chief, was not very favorable. He was a young man of medium stature, under 30, but he looked like a drunkard and debauchee, and a decided expression of brutishness marked his face. His voice was thick and husky, but whether from extreme indulgence in pum, or from an attack of laryngitis, was not then apparent. There was, however, small room for doubt about his being a constant worshipper at the shrines of the twin deities, before which every chief in Chaga, and well-nigh everyone in Africa, bows the knee. But whatever he might ordinarily be, he seemed determined to make as good an impression as he knew how upon his rare visitors, and before we left Makal we voted him, notwithstanding first impressions, a very good sort of a fellow. Knowing that we had visited Miljali and intended visiting Mandara, both of whom were to the native mind possessed of many wondrous things from Europe, the Sultan of Makal, ashamed of his poverty, seemed reluctant to take us inside his boma. He seemed bewildered and overawed by the importance of the occasion. Anxious to do anything he could think of to please his visitors, he and all his elders were too ignorant of the white man's character and requirements to know just what to do. The whole assembly appeared to be in a profound puzzle. We, on our part, made him the customary present of cloth, beads and wire. We showed him his own bloated features for the first time in a mirror, and amazed him with the ticking of a Waterbury watch. After much discussion among themselves, he and his elders seemed to make up their minds that the proper thing would be to take us into the royal boma, poverty or no poverty. The boma itself was a poor affair. It consisted of a small stockade of planks set on end, which had been laboriously hewn from big logs with native tools. Inside the stockade were several houses of very neat construction and of a pattern that is peculiar to Makal. Instead of the beehive houses of Marangu and Taveta, the Makal hut is of an exaggerated bell shape. Just outside this boma was an enclosure of quite another sort, the kraal in which were kept the royal cattle. This was a remarkable affair, and strong enough to be a pretty good sort of a fort. Young trees had been planted in a ring to form a fence. They were planted in such numbers, and so close together, that as they grew up, they formed a living wall of tree trunks several feet thick, and so compact that one could not see through it. To our astonishment the king's boma seemed to contain no women, a most extraordinary state of affairs. And when we asked the question as to the number of wives he had, always a complimentary piece of curiosity at an African court, he smiled and shook his head. What, none, why? Miljali, of Marangu, has 14, and Mandara, of Moschi, many more than that. Our looks of surprise and incredulity set the chief and all his elders to laughing. There was evidently a nigger in the fence somewhere. This full-blown, sensuous-faced young potentate without a harem? Impossible. And then one of us remembered that, contrary to our experience elsewhere in the country, the fair sex in Macau had kept themselves well out of sight as our caravan passed their houses. They were too timid and superstitious to let themselves be seen by the white strangers, who might, for all they knew, take it into their heads to assail them with their mysterious powers of Ichui, black magic, which everybody knew they possessed to an alarming degree. The Sultan had wives, then, a goodly number, no doubt, but all had scampered off and hid themselves at our approach, fearful of Ichui. Bacchus seemed to have rather the upper hand at Ngamani's primitive court. I doubt if anything weaker than millet pum is ever drunk inside the royal boma. During our visit that beverage flowed as freely as beer in a brewery. A huge jar of it was lugged in and placed in the middle of the assembly, and men ladled it out and passed around the gourds continually. The Sultan was opulent enough in the matter of pum, if not in European goods, and so did his best to win our approval of his immense resources in that product. He took us into his brewery, a smaller enclosure that formed an annex to his resident kraal, and enjoyed immensely our astonishment at the vast size of the vats. These were earthenware jars, of bulbous shape, 8 in number, and each capable of holding 200 gallons or more of liquor. I had seen wine jars as large, though of different shape, in Persia, but never expected to find such giant pottery in a chaga state. In brewing pum the millet, or wimbi, is first pounded with stones to break the grain, then boiled in earthen kettles until it resembles thin cereal soup. The whole is then emptied into the big jars, covered with a cowhide and allowed to ferment. When dipped out for use the sediment is stirred up from the bottom, as also when dipped from smaller vessels to be passed around. Pum in this condition is a solid tipple, which comes as near being both food and drink as anything of an intoxicating nature can be, and many an African chief all but lives on it. It has a pleasant twang to it, and the European soon comes to like it almost as well as the native boozer does. It goes to the head, too. A pint puts a white man in a joyous frame of mind and sets a Negro, who effervesces easier than his white brother, to singing and whooping. The chiefs, however, are as a general thing animated pum sponges, constantly soaked and with the gourd seldom out of reach. A hunt on the Zambesi. The accounts of all African travelers agree, that both vegetable and animal life in Africa is rankest and noblest on the banks of the Zambesi. Volumes might be written of thrilling adventures in this extensive region. One night, says a noted traveler, while journeying up the Zambesi, and just as we had fixed our tents for a good night's rest, a native came rushing in with the news that 2 lions had been seen in the vicinity. The men wanted to go out and look for them immediately, but I dissuaded them from encountering the dangers of a night hunt, and promised that I would accompany them on the morrow. Early next morning the men were astir and busy with their preparations for a grand hunt. We had dogs with us, and when all was ready, these were let loose. A guide led the way to where he had seen the lions on the previous evening, but long before we had gone so far, and while making our way up a ridge, a noise like muttering thunder reached our ears from the valley beyond the ridge. The guide stopped, listened for a moment, and then, half in fear and half in astonishment, gasped, "The lions." He refused to pilot us further, but sought the nearest tree and took refuge amid its branches. The rest of the party pushed on, and on peering over the top of the ridge saw an immense lion lying in the edge of a jungle. Our dogs scented him and made a dash toward him. The beast arose with a bound, and rushed out into the open. This was too much for the dogs, and they beat a hasty retreat. In a moment more the lion was joined by his mate, and both were now in plain sight, both crouching and beating the ground with their tails, as if about to make an attack. I took a position a few steps in advance of our party, aimed deliberately from a kneeling posture, and sent a bullet into the side of the male lion just behind the foreleg. Being so close and so deliberate in my aim, and my weapon being of a superior kind, I expected to see the beast turn over in the agonies of death. But instead, he made 2 or 3 desperate bounds toward our party, and in his last leap, which was a dying spasm, fell directly on the body of Shumi, one of our native employees. The poor fellow was frightened almost to death, and shrieked as though the lion's fangs and claws were actually rending his flesh. But in a moment we all saw that no harm was coming to Shumi, for the lion had simply made his last supreme effort, and had fallen in a quivering, helpless mass upon the object of his attack. We now turned our attention to the lioness. 2 shots were fired at her, which sent her wounded and growling into the jungle. Our party formed a front, and marched cautiously toward the jungle, prepared to fire, at first sight of the game. Our precautions proved to be unnecessary, for we soon discovered the beast too far advanced in her dying throes to be capable of harm to us. Both shots had taken effect in mortal parts. We secured, that day, 2 of the handsomest lion's skins I ever saw. Opening a KRU Coast mission. At SAS Town, Monday morning, April 11, 1887, we had a big palaver. It broke up abruptly in a storm of passion amid the thunder of stentorian voices, 100 big men all talking at once and shouting "Badio! Badio!" Same as "Suno! Suno," in Hindustani, or in English, "Listen! Attention! Attention!" All shouting for a hearing and no listeners. So the king said, "We will go away, and when they cool down I will call them together again." When we met again I restated our proposals to found a school for book study and hard work with the hands of teachers and scholars, and to make mission for God palaver, according to the terms of our agreement, as stated in our written articles. They responded with great unanimity, "Yes, we want you to come and make school and mission, and when your carpenters come we help them to make house." I suspected a reservation in their minds in regard to the no-pay condition, so I asked Nimley to restate and explain, so they could not misunderstand our terms. He made a clear explanation and an eloquent speech in the Kru language. A commanding, fluent speaker is Nimley. The king replied, "Our people won't work without pay." "That is right," I replied, "and we give them big pay. Instead of a few leaves of tobacco, which they would burn the first day, I give them missionaries, and make school and mission which will be of great value to you, to your children, grandchildren, and on through all the generations of coming years. But if you are not willing to carry lumber and help us, you can wait a year till I come again and we will have another palaver." They shouted unanimously, "No! No! We want school and mission now, and we will do all that you have said and written." So the kings and chiefs, by their mark, signed the articles of agreement. Their names were all hard, yet much easier to get on with than the men they represented. Only one of the long list of kings and chiefs came up to his contract, and he very kindly supplemented his labor by that of his wives. The mission house was built, and in 1889 contained 25 native worshippers. William Taylor. A desperate situation. Henry Drummond, while pushing his way from Lake Nyassa toward Tanganyika, thus writes, "Buffalo fever still on me. Sallied forth early with Molu, a large herd being reported at hand. We struck the trail after a few miles, but the buffaloes had moved away, passing up a deep valley to the north. I followed for a time, till the heat became too oppressive. Molu with one other native, kept up the pursuit. They returned in a few hours announcing that they had dropped 2 bulls, but not being mortally wounded they had escaped. Late in the afternoon, 2 more of my men came rushing in, saying, that one of the wounded buffaloes had attacked their party and wounded 2 of them severely. They wanted assistance to bring them home. It seems that 5 of the men, on hearing Molu's report about the wounded buffaloes, and being tempted by the thought of fresh meat, had gone off without permission to try to secure the game. It was a foolhardy trick, as they had only spears with them, and a wounded buffalo bull is the most dangerous animal in Africa. It charges blindly at anything, and even after receiving its mortal wound has been known to kill its assailant. The would-be hunters soon overtook one of the creatures, a huge bull, lying in a hollow, and apparently wounded unto death. They walked unsuspectingly up to it, and when quite close the brute suddenly roused itself and dashed headlong toward them. They ran for their lives, but were quickly overtaken, and one of them was trampled in a twinkling beneath the feet of the enraged brute. A second man was caught up a few paces further on and was literally impaled on the animal's horns. The first man was able to hobble into camp, but the second had to be carried in, more dead than alive. He had 2 frightful wounds, one through the shoulder, the other beneath the ribs. I dressed them, and set 2 natives to watch him through the night, lest he should bleed to death. When I came in, on my last visit before retiring, I found the nurses busy blowing on the wound. Their conception of pain was that it is due to evil spirits, and they were exorcising them by blowing. As they were doing no harm, I permitted them to indulge in their work through the night. The patient had a hard siege of it, but finally got well. He did not readily forget his adventure with the buffalo bull. Stanley and Emin. The London Spectator brings Henry M. Stanley and Emin Pasha into strong contrast in its discussion of the celebrated rescue. It chooses to regard the rescue as of greater psychological than of historic or scientific interest to the world, and says, "The revelation it affords is the radical difference in character between the 2 great African adventurers. For years past, Emin Pasha has seemed to be the greater of the 2, a man who actually ruled, and in a degree civilized, great African provinces, who had by his character alone maintained his ascendancy over a body of successful Mohammedan troops. And who had earned, if not the love, at least the respect and regard, of millions of black subjects. It now appears that some part of all this success must have been accidental. The trusted troops revolted on their first great opportunity, as, we must in justice remember, did also our own sepoys. The obedient blacks proved equally obedient to the new Arab authority. And Emin himself stood revealed as a thoughtful man of science, patient and unfearing, but with little either of the energy or the decision which make the true man of action. It may be that in his long sojourn at Wadeli, surrounded by Egyptians and blacks, possibly taking native wives, for we hear of a young daughter named Farida, and conforming to the ritual of an Asiatic faith, Emin may have become Africanized. But no change of conditions could deprive him of the power of recognizing men, had he originally possessed it. That he erred in his judgment of his agents is clear, for they mutinied against and imprisoned him. His hope that they would follow him to the coast, and thence to Egypt, turned out as baseless as the hope of many an old sepoy officer that his children at least would never mutiny. And to the last, one native officer, if Stanley's account may be trusted, deluded the experienced viceroy like a child. One suspects, though perhaps the suspicion may be unfair, that he owed much of his apparent success to his profession of Mohammedanism, which up to the very last induced his followers to draw a distinction between the Pasha, who was only led away, and Jeffson and Kasadi, who are called wicked Christians, and suspected of designs against their own Egyptian soldiers, and of his reputation in Europe to his feeling for science and civilization. A cause which also produced the much too favorable estimate of the Emperor of Brazil. On the other hand, the more the true man of action is tried, the stronger he appears. Perhaps no man that ever lived had his energy and endurance more taxed than Henry M. Stanley, who for years on end has suffered all that any great African explorer has suffered, with the addition of heavy responsibility to and for others, and who through it all has steadily grown greater in himself as well as in the world's eyes. Statesmen would now trust the lad from the Welsh workhouse with African kingdoms to govern, and the new sovereign companies, who claim such immense districts, will compete with each other for his aid. He has the qualities which make rulers, and it is in the end on these, and not on amiability and feeling for science, or even a perplexed devotion to doubtful duty, that statesmen must rely. We shall do nothing in Africa by passing and repassing through its endless forests. We must govern, organize, and above all train its people, before anything is accomplished. And for that work we need the service of men who, like Stanley, know that the one cure for savagery is discipline, and can enforce it to the end.